framed and imprisoned. At the very moment of his incarceration, Zhou Yang awakened to the all-powerful technology system. After 2 arduous years, Zhou Yang accomplished the system's inaugural task. To his astonishment, the first reward bestowed by the system was the technology for manufacturing mechas. With the maiden flight of the first generation of mechas, humanity entered the era of mechanized warfare. The arrival of interstellar battleships heralded the dawn of interstellar navigation. Zhou Yang declared, "My ambition is to explore the stars and the vast seas." Chapter 1. Task Reward. The first generation mecha, In the Fox prison of Country M, within the confines of a cell, a young man with black hair and yellow skin diligently scribbled on a desk, the paper adorned with a myriad of bewildering symbols. His cellmate, a tall and slender African-American named Glenn, peered over from the upper bunk, his eyes widening in astonishment at the intricate symbols that eluded his comprehension. "Zhou, are you casting spells? Aren't you from a distant and mysterious eastern land? I've heard tales of your people mastering wondrous martial arts, and even defying gravity. Is it possible that these symbols allow you to escape from prison?" He speculated, his eyes gleaming with fascination. "Or perhaps grant invisibility." Zhou Yang cast a sideways glance at his fanciful cellmate, rendered speechless by the sheer naivety of Glenn's imagination. Returning his focus to the paper, Zhou Yang penned the final lines. As the last symbol was inscribed, an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations and activated the system. Rewards are being dispensed." The pen slipped from Zhou Yang's grasp, clattering to the floor. After 2 long years, he had finally uncovered the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations, a challenge regarded as one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. This equation, which describes fluid motion, has vast applications in weather simulations, celestial mechanics, and the design of aircraft and vehicles. The scientific community has long sought to elucidate the smoothness of the solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations, aiming to identify the general solution among a multitude of particular solutions. The achievement of this general solution could elevate the application of the Navier-Stokes equations to unprecedented heights. The difficulty in discovering this solution is underscored by the equation's inclusion among the Millennium Prize problems, proposed by the Clay Mathematics Institute, which awards $1 million for each solved problem. This monetary reward, though symbolic, bestows immense honor upon anyone who successfully resolves one of these problems, elevating them to the status of a luminary within the academic realm. Now, a mere inmate had managed to find the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations, effectively solving a millennium problem, news that would undoubtedly astonish many. Yet Zhou Yang was no ordinary individual. Hailing from Country C, both of his parents were esteemed military industry experts. Tragically, during his childhood, enemy spies kidnapped them in their relentless pursuit of classified military research. Despite coercion and threats, Zhou Yang's parents refused to divulge any information and ultimately met a brutal end. Having matured enough to comprehend the gravity of their fate, Zhou Yang vowed to inherit his parents' legacy and dedicate himself to research, aspiring to elevate Country C to unparalleled heights. Under the nation's patronage, Zhou Yang entered a special youth program, showcasing remarkable talent, and at 18, he was dispatched to Princeton University in Country M to pursue a Ph.D. in physics. By 20, he graduated, and that same year, he commenced a second Ph.D. in mathematics, achieving dual doctorates by the age of 23. After 2 years at a physics research institute, he resolved to return to his homeland to apply his knowledge for the benefit of his country. However, misfortune struck when he was falsely accused of stealing sensitive research data, leading to a 10-year prison sentence. A brilliant star had fallen like a meteor. Yet, fate had not forsaken him. On his first day in prison, he unexpectedly awakened a system, the all-powerful technology system. To activate this system, he faced a challenge. Within 3 years, he must find the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. Although he considered himself a genius, he refrained from boasting about his ability to solve such a complex problem. However, his intuition urged him that this system could be his ticket to freedom. Thus, he devoted the next 2 years to the study of the NS equations. Fortunately, the system provided a specific research direction, serving as a beacon amid the fog of uncertainty. Without this guidance, even a decade might not suffice for Zhou Yang to tackle this formidable challenge. After 2 years of relentless pursuit, Zhou Yang succeeded. "I wonder what kind of reward the system will grant," he mused, filled with anticipation. Minutes later, the system's voice resounded once more. "Reward dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the technology for manufacturing the first-generation mecha." Zhou Yang held his breath in astonishment. Mecha manufacturing technology. Was this for real? Suddenly, a wealth of information flooded his mind. revealing the intricacies of mecha construction, not merely a blueprint with instructions, but comprehensive knowledge. Encompassing every aspect of the technology, from the manufacturing methods of individual screws to the principles behind the wiring, that a single mecha epitomizes the pinnacle of technological advancement, integrating energy systems, power transmission mechanisms, and control systems, with each component embodying manufacturing processes that surpass current technological standards. That I've struck gold, Zhou Yang exclaimed, his fist pumping in triumph, that if he could master this technology, he could elevate the technological research capabilities of Country C to extraordinary new heights. Once the mechas were successfully constructed, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for Country C to dominate Blue Star. That moment, the system's voice echoed again. Main task: please construct the first mecha within 5 years. Reward for completion: unknown. Zhou Yang frowned. Building the first mecha within 5 years was no trivial endeavor. Although he possessed the complete technology for mecha manufacturing, this creation represented an epoch-defining technological marvel, with each component embodying advanced scientific principles. For instance, high-density integrated chips, which are not based on the current mainstream silicon chips, have reached their limits. The academic community has explored future materials such as graphene, carbon nanotubes, and single-crystal germanium. Yet, the mecha manufacturing technology Zhou Yang acquired included chips for critical systems that were even more advanced, biomimetic cellular chips. Although the system provided detailed manufacturing methods, knowing the process does not guarantee success. That it is akin to being told in a primitive society that purified sand can be used to create chips. Even with precise instructions, the technology and manufacturing capabilities of that era would render such a task impossible. With the current technological limitations and manufacturing capabilities in mind, the challenge of constructing a mecha within 5 years loomed dauntingly ahead. Chapter 2. The journey of self-redemption begins with a letter. The foremost dilemma confronting Zhou Yang is his imprisonment. He is sentenced to endure an additional 8 years in confinement. While the system has only allotted him a 5-year term, it is hardly feasible for him to fabricate Mechs within the prison walls. Navigating a lawful release is far from a straightforward endeavor. Reflecting on the circumstances that led to his incarceration, Zhou Yang perceives it as if orchestrated with intent. An informant had betrayed him, prompting the FBI to invade his home, unearthing stolen data and classified documents. Furthermore, incriminating evidence of his communication with buyers was discovered on his computer. To add to the absurdity, a sudden influx of over $10 million appeared in his bank account. The entire sequence of events clearly indicates a malicious conspiracy against him. In retrospect, it likely pertains to the pivotal materials Zhou Yang had uncovered during his experiments at the Research Institute, which focused on high-strength flexible materials primarily intended for military-grade bulletproof vests. During his trials, he stumbled upon critical data of substantial research significance. It is plausible that certain individuals sought to monopolize this discovery. Or perhaps some officials feared that Zhou Yang might take this research back to Country C, thus orchestrating his downfall. Hence, the prospect of securing an exit through conventional means appears virtually non-existent. The only recourse left is to seek assistance from his homeland, imploring it to rescue him. After his incarceration, Zhou Yang's friends had previously reached out to the embassy, which made efforts on his behalf, hiring expensive legal representation, yet to no avail. The embassy, after all, cannot resort to extraordinary measures to extricate Zhou Yang. He is merely an ordinary individual. To compel his nation to spare no effort in his rescue, he must demonstrate that he is worthy of such intervention. Gradually, an idea began to take shape in Zhou Yang's mind. He resolved to compose a letter to his homeland, affirming his value. However, this letter could not be sent directly by him. Despite the passage of 2 years, he remained uncertain whether he was still under surveillance, and he feared that the letter might be intercepted. For safety's sake, he turned to his cellmate, the imposing Glenn. Glenn, you guessed correctly. I am indeed drawing symbols. But this particular symbol is exceedingly challenging. I doubt I can complete it alone. If you could assist me with a small task, I would teach you. Once you master it, you could become invisible and sneak out of prison. What do you say? Zhou Yang proposed. Glenn, filled with excitement, leaped off his bed, exclaiming, Zhou, I knew it. You are practicing magical Eastern arts. Absolutely. I would assist you with anything, even if it means fanning your flames. Zhou Yang shuddered at the thought and quickly replied, no need for that. Simply help me send a letter. Before long, the letter was dispatched by Glenn to one of Zhou Yang's friends. Subsequently, the friend facilitated its delivery, and the letter traversed oceans, reaching the reception room of the Aerodynamics Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The recipient was the esteemed director Lin Peiyuan. On that fateful morning, Lin Peiyuan arrived at his office, where his secretary briefed him on a day filled with significant and unavoidable appointments. Ultimately, the secretary placed several letters on his desk. Although communication has largely transitioned to email, some individuals still prefer the traditional method of letter writing. Typically, these correspondences consist of invitations to lectures from various universities or requests for participation as award judges, lacking significant importance. Thus, Lin Peiyuan did not feel an urgency to examine them immediately. He opened his computer and commenced his daily tasks. After briefly organizing work in the group chat, he brewed himself a cup of fragrant tea before turning his attention to the letters on his desk, perusing them one by one. As anticipated, they were all monotonous invitations. Suddenly, he noticed a letter from the United States. With a moment's hesitation, Lin Peiyuan opened it. The envelope felt light, and upon opening, he discovered merely a single sheet of paper. However, just one glance left him utterly astonished. It was the proof of the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. In disbelief, Lin Peiyuan sputtered his tea, immediately thinking he must be losing his mind. Who on earth would send such a letter claiming to have proven the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations? It was absurd. He cursed under his breath. The Navier-Stokes equations were renowned, and if anyone had indeed proven the general solution, it would have been all over the news. Yet, as Lin Peiyuan instinctively scanned the subsequent content, he found himself captivated, as if under a spell. At that moment, the secretary knocked and entered, stating, "Director, it's 10 o'clock, we must leave." Lin Peiyuan seemed oblivious to her words. When she called out again, he waved her off impatiently, exclaiming, "Don't bother me." The secretary's eyes widened as she cautiously replied, "Director, this meeting is very important. If you don't attend, we cannot proceed." "Then let it not proceed," Lin Peiyuan retorted without hesitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "By the way, cancel all my appointments for today, no. For tomorrow and the day after as well." The secretary was taken aback. His schedule was notoriously packed, and to cancel everything seemed outrageous. "Director, is there something wrong?" she inquired, sensing his unusual demeanor. Lin Peiyuan remained silent for a moment before abruptly standing up. "Find out how long it takes to get the fastest flight to City W." "What?" The secretary was bewildered by his sudden change of plans. Just moments ago, he had mentioned canceling all his commitments, and now he wished to travel to City W. She quickly pulled out her phone to check and reported, "Director, all flights to City W are fully booked for today. The earliest is at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Should I book you a high-speed train ticket instead?" "A train? No. That's too slow." Lin Peiyuan shook his head vigorously. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he declared, "Go. Contact Colonel Chun from the neighboring aviation group and arrange a helicopter to take me to City W immediately." The secretary could hardly believe her ears. Why did Lin Peiyuan need to rush to City W with such urgency? "What? Hurry up. If anyone asks, just say it's my order," he commanded. Dismissing her with a wave, Lin Peiyuan, an esteemed academician, possessed the privilege to commandeer a helicopter. Soon enough, a helicopter ascended, carrying Lin directly to W City. Upon arrival at the supercomputing center, the director, Lu Guangda, received an unexpected message indicating that a helicopter would land on their helipad in 10 minutes, bearing an important individual. It was evident that anyone arriving by helicopter was no ordinary person, prompting Lu Guangda to act promptly. He swiftly gathered several key personnel from the supercomputing center and made his way to the rooftop helipad. Since its establishment, the helipad had scarcely witnessed more than a handful of landings. "Who are we waiting for, Director?" someone inquired. Lu Guangda shook his head, equally in the dark. Just then, the sound of the helicopter's rotors echoed, and within moments, a camouflaged helicopter emerged into view, heading straight for them. Lu Guangda's mouth fell agape, his mind blank. A military helicopter? What on earth was happening? Chapter 3. Unwavering resolve for verification. Not only was Lu Guangda's mind in turmoil, but the collective astonishment of those present was palpable. The arrival of a military helicopter indicated that this was no ordinary visitor. As the helicopter landed with a commanding presence, an air of formidable authority enveloped the scene. The cabin door opened, and an elderly gentleman with white hair descended briskly. "Director Lin." Upon recognizing the elder, Lu Guangda was once again taken aback. Before him stood an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a luminary in the field of aerodynamics, adorned with countless accolades and honors. Typically, visits from such prominent figures would be communicated in advance, allowing the supercomputing center to prepare accordingly. This sudden and unprecedented arrival, especially via military helicopter, was truly extraordinary. Lu Guangda's first instinct was that something significant was unfolding. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I must ask, do you have any available computing power at your supercomputing center? Lin Peiyuan inquired directly. Meanwhile, the military helicopter ascended into the sky. If it weren't for the turbulent airflow, the attendees might have thought they were dreaming. Lu Guangda jolted back to reality, hastily responding, I doubt we have any available capacity. He was uncertain about the availability of computing power, as such minutiae typically fell outside his purview. However, the W-City Supercomputing Center boasted the most advanced supercomputer in the nation, the Great River Light, which had been dedicated to national research computing tasks since its inception. The notion of idle computing power was almost non-existent. Contemporary scientific research often necessitated extensive data processing that ordinary computers could not handle. The complexity of the research demanded increasingly robust computational resources, and the unique capabilities of the Great River Light meant that its tasks were scheduled years in advance. Thus, without needing to consult his subordinates, Lu Guangda surmised that there was indeed no available capacity. Lin Peiyuan appeared to anticipate this outcome, and as he descended with the group, he remarked, Director Lu, I have a crucial computation that needs to be executed. Could you possibly halt some less critical tasks to allocate some computing power for me? Stop. Lu Guangda widened his eyes and instinctively remarked, Isn't this rather inappropriate? Others have paid for your computing power, and halting operations at any of these research institutes would offend someone. Lin Peiyuan, however, appeared unfazed and replied, What is inappropriate about it? Matters of priority exist. My work takes precedence. As he spoke, the group had already arrived at the Supercomputing Control Center. Various screens displayed the operational status of the supercomputer, which, as expected, was functioning at full capacity. Lu Guangda cautiously inquired, Director Lin, what exactly are you planning to compute? It seems unusual for you to come in person. He found it perplexing. If it were a routine computational task, Lin Peiyuan could have easily dispatched someone else, or even handled it with a simple phone call or email. He then asked, How much computing power do you require? Given Lin's stature, it was only right to show respect. If a halt was necessary, it could be manageable as long as it wasn't too demanding. Lin Peiyuan pondered for a moment and replied, I'll need 50% initially. We can add more if it's insufficient. Lu Guangda's jaw dropped in disbelief. 50% of computing power? Was he joking? The computing capacity of the Dawazi supercomputer reached 93 quadrillion operations per second. To put this into perspective, that equates to 93 billion operations each second. Utilizing 50% of that power meant executing 5 billion operations in just 1 second, a figure that was nothing short of astronomical. The other leaders present exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock. What could Lin Peiyuan possibly need such immense computing power for? There hadn't been any major projects at the Aerodynamics Research Institute lately. Director Lin, you can't be serious about needing 50% of the computing power, Lu Guangda chuckled nervously. Lin Peiyuan furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, Am I joking, Director Lu? I traveled all this way by military helicopter. Do you think I would jest with you? It is you who seems to be jesting with me. His words left Lu Guangda's face flushed, rendering him speechless. Lin Peiyuan snorted lightly and continued, Do you know what I am calculating? I am verifying the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations. Do you understand what that signifies? The room fell silent, and the attendees were taken aback. Each of them was a distinguished academic, familiar with the renowned Navier-Stokes equations. Some had even conducted research on them. But now, Lin Peiyuan claimed he was about to verify the general solution of these equations, a statement that left them questioning their own hearing. Did I mishear? Has someone truly solved the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations? They thought. If such a breakthrough had occurred, news of it would have spread like wildfire. After all, the Navier-Stokes equations rank among the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Solving one would not only secure one's place in history, but also guarantee the Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics, often referred to as the Nobel Prize of the mathematical realm. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Lu Guangda stammered, Director Lin, are you saying you intend to verify the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations? Lin Peiyuan nodded and said, Am I not being sufficiently clear? No. Lu Guangda hurriedly shook his head and replied, What I mean is, this is the Navier-Stokes equation. Has anyone proven it? Who? You? Despite the absence of any international news reports, Lin Peiyuan had personally come to verify the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equation. The only explanation for this was that he must have proven it himself. In an instant, Lu Guangda's gaze toward Lin Peiyuan was filled with awe and respect. After all, he was an academician, a prominent figure in aerodynamics, capable of solving such a formidable problem, something that ordinary individuals could not achieve. Unexpectedly, Lin Peiyuan shook his head and said, It is not me. Then who? Professors Qiu and Yin? Lu Guangda was taken aback. The most illustrious name in the domestic mathematics community must be that of Professors Qiu and Yin. Lin Peiyuan continued to shake his head. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly recalled that he had been so engrossed in reviewing the proof that he had not paid attention to who had sent the letter or who had actually proven it. Here is the situation. This morning, I received a letter from Country M, wherein the sender has proven the Navier-Stokes equation. I have reviewed the proof, and my intuition tells me it is correct. However, the ultimate general solution still requires supercomputing resources for verification. As Lin Peiyuan explained, he took out his phone and sent a voice message to his secretary, instructing him to carefully preserve the letter from Country M and to find out the identity of the sender and inform him later. The attendees exchanged glances, all frowning, initially assuming it was a domestic proof, but it turned out to be from a foreigner. Lu Guangda, however, was taken aback and said, "Wait a moment, Director Lin. If this was proven by someone from Country M, there would be no reason for them to specifically write to you. They could simply publish it in Country M. I believe the proof must have originated from one of our own." The others present suddenly understood. Yes, if it were proven by someone from Country M, there would be no reason to send it specifically to Director Lin. Thus, it must be one of our own scholars, possibly abroad, who sent it to Lin Peiyuan for his review. At that moment, Lin Peiyuan waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not rush to investigate who proved it. The most pressing matter now is to verify the proof. Director Lu, could you provide me with some computational power?" Lu Guangdao regained his composure and nodded vigorously. "Forget about just a portion of the computational power. I'll take the lead today and halt all computational projects, mobilizing all resources to expedite the verification of this proof. Now that we understand it pertains to the Navier-Stokes equation, there is no argument to be had. In order to verify it swiftly, we must halt all other projects without hesitation." Chapter 4. Proof confirmed. The person is imprisoned. Lin Peiyuan's secretary, Yang Mu, was organizing meeting minutes when he received Lin Peiyuan's message. Upon reading its content, he was rendered speechless. The details about the sender? Typically, if Lin Peiyuan had not specifically instructed him to keep a letter, Yang Mu would shred it and dispose of it in the trash. The previous stack of letters had already been shredded and thrown away. "Oh no," Yang Mu exclaimed, bolting out of the office and rushing toward the trash can with lightning speed. The modest trash bin stood empty, having been diligently replenished with a new garbage bag by the industrious cleaning lady. Yang Mu felt a surge of frustration, quickly seeking out the attendant responsible for the office's cleanliness. Upon inquiry, his dismay deepened. The refuse had already been disposed of at the central waste station. When Yang Mu arrived at the site, he was met with a daunting sight. Hundreds of bags, all identical and black, piled haphazardly together. The overwhelming volume of waste threatened to drive him to madness. How could he possibly locate anything amidst such chaos? However, Lin Peiyuan's orders were clear and paramount. He must uncover the sender's information and the contents of the message. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself against the rancid stench and plunged into the refuse, commencing his search. Hours passed as he rummaged through the detritus. Several colleagues from the research institute, enjoying a post-lunch stroll in the courtyard, were horrified to discover the esteemed secretary of the director digging through trash. "What on earth are you doing, Secretary Yang?" one inquired. Bewildered, covered in filth and appearing utterly depleted, Yang Mu murmured, looking for something. The onlooker wondered what could possibly warrant such a desperate search by Yang Mu himself. This was a top-secret aerospace research institute. Crucial documents were typically handled by designated personnel, shredded, and incinerated, with even the ashes disposed of. The refuse before them consisted solely of mundane household waste, leaving the observer perplexed as to what could compel Yang Mu to sift through it. "Why not enlist a few more people to assist you?" suggested the bystander. Yang Mu paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, it was foolish to undertake such a daunting task alone. "You, standing idle, come here and help me search," he commanded, pointing decisively at the speaker. The individual felt a wave of regret wash over him, wishing he could slap himself for being so glib. Yet, with the authority of the director's secretary behind him, refusal was not an option. With a grimace, he stepped forward to assist in the search. "You continue searching. I will summon more help," Yang Mu declared, promptly disappearing from sight. Soon, he had rallied a dozen security personnel and several logistics staff from the office, all recruited to sift through the waste. The collective effort bore fruit, and before long, they unearthed the very refuse Yang Mu sought. As they emptied the contents onto the ground, revealing crumpled scraps of paper, he couldn't help but shudder. "What are you staring at? Get to work," he barked. Fortunately, the letter had been sent from the United States, utilizing a distinctive envelope that made it relatively easy to identify. In a short span of time, Yang Mu managed to reconstruct the envelope and glean the sender's information. An address was noted, but nothing more followed. He hastily recorded the details and checked the location on his phone. It existed, confirming its accuracy. Yang Mu sent the address to Lin Peiyuan, who, at that moment, was anxiously awaiting the verification results at the supercomputing center alongside Lu Guangda and others. Yang's proof of the Navier-Stokes equations is a meticulously detailed demonstration that provides a general solution. However, whether this solution is genuinely universal or merely a specific case requires validation through supercomputing. It is akin to possessing the answer and then employing supercomputers to iteratively apply it to resolve the Navier-Stokes equations under various conditions. The entire process involves an immense amount of computation, and the required computational power is astonishingly high. Fortunately, Lu Guangda halted all computational projects to utilize this supercomputer, capable of nearly 1 quintillion calculations per second for verification, making the overall process quite swift. Director Lin, why don't you take a moment to rest while I keep watch here? Lu Guangda suggested. However, Lin Peiyuan shook his head and replied, Rest? How can I possibly rest during such a monumental event? You must understand that solving the Navier-Stokes equations signifies a fundamental transformation in fluid mechanics and various related fields. Under these circumstances, I cannot possibly leave. The Navier-Stokes equations represent a profound mathematical conundrum, yet mathematics serves as the foundation for numerous scientific disciplines. Solving these equations not only resolves a mathematical challenge, but also provides robust theoretical support for various scientific inquiries. For instance, in aerodynamics, the design of fighter jets, the maneuverability of missiles, and the ascent of satellites are all inextricably linked to the study of fluid dynamics. Any breakthrough in technological applications is contingent upon theoretical advancements, which invariably begin with mathematics. Thus, for Lin Peiyuan, who is deeply engaged in aerodynamics research, the significance of solving the Navier-Stokes equations is extraordinarily profound. At such a moment, even if it meant death, Lin Peiyuan would remain here to witness the birth of the final result. Lu Guangda opened his mouth, but refrained from further persuasion. This wait extended for a full day. With the support of all computational power, the verification process of the supercomputer proceeded rapidly. As the program completed its run, Lin Peiyuan sprang to his feet, urgently inquiring, What are the results? Was it proven? The researcher promptly retrieved the computational results. Lin Peiyuan, understanding the gravity of the moment, glanced at the screen and instantly froze in place. The others present were equally dumbfounded. Incredible, it has truly been proven. After a moment of stunned silence, someone finally exclaimed, uttering a curse in disbelief. No one reproached him. At that moment, all present felt an overwhelming urge to express their exhilaration with exclamations. It was impossible to contain their excitement without such outbursts. The Navier-Stokes equations, a millennium problem, had indeed been proven before their eyes. If this news were to be made public, it would reverberate throughout the world. Director Lin, it's real, Lu Guangdao exclaimed, his excitement mirroring that of someone who had personally proven the Navier-Stokes equations. Lin Peiyuan clenched his fist vigorously, his exhilaration evident. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and stated, Now, the most crucial aspect is to determine who proved the Navier-Stokes equations. Lu Guangda nodded vigorously. With the supercomputer having validated the proof process without issues, the pivotal question remained. Who was the one responsible for proving it? The letter from country M indicated that if it was a foreigner who had made the proof, their joy would be short-lived. Certainly, the advancement of theory is a boon for the entire scientific community. However, who wouldn't desire for such a momentous honor to belong to their own nation? Lin Peiyuan took out his phone, realizing that Yang Mu should have investigated the sender's circumstances by now. The screen displayed a plethora of information, and as Lin Peiyuan glanced through it, he was instantly taken aback. How could this person be in prison? He pondered, momentarily stunned. Chapter 5. One letter is not enough as a secretary to a leader. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. After sealing the envelope, Yang Mu directly scaled the wall and conducted an online search for the given address. He also attempted to locate the home phone number, even making a call, though it went unanswered. At this juncture, he had essentially grasped the fundamental details, which should have sufficed to report back to Lin Peiyuan. However, upon closer reflection of the message Lin Peiyuan had sent, Yang Mu found himself increasingly restless. The message indicated that Lin Peiyuan required all information regarding the sender, which was evidently lacking in completeness. Moreover, delving into the essence beyond the superficiality of the matter, it was astonishing that the esteemed director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, a national academician and a prominent figure in academia, would personally mobilize a military helicopter to hasten his journey to W City, all due to this singular letter. Hence, the contents of this letter, or rather the identity of the sender, appeared to be of utmost significance. This straightforward investigation would undoubtedly leave Lin Peiyuan dissatisfied. Thus, after careful consideration, Yang Mu decided to contact the embassy of M country, requesting their assistance in personally visiting the sender's residence to inquire about the letter's circumstances. For this purpose, he leveraged a connection with a classmate working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, incurring a favor in the process. Several hours later, Yang Mu received a return call from the embassy, unveiling the full narrative surrounding the letter. The sender was identified as Chang Bin, a doctoral student employed in M country. Crucially, Chang Bin revealed that he was not the one who sent the letter. Rather, it had been dispatched at the behest of a friend named Zhou Yang, who was currently incarcerated. The embassy, committed to their benevolence, also assisted in investigating Zhou Yang's situation, which Yang Mu meticulously noted, gradually forming a preliminary impression of this individual. Zhou Yang's parents, both experts in military engineering, were assassinated by spies, leading to state protection for him. Displaying remarkable scientific aptitude at a young age, he was sent abroad for further studies, securing dual doctoral degrees early in life, promising a bright future. However, his trajectory took a drastic downturn when he was imprisoned for profiting from the theft of laboratory research data. Having gathered comprehensive information regarding the sender, Yang Mu promptly reported his findings to Lin Peiyuan before venturing online to investigate Zhou Yang's case, ensuring he would not be caught off guard should Lin Peiyuan inquire further. During this search, Yang Mu uncovered some anomalies. The entire case unfolded with an extraordinary swiftness, with the evidence appearing remarkably irrefutable. However, Yang Mu sensed something amiss, primarily because he intuitively believed that Zhou Yang was not the kind of person who would steal experimental data for profit. After all, his parents had been assassinated due to experimental data. There was something suspicious about this case. It felt as if he was being framed. Yang Mu murmured to himself, contemplating for a long while. Just as he was about to rise and brew himself a cup of coffee, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yang Mu instantly perked up. It was Lin Peiyuan calling. "Director," Lin Peiyuan spoke with a grave tone. "I have reviewed the information you gathered. You did quite well. The data collection was thorough." Those words made Yang Mu secretly elated, feeling that the hardships he endured rummaging through trash were not in vain. "It was nothing," Yang Mu quickly replied. Lin Peiyuan continued, "This Zhou Yang is of great importance. You need to book a flight immediately and get to Country M at the earliest opportunity. Find a way to meet Zhou Yang, inquire about his demands, and then contact me without delay. Do you understand?" Yang Mu was momentarily taken aback. To book a flight to Country M so urgently raised questions about Zhou Yang. What was the situation that warranted such attention from Lin Peiyuan? Is there a problem? Lin Peiyuan pressed, noticing Yang Mu's silence. Yang Mu snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "No problem at all, Director. Rest assured, I will book the flight right away." After hanging up, Yang Mu remained in disbelief, his intuition telling him that the letter, or rather, Zhou Yang, posed significant issues. However, he had no way of knowing the specifics. With Lin Peiyuan's reticence, he dared not inquire further. "I must see what kind of person Zhou Yang is," Yang Mu thought to himself. At Fox Prison, Zhou Yang was lying on his bed, resting. For the past 2 days, he had refrained from writing or drawing, knowing that any fragment of the information swirling in his mind could lead to considerable trouble. Thus, he focused on recalling everything, grateful that the content provided by the system was etched in his memory with remarkable clarity. Over these 2 days, Zhou Yang had preliminarily grasped the entire power system of the mech. Of course, this understanding meant he had comprehended it. The key to the entire power system lay in battery technology, revolutionary batteries produced using carbon nanotubes as conductors, boasting a higher energy density. This was no ordinary technology. It would not be an exaggeration to say that breakthroughs in battery technology could alter the world and fundamentally disrupt the existing petroleum energy structure. At that moment, the prison door swung open, and a guard approached. "Zhou, you have a visitor," the guard announced. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in surprise. "They've come. My letter has worked." Following the guard, Zhou Yang arrived at the visiting room, where he was greeted by a bespectacled, refined young man and a sharply dressed middle-aged man. Hello. My name is Yang Mu, visiting from the mainland. This is Huang Xiang, a well-known local lawyer." The impeccably dressed young man introduced himself to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and took a seat. Yang Mu took a seat and said, "Mr. Zhou, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute and the secretary to Director Lin Peiyuan. The letter you sent to Director Lin has been reviewed by him, and he has personally instructed me to come to M country to meet with you and inquire about the intent behind your correspondence." After a brief pause, Yang Mu continued, "Additionally, regarding your case, I have gathered some information and sensed discrepancies that may suggest you have been wronged. Therefore, I have brought along lawyer Huang, a highly esteemed local attorney with his own private practice who has maintained a good cooperative relationship with our embassy. He may be able to assist you. How about we let lawyer Huang discuss the matter with you?" Yang Mu glanced at Huang Xiang, who nodded and retrieved several documents from his briefcase. Laying them flat on the table, Mr. Zhou, Huangxiang began, I have meticulously examined your case. Although the evidence chain appears robust, there are certain procedural aspects of evidence collection that I believe may be flawed. If given sufficient time, I should be able to demonstrate the issues with these procedures. Should they be proven flawed, the evidence would be rendered inadmissible. Thus I remain quite confident in your case. Huangxiang spoke with great fervor, while Zhou Yang felt a surge of anger within him. Is this it? Hiring a lawyer to advocate for his release seemed like a farce. If lawyers were truly effective, he would have been free long ago. After working in M country for 2 years and earning a handsome salary, he could afford any caliber of lawyer. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that there were powerful entities behind the research institute, and conventional legal avenues would be utterly inadequate. Clearly, the influence of this letter was insufficient. Abruptly, Zhou Yang stood up, startling both Yang Mu and Huangxiang. Tomorrow, at this same time, I shall provide you with some materials to take back to Director Lin, he declared before turning on his heel and departing. If the value of the NS equation was lacking, he would offer them something that could drive the world into a frenzy. Chapter 6. The battery model. Upon exiting the prison, Yang Mu was left in a state of perplexity. What did he mean by that? Yang Mu murmured to himself. Based on his investigations, it was evident that Zhou Yang had intentionally sent a letter to Lin Peiyuan, likely to capture his attention, and it had indeed succeeded. As Lin Peiyuan took it very seriously and dispatched himself to M country for a meeting with Zhou Yang. Yang Mu speculated that Zhou Yang's objective might be to secure his release, so why had he been unwilling to engage in dialogue? Especially after Yang Mu had already arranged for legal representation? Huangxiang shrugged and remarked, who knows? However, Mr. Yang, I have studied this case, and overturning it will be exceedingly difficult, hence the legal fees will not be insignificant. Seemingly disregarding Huangxiang's words, Yang Mu muttered to himself, very well. I shall return tomorrow. I am curious to see what this fellow has up his sleeve. The following day, Yang Mu arrived as promised. In the meeting room, Zhou Yang appeared, holding a letter, which he first handed to the prison guard. The guard opened it to reveal 2 thin sheets of paper inscribed with symbols that appeared to him as incomprehensible as ancient script. After placing the sheets back into the envelope, the guard nodded at Zhou Yang, signaling that there was no issue and that it could be sent out. Zhou Yang placed the envelope before Yang Mu and said, please assist me in delivering this letter to Dean Lin. With that, Zhou Yang turned and exited the reception room. Yang Mu's eyes widened as a singular thought consumed him. Another letter? At that moment, he found himself utterly perplexed by Zhou Yang's intentions. Yet, with Zhou Yang already gone, Yang Mu gritted his teeth, opened the envelope, and examined the 2 thin sheets of paper within. His position as secretary to Lin Peiyuan was not a result of mere connections. He was a bona fide graduate from a prestigious university and a former academic prodigy. He could decipher some of the symbols on the paper, which appeared to be chemical equations. The remainder consisted of complex mathematical symbols, so intricate that even a typical doctoral candidate might not encounter them. This seemed to represent a mathematical model. Yang Mu murmured to himself, scratching his head in confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to put away the envelope and exited the prison. Once outside, Yang Mu promptly called Lin Peiyuan. Xiaoyang, how did it go? Did you meet him? Lin Peiyuan inquired swiftly. Yang Mu replied, Dean, I did meet him, but he said nothing to me. He then recounted the details of their 2 encounters. Lin Peiyuan paused in surprise and quickly asked, are you saying he handed you another letter, and its contents might pertain to a mathematical model? Yes, I apologize, Dean, I do not fully understand it, but I suspect it may be a mathematical model. How about this? I'll take a picture and send it to you for your review, Yang Mu suggested. All right, send it over, Lin Peiyuan responded. Without hesitation, Yang Mu swiftly took 2 photographs with his phone and sent them to Lin Peiyuan via WeChat. In W City, while verifying the NS equation, Lin Peiyuan had yet to depart. A strong intuition gripped him. Zhou Yang might possess additional findings. A brilliant scholar, now imprisoned, had secretly proven the NS equation and sent it to him. This hinted at a potential revelation that could astonish the world. Perhaps Zhou Yang had even more extraordinary research outcomes concealed. Thus, Lin Peiyuan decided to remain at the supercomputing center, prepared to validate any new findings Zhou Yang might unveil. Upon hearing that Zhou Yang had indeed delivered another letter, Lin Peiyuan could hardly contain his excitement. As the first individual to prove the NS equation, Zhou Yang might have made significant advancements in this field. The 2 images arrived. Lin Peiyuan opened them and began to examine them closely. After a mere glance, he was taken aback. This was no mathematical model, nor was it a research result related to the NS equation, but rather a data model for a battery. According to the descriptions on the paper, it detailed a high-performance battery model utilizing carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. The entire model meticulously outlined the preparation principles, material ratios, and data verification processes. If the data proved accurate, the performance of this battery could potentially exceed current societal batteries by 100-fold or more. Lin Peiyuan was astounded, his mind momentarily blank. In this world, every technological revolution is inextricably linked to energy. Energy is the very foundation of industry. From the era of steam energy during the Industrial Revolution, to the subsequent reliance on fossil fuels, and now to the utilization of electricity, wind, solar, and even nuclear energy. The essence of human technological advancement fundamentally lies in the harnessing of energy. Modern society is constructed upon this very foundation of energy. Each breakthrough in energy has the potential to reshape the global landscape, as evidenced by the rise of Country Y during the Steam Age and Country M during the Oil Era. Scientists worldwide are forecasting that the next energy revolution will revolve around electricity. However, breakthroughs in energy are exceedingly challenging, with the development of batteries posing a significant constraint on technological progress. Even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers still rely on thermal energy to boil water for power. Thus, a breakthrough in energy is pivotal for genuine advancement. Imagine a vehicle that can travel thousands of kilometers on a single charge, or a smartphone that lasts for months on a single charge. Advancements in the application of electrical energy would profoundly transform the human experience. Presently, a groundbreaking new battery lies before Lin Peiyuan, evoking an overwhelming sense of excitement within him. He gasps, his hand trembling as he holds his phone, fully aware of what a breakthrough in battery technology signifies. It could even challenge Country M's hegemony over oil and upend the existing global economic order. The design before him is meticulous, with theoretical underpinnings, validations, and even data included. It is no exaggeration to say that armed with these 2 sheets of paper, one could directly manufacture this battery. Is this truly real? Lin Peiyuan rubs his eyes, mentally calculating at a rapid pace. After a moment, he halts, realizing that his preliminary estimations are indeed correct. The theory is flawless. It merely requires a physical prototype for validation. How could Zhou Yang, imprisoned, have developed such a creation? Lin Peiyuan trembles with disbelief. Countless scientists around the globe are engaged in research on battery technology. It is no exaggeration to assert that assembling a 200-member research team and investing billions would not guarantee any substantial results. Yet, Zhou Yang, alone in prison, has achieved the unthinkable. After a considerable pause, Lin Peiyuan regains his composure and begins to contemplate the value of this information. The authenticity of the claims must be verified. However, the immediate concern is not validation, but rather ensuring the security of this information. It could be crucial to the rise of a nation, and thus, it must not fall into the hands of any adversarial country. Presently, Yang Mu, who possesses this information, is in Country M. In an instant, Lin Peiyuan's mind races with possibilities. Meanwhile, Yang Mu, driving back to the hotel, receives a call from Lin Peiyuan. "Director, have you reviewed the materials?" Yang Mu inquires. However, Lin Peiyuan responds with grave seriousness, stating, "Yang Mu, you must undertake 2 tasks. First, drive to the embassy and await further instructions. Second, after I hang up, immediately destroy your phone, ensuring it is completely obliterated, leaving no trace of data. Do you understand?" Startled, Yang Mu slams on the brakes, utterly bewildered. What could be in Zhou Yang's letter that provoked such a strong reaction from Lin Peiyuan? Chapter 7. I have encountered a major incident. Confusion, bewilderment, and even terror engulfed Yang Mu as he realized he had stumbled upon something significant. Do you understand? Lin Peiyuan's sharp voice cut through the air. Startled, Yang Mu snapped back to reality and promptly replied, "I understand, Dean." Lin Peiyuan grunted in acknowledgement and hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mu glanced at the envelope resting in the passenger seat, sending a shiver down his spine. He then looked at the new phone in his hand, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Resolute, he exited the vehicle and, with a determined bite of his lip, forcefully hurled the phone to the ground. Unsatisfied with the damage, he climbed back into the car and ran over the remnants of his phone twice. It lay in shattered pieces. Collecting the fragments, Yang Mu ensured that not a single shard remained. Being familiar with the basic principles of confidentiality from his time at the Aerodynamics Research Institute, he suddenly comprehended the gravity of his situation. He had come into contact with classified information. Meanwhile, in W City, Lin Peiyuan, having ended the call, promptly rose to seek out Lu Guangda. "Director Lu, I require access to your secure phone," he declared. Lu Guangdao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "What is going on? A secure phone? Is it really that serious?" "The issue is, we don't have one." Chuckling at the absurdity, Lu Guangda suggested, "Dean Lin, how about you just send an email?" Lin Peiyuan shot him a disdainful glance, as if to say, Is it not disgraceful that a prestigious supercomputing center lacks an internal phone? Lu Guangdao felt a surge of embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Peiyuan said, "Find someone to drive me to the nearest military district. I recall there is one in W City, and they must have a secure phone." Lu Guangdao stared at Lin Peiyuan, incredulous, wishing to ask whom he intended to call that warranted such a fuss. Surely, sending an email or a WeChat message would suffice. However, he thought better of it. Some questions are best left unasked to avoid awkwardness. Half an hour later, Lin Peiyuan arrived at the military district, identified himself, and was escorted to a red phone. "Dean Lin, please." The colonel who brought him there exited the room with a solemn expression. Without further ado, Lin Peiyuan picked up the red phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, in M country, Yang Mu anxiously awaited in the embassy, having locked himself in a room. Clutching the envelope given to him by Zhou Yang, paralyzed by fear, he neither ate nor drank, and even refrained from dozing off. At the slightest sound outside, he would jump in alarm. Finally, 2 hours later, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, his demeanor cold and stoic, knocked on the door. "Here are my credentials." The man presented his identification, but in his agitated state, Yang Mu barely registered the details, save for the steel-embossed national emblem. "Comrade Yang Mu, I have arrived at the behest of my superiors to take custody of classified materials," the man stated, his expression unyielding. Regaining his composure, Yang Mu hurriedly handed over the envelope given to him by Zhou Yang. "Very well, we shall take it from here," the man replied. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned and left the room. Yang Mu suddenly recalled the department indicated on the man's identification, the 6th Special Affairs Bureau, the bureau which existed solely in legends. A classmate of Yang Mu's had entered the Special Affairs Department, and Yang Mu had inquired about it. Although his friend was rather tight-lipped, he had confirmed certain details, such as the fact that the 6th Special Affairs Bureau, the most mysterious of all, was responsible for foreign special operations akin to the CIA. Goodness. This time he was truly involved in something significant. Yang Mu thought to himself, pondering, who exactly is this Zhou Yang, that a mere letter could provoke such a tremendous reaction? In S City, at the headquarters of Penguin, the bustling headquarters building unexpectedly welcomed an uninvited guest. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, clad in simple attire and clutching a briefcase, resembling an everyday office worker. Approaching the reception desk, the man stated directly, "Hello. I need to see the person in charge of your data center." The receptionist was momentarily taken aback and responded, "May I ask your name, sir? Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? No, but can one be made?" The middle-aged man then produced an identification card from his coat pocket and handed it over. The attractive receptionist took it, momentarily entranced by the golden national emblem embossed on the front. Upon opening it and comprehending the contents, she was rendered speechless, her voice trembling as she said, "All right, I will contact them immediately. Please hold on." A few minutes later, the middle-aged man met the head of Penguin's data center. Not only that, but a vice president of the group also arrived. Although visits from the police, albeit rare, were somewhat normal, a visit from the Special Affairs Department was unprecedented. For a fleeting moment, the head of the data center doubted whether the state intended to take action against Penguin. Hello, I am Wang Hui, the head of the data center, and this is our new vice president, Han Yusen." The middle-aged man nodded and, with a beaming smile, produced his identification once more for their verification. They examined it one by one and returned it, visibly tense. It was unlikely to be fake, as no one would dare to forge credentials from the Special Affairs Department. With a continued smile, the middle-aged man stated, "Here's the situation. We need to access your database to delete certain data. I hope you can grant me the necessary permissions to proceed. Additionally, I require access to your international database for the same purpose." Wang Hui blinked in disbelief, nearly convinced he had misheard. Meanwhile, Han Yusen erupted, hurriedly shaking his head. "This is absolutely not permissible. This is our company's private database, containing sensitive business secrets. How can you grant us access to freely delete data?" Wang Hui nodded in agreement. Accessing the database and deleting data at what was no trivial matter. The middle-aged man, still wearing a smile, calmly stated, "You must first understand one thing, Vice President Han. I am not here to discuss options with you. I am here to notify you of my intentions. Therefore, any doubts or misunderstandings should be set aside. Now, grant me the necessary permissions to proceed with my work. Delaying even a second could result in severe consequences for which you cannot bear the responsibility." Despite his cheerful demeanor, his unwavering gaze sent a shiver down Han Yusen's spine, turning his face a deep shade of red as he exclaimed, "I now doubt your identity is legitimate. No, I must make a phone call. Feel free." The middle-aged man replied, his expression unchanging as he turned to Wang Hui and commanded, "Now, take me to the control center and grant me access." Wang Hui was momentarily stunned, while Han Yusen shouted, "Wang Hui, I dare you." Just then, the call connected, and Han Yusen's face lit up with joy. He quickly said, "President Ma, a major issue has arisen at the company. Someone has arrived, what? You already know." The next moment, a barrage of curses erupted from the phone. Han Yusen's complexion fluctuated between red and pale, and by the time he hung up, he was drenched in cold sweat. The middle-aged man, still smiling, looked at Wang Hui and asked, "Is it possible now?" Wang Hui, trembling, nodded and led the middle-aged man toward the control center. Chapter 8. A mission that cannot fail. Lin Peiyuan's phone call had already startled the higher-ups, who swiftly made a decisive response. 3 tasks needed to be accomplished. The first was to ensure the security of the documents. Sensitive information would be transported through confidential channels, escorting the envelope in Yang Mu's possession back to the country, while simultaneously deleting records from WeChat and erasing data related to the letter. The second task involved utilizing the available data for rapid process validation at the Research Institute. This responsibility was entrusted to the Energy Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, led by the esteemed academician Chen Tiankai, who would assemble a research team for production verification. Lastly, the objective was to find a way to bring Zhou Yang back home. No technology could rival the brilliance of the mind that conceived it, especially one that had validated the NS equation, an astonishing achievement. This task was assigned to the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs, in a nondescript office building on the outskirts of City B. Few would suspect that this was the headquarters of the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs. Bureau Chief Han Haining was engrossed in studying all available information regarding Zhou Yang. The documents were plentiful, detailed even to the scores Zhou Yang received in elementary school mathematics exams. Just as he finished, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door opened, revealing a slender figure, dressed in a fitted skirt and a crisp white blouse. Her appearance was immaculate, with short hair framing delicate features. She was a beauty, surpassing many celebrities, exuding an icy elegance akin to a human ice mountain. "Chief," Han Haining looked up and smiled. "Ruoyun, you've arrived. Please, take a seat." Once the woman was seated, Han Haining scrutinized her. Though she was a woman, she was the most outstanding agent in the 6th Bureau, having accomplished numerous seemingly impossible missions. "Comrade Chen Ruoyun, I have a task to assign to you." Han Haining pushed the dossier before him towards Chen Ruoyun, stating, "Your objective is to ensure the safe return of Zhou Yang to our homeland." Chen Ruoyun swiftly perused the documents, nodding slightly. Han Haining continued, "There are 2 imperative points. First, the target's safety supersedes all else. Should anyone attempt to harm him, you must be prepared to intervene immediately, even at the cost of your own life. In essence, I require the target to remain alive. Failure is not an option. Success is your only mandate. Do you comprehend?" Chen Ruoyun felt her breath catch, her gaze fixed on the top of the dossier, where a frontal photograph of Zhou Yang, adorned with a doctoral cap, was displayed. The information portrayed Zhou Yang as an ordinary scholar studying abroad, and beyond that, Chen Ruoyun could discern no extraordinary qualities. However, she was taken aback by Han Haining's formidable demands, the target's absolute safety, a prohibition on failure, and the imperative of survival. Such stringent requirements were unprecedented in her experience. "I understand, Director," Chen Ruoyun affirmed with a determined nod. Han Haining proceeded, "The target is currently detained in a prison in Country M. I do not concern myself with the methods you employ, be they legitimate, illegitimate, or even unscrupulous. Even if it necessitates demolishing the prison, I am indifferent. I demand one outcome, to extract him safely and return him home. As for the resources you require, any resources, feel free to mobilize them. Any resulting repercussions or consequences will be my responsibility. If I cannot manage, the state will support you. Do you understand?" Chen Ruoyun inhaled sharply once more, realizing the gravity of the task before her. Mobilizing any resources without regard for consequences was a novel experience. Special operations operate within the shadows, particularly in their sector, which primarily functions abroad. When complications arise, the state typically disavows any acknowledgement of their existence. Thus, their undertakings are often characterized by caution to avoid significant fallout. Yet, Han Haining's directive conveyed a different message: to act boldly, irrespective of the magnitude of chaos, as long as the mission is accomplished. In that moment, Chen Ruoyun comprehended the critical importance of her mission and Zhou Yang's safety. "Director, I understand. I shall ensure the mission is completed," Chen Ruoyun declared resolutely as she rose. Han Haining nodded in approval, saying, "Very well, make the necessary arrangements and depart at once. I will provide you with a contact number. Any resources can be coordinated through him. I emphasize, any resources. Is that clear?" Chen Ruoyun felt a shiver run down her spine and nodded emphatically. An hour later, She boarded a flight to Country M. The following day, upon her arrival, she was greeted by He Bing, the middle-aged man who had previously received the envelope at the embassy. "Hello, He Bing. Please take me to this address," Chen Ruiyun instructed as she provided the location. Without further inquiry, He Bing promptly drove off. By evening, they arrived at a nondescript residential community. The vehicle halted in front of a two-story house, its lights aglow. Shadows visible through the windows, indicating that someone was moving inside. Wearing sunglasses, Chen Ruiyun alighted from the vehicle and knocked on the door. The door was answered by a middle-aged Caucasian man with a red nose, who paused in surprise upon seeing Chen Ruiyun, completely unacquainted with her. "Mr. Mason, I am Chen Yun. If it is convenient, might we converse in the courtyard?" Chen Ruiyun inquired with a smile. The middle-aged man, taken aback by her direct address, hesitated for a moment before nodding, closing the door, and following her into the courtyard. Once they were alone, Chen Ruiyun remarked, "Mr. Mason, you serve as a correctional officer at Fox Prison, earning an annual salary of 540,000. Your wife works at a supermarket, bringing in 430,000 a year. And you have 3 children. Your eldest daughter is attending college out of state, with annual tuition of 230,000, and you are burdened by a mortgage and car loan. According to our investigation, you must have considerable credit card debt." Mason's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Ruiyun, astonished that this woman seemed intimately familiar with his family's affairs. "Who on earth are you?" Mason asked, his voice tinged with suspicion and anger. Chen Ruiyun continued, "Additionally, it appears you have an outstanding debt of approximately 80,000, which indicates that your financial situation has reached a critical point." Before Mason could respond, she pressed on. "I have a proposal that could allow you to earn millions, if you are amenable." Mason, who was on the verge of an outburst, froze at the mention of millions of dollars. Maintaining her composed demeanor, Chen Ruiyun elaborated, "There is an inmate in your prison whom I wish to have released. The specifics of the arrangement would be up to you. Given your position, I trust you have the means to facilitate this. Upon successful execution, I can offer you 3 million and arrange for you and your family to relocate to a country that does not have an extradition treaty with M country." Mason stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at Chen Ruiyun, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. "That's impossible. It's too difficult. The prison is not solely under my control," he protested, shaking his head. Chen Ruiyun replied coolly, "Then how about 5 million? Mason's eyes narrowed, and after a moment, he still shook his head. "What about 10 million? Chen Ruiyun smiled. Mason's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. "I alone may not be able to accomplish this, so let us settle on 30 million. You may decide whom to persuade. Once you give your approval, I can transfer 10 million to you immediately, with the remaining 20 million available upon my associate's release." Mason stood speechless, mouth agape. Chapter 9. I have already paid. Upon receiving the transfer notification and witnessing the string of zeros in his account, Mason's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Rest assured, I will definitely rescue the person as per your instructions," he hurriedly assured her. What could be more tangible than the money in this bank account? A total of 30 million. And to achieve his objective, Mason would likely need to bribe a few night shift workers, perhaps offering each around 1 million, which would still leave him with approximately 25 million. With such a fortune, leaving him country for a new life in an entirely different country seemed an enticing prospect. "I await your good news," he concluded. Chen Ruiyun left a mobile number and departed with an air of nonchalance. Han Haining had already declared that any means would suffice to rescue the person, and in Chen Ruiyun's eyes, bribing the prison guards appeared to be the most straightforward and uncomplicated method. $30 million was but a trifling sum in the grand scheme of the task at hand. Mason expressed boundless gratitude as he bid farewell to Chen Ruiyun. Upon entering the vehicle, she provided another address, stating, "Take me here." He Bing asked no further questions, remaining quietly compliant as he drove to the destination. The location was on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by a hodgepodge of factory buildings, with the streets in a state of disarray, adorned with an array of colorful graffiti on the walls. He Bing felt a twinge of caution. If his memory served him correctly, this territory belonged to a local gang. Ultimately, the car arrived at an abandoned industrial area. Chen Ruiyun glanced at the time, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor as she exited the vehicle and approached the iron gate, waving her arm at the camera positioned above. After a brief moment, the gate swung open, revealing 2 imposing figures who emerged from within. One approached Chen Ruiyun, while the other made his way toward He Bing. "Raise your hands," one of the men commanded in Russian. Chen Ruiyun obediently complied, but then coldly remarked, "I do not appreciate being touched. If you wish to keep your hands intact." The man furrowed his brow, about to retort, when a voice from inside suddenly interjected, "Let them in." Chen Ruiyun strode confidently into the dilapidated factory. Despite its worn appearance, The interior concealed a world of luxury, resembling an auto repair shop, with an array of high-end supercars displayed in the spacious area. He Bing scanned the factory with a vigilant eye, counting 13 individuals in total. Not a significant challenge. He felt a sense of reassurance. Even without Chun Ruyun's intervention, he could manage these individuals. Moreover, if his recollection was accurate, Chun Ruyun was also a formidable expert of the highest caliber. Pegrov, a middle-aged man with a rather sleazy demeanor, approached Chun Ruyun with a broad smile, attempting to embrace her. Chun Ruyun subtly evaded him and, in fluent Russian, inquired, "Mr. Pegrov, where are the items I requested?" Pegrov waved his hand, and several individuals emerged from within, carrying large military supply crates. They opened the boxes in her presence, revealing an assortment of weapons, tactical gear, throwing weapons, and even close combat daggers, all included. He Bing quickly assessed the equipment within the crates, realizing it was sufficient to outfit a 5-man tactical team. Suddenly, a multitude of realizations struck him. What about the money? Pegrov asked. Chun Ruyun waved her phone, replying, "The account." Pegrov promptly recited the account number, and without further ado, Chun Ruyun initiated the transfer. $1 million has been credited. Mr. Pegrov may verify, she stated. Pegrov pulled out his phone to check, nodding with a smile. However, in the next moment, he abruptly closed the military crate, asking, "May I inquire what you intend to do with such a large quantity of precision weaponry?" Chun Ruyun maintained a stoic expression and remarked, "Should a merchant of blades inquire whether his customers intend to wield the weapon for butchering at home or for nefarious deeds? And what if I insist on asking?" Pegrov retorted with a sardonic smile. As his words echoed, the once cacophonous repair shop fell into an eerie silence, with all the mechanics halting their tasks to gaze curiously. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. He Bing's body tensed instantaneously, akin to a predator poised to pounce, ready to spring into action upon Chun Ruyun's command. With a smile, Chun Ruyun inquired, "Does this imply that if I refrain from disclosing my intentions for acquiring these weapons today, I would be unable to leave with them?" Pegrov nodded affirmatively, asserting, "Precisely." The mechanics, tools in hand, gathered closer. "Very well," Chun Ruyun replied, his demeanor unchanging, as he nodded to He Bing and turned to exit. Pegrov's subordinates made no attempt to intervene. He Bing, with a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, murmured, "Chief Chun, allow me to handle this." Despite the numerical superiority of their adversaries, He Bing felt no trepidation. How could these street thugs compare to the lethally trained machines of death that they were? If He Bing so desired, within a minute, at most, he could ensure the demise of everyone present. Without uttering a word, Chun Ruyun proceeded directly outside to his vehicle. He Bing, resigned, took his seat. As a special operative, he was bound to obey orders, and without Chun Ruyun's command, he could not act. Just then, an SUV approached abruptly and parked beside their car. He Bing's vigilance heightened. Could it be that Pegrov intended not only to engage in treachery, but also to eliminate them? However, as the SUV's window rolled down, a square-jawed Eastern face emerged. Chun Ruyun also lowered his window. "Comrade Chun Ruyun, I bring orders from our superiors." Captain Hu Jingping of the Dragon Squad, accompanied by 4 team members, reporting for duty. "Please advise." The man spoke in a voice as unyielding as stone. He Bing gasped, "Reinforcements?" Chun Ruyun nodded slightly and gestured towards the factory behind him. "The weapons you seek are within. For the time being, establish your base here and await my instructions. By the way, I have already settled payment for the weapons. Should the other party refuse, you'll need to decide how to proceed." With that, Chun Ruyun rolled up his window and drove off. He Bing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Chun Ruyun was even more ruthless than he had anticipated, dispatching a special task force not only to retrieve the weapons, but also to seize control of the enemy's stronghold. Hu Jingping parked the vehicle and glanced back at his team. Inside, 4 burly men sat, each with a robust physique and dark complexion. One in particular stood nearly 6'3", resembling a bull in stature. 30 seconds to resolve the conflict, Hu Jingping stated matter-of-factly. "Understood, Captain." The 4 exchanged glances, chuckling in anticipation. Although they were unaware of the conditions within the factory, they harbored no fear. They were elite members of an amphibious special operations unit, among the finest special forces in the world. Chapter 10. "We come for the weapons inside the factory," one of the underlings exclaimed with excitement. "Boss, we hit the jackpot this time. $1 million, pure profit." Pegrov shared in the exhilaration. His previous demand for Chun Ruyun to explain the purpose of the weapons was mere pretense. As Chun had said, those who sell knives do not concern themselves with whether their blades are used for culinary purposes or for violence. Essentially, Pegrov aimed to engage in a bit of underhanded dealings, intending to intimidate Chun Ruyun, but he had not anticipated how smoothly things would unfold. These sea country folks are all spineless. I merely frightened them a little, and they capitulated. Huh, a bunch of fools. If such an opportunity arises again, we can certainly do it again, understood? The group of underlings erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Hu Jinping and his 4 team members commenced their operation. The imposing iron gate, towering over 3 meters, was nothing more than a formality for them. With a standard cooperative maneuver, they effortlessly vaulted over the barrier. Beyond the gate, a burly man reclined on a lounge chair, engrossed in his phone. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the 4, he was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" he shouted. Yet before he could rise, the most robust of the team delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a thunderous thud, the man flew several meters, collapsing unconscious with a twisted neck. "Iron Bull, ease up a bit. You might kill him, and that would be troublesome," cautioned a teammate nearby. Scratching his head, Iron Bull replied, "I was gentle. He was just too weak." The other 3 teammates exchanged glances at the fallen man, who was certainly not feeble. Being over 6 feet tall and as sturdy as an ox, the quartet approached the main door. Without hesitation, Iron Bull charged forward with a kick. The heavy iron gate was sent flying as if an explosive had been detonated, along with the wooden door behind it, both soaring several meters away. With heads held high, they strode into the factory. Inside, the revelers, caught up in their merriment, turned in unison, their expressions frozen in disbelief at the sight of the 4 intruders. "Who are you?" Pegrov finally snapped back to reality, shouting in anger. Iron Bull chuckled heartily and declared, "We are here for the weapons." "Fool, they don't understand your words. Stop wasting time and attack." With that command, the 4 descended upon the unsuspecting crowd like wolves among sheep, launching into a fierce confrontation. In mere seconds, all the individuals in the factory lay incapacitated. "Too weak," Iron Bull remarked as he seized one of the fallen men, casually tossing him into a pile of tires. "All right, I'll go open the door for the captain." Shortly thereafter, Hu Jinping entered, disregarding the sprawled bodies around him. He made his way directly to several weapon crates, picking up an M4, racking the bolt, and taking aim momentarily before nodding in satisfaction. "Inspect the weapons." "Yes, sir." The 4 teammates quickly advanced to arm themselves. They donned bulletproof vests, followed by tactical vests, helmets, and night vision goggles, proceeding to assemble their weapons according to personal preferences, attaching various tactical accessories. The entire process was conducted in silence, save for the sound of clashing weaponry. Pegrov, still conscious, lifted his head in terror, gazing at the 5. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" The 5 paid him no heed. Pegrov, after a brief outburst, fell silent. The 5 individuals before him exhibited a uniquely striking demeanor that illuminated the truth. "My goodness, you are soldiers, soldiers of Country C." Pegrov's eyes widened in realization. These 5 were undoubtedly military personnel, and not just any soldiers, but the very elite. Armed to the teeth, their arrival in Country M raised significant questions. In that moment, Pegrov regretted his earlier folly of contemplating an inquiry into Chun Riyun's intentions. To pose a question now would be tantamount to courting death. Even at this juncture, Pegrov felt the impending doom, hastily exclaiming, "Do not kill me. I know nothing. I have seen nothing." Hu Jinping sheathed his handgun and commanded, "Disperse. Until further notice. Keep your weapons at the ready and await instructions. Move at a moment's notice." "Understood." Once the 4 dispersed, Hu Jinping turned his gaze towards Pegrov and stated in English, "From now on, this area is requisitioned." Pegrov comprehended the gravity of the situation and dared not refuse, merely nodding stiffly in agreement. Meanwhile, Chun Riyun, after assigning the Jialong team, contemplated visiting Zhou Yang. Bribing Mason was Chun Riyun's plan A, boasting the highest theoretical success rate, while the Jialong team served as a contingency plan B, which he preferred to keep on standby unless absolutely necessary. Regardless of the plan, Chun Riyun deemed it essential to communicate with Zhou Yang, to give him a heads up and prepare him psychologically. Moreover, Chun Riyun was filled with curiosity about Zhou Yang. What manner of person could compel the state to go to such lengths for rescue? The following day, in Fox Prison, a guard approached Zhou Yang. "Someone wishes to see you." Zhou Yang, who had been engrossed in a book, rose, silently acknowledging that his second letter had evidently borne fruit. Glenn, from the upper bunk, leaned over, inquisitive. "Zhou, why have so many people been visiting you these past few days?" "It's nothing." Zhou Yang smiled, rising to depart. Once Zhou Yang left, Glenn pondered for a moment before descending from his bunk and summoning the guard. "Officer, may I make a phone call?" The guard escorted him to the phone, where Glenn dialed a number. "Mr. Chris, there is a situation with Zhou Yang that I wish to inform you about." Glenn spoke in hushed tones. "Oh, what is the situation?" Glenn replied quietly, "In recent days, there has been a constant stream of visitors, and adding to that, A few days ago, he asked me to send a letter. Ever since that letter was dispatched, he has changed. He used to write incessantly. But now he has suddenly ceased. That letter, you say? I have reviewed it. There are no significant concerns. However, you mentioned frequent visitors. Has he said anything? Inquired the voice on the other end. Glenn shook his head. No, he has said nothing. Very well. I will wire the $1,000 for this month to your wife. Should there be any further developments regarding him, inform me at once, understood? Yes, sir, Glenn replied before hanging up. At the Minsk Physical Research Institute, in an office, a middle-aged Caucasian man ended a call, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. His name is Chris, a senior researcher and deputy director at the Minsk Institute of Physics. Once, Zhou Yang was also a member of his research team. It was this very team that developed high-strength bulletproof materials, a scientific achievement that has been transformed into a commercial product, successfully produced by a company and resulted in lucrative procurement contracts worth hundreds of millions with the Ministry of Defense. This accomplishment brought Chris considerable wealth, and through subsequent collaborations, he successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of military procurement, establishing profound connections within the Ministry of Defense. However, despite his success, Chris harbored a lingering unease. A potential threat embodied by Zhou Yang, the very individual who had pioneered this advanced soft material. Zhou Yang had been incarcerated for 2 years, during which Chris had maintained contact with Glenn, keeping a watchful eye on Zhou. Recently, Zhou, who had exhibited no unusual behavior, suddenly began to engage frequently with others, prompting Chris's instincts to signal trouble. After careful consideration, Chris picked up the phone and dialed a number. Frank, first, congratulations on your promotion to the head of the FBI field office. If convenient, I would like to arrange a meeting. Chapter 11. Plans cannot keep up with changes in the prison visiting room. Zhou Yang encountered Chun Ryun. The beauty of Chun Ryun momentarily captivated Zhou, rendering him somewhat dazed. Before he collected himself and took a seat. Hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Chun Ryun. She introduced herself with a smile. Zhou nodded silently, uncertain of Chun Ryun's identity or her intentions, wary that she might be yet another lawyer attempting to mislead him as Yang Mu had done previously. Unfazed by Zhou's silence, Chun Ryun appraised him before saying, Mr. Zhou, I am responsible for escorting you safely back to your country. You can expect to leave here as early as tomorrow or, at the latest, the day after. I hope you are mentally prepared. Beneath the table, Zhou clenched his fists, excitement bubbling within him. His letter had indeed made an impact. All right, Zhou nodded slightly and inquired, is there anything else? Chun Ryun smiled and shook her head. Zhou found himself momentarily entranced by her smile. Then, farewell, he said as he rose. Chun Ryun returned the sentiment, goodbye. The following day, Chun Ryun received a call from Mason, informing her that he would arrive at the prison at midnight to pick up the individual. Zhou Yang, too, prepared himself for his departure from the prison. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, a prison guard opened the cell door and announced, Zhou, pack your belongings. You are being transferred to another prison. Before Zhou could respond, Glenn from the upper bunk exclaimed, Zhou, what's going on? Why are they transferring you? Did you request this? Zhou maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he felt a surge of excitement. Clearly, everything was part of Chun Ryun's plan. Her influence extended even to the prison staff. There's nothing to pack. Let us go, Zhou replied, straightening his clothes and walking confidently out of the cell. Before long, he would be standing on the soil of his homeland. Following the guard, he boarded a transport vehicle, which then exited the prison and drove eastward along the highway. At 6 o'clock, Mason arrived at the prison, driving a brand new Porsche. Sheriff, did you win the lottery? A colleague exclaimed in astonishment. Mason wore a triumphant smile, with $10 million in hand. He could not resist purchasing a Porsche to replace his old Toyota. It was merely a pittance of $100,000. A secret, Mason replied with a mysterious grin as he entered the prison. Several colleagues on the night shift gathered, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in silent understanding. Mason proceeded with the usual handover of duties, awaiting the arrival of midnight. Just after completing the handover, a colleague approached Mason in a state of panic, his face ashen. Mason, something terrible has happened. That person has vanished. Which person? Mason inquired, taken aback. The colleague gestured cryptically, that person. It took Mason a moment to comprehend, nearly gasping in alarm. That individual, the one they were supposed to rescue. What happened? Where is he? Mason asked urgently. He's gone. How can we rescue him now? Moreover, there are still $20 million yet to be secured. I don't know, the colleague responded. After I took over, I specifically checked the cell, and he was already missing. When I inquired, I learned he had been transferred, but I reviewed the transfer records, and there is no mention of him. Cold sweat broke out on Mason's forehead. His first instinct was that the situation had been compromised, and someone had preemptively moved the individual. Keep this quiet. Act as though nothing has occurred, Mason insisted urgently. Fortunately, he had already received a $10 million advance. The colleague nodded stiffly, then pondered aloud. What about our money? Mason shot him a glare. What money? We haven't even completed the task. How could there be any money? Nonsense. Don't think I'm unaware. You must have received the money. If you hadn't, how could you afford the Porsche? Mason was incensed, nearly choking with rage. He regretted his ostentatious purchase, realizing that now he would have to pay off these individuals to keep them silent. Otherwise, if anyone harbored resentment and reported him, it would spell disaster. Consequently, of the $10 million, he would be lucky to retain $5 million, a significant loss. Fine, I'll give you what you need, Mason thought, his heart aching. Outside the prison, Bing drove quietly with Chun Riyun, both waiting in silence. Midnight arrived, yet no changes occurred. Director Chun, Bing furrowed his brow. Chun Riyun also frowned, contemplating, let us wait a bit longer. And so they waited another hour. Chun Riyun dialed Mason's number, and after 2 attempts, it finally connected. Mr. Mason, I believe I require an explanation, she said coldly. Mason's voice trembled as he replied, it's not my fault. I only discovered upon starting my shift that the person you wanted to rescue had been suddenly transferred without any record. Someone must have found out. Please do not contact me again. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Damn. Chun Riyun couldn't help but curse under her breath. Firstly, there was an unexpected turn of events regarding the transfer of Zhou Yang. He was suddenly relocated. Secondly, Mason failed to inform me promptly after learning of Zhou Yang's transfer. 7 hours have elapsed since Mason began his shift, and who knows where Zhou Yang has been taken. Bing wore a grave expression and inquired, Chief Chun, what shall we do now? Chun Riyun took a deep breath, calming herself as she began to contemplate the next course of action. The foremost priority was to ascertain Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Mason had divulged a crucial piece of information. Someone had abruptly transferred Zhou Yang without leaving any records in the prison archives. The ability to relocate a living individual without leaving a trace is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Utilize every intelligence network at our disposal to trace Zhou Yang's location, with particular emphasis on the police system. Oh, and the FBI as well, Chun Riyun added. Noting that even regular police might lack such capability, it was most likely the FBI involved. However, Chun Riyun was perplexed as to why the FBI would suddenly take Zhou Yang away. Had her own actions been exposed? If that were the case, she too should be in peril, yet only Zhou Yang had been transferred. This indicated that someone had been monitoring Zhou Yang closely. In an instant, Chun Riyun pondered numerous questions and said, also, investigate the case from 2 years ago when Zhou Yang was imprisoned to see if we overlooked any pertinent information. Bing nodded in agreement. Upon Chun Riyun's command, the intelligence network of Special Task Force 6 in M country was fully activated. Utilizing all possible connections and employing various unconventional methods, including hacking into local surveillance systems to trace the transport vehicle's route. While the perpetrators left no transfer records, a transport vehicle could not easily conceal its presence. Half an hour later, Chun Riyun had discerned Zhou Yang's whereabouts, though it was not favorable news. According to the intelligence, the transport vehicle had entered the local FBI headquarters and had not exited since. This indicated that Zhou Yang had been detained within the confines of the FBI headquarters. Chapter 12, Plan B, a bold assault on the headquarters in an abandoned factory. The 5 members of the Jialong team had been waiting for a day and a night. They displayed no signs of impatience. Some watched television, while others played cards, all taking a moment to rest. Suddenly, a phone rang. Hu Jinping, engrossed in the television, jolted upright, quickly seized his phone, glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted dramatically. Gather. At his command, the 4 team members promptly stood before Hu Jinping, each fully equipped. The 5 of them, even when attending to personal needs, never relinquished their firearms. 1 minute to clear our traces, then we set off. With that, Hu Jinping turned and exited the factory. A minute later, the 5 of them were on the road, driving. At 5 in the morning, as dawn broke, the vehicle came to a slow stop in front of a large building on the outskirts of the city. Hu Jinping produced a tablet and displayed a photograph of Zhou Yang, stating, "This is our target. Our mission is to extract the target safely. Remember, the target's safety is our utmost priority. As long as the target is alive, there is no question of mission failure. In other words, the target must not die. And we must not fail." He raised his gaze to the 4 individuals and, with an exceedingly stern tone, intoned, "Do you understand my meaning?" The 4 exchanged knowing smiles. One team member remarked, "Understood. His life is more valuable than ours. We would rather perish than let him die. Rest assured, Captain, if it comes to taking a bullet, I, Blackbird, will be the first to step forward." However, the atmosphere immediately turned somber. Such a mission, where failure is not an option, is the most arduous of tasks. Hu Jinping refrained from elaborating further. Their duty was to accomplish the mission at any cost, even if it entailed sacrifice. This was the headquarters of the local FBI division. According to intelligence reports, the target was detained on the 5th floor. The entire building was guarded by over 30 armed security personnel, along with an unknown number of FBI agents. Thus, the exact number of armed adversaries they would face remained uncertain. At that moment, Iron Bull raised his hand, and upon receiving a nod from Hu Jinping, he inquired, "Captain, may we open fire?" The other three turned their gazes towards Hu Jinping as well. This was a foreign land, in the city center, with their target located in the FBI headquarters. The adversaries they faced were primarily ordinary security personnel, and even many ordinary office workers. To infiltrate and safely extract the individual without discharging firearms seemed nearly impossible. Therefore, it was essential to use firearms. However, if such actions led to numerous casualties, it would not be a trivial matter. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Jinping replied, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not initiate fire. Strive to resolve combat through hand-to-hand methods." The four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although they were merely 5 in number, tasked with breaching the treacherous fortress of the FBI, they felt no fear. The 5 donned their masks simultaneously, and Hu Jinping commanded, "Action." At his word, the 5 swiftly exited the vehicle, charging towards the main entrance of the building like a gust of wind. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a security checkpoint, where a guard was seated, engrossed in his phone. Within a mere 50 meters, Hu Jinping led the charge, arriving in seconds, akin to a whirlwind. As he dashed past the security scanner, laden with weapons, the moment the scanner blared its alarm, Hu Jinping propelled his leg forward with a powerful kick. A resounding crash ensued as the table in front of the guard was sent flying, launching the guard several meters away, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Hu Jinping landed deftly, his momentum unbroken, and unleashed a series of shots. With 2 sharp sounds, the 2 guards at the front desk, who had merely glanced up to comprehend the commotion, felt a sudden chill pass overhead. Instinctively, they recoiled, only to turn and discover 2 bullet holes had appeared in the wall behind them. They finally realized that the bullets had narrowly missed them. This was not a case of Hu Jinping missing his mark, but a deliberate act. Blackbird, seizing the moment when the guards were momentarily stunned, sprang into action, executing a flying kick with remarkable agility. 2 security guards collapsed to the ground in an instant. At that moment, Hu Jinping had already dashed towards the stairwell. 5 individuals, fully armed, sprinted up the staircase, taking 3 steps at a time, moving with remarkable speed. In merely 20 seconds, they reached the 5th floor. Bursting through the stairwell door, they entered a vast, open-plan office. Although it was the early hours of the morning, the office was bustling with numerous people scurrying about, engrossed in their work. The sudden appearance of the 5 armed men left the agents present in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Unfazed, Hu Jinping and his companions pressed on towards an interrogation room, situated 30 meters away. Inside the interrogation room, Zhou Yang was handcuffed to a table, facing a white man who was shouting vehemently. Since Zhou Yang's extraction from prison, he had endured nearly 10 hours of relentless interrogation. The personnel had changed several times, but the pressure on Zhou Yang remained unyielding. The white man leaned in closer, demanding, "Who were those individuals you met?" He continued, "You must be exhausted. Speak, and I shall grant you some rest. I know you're hungry. Would you like a hamburger? I can fetch one for you right away." Zhou Yang, parched and weary, initially seethed with anger at the absurdity of Chun Riyun's supposed rescue. Was this truly the means of his liberation? As fatigue set in, Zhou Yang became somewhat numb to the white man's inquiries, choosing to remain silent, as if he had not heard. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was seemingly blown apart, collapsing inward. Figures darted into the room with lightning speed. "Who are you?" the white man screamed, instinctively reaching for the handgun in his holster. However, before he could grasp it, Hu Jinping lunged forward, delivering a precise strike to the back of the man's neck, causing him to collapse unconscious. "Mr. Zhou, we have received orders to escort you to safety," Hu Jinping stated gravely as he approached Zhou Yang. Startled, Zhou Yang came to his senses, gazing at the 5 fully armed figures before him, akin to celestial beings descending from the heavens. It was evident they were military personnel. Was the nation truly this formidable, dispatching soldiers to carry out a direct assault on the FBI headquarters? It was astonishing. "All right," Zhou Yang finally responded, nodding in acknowledgement. Blackbird had located the key to the handcuffs and swiftly freed Zhou Yang from his restraints. As he attempted to rise, darkness enveloped him, causing him to fall back again. 10 hours without food or water, coupled with the grueling interrogation, had pushed Zhou Yang's stamina to its limits. Iron Bull, Hu Jingping commanded. The largest among them, Iron Bull, stepped forward and effortlessly lifted Zhou Yang in a princess carry. Let us go. Hu Jingping led the charge out of the room. Outside, the initial shock had transformed into chaos. The armed security guards at the monitoring center had already discerned the commotion in the lobby and rushed to the scene, arriving just in time. Meanwhile, the agents on site had been alerted and quickly readied their weapons, aiming them towards the interrogation room. Thus, as Hu Jingping exited, he was met with a barrage of gunfire. Chapter 13. A successful retreat. FBI headquarters, 6th floor. In the office of the director, Bureau Chief Paul had yet to conclude his day, having just received a call from his friend Chris. Rest assured, I've brought the individual back and am currently in the midst of interrogation. This fellow is quite obstinate. Nearly 10 hours have passed without a word. Nevertheless, I sense that his resolve is waning. 12 hours marks the limit for an ordinary person. At that point, he will undoubtedly divulge all pertinent information. My old friend, you must trust in my expertise. To be frank, you may be overreacting. This person is merely an ordinary individual. What kind of storm could he possibly stir? If I may suggest, if you wish to resolve this matter once and for all, I could transfer him to a maximum security federal prison, orchestrate an unfortunate incident, and ensure he remains forever silent. Once I conclude the questioning, I shall facilitate his departure. Paul hung up the phone, poised to summon someone to inquire about the interrogation's progress, when suddenly, a figure burst into the room. Director, there's been an incursion. Terrorists have breached the premises. Paul was momentarily paralyzed, scarcely believing his ears. Terrorists? Surely, this cannot be true. Call security, he shouted, now gripped by panic. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the walkie-talkie of his subordinate reporting in. They've breached our defenses. Damn it, flashbang. Ah, my eyes. Open fire, fire. A barrage of gunfire echoed, draining the color from Paul's face. Flashbangs, what kind of sick joke is this? It was evident that genuine terrorists had infiltrated the FBI headquarters, signaling an impending catastrophe. Several are injured. Retreat. The adversaries were unleashing overwhelming firepower. Request backup. They are on the 5th floor. No, they have descended. They're in the stairwell. Hold strong. I am on my way to the stairwell. Wait, there's no one here. No, they're too swift. They've reached the 2nd floor. Hurry. Accompanied by the crackling sound of gunfire akin to firecrackers, the shattering of glass could be heard. This is dire. They've shattered the windows and leapt from the 2nd floor. Pursue them. Damn it, we cannot keep up. Paul's mouth fell agape, his mind racing with a singular question. Who possessed the audacity to instigate chaos at the FBI headquarters? Though they were merely a field office, they were still part of the FBI. Not even the most brazen of criminals would dare confront them. Quickly, what are you waiting for? Pursue them immediately. Notify the police. Initiate a city-wide manhunt, Paul shouted, rushing out of his office and descending the stairs. The 5th floor resembled a battlefield, ravaged as if by a tempest. Several security personnel and agents lay injured. Director, someone approached to report. Preliminary assessments indicate over 20 individuals injured to varying degrees, 7 of whom sustained gunshot wounds. However, it appears the assailants did not aim to kill. The shots were not to vital areas. Paul's vision momentarily darkened. He had only recently been promoted to director, and now such chaos unfolded. If he failed to apprehend these individuals, his tenure would be irreparably tarnished. Who are they? Paul inquired, desperation lacing his voice. The subordinate shook his head, his expression one of sheer terror. I don't know. They were fully armed and wore masks, obscuring their features. However, they were highly trained and displayed exceptional marksmanship. I suspect they might be soldiers. They abducted a prisoner from the 5th floor. A prisoner? Which prisoner? Paul was momentarily taken aback. The one you mentioned yesterday, the one you brought back for interrogation. His name seems to be Zhou Yang. What? It's him. Paul gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. 5 armed assailants possessing specialized weaponry, including stun grenades, had brazenly infiltrated FBI headquarters solely to rescue Zhou Yang. Who exactly was Zhou Yang? Connecting the dots with Zhou Yang's recent frequent meetings, Paul felt a surge of adrenaline course through him. He sensed he was embroiled in a significant predicament. Quick, contact headquarters. And also reach out to the Department of Homeland Security. Yes, you heard me right, the Department of Homeland Security. This is serious. While Paul was in a flurry of urgency, on the other side, Hu Jingping and his team swiftly departed the scene with Zhou Yang. This mission was rather straightforward. Iron Bull remarked, chewing his lip. The group had mentally prepared themselves for an honorable endeavor, but they hadn't anticipated the FBI would be so inept, allowing them to extract the prisoner with such ease. Indeed, Blackbird chimed in, they hardly fired their weapons, likely fearing the chaos that might ensue from any casualties. Had they been reckless and opened fire without restraint, they could have secured the prisoner in mere minutes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but steal glances at the team. It wasn't that the FBI was incompetent. Rather, the team was exceptionally formidable. If he wasn't mistaken, they were indeed a genuine special forces unit. Overpowering FBI security armed only with handguns. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Overkill. Thank you, Zhou Yang expressed, feeling a surge of excitement at finally being free. At that moment, his thoughts drifted back to his homeland. He was determined to utilize all his knowledge and skills to strengthen his country, aspiring to make it the mightiest nation on this blue planet. The principle was clear. If the nation treated him as a national treasure, he would repay that trust in kind. The involvement of even special forces in his rescue underscored the significance placed on him. Hu Jinping, slightly shaking his head in dismissal, couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Zhou Yang. He was intrigued by what sort of individual warranted such a concerted effort from an elite team. However, upon a closer look, Hu Jinping found nothing particularly exceptional, just a young man, seemingly ordinary. Yet, he would remember Zhou Yang, leaving a lasting impression that would likely deepen in the near future. The car halted at the street corner, and another vehicle appeared alongside. The door swung open, and Chun Ruoyan stepped out. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the oversight in my arrangements, which led to this unforeseen situation. Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. Otherwise, had anything happened to Zhou Yang, Chun Ruoyan would bear an unbearable burden of guilt. At the outset, Zhou Yang harbored a sense of resentment towards Chun Ruoyan, who had promised to facilitate his escape. However, upon being delivered directly to the FBI headquarters, his anger dissipated with reflection. Plans often falter amidst unforeseen circumstances. Who among us is exempt from the unexpected? What shall we do now? Zhou Yang inquired, considering their current predicament in the United States. Chun Ruoyan smiled and replied, Leave the forthcoming arrangements to me, Mr. Zhou. With a nod, Zhou Yang waved farewell to Hu Jinping before entering the vehicle. You all may retreat according to the original plan, Chun Ruoyan directed Hu Jinping. A direct assault on the FBI headquarters would inevitably alert various security agencies in the United States, including the FBI, CIA, and the Department of Homeland Security, leading to a potential manhunt for Hu Jinping and his team. Nevertheless, Chun Ruoyan was untroubled by their safety, as they were members of the elite Dragon team, capable of a secure extraction with ease. Chapter 14, The Battery Demonstration. FBI Headquarters. Representatives from the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security had all convened. In the conference room, heads of various factions gathered to hear the case report. Paul presided over the meeting, letting out a deep sigh. Let us watch the video, he suggested. The entire headquarters was equipped with cameras, and Hu Jinping and his team had not considered severing the video feed, resulting in their actions being fully recorded. The footage captured their entrance, Hu Jinping accelerating to deliver a powerful kick that sent both table and person flying, followed by a swift ascent to the 5th floor. Faced with a room full of armed agents, they utilized a flashbang to carve their way through, executing their exit with remarkable speed. The entire incident unfolded in less than 5 minutes. At that moment, over 50 armed agents and more than 30 armed security personnel occupied the building, totaling around 80 individuals. Yet, astonishingly, the 5 managed to complete their abduction and escape in a mere 5 minutes. As the video concluded, an air of silence enveloped the room. These 5 individuals were undeniably skilled. Their equipment is exceptional, far from ordinary, remarked a CIA official. Moreover, they are well-trained and remarkably professional, undoubtedly possessing experience from special forces. With every word, the gravity of the situation grew palpable among the gathered officials. They were indeed facing formidable adversaries. Now, the critical issue is how to apprehend them, stated a representative from the FBI, rising to address the assembly. Their brazen attack on our headquarters and the abduction of a prisoner is a direct affront to the FBI. If we allow them to escape, we will have lost all semblance of dignity. The heads of the other 2 departments exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that any disgrace would primarily reflect on the FBI. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts. Let us first investigate the firearms. Their weapons are not common fare and should be traceable. We can also look into lists of retired military personnel and mercenaries. Furthermore, significant undertakings of this nature often generate local chatter, which we should monitor, suggested the group, engaging in a flurry of ideas and proposals. At this moment, Paul cleared his throat and produced a photograph, affixing it to the whiteboard. Ladies and gentlemen, we must investigate this individual, he declared. As the audience turned their gaze towards him, Paul continued, This man is Zhou Yang, the prisoner who has recently been abducted. He is a convict incarcerated in prison, and we have received intelligence suggesting that there are plans to kidnap him, which is why he was temporarily relocated to our headquarters. However, to our surprise, just as we brought him here, the assailants launched a direct assault on our headquarters and successfully extracted him. The CIA director raised his hand and inquired, "What makes this person so significant?" In a moment of panic, Paul suddenly recalled that Zhou Yang's abduction could conveniently obscure the incident from years ago when he had framed Zhou. This man had once been a researcher at the Rofa Institute of Physics, responsible for a classified military project involving high-strength flexible materials. 2 years prior, he had stolen critical research data and sold it to a mysterious buyer. Fortunately, he was reported and apprehended, or else this sensitive research would have been compromised. The attendees furrowed their brows, their expressions grave, realizing that this matter involved classified military research. The stakes were indeed high. Paul continued, "At that time, the evidence was irrefutable, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Yet, our interest in him has never waned. Just a few days ago, he began to engage with certain individuals from Country C. Given the intelligence we received about the attempted abduction, I have a bold hypothesis. The perpetrators are from Country C, and their objective is the research data Zhou possesses." The atmosphere grew tense as the audience's breaths quickened. Who could have anticipated that this would implicate Country C? "Paul, are you certain of your assertions? Do you have evidence? If not, refrain from making baseless conjectures," the CIA agent asked with a serious expression. Paul nodded emphatically, stating, "Absolutely. We have been monitoring him, and there are visitation records that can serve as evidence." Suddenly, the head of the Department of Homeland Security stood up and said, "Please continue. I must report this to the minister." With that, he exited the room. Observing this, the CIA director could no longer remain seated and hurriedly followed suit. Thus, Zhou Yang's name entered the purview of the intelligence agencies of Country M, with the potential for significant military research to be compromised. The intelligence community frantically sought Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in Country C, at the Energy Research Institute, the research team led by Qin Tiankai had successfully developed a battery model and was currently conducting data testing on a battery the size of a fingernail. Due to breakthroughs in material production, the battery's volume had been significantly reduced, a remarkable achievement. Modern battery technology faces immense challenges in further minimizing size while maintaining capacity. "Let us first test the capacity," Qin Tiankai said, his eyes slightly reddened from the lack of rest over the past few days. As he dedicated himself entirely to this research endeavor, the researchers beside him began the testing process, and soon, the results were in 300 milliampere-hours. The data revealed caused many researchers present to gasp in astonishment, their breaths quickening in disbelief. Given the current battery technology, a battery boasting 8,300 milliamp-hours would likely be the size of a palm. Yet, the battery before them was merely the size of a fingernail and only 1 millimeter thick, truly astonishing. Qin Tiankai, suppressing his inner excitement, urged, "Continue the tests." One after another, the test results emerged, showcasing a decay efficiency of an astounding 95%. The battery's energy reached 43 watt-hours, along with open circuit voltage, internal resistance, operational voltage, and various performance indicators that were several times superior to those of modern batteries. It was nothing short of miraculous. Qin Tiankai's eyes widened in exhilaration. This diminutive battery represented a revolutionary technology capable of transforming the entire world. The assembled researchers could not contain their cheers. None understood better than they what this battery technology signified. Who had developed such a remarkable battery? It seemed to have originated from a process sent down from above. But no specific individual was credited, regardless of who it was. Qin Tiankai could only think one thing. The person capable of creating such a battery was nothing short of extraordinary, an unparalleled genius. Undoubtedly, this was yet another technological revolution. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Qin Tiankai waved his hand, stating, "All right, let us proceed with testing the other data." There were still numerous metrics to evaluate, such as charge and discharge rates, as well as battery performance under extreme conditions. Safety was paramount. No matter how impressive the performance, if it were to explode upon use, it would be unacceptable. Moreover, this tiny battery, capable of storing such a vast amount of energy, resembled a miniature bomb, making safety even more crucial. After organizing everything, Qin Tiankai hurriedly exited the laboratory. On one hand, he needed to report the verification results to his superiors. On the other, he was curious about the genius behind this groundbreaking battery technology. Chapter 15. Returning home, a warm welcome. The airplane gradually descended. "Mr. Zhou, we are about to land," Qin Peiyuan softly remarked. Zhou Yang turned his head and, through the airplane window, could already see the vast expanse of land below. "Motherland, I have returned," Zhou Yang whispered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having left for foreign shores at 18, he was now 27. It felt as though nearly a decade had passed since he had departed from his homeland. Leaving home young, returning old, the dialect unchanged but hair now grayed. Although Zhou Yang's hair was not yet white, the 2 years spent in prison had inevitably left him with a weathered demeanor. "Thank you," Zhou Yang said, collecting his emotions and addressing Chun Riyun beside him. Had it not been for her assistance, his release from prison would have been an arduous journey. After exiting the FBI headquarters, Zhou Yang, under Chun Riyun's guidance, had undergone a transformation. First assuming a false identity to travel to J country in the northern region of M country, before finally boarding a flight home. Chun Riyun smiled. "No need for thanks. This was my duty." Her smile was captivatingly beautiful, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily entranced. At that moment, a voice from the seats ahead caught Zhou Yang's attention. "Sister Sue, how many people do you think will come to pick me up? What do you think of this outfit? Should I wrap a scarf around my neck?" Zhou Yang was seated in business class, where a man and a woman occupied the row in front of him. The man was the one speaking. He boarded the plane wearing a baseball cap and dark sunglasses that obscured half of his face, exuding an air of mystery. The woman beside him remarked, "Why would you wear a scarf? What you need now is exposure. Don't worry, I've arranged everything for you down there. All you need to do is walk in style." Their conversation caught the attention of a young lady seated nearby. She stared at the man for a while before suddenly letting out a sharp gasp. "Are you Hukou? Oh my goodness, you are Hukou. I can't believe I'm on the same flight as Hukou." Her companion also expressed excitement, exclaiming loudly. The other passengers in business class turned their attention toward them. Curious glances exchanged, some even pulling out their phones to discreetly take photos. Chun Riyun, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up and positioned herself directly in front of Zhou Yang. The two were so close that there was barely a 10-centimeter gap between them. Zhou Yang could almost feel Chun Riyun's breath on his face. Slightly taken aback, he asked, "What's wrong?" Chun Riyun stood up, rummaged through her bag in the overhead compartment, and retrieved a cap and a pair of sunglasses, handing them to Zhou Yang. Once he donned them, she whispered, "I apologize, Mr. Zhou. I'm concerned that those people might take your picture. The higher-ups have requested that you maintain a low profile for the time being." Realizing the situation, Zhou Yang nodded slightly and looked back at the man named Hukou in the front row, who seemed to be a celebrity. Many in the business class appeared to recognize him, and Hukou stood up to greet everyone, posing for photos. Chun Riyun scanned the room with keen eyes, noting every individual who had taken out their phones. "Do you know him?" Zhou Yang inquired with curiosity. Chun Riyun glanced at Hukou and replied, "He seems to be a star who suddenly gained popularity this year after appearing on a variety show." Zhou Yang observed Chun Riyun in surprise, not expecting this seemingly stoic female agent to watch variety shows. A faint blush tinted her cheeks as she admitted, "I watch occasionally." At that moment, the plane began its descent. Once it landed, numerous passengers began to gather their belongings in preparation to disembark. However, the cabin door remained closed. Why isn't the door opening? Someone wondered aloud. There are only a few people in first class. Why haven't they disembarked yet? As the passengers voiced their confusion, a flight attendant appeared, saying, "Please hold on a moment, everyone. We may be delayed in disembarking." "How long is this delay going to be? We are in business class. After all, we should be the first to leave." The passengers erupted in frustration upon hearing this. The flight attendant smiled brightly, but offered no further explanation. At that moment, someone noticed that there were no shuttle buses outside, indicating that not only they but also the economy class passengers had not yet disembarked. What on earth is going on? Everyone was perplexed. Zhou Yang was also prepared to exit, but felt a twinge of confusion. Chun Riyun spoke softly, "Mr. Zhou, please be patient and wait a moment longer." Zhou Yang nodded slightly and sat back down. At that moment, a woman named Sue beside Hukou suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, what is your airline up to? The plane has landed, and why are we not allowed to disembark? Do you have any idea how many people are waiting outside to pick up our Hukou?" The flight attendant, however, remained unperturbed, standing there with a warm smile. 5 minutes passed in this manner. Hukou approached, removed his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face, and addressed the flight attendant. "Beautiful sister, I have many fans outside. I arranged a pickup time with them on Weibo. If you don't let me off the plane now, won't they be left waiting for nothing? There are hundreds of them. Could you please make an exception and let me disembark first?" Zhou Yang couldn't help but stroke his chin, finding the young man rather charming. The Sioux woman added, "And it's not just fans. There are numerous reporters waiting to capture our Hukou. You are delaying our important matters. Be careful, or I won't be polite. Where's your supervisor? Let him come out." The flight attendant remained steadfast, seemingly under some strict order, refusing to allow anyone to disembark. Zhou Yang grew restless, standing up to inquire, "Flight attendant, is there some special circumstance? If so, could you please explain it to us? If there is a valid reason, we wouldn't mind waiting." Beside him, Chun Riyun opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, sitting back down in mild exasperation. The flight attendant only continued to smile. Just then, Someone suddenly shouted, "Look! There are so many cars outside." Indeed, several vehicles were visible. How did the cars get in? And look, they are all Hongqi. Plus, the license plates, wow. They are all numbers, incredible. I see now. No wonder we aren't allowed to disembark. It turns out there are VIPs on our flight. I bet there will be a welcome ceremony soon. What kind of VIP? Why are they flying commercial? Are they in first class? Who could it be? Who else could it be? They must be someone extraordinary. Just look at that row of Hongqi. Zhou Yang, curious, looked outside but saw nothing specific. At that moment, the aircraft door opened. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit boarded the plane and appeared in the business class, scanning the area until his gaze landed on Zhou Yang, prompting him to stride over quickly. "Mr. Zhou, welcome back to the country. My surname is Li, and I am responsible for your pickup," the newcomer said, smiling without showing his teeth, his voice exceptionally gentle. Instantly, the entire business class fell into silence. All passengers stared intently at Zhou Yang, realizing that he was the esteemed guest. Zhou Yang himself was taken aback. This whole scene was orchestrated for him. Chapter 16. This is already quite low-key. Are you specifically here to pick me up? Indeed, Mr. Zhou, the middle-aged man named Li nodded with a smile. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance back at Chen Ruyun. Didn't you say I should keep a low profile? All right then. Zhou Yang picked up his luggage, which consisted merely of a small backpack. Mr. Li respectfully stepped aside. The passengers in the entire business class gazed at Zhou Yang in disbelief, speculating that a distinguished VIP was aboard the aircraft, likely in first class, only to be surprised to find that such an esteemed presence was in their midst. And so discreetly. Indeed, to the onlookers, Zhou Yang appeared remarkably unassuming. Given the grandiosity of his stature, it would be reasonable to expect that he would be flanked by bodyguards in black suits, ensuring a barrier against strangers. Chen Ruyun followed suit. At that moment, Zhou Yang abruptly halted, turning to Hu Ku and inquired, "Aren't you in a hurry to disembark? Shall we leave together?" He then gestured towards his fellow passengers. "And you? Mr. Li, may they disembark now?" The middle-aged man named Li smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, if you say so, then it shall be so. Please, sir and miss, proceed." Hu Ku stood speechless, astonished by Zhou Yang's presence. He had thought his own stature was considerable, yet in comparison to Zhou Yang, it was as if he were but a small fish in a vast ocean. The atmosphere was so imposing that Hu Ku hesitated to refuse. Just as he was about to decline, the woman beside him, surnamed Su, nudged him and smiled. "That sounds wonderful. It's a perfect opportunity to make an acquaintance. Those who can command such presence are not ordinary individuals. Who wouldn't he wish to know them?" Chen Ruyun frowned slightly, silently scoffing at the notion of Su being worthy of such an introduction. However, she chose to remain silent. Whatever Zhou Yang stated was to be accepted as fact. Hu Ku followed Zhou Yang, dazed, as they disembarked the aircraft and entered the same luxurious sedan. Though Hu Ku was a celebrity accustomed to riding in extravagant vehicles, he had never experienced one quite like the Hongqi before him, a car he had never even dared to dream of. The vehicle proceeded directly towards the airport exit. "Are we not stopping at the terminal?" Su inquired suddenly. Mr. Li replied, "Indeed, we are departing directly from the underground parking." Su was taken aback and quickly protested. "But how can that be? We've waited so long." She could not articulate her reasoning. Zhou Yang, however, seemed to grasp her intention and suggested, "Perhaps we should pause for a moment. Several hundred fans and journalists are awaiting their arrival." Su's face flushed with embarrassment. The grandeur she had boasted about earlier paled in comparison to Zhou Yang's. Hu Ku's face turned crimson, and he hastily assured, "It's all right. I'll explain to the fans later." Mr. Li maintained his smile, stating, "You really need not go to the terminal, as there are hardly any people there." Hardly any people? Both were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. As they spoke, the sedan had reached the parking lot entrance. The vehicle came to a stop, and someone opened the door. "You two may exit here and proceed down that staircase to reach the arrival hall," Mr. Li instructed. The two exchanged glances, uttering not a word, and obediently exited the car. Su had hoped to ride alongside Zhou Yang to make an acquaintance, but upon entering the vehicle, she was completely awestruck, no longer daring to mention such a desire. "Goodbye, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused," Zhou Yang said with a smile, waving farewell to the two. Hu Ku quickly assured him it was no trouble at all, behaving impeccably. The sedan once again drove away into the distance. Hu Ku exhaled deeply, patting his chest, and exclaimed, "Wow, I was so frightened I could hardly breathe." "Sister Su, who is that person?" "I have no idea. But he is certainly not an ordinary individual," replied the woman surnamed Su, her face pale with apprehension. Had she known it would be like this, she would not have associated with Zhou Yang earlier. There were a total of 4 cars, each occupied by bodyguards clad in black suits. The middle-aged man surnamed Li, though he did not reveal his identity, radiated an aura that was unmistakably that of someone extraordinary. "Let us go," Huka said, grabbing his suitcase and heading toward the arrivals hall. "Well, the affairs of the important figures have nothing to do with us. Be prepared, there will be fans outside. Don't get too close to them. And remember to smile when facing the reporters, understood?" Sue advised earnestly. Huka nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the arrivals hall, however, they were both taken aback by the scene before them. The vast hall was eerily empty. No, there were people, but they were all police officers, along with heavily armed special forces patrolling the area. There were neither fans nor reporters in sight. Their mouths agape. They understood why the middle-aged man surnamed Lee had said it would be futile to come to the arrivals hall, because there was indeed no one there. "Have they sealed off the entire airport?" Sue murmured in astonishment. "Is it really just for welcoming Zhou Yang? Even foreign dignitaries wouldn't warrant such a spectacle." Just then, a man in a black suit approached them, coldly stating, "Please hand over your phones for inspection to ensure no unauthorized photographs have been taken." Huku was once again rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already left the airport. He too noticed the heavy police presence throughout the airport and asked incredulously, "Have you closed the entire airport just for me?" The middle-aged man surnamed Lee nodded slightly, saying, "This was arranged by the higher-ups." Zhou Yang felt a surge of gratitude. This was the nation's regard for him. "It really isn't necessary," he murmured softly. Lee smiled without comment. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Yang turned to Chen Riyun and said, "Earlier, you mentioned I should keep a low profile. Is this what you consider low-key?" Chen Riyun replied, "I believe this is already quite low-key. Not publicizing your return and coming back quietly. What else could be considered low-key?" Zhou Yang was at a loss for words and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Having returned to his homeland, Zhou Yang was eager to make significant contributions using the technology he had acquired from the system. The middle-aged man surnamed Lee responded, "The leadership suggests that since you have just returned from abroad and might be fatigued from your journey, it would be best to rest for a while. Once you are relaxed, we can discuss future matters." After a brief pause, he added, "Moreover, you have been away from your homeland for nearly a decade. The nation has developed tremendously during these years. Surely you wish to see it?" Zhou Yang's heart stirred, and he suddenly said, "Could you take me to a place?" After nearly 10 years abroad, the least he could do was pay respects to his parents. As the parents of Zhou Yang, they could undoubtedly be interred in a cemetery. However, in accordance with the wishes of his grandparents, they were instead laid to rest in their hometown. "Very well, I shall arrange this immediately," declared the middle-aged man with the surname Li. The following day, Zhou Yang took a private vehicle back to his hometown, Z City. Chapter 17. The Treatment of Heroes. Z City, Linzhou County, Gushan Township, Wanghu Village. Gushan Township derives its name from a prominent mountain, Gushan, which rises several hundred meters. Wanghu Village is situated at the foot of this mountain. Directly in front of Gushan lies a vast lake, and thus, Wanghu Village is aptly named as it gazes upon this lake. Wanghu Village is modest in size. A few years prior, a road was finally constructed, and the cement path leading into the village is flanked by fields of rapeseed flowers. When the rapeseed blossoms, the hills are awash in gold, creating a breathtaking panorama that attracts visitors from the county who come to enjoy the spring scenery, resulting in a flourishing agritourism economy. 3 cars entered Wanghu Village in a procession. In the middle vehicle were Zhou Yang, Chen Riyun, and the middle-aged man who had previously met them at the airport, named Li Tianshu. "When I was a child, returning to my hometown with my parents, the most vivid memory I have is of the expansive rapeseed fields. What a pity it is that it is not the season for blooming now. Otherwise, it would have been a delightful sight," Zhou Yang remarked, gazing out the window. However, he saw no rapeseed flowers, nor even a field. Only a barren mountain peak lay before him. On the mountain, a temporary road wound upwards, dotted with construction vehicles and a multitude of workers donning hard hats, busily laboring at the site. Zhou Yang frowned. Li Tianshu leaned out to take a look and said, "It seems they are developing the area." Zhou Yang remained silent, his voice low as he instructed, "Drive faster." Li Tianshu furrowed his brow. Having once been a secretary, he was adept at discerning the sentiments of his superiors, and he could sense that Zhou Yang's mood had soured significantly. Soon, the car came to a halt. The once tranquil Wanghu village now bore an unmistakable commercial air. The agritourism establishments had vanished, replaced by numerous restaurants and small supermarkets. Along the main road cutting through the village, cars lined both sides, including several luxury vehicles. When the vehicle finally stopped, Zhou Yang did not immediately exit. The occupants of the 2 cars behind them disembarked first, all wearing casual attire, clearly security personnel. "It's all set," Chen Ruyan said, adjusting her earpiece as she addressed Zhou Yang. Only then did Li Tianshu open the door, inviting Zhou Yang to step out. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhou Yang surveyed his surroundings. Yet he could no longer find the echoes of his childhood memories. Who are they? The villagers from a nearby shop curiously observed the group, engaging in hushed discussions. I haven't seen them before, but with such a large entourage, they must be significant figures. Perhaps another superior from the developers is here for an inspection, similar to the last time when a leader visited, also accompanied by many people. Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze, overcome by an inexplicable sense of melancholy. In the village, he had no remaining relatives, not a close kin, nor even a distant one might still exist. His only tie was the joint grave of his parents on the mountain. Chun Riyun retrieved some offerings from the trunk. Let us ascend the mountain, she suggested. Zhou Yang remained silent, leading the way up the mountain. As he traversed the familiar yet unfamiliar winding path, he ascended further, only to be abruptly halted by a security guard who blocked their passage. What are you doing? This is a construction site. You cannot enter, the guard asserted. Zhou Yang's expression shifted, as the very concern he dreaded had indeed materialized. Upon noticing the construction site on the mountain earlier, he had feared for his parents' grave, which lay within the site's boundaries, and now his fears had come to fruition. Step aside. Zhou Yang's eyes reddened as he spoke in a low, commanding tone. The guard, taken aback, retorted, "Oh, you dare glare at me. Let me tell you, this is a construction site. What do you want? If you wish to enter, consult your superior and have them grant you access." Zhou Yang remained mute, while Li Tianshu beside him turned pale. Swiftly, he exchanged a glance with Chun Riyun, who nonchalantly waved her hand. Several agents promptly advanced, unceremoniously seizing the guard and dragging him aside. Zhou Yang, undeterred, stepped forward. Before long, he arrived at a flat expanse. The ground had been leveled, and if his memory served him correctly, this should be the site of his parents' grave. Darkness clouded Zhou Yang's vision, nearly causing him to faint. "Mr. Zhou." Li Tianshu rushed to support him, his expression alarmed. Chun Riyun immediately called out, "Doctor." Fortunately, a physician accompanied them, and a middle-aged doctor hurried over, carrying a small medical kit. "I'm fine." Zhou Yang dismissed Li Tianshu's support and collapsed to his knees in the muddy earth. "Father, mother, your son has returned." His anguished cry rendered him speechless. At that moment, Zhou Yang's heart brimmed with fury. His parents' grave had become his sole connection to this world, yet it had been desecrated. Moreover, he felt a profound sense of injustice for his parents. They had sacrificed their lives for the nation, being military industry experts. He vividly recalled how, during his childhood, they often devoted countless nights to their research, contributing their lives to the country's defense endeavors, even to the point of sacrificing their very existence. Yet, upon their passing, they had not been afforded even a grave. Was this truly the treatment that heroes deserved? Li Tianshu's countenance mirrored Zhou Yang's despair as he stepped forward, speaking in a hushed tone. "Mr. Zhou, do not worry. I will ensure that you receive an explanation regarding this matter." Without Zhou Yang needing to utter a word, Li Tianshu understood his responsibilities in that moment. Just then, a group of individuals approached from a distance, brandishing sticks and other implements. "It's them." The leader of the group pointed at Zhou Yang and his companions, shouting, "Hu Laoda, they're the ones causing trouble at the construction site." Hu Laoda, a young man adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, swaggered forward, sizing up Zhou Yang and his group with a contemptuous gaze. "You have some nerve. Do you know where you are? Dare to cause a ruckus here? Are you looking for a fight?" The crowd remained silent, not uttering a word. With a fierce glare, Bosu declared, "Am I speaking to you all? Or are you feigning deafness? Very well, if you refuse to accept my toast, you shall face the consequences. Let me show you how I will deal with you. Why are you all standing there? Get to it. Drive them out." Chun Riyun waved her hand indifferently and instructed, "Liamo, you go." A special agent stepped forward, flexing his wrist, then lunged forward without hesitation. On the other side stood a group of over 10 armed individuals. Yet, this agent named Li Mo seemed oblivious to their presence, boldly charging ahead alone. "Attack!" Bosu seized a steel pipe, swinging it menacingly. In an instant, Li Mo responded with a punch, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. With a resounding thud, Bosu was struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground, his head spinning in disorientation. To his astonishment, the steel pipe in his hand had become bent. Limo's strike had twisted the very weapon he wielded. Bosu was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Liamo had entered the fray like a wolf among sheep, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. After a series of muffled thuds, mere moments later, Liamo stood alone amidst the chaos. Chapter 18. Retrieve the disturbers. Once the tumult subsided, Liamo returned to a state of calm, as if single-handedly defeating a dozen adversaries was a trivial matter. Zhou Yang rose and asked, "Could you fetch me a shovel?" Chun Riyun pointed to a nearby individual, who promptly complied. On the ground, Bosu and his cohorts lay groaning in agony, with Bosu shouting, "All right, You think you can fight? Just wait. This isn't over. He pulled out his phone and began dialing. The others made no effort to intervene, not even casting a glance in his direction. Soon, a shovel was procured. Zhou Yang took it, assessing the site before commencing to dig. The ground had been leveled, and he suspected his parents' graves lay buried beneath. Given the passage of many years and the changes in the surrounding terrain, he was uncertain of the precise location. Nevertheless, he was determined to excavate and locate his parents' resting place. Mr. Zhou, let me handle it, Lin Peiyuan insisted, stepping forward. No, I will do it myself. Zhou Yang declined firmly. Lin Peiyuan's expression shifted slightly as he pulled out his phone and began making a call. Within 10 minutes, numerous workers arrived from the construction site, and 2 police officers in uniform emerged along the mountain road, leading a large procession. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a gray suit. Manager Chu, boss who exclaimed, as if finding a beacon of hope, scrambling to his feet and approaching. These people are too ruthless. Each one can fight. Look what they've done to me. They came here to stir trouble. We cannot let them get away with this. The middle-aged man approached, surveying Zhou Yang and his companions before speaking in a grave tone. What are you doing here? Do you know where you are? This is the construction site of our Qiyun group. I am Chu Bo, the project manager here. Why have you come to cause a ruckus? No one responded. Zhou Yang continued to dig, having unearthed a shallow pit, yet still failing to find his parents' grave. At this moment, the 2 police officers stepped closer. Police Chief Su, you have finally arrived. These individuals are causing a disturbance at my construction site. Could you please assist in handling this matter? Chu Bo gestured towards Zhou Yang and his companions. With the rampant development in Wanghu village, the influx of people had prompted the township police to establish a dedicated police office, and these 2 officers were from that unit. A middle-aged officer stepped forward, casting a glance at the injured Hu Laoda and his group before raising his voice. Who are you people? Yet, no one responded. All stood silently near Zhou Yang, watching him toil alone in the earth. Frowning, the middle-aged officer sternly declared, if you refuse to speak properly, then you can all accompany me back to the police station. Still, no one moved. With a fierce glare, he advanced, but was intercepted by a special officer. You dare to assault a police officer? The middle-aged officer bellowed in fury. The special officer remained silent. Shun Ryun exchanged a glance, prompting the special officer to produce an identification document, presenting it to the middle-aged officer, initially brimming with anger. The officer's expression shifted upon glimpsing the document, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Who on earth are you? He stuttered. The special officer tucked away the document without answering. This disregard left the middle-aged officer hesitant to express further outrage. The words and the seal on the document instilled a palpable tremor within him. Police Chief Su, what is happening? Is there a problem? Chu Bo inquired, stepping closer. The middle-aged officer shook his head. Chu Bo frowned. Then why are you still standing there? Take them away. Their presence here is hindering our construction schedule. The officer quickly shook his head again. Perhaps we should let it go. It's a minor issue, really. He was reluctant to disclose the identities of Zhou Yang and his group. Minor issue? Chu Bo glared, scrutinizing the middle-aged officer. He recalled the abrupt change in the officer's demeanor after viewing the special officer's credentials. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Bo looked at Shun Ryun and said, Ah, so you have connections, do you? I am curious to see who dares to oppose our Qiyun group in Z City. With that, Chu Bo pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Once connected, he spoke loudly. Director Liang, is that you? This is Chu Bo from Qiyun. We met at the last banquet. The middle-aged officer trembled at the mention of Director Liang, who was likely the head of the municipal police. Director Liang, I have a small matter that requires your assistance. Our project at Gushin is being obstructed. As you are aware, this project is a key initiative for our city, with an investment of billions and a tight schedule. Currently, there are disruptions, and I cannot afford delays. Chu Bo continued. What? You will send someone over? Excellent. I will await your arrival. After hanging up, Chu Bo wore a smug expression, pointing at Shun Ryun. If you have any courage, do not leave. Wait here and see how I deal with you. Daring to oppose Qiyun Group, you ought to inquire about our standing in Z City. We are the pinnacle, the leading force. He raised his thumb, exuding arrogance to the utmost degree. Regrettably, none of the individuals present paid him any heed, not even casting a glance in his direction. Chu Bo seemed to be conversing with the very air around him, his frustration mounting to the point of exasperation, prompting him to grit his teeth and retreat. No one departed the scene. All remained in anticipation. Only Zhou Yang continued to laboriously excavate the earth, drenched in perspiration. As another quarter of an hour passed, several police cars could be seen approaching from the valley below. Moments later, a dozen officers ascended the mountain, led by a middle-aged policeman. I am He Jun, the chief of the Gushin Township Police Station. This is Manager Chu, the officer announced. Chu Bo stepped forward to greet him. He-jun shook his hand and said, I apologize, Manager Chu, for the delay in your work schedule. I will take care of the troublemakers right away. Chu Bo pointed towards Zhou Yang and his companions, stating, they are the ones. He-jun furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when a police officer named Su hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. What? He-jun's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, are you certain? They couldn't possibly be using fake identification. Fake. Officer Su paused, having only caught a fleeting glimpse, and realized he had not scrutinized it closely enough. He-jun scoffed. Old Su, you truly are mistaken. Individuals like them would never come to our jurisdiction. It has to be counterfeit. How audacious to forge official government documents. We must take you all back for a thorough investigation. With a wave of his hand, a dozen officers closed in. Suddenly, a convoy of military trucks appeared at the base of the mountain. Why are there so many military vehicles down there? Someone exclaimed in bewilderment. In the next moment, a formation of soldiers marched swiftly up the hill, directly approaching the gathering. A formidable contingent of over 100, all armed and fully equipped, moved in unison towards the scene. Everyone present was instantly struck with fear, rendered immobile and confused by the unfolding events. Then, a soldier with a single stripe and 3 stars sprinted to the forefront of Zhou Yang and his group, coming to a sharp halt and saluting. Comrade leaders. The Z Military District, 121st Regiment, 1st Company, under the command of Company Commander Meng Yuanqi, reports for duty. Please provide your instructions. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Chapter 19. Let us excavate the mountain first. Chu Bo, He-jun, the on-site police officers, and dozens of workers stood frozen, paralyzed by the presence of so many armed soldiers. Li Tianshu nodded slightly and commanded, Comrade Commander, please take your men and seal off the entire construction site, halting all operations. Yes. Meng Yuanqi snapped to attention, then turned to face his troops, declaring loudly, all companies. 1st platoon to the north, 2nd platoon to the east, 3rd platoon to the south. Each platoon shall assign a squad under the command of Deputy Commander Hong to secure the west side, establishing a perimeter around the site. No one is permitted to enter or exit. With the orders given, the soldiers swiftly commenced their actions, the entire process marked by an unsettling silence, broken only by the sound of marching footsteps. Chu Bo, mouth agape, shouted, on what authority do you seal off the construction site? On what grounds? Li Tianshu gestured for Chu Bo to approach. Manager Chu, do not go over, they are armed. Hu Laoda trembled in fear and discreetly tugged at Chu Bo. Gritting his teeth, Chu Bo declared, if they have the audacity, let them kill me. He stepped forward and asserted, I am eager to understand the rationale behind your blockade of our construction site. Otherwise, this matter will not be resolved easily by Chiyun Group. Li Tianshu smirked condescendingly, as if to say, youngster, you are but a novice in this game. So, Chiyun Group, let us refrain from accusations of abuse of power. Rather, let us discuss the facts. This is Gushin, is it not? The state has long enacted regulations prohibiting commercial development in areas of original landscape. How did your Chiyun Group obtain the development permit? Is there not an issue here? Need I elaborate further? Chu Bo stood agape, staring blankly at Li Tianshu, unable to utter a word. By the way, Li Tianshu added, you should start preparing for job hunting, for you are about to be unemployed. Unemployed? Chu Bo snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth. Our development activities are legitimate business operations. Chiyun Group fears no scrutiny. You think you can dictate our internal affairs? Even if the King of Heaven were here, he could not intervene. And let me remind you, the vice president of the company is my uncle. You think you can threaten my employment? What a joke. Li Tianshu merely shook his head in amusement, no longer inclined to engage in further discourse with Chu Bo. For someone of Li Tianshu's stature to argue with Chu Bo would be beneath him. Moreover, it was clear to Li Tianshu that Chu Bo's perspective was exceedingly narrow. When he mentioned unemployment, it was not merely Chu Bo who would face the consequences, but the entire Chiyun Group that was on the brink of ruin. Take them away. Li Tianshu commanded with a wave of his hand. Meng Yuanqi and the remaining soldiers immediately stepped forward to escort everyone present away. As Chu Bo trudged down the mountain, he noticed that the other construction site had been entirely sealed off by soldiers, leaving the workers bewildered as they exited. Just as Li Tianshu had predicted, the construction site was indeed locked down and operations had ceased. Infuriating, Chu Bo fished out his phone and dialed his uncle. However, the line was busy. After a considerable wait, the call finally connected. As soon as his uncle answered, he bombarded Chu Bo with questions. What the hell is going on at the Gushin site? Chu Bo was taken aback. How could his uncle know there was trouble already? Damn it, do you know how many calls I received just now? From the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Tax Authority, Environmental Protection, Fire Safety, and Social Security. They all called me. This is a concerted effort to bring down Peiyuan Group. I had to inquire around just to learn that your Gushin site has offended someone, and they are coming to investigate Peiyuan Group. Now tell me, what transpired at the Gushin site? Chu Bo's mouth fell open once more. How could it be that so soon after the incident, so many departments were poised to investigate them? Was this real? Previously, Chu Bo had boasted that Peiyuan Group feared no investigation, but such claims were mere bravado. Any department wishing to scrutinize you would do so with precision. Moreover, the collaboration of so many departments in an investigation is truly unprecedented. Uncle, what will happen to our Peiyuan Group? Chu Bo asked, bewildered. What can happen? Are you a fool? With so many departments investigating together, it's over for us. Peiyuan is finished, now, tomorrow, it's about to collapse. Chu Bo clutched the phone, stunned, suddenly recalling what Li Tianshu had previously said about finding a job. If Peiyuan Group were to fail, he would indeed need to seek employment. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang swung his shovel with a thud, striking something. He hastily set down the shovel and began to dig with his hands. As he unearthed the soil, a black coffin emerged, prompting Zhou Yang to tear up instantly. Found it. After a moment, he stood up and cautiously replaced some soil before climbing out of the pit he had excavated. Directorly, Zhou Yang called out, referring to Li Tianshu, a director from an unspecified department. Li Tianshu hurried over. Zhou Yang gazed at the distant lake, where a gentle breeze danced over the shimmering water. How has the verification of the materials I provided you progressed? Zhou Yang inquired. The battery technology was submitted to the state several days ago. If all goes well, the verification products should have already been produced. After all, Zhou Yang provided a comprehensive design plan, complete with data. While the industrial production may present some challenges, it should be relatively straightforward in a laboratory setting. Li Tianshu's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, I am not entirely aware of the specifics. I will call to inquire right away. With that, he pulled out his phone and stepped aside to make the call. A few minutes later, Li Tianshu returned, slightly agitated, and exclaimed, excellent. 2 words sufficed. This outcome had been anticipated by Zhou Yang. Earlier, you asked if I had any plans. I have now decided, Zhou Yang said. Turning to face the imposing Gushin mountain. I wish to construct a laboratory here. Certainly, Li Tianshu responded without hesitation. Earlier, he had contacted his superiors, who briefly shared the results of the battery verification and concluded with a directive. Regardless of Zhou Yang's requests, they would be fully accommodated. Thus, not only would constructing a laboratory be feasible, but even demolishing the entire mountain would be entertained if Zhou Yang wished it. Zhou Yang chuckled, directorly. I haven't even specified the scale of the laboratory yet, and you have so readily agreed? Li Tianshu replied, Mr. Zhou, you jest. No matter how grand the laboratory may be, it remains merely a laboratory, and it will never hold the significance of your presence. Therefore, as long as you desire it, we shall build you a laboratory of any size. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, sensing the weight of his words. It seemed his second letter had indeed made an impact. Very well, then, let's begin by excavating this mountain, Zhou Yang remarked nonchalantly. Excavate. Li Tianshu instinctively looked up at the towering Gushin, which stood several hundred meters high and spanned dozens of acres. Is there a problem? Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianshu regained his senses and quickly shook his head, saying, No, you simply state your requirements, and I shall take responsibility for their execution. Even if you wish to pierce through the earth itself, I will make it happen. Given the current infrastructure capabilities of our nation, it is not merely a trivial matter to excavate a mountain. Filling an ocean would be equally effortless. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction, for this was the attitude he desired. Upon returning to his homeland, Zhou Yang's singular ambition was to strengthen the nation, aspiring for it to become the foremost country on Blue Star, and perhaps even venture into the boundless cosmos. Wealth and power held little allure for him. Such pursuits felt painfully mundane and insufferably trivial. To illustrate, the battery technology Zhou Yang had proposed could easily warrant a demand for 100 billion from the state. Would the nation not acquiesce? Certainly, they would. Whether it be 100 billion, 200, or 300, what of it? Thus, Zhou Yang was utterly indifferent to monetary concerns. To him, money was but a numerical abstraction. What he desired, the state would furnish. Upon returning to the village, that very day, Zhou Yang and his entourage settled in. He commenced drafting blueprints, envisioning the laboratory nestled within the interior of Gushin Mountain, an idea that had suddenly dawned upon him. Zhou Yang's objective was to construct a mech within 5 years. Such a formidable weapon could alter the global balance of power, making confidentiality paramount. Thus, it was essential to conceal it within the mountain's embrace. At dawn the following day, Zhou Yang rose early and presented a preliminary design of the laboratory to Li Tianshu. The entire laboratory was delineated into several major sections. The first was the auxiliary area, responsible for the production and design of components surrounding the mech. The second was the assembly area, where the mech, towering nearly 10 meters, would require a spacious locale for assembly and experimentation. The third was the experimental area, where theoretical research and technical validation would transpire. As for other related living quarters, those need not be elaborated upon. The entire blueprint was merely Zhou Yang's initial concept and design. Transforming it into detailed construction plans would necessitate consideration of the terrain and collaboration with a professional design institute. This responsibility could be entrusted to Li Tianshu. Very well, Mr. Zhou, I shall make the arrangements, Li Tianshu promptly replied. The machinery of the state began to operate with an astonishing efficiency. The very next day, government officials arrived in the village, presenting an offer that was impossible to refuse: the relocation of all residents of Wanghu village. Moreover, it was not solely Wanghu village that faced this fate. Several villages within a 20-kilometer radius of Gushan were also slated for demolition and relocation. Simultaneously, engineering teams had entered Wanghu village to commence on-site measurements. By the end of the day, large machinery had arrived, accompanied by a workforce of thousands to begin construction, with the first task being road repair. Not merely any road. They were constructing a highway. Zhou Yang did not inquire about its exact destination. To him, the entire pace of this endeavor seemed nothing short of miraculous, like moving mountains and filling seas. Perhaps what had been barren land one day was leveled the next. On the third day, concrete was poured and foundations laid, and by the fourth day, it had transformed into a wide, straight highway. The level of investment was staggering, an expenditure beyond calculation. Mr. Zhou, this is the initial design blueprint. What are your thoughts? If it does not meet your expectations, I can have them revise it. In the conference room, Li Tianshu presented a video rendering of the overall laboratory design. It was remarkably detailed, based on the entirety of Gushan, with the laboratory intricately designed within the mountain itself. All of Zhou Yang's prior requirements were meticulously fulfilled, and the design adhered to the highest standards. Having previously worked at an internationally renowned physics research institute, Zhou Yang was well acquainted with laboratory design standards. The laboratory before him was, by global standards, among the finest. It is acceptable. Let us proceed with construction based on this design, Zhou Yang affirmed with a nod. Li Tianshu breathed a sigh of relief. Producing a design blueprint within a few days was no small feat. Very well. The estimated construction period is 45 days. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang nodded. 45 days to excavate a mountain and construct a high-standard laboratory was an almost inconceivable task without the extraordinary infrastructural capabilities of the state. By the way, I would like to visit BYD. Is that possible? Zhou Yang inquired. With the laboratory matters settled, his primary focus now shifted to one thing: the creation of mechas. The development of mechas is a complex engineering endeavor. Even a single screw on the mecha cannot simply be sourced from a hardware store. The technological sophistication embedded in that screw may surpass contemporary advancements. Furthermore, industrial production is crucial. Zhou Yang did not intend to experiment with production. He aimed to leap directly into mass industrial manufacturing. He had yet to disclose this plan to the state, which still believed he was focused on battery research. Unaware of his true intent to manufacture mechas, no inquiries were made, and Zhou Yang remained silent. The essential point was that the state continued to provide unwavering support. Thus, he had no need to present a PowerPoint to secure funding. In summary, he would simply proceed with the endeavor. Li Tianshu nodded. Of course, I will make the arrangements. The following day, Zhou Yang boarded a helicopter bound for the nearest airport, accompanied by Li Tianshu and Chunrun. It appeared that the state had designated Li Tianshu for daily operations, while Chunrun was responsible for Zhou Yang's safety. Through the helicopter window, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a newly established camp a few kilometers from Gushan. This will be a confidential research facility. These are basic security measures, Li Tianshu explained. Zhou Yang marveled silently. To him, stationing an entire military unit was hardly basic. The journey was uneventful, and that evening, Zhou Yang and his companions arrived in City X. After a night's rest, they set off the next morning for BYD's assembly plant. Zhou Yang chose BYD because it was the unequivocal leader in battery production within the country, known for its industrial prowess and technical expertise. Upon arrival, they found the factory adorned with festive decorations and balloons, a result of prior notification. Hello, Director Li. Leading the way was Wang Haoning, the chairman of BYD, who eagerly approached Li Tianshu to extend a warm handshake. Wang Haoning was acutely aware that Li Tianshu was no ordinary individual. Even the highest-ranking officials at the provincial level would greet him with utmost courtesy. Li Tianshu gave a slight nod but quickly stepped back, allowing Zhou Yang to step forward, saying, "Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce Mr. Zhou." Wang Haoning, momentarily grasping at air, swiftly redirected his attention to Zhou Yang, already uttering, "Hello, Mr. Zhou." "Hello, Mr. Wang," Zhou Yang replied, shaking hands with Wang Haoning, whom he greatly respected for his prowess in elevating battery technology to a world-class standard. Chapter 21. You ought to thank me once their hands were released. Wang Haoning took a moment to assess Zhou Yang. His first impression was that Zhou Yang was remarkably young, barely 30 at most. The fact that such a youthful figure could prompt Li Tianshu to willingly step back and yield the spotlight underscored Zhou Yang's extraordinary status. Wang Haoning, a man of discernment, noted that their group had arrived in a coaster, which had initially been disembarked by security personnel. Each of these guards exuded an air of vitality, clearly not mere ornamental figures, and their bulging waists hinted at the presence of serious equipment. Who, after all, would travel with such formidable protection if they were an ordinary person? Thus, Wang Haoning racked his brain to recall who Zhou Yang might be, but after much contemplation, he could not place him. The pressing question remained. What could Zhou Yang possibly want by visiting his factory? Perhaps he sought to extract favors? Resolving to face whatever challenge lay ahead with poise, Wang Haoning thought it prudent to maintain a sincere demeanor to avoid giving anyone cause for complaint. He welcomed Zhou Yang and his party into the factory for a tour. Zhou Yang, for his part, refrained from excessive pleasantries, opting instead to earnestly explore the entire facility. He posed several questions throughout the tour, which lasted over 2 hours, encompassing not only the assembly plant, but also the research and development center and displays of the latest lithium batteries. As their group made their way to the administrative building, Wang Haoning lingered behind to discreetly inquire with his CTO, Wu Chun. "What do you think they are here to observe?" Wang Haoning asked. Wu Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating before shaking his head. "I'm not certain of their intentions, but I can assure you that this Mr. Zhou is well-versed in the field." "Well-versed?" Wang Haoning echoed. Wu Chun nodded, explaining, during the tour, he asked several pivotal questions, core issues, to be precise. While I cannot assert that he possesses intricate technical knowledge, he undoubtedly demonstrates a profound understanding of the battery industry and its technologies. Wang Haoning frowned, pondering the implications. This suggested that Zhou Yang might be a technical expert. Yet, with someone of Li Tianshu's caliber accompanying him and such high-level security, what reason could he have for visiting his company? Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was engaged in dialogue with Li Tianshu. He recognized that Li Tianshu served as a vital link between himself and the upper echelons, enabling his thoughts to be conveyed efficiently. Thus, there were matters best discussed directly with Li Tianshu. "Directorly, what are your thoughts?" Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianshu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Indeed, BYD is a well-known exemplary private enterprise, renowned for its exceptional battery technology, which ranks among the finest globally and domestically." Zhou Yang chuckled and inquired, "What do you think about entrusting my battery technology to BYD for production?" Li Tianshu was taken aback, quickly responding, "Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that you intend to hand over your developed battery for BYD to manufacture?" "Why?" His initial reaction was one of confusion. Such advanced technological batteries should ideally be produced by state-owned enterprises. Even if existing state enterprises proved inadequate, establishing a new company would not pose a significant challenge. Suddenly, a more pressing question struck Li Tianshu, and he hurriedly asked, "Mr. Zhou, do you mean to say that the battery is ready for production? Isn't it still in the experimental validation phase?" Production in a laboratory and industrial-scale manufacturing are entirely different concepts. Zhou Yang's assertion led him to contemplate a significant possibility that Zhou Yang had indeed resolved the design for the industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. Li Tianshu couldn't help but gasp. This was no trivial matter. Some technologies may be validated in laboratories and even yield prototype products. Yet the transition to mass industrial production could take years, perhaps even decades, to materialize. Take aerospace engines, for instance. While the nation might produce high-end engines in a lab, transitioning to direct industrial production on an assembly line remains unfeasible due to insufficient production technology. Technology is one aspect, but manufacturing capability is equally crucial. In modern society, the demands for mass industrial production necessitate a robust industrial foundation and higher technical requirements. However, as the developer of carbon nanotube batteries, it was indeed plausible that Zhou Yang had preemptively addressed the industrial design challenges. Realizing this, Li Tianshu felt a surge of excitement. The nation had been preparing for this technology, anticipating it would take several years, even a decade, to achieve fruition, yet now, the prospect of immediate industrial production seemed almost too good to be true. Zhou Yang smiled. The system had not only provided the battery technology, but also the corresponding techniques for industrial production. This encompassed everything from the industrial fabrication of carbon nanotubes to the preparation of the battery's anodes and cathodes, the injection of conductive agents, and final encapsulation, all readily available, requiring only the overcoming of certain production processes and the design of appropriate machinery for large-scale manufacturing. Zhou Yang's smile further convinced Li Tianshu that Zhou Yang might indeed have completed the industrial design. Mr. Zhou, I must make a phone call to communicate with the higher-ups, Li Tianshu said urgently. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Such matters certainly required communication with senior management to secure their support. As for the partnership with BYD, it would provide them with an extraordinary opportunity for advancement. Zhou Yang believed that Wang Haoning should be genuinely grateful to him for this. Arriving at the conference room in the administrative building, Zhou Yang settled down with a cup of tea while Li Tianshu stepped outside to make his call. Only Wang Haoning and a few senior executives from BYD exchanged glances, uncertain of Zhou Yang's intentions. At that moment, Li Tianshu returned. He approached Zhou Yang and, lowering his voice, remarked, "The higher-ups place great importance on your thoughts, Mr. Zhou. In principle, they agree to your proposal of transferring this technology to BYD for industrial production. Yet the specifics of the collaboration may require state involvement. After all, this technology originates from you, and you have not explicitly stated that it should be transferred to the state without compensation. Thus, from this perspective, how you handle this technology is entirely your prerogative." Zhou Yang grasped the implication instantly. In simple terms, the state wishes to acquire a stake. This is acceptable. Zhou Yang nodded, as his initial thought was also to have the state take the lead, merely utilizing BYD's mature and superior industrial production capabilities in the battery sector. "Mr. Wang, I am quite impressed with BYD's battery technology. Today, I also wish to discuss a collaboration with you to produce a new type of battery," Zhou Yang said. Turning to Wang Haoning. Wang Haoning was taken aback. The numerous senior executives from BYD present were equally stunned. None anticipated such a request from Zhou Yang. The notion of collaborating to produce an entirely new battery prompted the immediate question in everyone's minds. Is Zhou Yang serious? Can such matters be resolved simply by proposing collaboration? Moreover, no one knew what kind of battery technology Zhou Yang would bring forth. In terms of lithium battery technology, BYD undeniably stands as the nation's leader, consistently monitoring research advancements from various institutions and universities, ensuring they are always informed of emerging technologies. Wang Haoning, contemplating, instinctively leaned towards a polite refusal, believing the proposal to be implausible. However, before he could voice his rejection, his phone suddenly rang. "I apologize, I must take this call," Wang Haoning said with an apology, stepping aside to answer. After only a few exchanges, he exclaimed, "What? Academician Chen Tiankai has agreed to come? What? He is already en route? Excellent. I will go greet him right away." Chapter 22. The inquiry remains unanswered. Wang Haoning dashed out of the conference room in excitement. Once outside, he suddenly remembered there were guests present and hurried back, his expression filled with regret. "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, I sincerely apologize. A distinguished guest has just arrived and will be here shortly, so I must go to welcome him. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will return shortly. Wu Chun, please take good care of our esteemed guests. Understood?" Wu Chun nodded vigorously. Wang Haoning offered a contrite smile before quickly departing. Zhou Yang maintained a neutral expression, revealing no dissatisfaction at being momentarily overlooked. Meanwhile, Li Tianshu pondered for a moment and quietly remarked, "It is academician Chen Tiankai. He assisted in validating your carbon nanotube battery." "Oh," Zhou Yang was taken aback. "If that is the case, we could indeed engage in a discussion later." Wu Chun hurriedly rose to pour more tea for Zhou Yang, saying, "I apologize for the delay. This guest, Mr. Wang, has been trying for a long time to arrange this meeting, and he is quite excited about it. If there has been any oversight, I hope both of you can forgive us." Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively and asked, "Is there a blackboard?" "A blackboard?" Wu Chun was taken aback, but quickly nodded. "Yes, we have one." He promptly instructed someone to bring a whiteboard. Zhou Yang stood up, picked up a marker, and said, "You are the CTO, right? Allow me to write some things for you to examine." With that, Zhou Yang began to sketch and write on the whiteboard. "Is this a process flowchart?" Wu Chun glanced at it and immediately realized. Zhou Yang nodded slightly and continued. Meanwhile, Li Tianshu's expression changed dramatically. His first instinct was to send everyone out of the room, unwilling to let them be exposed to the production process of carbon nanotube batteries. However, Zhou Yang was still present and had chosen to write. Thus Li Tianshu reconsidered and did not act on his impulse. Instead, he approached to inspect the chart, even though he couldn't fully comprehend it. "Mr. Zhou, what is the production process for?" Wu Chun inquired after studying it for a moment with confusion. Zhou Yang replied, "Batteries." "Batteries? Wu Chun was taken aback, shaking his head. That can't be right. The production process for lithium batteries can generally be divided into 6 steps. Preparation of electrode slurry, coating, cutting of electrode sheets, stacking, assembly, and injection. What you have outlined is entirely different. Wu Chun was thoroughly familiar with lithium battery production processes. Of course it is different. This is a revolutionary battery production method, Zhou Yang stated as he set down the marker. Estimate how many steps of this process your company could currently fulfill with its production technology. The flowchart Zhou Yang had written not only outlined the production process, but also detailed the standards and requirements for each step. Wu Chun thoughtfully propped his chin up and examined the chart for a long time before saying, Mr. Zhou, I am not sure what this entirely new battery you speak of entails, but based on the process flowchart you provided, we at BYD could probably meet about 40% of the process requirements. 40%? To be honest, this figure exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. He had initially thought 30% would be the maximum. After all, even though they were both battery production processes, carbon nanotube batteries were entirely different entities. What if we consider process upgrades? Zhou Yang inquired. Wu Chun shook his head, replying, that would require a significant investment. However, some areas could indeed meet the requirements through upgrades. Without factoring in the costs, we could possibly reach 70%. He quickly added, I am referring to an ideal situation without considering the investment costs. Simply put, the input and return would not be proportionate. That aligns with my thoughts. Zhou Yang smiled and returned to his seat. BYD's technical prowess and production processes were undoubtedly among the best in the country. Zhou Yang felt reassured that he had made the right choice in selecting them. Of course, some might argue that military enterprises should be superior to private ones. Theoretically, that is true, but in practice, military and private enterprises often follow entirely different technological paths. Taking chips as an example, the focus of military enterprises is to enhance the durability and stability of chips. In simple terms, they require chips that are functional and reliable, while the size, such as several nanometers, is of little concern to them. Unlike mobile phones, the spaces where military chips are deployed are not confined to pigeon cage dimensions. Conversely, civilian enterprises prioritize performance, integration, and miniaturization, with specific production processes demanding varied requirements. Thus, the notion that military technology is readily 20 years ahead of civilian technology, available for immediate application, is quite unrealistic. In the domestic battery sector, BYD undeniably stands as the leader, a fact that is indisputable. Wu Chun looked at Zhou Yang with skepticism. At this moment, he found himself intrigued by the revolutionary battery Zhou Yang mentioned. Zhou had even produced a production process flowchart that appeared legitimate, not hastily scribbled. Could it be that a new technology had indeed emerged in the market? Unable to resist, Wu Chun took out his phone to search for news on this subject, but found nothing. After inquiring with a few friends, he managed to gather some intelligence. A classmate working at the Chinese Academy of Sciences sent him a message stating, "Don't ask, there's simply nothing." Wu Chun's heart raced. Perhaps there was something after all. When he looked back at Zhou Yang, his expression had changed multiple times. His intuition told him that Zhou Yang was privy to some information. Zhou Yang, however, paid no further attention to Wu Chun and continued to converse quietly with Li Tianshu. I can organize a team to tackle the remaining 30% of the process. The investment will not be insignificant, but in the long run, it is essential, Zhou Yang stated. The greatest gain from overcoming a technological challenge is not necessarily the technological outcome, but rather the talent cultivated throughout the process. Talent is an invaluable asset. Li Tianshu nodded in agreement and asked, Mr. Zhou, what is your preliminary estimate for the necessary investment? Zhou Yang pondered seriously for a moment and raised one finger. 100 billion? Li Tianshu nodded slightly, considering it not excessive. If an investment of 100 billion could resolve the production process for carbon nanotube batteries, the country would likely be overjoyed. For such strategic investments, 100 billion is indeed a modest sum. The government has already subsidized several hundred billion for the development of new energy vehicles alone. Zhou Yang cast a silent glance at Li Tianshu, remarking, You, director, truly regard money lightly. I said 100 billion, not 1,000 billion, and even that I believe would be more than sufficient. How much? Li Tianshu's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly responded, Mr. Zhou, is 100 billion perhaps too little? According to Li Tianshu's perspective, resolving such a groundbreaking production process would warrant an investment of at least 1,000 billion. It is akin to solving the production process for chips. If it can be resolved, spending 1,000 billion would seem trivial. Not too little, Zhou Yang smiled, for he had already acquired a detailed production process from the system. What remained was to bring these elements into reality. Chapter 23. Not a human, but a deity. Li Tianshu nodded, still skeptical. He decided against further debate with Zhou Yang regarding the figures of 100 billion or 1,000 billion. The nation is wholeheartedly supportive in this regard. Whatever amount Zhou Yang requires will be provided. Mr. Li Tianshu inquired further about this collaboration. Zhou Yang responded, "We could establish a new company, extracting BYD's battery production operations, integrating them into this new entity in the form of a technological equity stake. Subsequently, the government would invest in proportion, and the profits could be distributed accordingly. As for the specific shareholding ratio, you may negotiate that directly with BYD. The battery production business is one of BYD's core operations, alongside various others, such as automobiles. Zhou Yang's vision is entirely feasible, allowing for the separation of BYD's battery operations into a new company, thereby leveraging their existing battery production technology while circumventing any complications associated with disbanding." "I understand," Li Tianshu nodded, then posed another question. "What about you, Mr. Zhou? If this new company is indeed established, with BYD providing production technology and the government financing, what will your role be? After all, you possess the most crucial technology. Without it, the company could not exist. I need not be involved, as it is unnecessary for me. I do not lack for money," Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, despite currently having no funds to his name. However, Zhou Yang is by no means in want. His meals are arranged for him, he has dedicated transportation, and even his clothing is managed by someone else. Lin Peiyuan not only oversees Zhou Yang's security, but also fully attends to his daily needs. Thus, he finds himself devoid of any financial concerns. Li Tianshu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. His inquiry aimed to discern Zhou Yang's sentiments, while Zhou Yang could opt out. The nation could not afford to overlook him. This is to ensure that those who have contributed are duly rewarded. After a brief interval, Wang Haoning returned, offering his apologies before suggesting, "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, as noon approaches, allow me to host a simple meal at the company's cafeteria. Coincidentally, academician Chen will also be present, providing an opportunity for us to converse and become acquainted." Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, and Li Tianshu rose to affirm, "That sounds splendid. I am familiar with academician Chen as well." "Oh." Wang Haoning was taken aback, unaware of the connection between Li Tianshu and Chen Tiankai. The group set off toward the cafeteria, which was not an ordinary employee dining area, but rather an executive cafeteria furnished to the standards of a five-star hotel. Upon entering, they encountered a group exiting. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by someone anxiously attempting to impede their departure. "I have already stated that my time is precious. I cannot afford to dine with you." The elder expressed his discontent. Wang Haoning's expression shifted, and he hurried forward, saying, "Academician Chen, what is the matter? Why the sudden departure?" The elderly man, Chen Tiankai, glanced at Wang Haoning and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Wang, but I have more pressing matters to attend to, so I must decline the meal. It suffices that you ensure the timely availability of the discharge testing machine for our use. Anything beyond that is truly unnecessary." Upon visiting BYD, Chen Tiankai sought to borrow a discharge testing device, an instrument uniquely available at BYD across the nation. Wang Haoning remarked, "Academician Chen, I have already agreed to lend you the instrument. I assure you it will be arranged. I understand your work is demanding, yet amidst such endeavors, one must strike a balance between diligence and rest. A meal together would consume much of your time. By the way, I would like to introduce you to a friend." However, Chen Tiankai, rather obstinate, waved his hand and prepared to depart. At that moment, Li Tianshu stepped forward, saying, "Academician Chen, it has been quite some time." Chen Tiankai abruptly paused, scrutinizing Li Tianshu, uncertainly stating, "You are Director Li. What brings you here?" They had previously met. Barely acquaintances. "By the way, Director Li, where is Mr. Zhou? I would very much like to meet him," Chen Tiankai hurriedly added. For the past few days, Chen Tiankai had been responsible for validating carbon nanotube batteries, and with each test, he was increasingly astonished by the superior performance of this groundbreaking battery, which surpassed any existing battery of the present age. Thus, his curiosity about the developer of this battery reached a pinnacle, and he had submitted numerous requests to meet the creator, yet approval had consistently eluded him. Nevertheless, he had utilized his connections to ascertain that the developer's surname was Zhou, currently residing domestically, and it was fortuitous that he was accompanied by Li Tianshu. By finding Li Tianshu, he could meet Mr. Zhou. "I implore you, Director Li, I earnestly wish to meet Mr. Zhou and seek his guidance." Chen Tiankai even resorted to pleading. Wang Haoning and the executives of BYD were momentarily taken aback. Chen Tiankai, who had shown them no regard even for a meal, was now beseeching Li Tianshu for an audience with some Mr. Zhou. The mere act of pleading was remarkable, yet Chen Tiankai even wished to consult this Mr. Zhou. Wang Haoning's mind screamed, "You are an academician. It was beyond his imagination what kind of luminary could compel Qin Tiankai to humbly seek advice. Beside them, Wu Qin's expression suddenly shifted as he discreetly glanced at Wang Haoning and gestured subtly towards Zhou Yang, who was not far off. Mr. Zhou, accompanied by Li Tianshu. Could it be Zhou Yang? Wang Haoning stared blankly at Zhou Yang, a tempest of realization surging within him. Since Zhou Yang's appearance, he had dismissed him, presuming him merely a privileged offspring of influential connections. As for Zhou Yang's subsequent proposal to collaborate on developing a revolutionary battery, Wang Haoning had scoffed at it, deeming it nonsense. Yet now, he recognized himself as the greatest fool, having sought divine intervention, only to realize that Zhou Yang, who had presented himself, was the true prodigy. With a smile, Li Tianshu pointed to Zhou Yang and said, "Academician Chen, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhou Yang. You are Mr. Zhou?" Chen Tiankai's eyes sparkled as he swiftly approached Zhou Yang, scrutinizing him with uncontainable excitement. "Academician, it is an honor." Zhou Yang extended his hand in greeting. Chen Tiankai promptly shook Zhou Yang's hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, the carbon nanotube battery you developed is nothing short of miraculous. It is a groundbreaking invention that has the potential to transform the world." In a moment of contemplation, Chen Tiankai found himself at a loss for words to adequately encapsulate the technological sophistication of carbon nanotube batteries. To him, the innovation in battery technology resembled the very heart of industry, possessing the potential to transform the entire world. Wang Haoning and others stood in stunned silence. Chen Tiankai's reaction seemed excessively humble. What was this carbon nanotube battery? It was astonishing that such a revered figure in the domestic battery industry, academician Chen Tiankai, would hold it in such high regard. Wang Haoning could discern that the tone was far from mere commercial hype. It was sincere admiration. In an instant, Wang Haoning's gaze towards Zhou Yang shifted dramatically. "Indeed, I heard that you have also solved the Navier-Stokes equations, which is a significant event in the scientific community." Chen Tiankai added. The news of the resolution of the Navier-Stokes equations had begun to circulate within a limited circle, of which Chen Tiankai was well aware. Wang Haoning was taken aback once more, lowering his voice to inquire of Wu Chun. "So, what exactly are the Navier-Stokes equations? Are they a type of formula?" Wu Chun, of course, knew what the Navier-Stokes equations entailed. With a bemused expression, he replied to Wang Haoning, "In any case, it's an extraordinarily formidable concept. No, it's something truly divine. Those who can resolve such matters are no longer mere mortals, but rather gods." Chapter 24. Time is limited. Let us produce directly at this juncture. Li Tianshu approached. "Academician Chen, please do not be overly excited. Mr. Zhou is here and cannot escape. If you have any questions, the two of you can discuss them leisurely. How about we share a meal together?" Chen Tiankai was so exhilarated, akin to a fan meeting their idol, that Li Tianshu, a man in his 60s or 70s, genuinely worried for his heart's well-being. Zhou Yang, too, was taken aback by Chen Tiankai's warm reception and quickly added, "Yes, academician Chen. I also have some inquiries I wish to discuss with you. Let us converse over a meal." "What am I to discuss?" "It is you who should impart your wisdom. Your research in batteries far surpasses mine," Chen Tiankai humbly acknowledged. "Yes, let us eat. We must eat," Chen Tiankai exclaimed with a sense of urgency. Wang Haoning's jaw dropped. After fervently seeking Chen Tiankai's company, he had been met with reluctance. Yet now, a single remark from Zhou Yang had secured Chen Tiankai's willingness to stay. "Please, come inside," Wang Haoning urged, feeling an inexplicable excitement. Firstly, he realized that Zhou Yang was the true technical powerhouse, and secondly, he suddenly recalled that Zhou Yang's visit was indeed to seek collaboration, as Zhou had previously mentioned intentions to partner with BYD to produce a novel battery. At that time, Wang Haoning had not taken it seriously, but now he understood that this new battery likely referred to the carbon nanotube battery mentioned by Chen Tiankai. Deliberately delaying, Wang Haoning discreetly inquired of Wu Chun, "What can you conceive regarding this carbon nanotube battery?" Wu Chun replied, "Carbon nanotubes have indeed been studied as conductive agents for grouting, which can significantly enhance battery performance. However, they are quite expensive." "Expensive?" Wang Haoning was taken aback. Wu Chun nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is expensive, primarily due to the intricate preparation process. It appears that no domestic company has yet achieved industrial production, necessitating imports. For instance, the carbon black conductive agent we commonly use costs approximately 50,000 per ton, whereas the conductive agent derived from carbon nanotubes reaches over 500,000 per ton, an increase in cost by a factor of 10. Sometimes, even superior technology cannot be utilized for civilian purposes due to cost considerations. No matter how exceptional the product, if the production cost is prohibitively high, it becomes a substantial issue." Wang Haoning furrowed his brow slightly, refraining from further inquiries as he quickly followed suit. In the private room, the host and guests took their seats. Chen Tiankai pulled Zhou Yang aside, eager to delve into the technical aspects of carbon nanotube batteries. Academician Chen, let us first enjoy our meal. We can discuss it thoroughly afterward, Zhou Yang suggested with a smile. Chen Tiankai nodded in resignation, finding little enjoyment in the meal. Subsequently, the group dined without addressing business matters, engaging in casual conversation about local customs. Once the meal concluded, Wang Haoning led everyone into the adjacent lounge, serving tea. Zhou Yang then stated, I have arrangements for tomorrow, so let us strive to resolve matters today. A chill ran through the attendees as they turned to Zhou Yang. Uncertain of his intentions, Manager Wu, could you assist me in finding a blackboard? Zhou Yang requested. Wu Chen nodded, promptly summoning a blackboard. Mr. Wang, if it is convenient, could you ask your team to step out? The forthcoming discussion may be rather confidential. By the way, Manager Wu can remain to address any technical queries you might not comprehend, Zhou Yang asserted somewhat brusquely. Several senior executives from BYD exchanged uneasy glances, looking towards Wang Haoning. Sensing that Zhou Yang was about to discuss significant matters, specifically regarding collaboration, Wang Haoning subtly nodded, signaling for the executives to depart. Li Tianshu exchanged a glance with Chen Ruyun, who swiftly exited to ensure security personnel monitored the meeting room. Zhou Yang approached the blackboard, contemplated for a moment, and inscribed two phrases, matrix energy and carbon nanotube battery. He then turned to address the assembly. Here, Director Li represents the state. Mr. Wang, you represent BYD, Academician Chen, you symbolize the research capabilities. And I shall oversee the technology. Mr. Wang may perceive this approach as somewhat hasty. However, my time is constrained, and I must travel extensively. I cannot dedicate much energy to the battery sector. Thus, I leave it in your capable hands. The battery technology is but a minor component within the entire mech system, and Zhou Yang must traverse the nation to address all industrial production challenges of the Mechs, with the system granting him a mere 5 years. Time is indeed of the essence. Wang Haoning quickly raised his hand, inquiring, Mr. Zhou, may I ask what kind of battery this carbon nanotube battery is? Is it one that utilizes carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent? If so, hasn't such a battery already been developed? Zhou Yang gestured towards Chen Tiankai, stating, Mr. Wang's question can be addressed by Academician Chen. Chen Tiankai promptly nodded, rising to the blackboard to begin writing data. I shall refrain from delving into overly profound matters. The carbon nanotube battery is not merely a simple application of carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. We have already engaged in its fabrication within the laboratory, and prototypes have been successfully produced. Herein lie the specific data pertaining to the battery, both genuine and verifiable. Chen Tiankai began to fervently inscribe the data upon the blackboard. Aside from a few tests yet to be conducted, the fundamental assessments have all been completed, and Chen Tiankai possesses an exhaustive understanding of the battery's specifications. Impossible. Wu Chun was the first to exclaim upon seeing the data on the blackboard. Wang Haoning could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Academician Chen, have you perhaps misrepresented the dimensions of this battery? The length and width cannot be 20 millimeters, but rather 20 centimeters. According to the figures pinned by Chen Tiankai, a battery with a side length of merely 20 millimeters and a thickness of just 1 millimeter astonishingly boasted a capacity exceeding 8,000 milliampere-hours. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Anticipating Wang Haoning's reaction, Chen Tiankai could not suppress his pride, stating, this is precisely why I assert that this is a groundbreaking battery. It has the potential to transform the entire world. Wang Haoning's mouth fell agape. If what lay before him was indeed true, as Chen Tiankai had asserted, it could indeed alter the course of the world. A single charge could propel an electric vehicle for thousands of kilometers, and a single charge could power a smartphone for an entire month. Moreover, with such a compact battery, smartphones could be rendered even sleeker, accommodating additional functional modules. The notion of altering the world was no mere jest. Zhou Yang gestured for Chen Tiankai to take a seat before stating, Mr. Wang, henceforth, we shall establish a brand new company, aptly named Matrix Energy. Your esteemed company shall divest the battery production business, incorporating it into Matrix Energy in the form of a technology equity stake, while the state will provide the initial capital. Startled, Chen Tiankai, who was about to sit, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting we commence the production of carbon nanotube batteries immediately? Zhou Yang nodded affirmatively. How can this be? With the current production technology, it is impossible to manufacture such a battery. Chen Tiankai exclaimed in a state of agitation. After having produced a finished battery in the laboratory, he had estimated that, given the present production capabilities, it would take several years to overcome the relevant manufacturing processes and achieve industrial production. Yet now, Zhou Yang was indicating that preparations for industrial-scale production were already underway, even to the extent of having a company name ready. Was this a jest? Chapter 25. The first step of a long march. Zhou Yang paused and turned his gaze towards Wang Haoning. I believe this is also a question residing in your mind. Mr. Wang, he inquired. Wang Haoning nodded absent-mindedly, still somewhat dazed, his mind racing with thoughts of how the commercialization of such a battery would revolutionize the battery industry. It was only upon hearing Chun Tiankai's revelations that he was jolted back to reality, realizing that this battery was still in the experimental phase, a considerable distance from industrial production. Zhou Yang continued, unlike traditional lithium batteries, carbon nanotube batteries possess unique characteristics. In addition to utilizing carbon nanotubes as the primary conductive agent, the battery itself is manufactured using modified carbon nanotube materials. In my view, industrial production presents two significant challenges. The first is the acquisition of inexpensive carbon nanotube raw materials. If memory serves, our nation has yet to resolve the industrial production of carbon nanotubes, with domestic demand entirely reliant on imports. Wu Chen nodded vigorously, acknowledging that this was indeed a major hurdle in the industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. In industrial manufacturing, cost is paramount. Chun Tiankai concurred, stating that while our theoretical research on carbon nanotubes is nearly on par with the world's leading standards, we still face considerable gaps in production techniques. Our nation has consistently excelled in theoretical research. Frankly speaking, the inability to produce does not impede our capacity to conceptualize. Moreover, with substantial financial investment, we can achieve remarkable results under laboratory conditions. However, when it comes to industrial production, we lag significantly behind foreign counterparts. A disparity rooted in the overarching industrial environment that cannot be swiftly rectified. Zhou Yang interjected, asserting that he would take on the responsibility of devising a cost-effective method for producing carbon nanotube materials and would resolve the issue expeditiously. The assembly was taken aback by his statement, particularly Wu Chun and Wang Haoning, who exchanged skeptical glances, contemplating the audacity of Zhou Yang's claim. Zhou Yang, however, refrained from elaborating, for within his system lay comprehensive industrial production data for carbon nanotubes. This material is not only essential for battery production, but due to its excellent conductivity, structural stability, and high-pressure resistance, it is also utilized in various components of Mechs. Thus, resolving the production process for these materials is crucial for mech manufacturing. At this juncture, further explanation seemed futile. The results would speak for themselves once production commenced. Zhou Yang continued, outlining the second challenge, the production of the battery casing. The internal structure of the battery is composed of numerous layers, each intricately designed. My proposition is to facilitate mass production using a chemical etching method. In simpler terms, the entire battery production can be segmented into multiple tiers, with each layer being bonded through a pressing method. Ultimately, chemical etching will be employed to carve out the complete battery casing layer by layer, followed by the injection of the necessary materials. Zhou Yang sketched a rudimentary diagram on the blackboard. Chun Tiankai's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Of course, why didn't I think of that?" He had previously crafted prototypes in the lab, but the process required an extensive array of high-precision instruments, built up painstakingly over time. Zhou Yang's method effectively addressed two issues. It allows for the formation of the intricately structured casing in one go and facilitates mass production, thereby reducing costs. Additionally, the entire process is considerably simpler compared to the production of lithium batteries. Wu Chun, equally astonished, found Zhou Yang's proposed production method to be a stroke of genius, leaving him perplexed as to how Zhou Yang conceived such an idea. However, considering that Zhou Yang was the developer of the carbon nanotube battery and had resolved even the NS equation, it seemed plausible that he could tackle the challenges of production methodology with ease. Is it feasible? Wang Haoning whispered, seeking clarification from Wu Chun. Wu Chun pondered seriously for a moment and nodded slightly. If these two challenges were indeed resolved, he believed that the industrialization of battery production could be realized. Wang Haoning, with a solemn expression, nodded in agreement, feeling reassured. "All right," Zhou Yang said, setting down his pen and looking towards Wang Haoning. "I have conveyed most of what needed to be said. What are your thoughts, General Wang? Are you willing to collaborate? The government will undoubtedly provide full support. So the only issue lies with BYD." Wu Chen anxiously observed Wang Haoning, hesitating to speak. Conversely, Wang Haoning remained composed. He was a man who had weathered many storms. After scrutinizing Zhou Yang for a moment, he slowly replied, "Yes, we cannot possibly ignore a development that could transform the entire battery industry. At present, all information regarding the carbon nanotube battery stemmed from Zhou Yang and Chun Tiankai's assertions, and Wang Haoning had yet to see even a prototype. It is no exaggeration to say that their claims were less impressive than a mere PowerPoint presentation. However, the decisive factor that compelled Wang Haoning to make his choice was the government's stance. Li Tianshu represented the state, and with such backing, Wang Haoning felt no fear. Moreover, he understood clearly that if this endeavor were genuine, it would signify the future. Opposing progress would only lead to obsolescence. Hence, only by embracing the times could one achieve greatness. General Wang displayed a spirit of boldness. Li Tianshu chuckled, though his tone bore a hint of melancholy. He secretly wished for Wang Haoning to decline. Such a fortuitous opportunity was something he preferred to entrust to state-owned enterprises. Yet, since Zhou Yang had decided to collaborate with BYD, he resolved to respect Zhou Yang's vision, albeit feeling that BYD was gaining an unmerited advantage and a chance for ascendance. Wang Haoning smiled, and Li Tianshu's tone reinforced his belief that he had made the right decision. He promptly stood and said, "Mr. Zhou, our important discussions have concluded. It is an honor for us at BYD to establish this collaboration. Since you have taken the time to visit X City, it is only fitting that I extend the hospitality of a local host. Why not stay a couple of extra days? I would be delighted to show you around X City." However, Zhou Yang shook his head, replying, "There is no need for that. We can seize opportunities another time." Like Chen Tiankai, Zhou Yang had little interest in leisure pursuits. He then stated, "Since we have reached an agreement, let it be so. BYD will provide production technology, and the government will supply initial funding. As for academician Chen, if possible, I hope you and your team can assist in addressing the industrial design and factory upgrades for the carbon nanotube battery through a commercial collaboration. The intellectual property rights of the specific research outcomes can be either bought out by Matrix Energy or developed in partnership. The details can be discussed among you." Chen Tiankai contemplated seriously for a moment and replied, "I currently have no other projects, so that works for me." Beside him, Wu Chun was filled with excitement. This was a splendid opportunity to collaborate with Chen Tiankai. "Then it is settled. Should any technical issues arise, feel free to contact me at any time," Zhou Yang concluded. Many matters may sound simple in theory, but the practical execution certainly presents challenges, and resolving them will require considerable effort. However, with systematic production resources in place, the overarching issues pose no challenge. This is the crux of the matter. Having resolved the battery conundrum, Zhou Yang remained vigilant. The battery issue was merely the first step in a long journey. To develop the mech, countless technical hurdles awaited him. Chapter 26. A major investment. When the state embarks on an endeavor, once a decision is made, the pace is beyond question. Just the next day, as Zhou Yang set off for his next destination, Li Tianshu informed him that the general terms of cooperation had been negotiated. Within the equity structure of Matrix Energy, BYD would partition its entire battery production operations, valuing them at 400 billion, to acquire a 40% stake in Matrix Energy. The state would provide 600 billion in funding, securing a 51% stake. In theory, with an estimated valuation of 1 trillion for Matrix Energy, the state's investment of 600 billion should have yielded a 60% stake. However, it only obtained 51%, as the remaining 9% was allocated to Zhou Yang. This implies that Zhou Yang, without any effort, possessed a 9% stake in a company valued at 1 trillion, equivalent to 90 billion. Furthermore, this was not merely a valuation but a tangible asset worth 1 trillion. "Does this mean I have become a billionaire?" Zhou Yang chuckled. "Indeed," replied Li Tianshu. "In 10 days, once you sign the documents, it will be official." Zhou Yang understood that this 90 billion might be a reward from the state. Although he initially contemplated declining it, he reconsidered. To feign high-mindedness would be disingenuous, and since it was bestowed by the state, he might as well accept it. "Very well. Let us expedite everything," Zhou Yang remarked. 10 days later, the signing ceremony proceeded as scheduled. BYD organized a special press conference. As a publicly traded company, such a significant asset change necessitated disclosure. Numerous financial journalists attended the event. "Li, do you have any insider information?" "I'm unsure. I inquired with a familiar executive at BYD, but he claimed ignorance. Whether genuine or intentional obfuscation remains unclear." Familiar journalists exchanged insights. "Sigh. I truly don't understand what there is to conceal. It must be disclosed eventually. What is the purpose of hiding it? A heads up would allow us to draft our articles in advance. Perhaps they have a major announcement. Maybe a new generation of electric vehicles is about to launch. Come now. If it were a vehicle launch, the scale would be much larger. That's improbable." At that moment, staff announced the journalists could enter. The venue for the press conference was modest, with a banner proclaiming the signing ceremony between BYD Group and Matrix Energy. "What is this signing ceremony? What on earth is happening? I've never heard of Matrix Energy before. Is it an energy company that produces batteries? Does BYD have significant developments in its battery operations?" Enough speculation. Once the attendees arrive, we will know. After a brief introductory speech from the host, Wang Haoning and several high-ranking BYD officials appeared. Only 2 representatives from Matrix Energy attended the signing. One a young man in his 30s, bespectacled and refined, introduced by the host as Heziyu. Accompanying him was a young woman, an assistant to Heziyu. Numerous journalists swiftly extracted their smartphones, attempting to gather information regarding Matrix Energy. However, no details surfaced online. Intriguingly, Matrix Energy appeared to have emerged from thin air, with not even a trace of business registration to be found. As the attendees settled in, Wang Haoning briefly welcomed the multitude of journalists present, ultimately declaring, "I hereby announce a significant decision. BYD will completely divest its battery operations, acquiring a 40% stake in Matrix Energy through a technological investment." Upon uttering these words, the room erupted in astonishment. My goodness, what was BYD attempting? Were they truly selling off their battery business? That seemed implausible, as the battery sector constituted BYD's core operations. Did you not hear? It was a technological investment, integrating into Matrix Energy. Yet, that too seemed incongruous. BYD's battery operations were worth several hundred billion. So how could they secure only a 40% stake? It dawned on me. This was clearly BYD orchestrating an investment while simultaneously divesting its battery operations. Had they not previously announced plans to segregate the battery business and establish a new company? By rebranding, they could attract investment. If that were the case, BYD's entire battery division would indeed command a 40% stake, implying that this investment must exceed 500 billion. In fact, it likely surpassed 600 billion, as BYD's battery operations were valued at approximately 400 billion. Who could possibly afford such a substantial investment? The financial reporters buzzed with speculation, recognizing that BYD's recent discretion had its reasons. Such an investment was nothing short of a game changer. In an instant, all eyes turned to Heziyu, eager to uncover the entity behind Matrix Energy capable of presenting 600 billion in capital. Heziyu remained composed, exhibiting no inclination to speak. Once the contract was prepared, Wang Haoning and Heziyu simultaneously affixed their signatures. With that, the press conference concluded, leaving many journalists in a state of bewilderment. Was that it? No introductions whatsoever? With hundreds of billions at stake, surely they could have elaborated on BYD's plans for this investment or the business sectors they intended to expand. Moreover, Matrix Energy was shrouded in mystery. Such a significant investment warranted at least a brief self-introduction. It was highly probable that some enigmatic giant was seeking to enter the battery industry, yet had not disclosed their identity. Could it be Evergrande Group? Had they not announced aspirations to manufacture vehicles, specifically electric ones? Lacking battery technology, they could directly invest in BYD's battery division to resolve their battery dilemma. Journalists buzzed with conjecture. However, Heziyu offered no explanations, quickly departing post-conference without granting any interview opportunities. Meanwhile, BYD maintained an exceptionally low profile, with Wang Haoning and other executives also declining to engage with the media. The following day, as anticipated, this news dominated the front page of the financial section. Even some comprehensive media outlets reported extensively on the matter. The name Matrix Energy swiftly entered the consciousness of many. However, Matrix Energy remains shrouded in mystery. Numerous media outlets have tirelessly searched yet failed to uncover any substantial information about this company. It appears as though it has emerged out of thin air. Consequently, several media channels have resorted to conspiracy theories, engaging in wild speculation that has undeniably captured considerable attention. Nevertheless, the most significant impact of this situation has been on BYD's stock. The division of its battery business, a matter of such magnitude, resulted in a direct plunge at the opening bell, with BYD's shares experiencing a catastrophic drop that no amount of intervention could reverse. I was left astounded by the losses, a black swan event. Without a doubt, I have incurred losses amounting to hundreds of thousands. What is a mere 100,000? You ask? Just last week, I had increased my holdings, and now it has all collapsed. Millions lost, my capital at stake. The forums dedicated to BYD's stock are filled with lamentations. This is merely the beginning of the steep decline in BYD's shares. Chapter 27. What does it feel like to become a billionaire? Zhou Yang gazed at the contract before him. With a mere signature, a 9% stake in Matrix Energy, worth a staggering 9 billion in cold hard cash, would be secured. What sensation accompanies such a transformation into a billionaire? Zhou Yang was uncertain, yet he felt remarkably composed, as though he were simply signing for a modest paycheck, akin to collecting $90. Li Tianshu tucked the contract away and remarked with a smile, "I have heard that BYD's stock has plummeted for several consecutive days. I imagine Mr. Wang must be quite disheartened. It's only natural for it to decline." Zhou Yang replied, BYD has spun off its core battery operations, exchanging a 40 stake, tantamount to an investment in a company that many have never even heard of. Matrix Energy. Given such dismal news, it would be strange if the stock price did not fall. However, this is merely a temporary setback. Once the carbon nanotube batteries commence production, BYD is bound to experience a remarkable surge. Therefore, now is the opportune moment to acquire BYD shares. Substantial profits are virtually guaranteed. By the way, Director Chen, what is your monthly salary? Zhou Yang suddenly inquired of Chen Ruiyun, who was seated nearby. Chen Ruiyun was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhou Yang would engage her in conversation. After a moment's thought, she replied, I am not certain, perhaps around 20 to 30,000. You're impressive, not even aware of your own salary. Zhou Yang mused, intrigued, and continued, if you have some spare funds, consider purchasing a few BYD shares. In 3 months, I assure you, you will see a tenfold return. Should the carbon nanotube batteries be produced, the ramifications will extend beyond the electric vehicle sector, influencing every industry reliant on batteries. At that time, it would be astonishing if BYD's stock did not soar. A tenfold return, effortlessly, he added. Chen Ruiyun pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, I am not in need of money. Zhou Yang could not help but regard her with renewed interest. This young woman, much like himself, appeared to hold a rather nonchalant view towards wealth. Li Tianshu interjected, Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that the production issues surrounding the carbon nanotube batteries could be resolved within 3 months? With the cooperation secured, Chen Tiankai's team had already commenced their work at BYD's research center, initiating processes of development and enhancement. Li Tianshu was uncertain about the precise timeline. Yet 3 months seemed rather ambitious. Approximately, Zhou Yang replied. The technical documentation is readily available, given Chen Tiankai's team's capabilities. Along with BYD's research center's extensive experience in the battery sector, 3 months should suffice. However, there exists a prerequisite concerning the raw materials. By the way, has Tian Nai Chemical responded? Zhou Yang inquired. Behind him stood a young woman named Li Ziyu, assigned from above to serve as Zhou Yang's secretary, responsible for various daily administrative tasks. It was said that she was an exceptional talent with considerable credentials. Li Ziyu shook her head and replied, I will reach out again to inquire. During the past 10 days since signing the contract, Zhou Yang had visited numerous places, primarily to tour various companies, such as bearing manufacturers, transmission system firms, hydraulic oil companies, and several machinery enterprises. He also made a stop at Tian Nai Chemical, yet he did not meet the CEO. After a brief visit, he departed. Tian Nai Chemical is a leading enterprise in the domestic carbon nanotube production industry, possessing numerous patented technologies. However, despite their dominant position domestically, their products still lag behind international standards, particularly in meeting the requirements for carbon nanotube batteries. Zhou Yang's ambition was to emulate BYD's model, collaborating with them to provide technology and enable them to develop high-quality carbon nanotube production capabilities. Shortly, Li Ziyu returned, her expression somewhat grim, stating, Mr. Zhou, Tian Nai Chemical has declined. Declined? Li Tianshu furrowed his brow and asked, did they provide a reason for their refusal? Li Ziyu nodded and replied, their exact words were that they are confident in their own products and do not require collaboration. What audacity! Li Tianshu scoffed. The CEO of Tian Nai Chemical is named Yang Bo, correct? I shall remember that. In Li Tianshu's perspective, approaching Tian Nai Chemical was aimed at addressing the raw material issue for carbon nanotube batteries. Their refusal signified an opposition to the national agenda. Such non-compliant companies must be taught a lesson. Zhou Yang, however, waved his hand dismissively, stating, forget it. Since they are unwilling, we shall produce it ourselves. Let Matrix Energy establish a company responsible for carbon nanotube production. Here is the relevant production technology one have organized. We aim to commence production within 3 months. As he spoke, Zhou Yang retrieved a document from a nearby folder and handed it to Li Tianshu. Regarding Yang Bo, who had shown such disrespect, Zhou Yang had nothing further to say. Anger was not an option. For Zhou Yang, this was merely a trivial matter. He had initially intended to support a local enterprise. But since they rejected the opportunity presented to them, so be it. Should low-cost carbon nanotubes commence production, it would directly threaten Tian Nai Chemical. With their current technology, reducing prices would lead to losses, while maintaining prices would render their products uncompetitive, leaving them with but one fate, to either pivot or face bankruptcy. Alright. Li Tianshu opened the document, finding it entirely incomprehensible, yet he felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had harbored concerns over Zhou Yang's ability to resolve the raw material issue, but now he was completely reassured. It appeared, as Zhou Yang had stated from the outset, that he had not only developed the carbon nanotube battery, but had also addressed the industrial production challenges associated with it. Mr. Zhou, where shall we go next? I will make the arrangements, Li Tianshu inquired. In recent days, Zhou Yang has traveled to numerous mechanical companies, leaving Li Tianshu somewhat perplexed about Zhou Yang's true intentions. Engaging in battery production seems entirely unrelated to these endeavors. Let's return to Wanghu village first. I need to prepare some materials for the upcoming plans, Zhou Yang stated. After circling back, he visited leading enterprises within the domestic machinery sector, gaining a general understanding of the nation's manufacturing capabilities. The next step involves gathering pertinent information and addressing each issue methodically. However, several core challenges require Zhou Yang's careful consideration, such as the chip dilemma, propulsion systems, and intelligent control systems. In comparison to these systems, even batteries seem trivial. Wanghu village? Li Tianshu paused, nodding in agreement without further inquiry. The following day, Zhou Yang hurried back to Wanghu village. Li Tianshu did not accompany him, as Zhou Yang mentioned that his assistance was no longer required, allowing Li Tianshu to return and report on the progress of this phase of work. Nevertheless, Lin Peiyuan followed Zhou Yang, ensuring his security. Although only a little over 10 days had passed, Wanghu village had undergone significant transformation. The thunderous roar of machinery filled the air. The original village had been entirely dismantled, making way for new constructions. The excavation of the mountain was also progressing swiftly, showcasing the nation's impressive infrastructure capabilities. Zhou Yang settled into a temporary residence at the mountain's base, beginning his preparations. Along the way, he resolved several technical issues with BYD. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed. Suddenly, Li Tianshu called. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of carbon nanotube batteries has rolled off the production line. Chapter 28. The most contributing individual at BYD headquarters. The entire factory was adorned with festive decorations, and a carpet stretched from the entrance to the administrative building, covering more than 2 kilometers. Hurry, they're coming. By the way, how's my appearance? Wang Haoning, accompanied by several high-ranking BYD officials, rushed outside while inquiring about his image from his assistant. The assistant, barely keeping pace, gasped for breath and nodded. No problem. You look fantastic. Looks alone are insufficient. Demeanor is paramount. Never mind. Let us proceed swiftly. Wu Chun, didn't you organize the RD team to prepare a welcome party? Are they ready? Wu Chun quickly nodded. They've been waiting since 8 this morning. Good. Wang Haoning said no more, and the group hurried to the entrance. After nearly half an hour of waiting, a coaster bus finally approached. They're here. Wang Haoning and his anxious colleagues rushed forward. Wu Chun discreetly waved his hand, and over 30 neatly lined up RD members outside the gate immediately waved their bouquets and cheered, while others unfurled a banner that read, "Welcome Chief Engineer Zhou Yang." As the coaster gradually came to a stop and the doors opened, Lin Peiyuan was the first to step out, scanning the surroundings vigilantly before making way. Zhou Yang then exited the vehicle. Mr. Zhou, welcome. Wang Haoning hurried forward, extending his hand with palpable excitement. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, he exclaimed. Zhou Yang shook hands with Wang Haoning, offering his congratulations in return. Wang Haoning's smile was nearly ear to ear as he remarked, "We share in this joy." The successful rollout of the Longxin battery owes its greatest credit to you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I merely provided some documentation. The real work was accomplished by you all. Thus, if we are to speak of merit, it belongs to you." Zhou Yang then shook hands with Chun Tiankai and Wu Chun, who stood nearby. Over the course of 3 months, although Zhou Yang had supplied relevant technical information, the completion of the production line upgrade and the development of several key pieces of equipment were largely thanks to the diligent efforts of Chun Tiankai's team and Wu Chen's team. Chun Tiankai shook his head, stating, "I dare not claim that credit. The design of several crucial production devices was essentially guided by Mr. Zhou himself. Therefore, if we are discussing accolades, the lion's share belongs to you, Mr. Zhou." Wu Chen quickly nodded in agreement. The upgrade of the production line was no trivial matter. It involved substantial modifications based on the existing setup. Zhou Yang offered the direction for the overhaul, while Chun Tiankai and Wu Chen executed the specific tasks. However, when it came to designing several critical devices, they encountered multiple failures that did not meet the required standards. Ultimately, it was Zhou Yang who provided the conceptual framework that led to the final designs. Thus, even though Zhou Yang had been absent from BYD for the past 3 months, the successful establishment of the production line was inextricably linked to him. Mr. Zhou, there's no need for modesty. Let us proceed inside, Wang Haoning urged. Zhou Yang nodded. Over the past 3 months, resolving the battery issues had been a pleasant surprise, and though he had seen the prototype, this would be his first encounter with the official product. Just then, a land cruiser approached from a distance, and notably, Its license plate bore military insignia. The vehicle came to a gradual stop, and as the door opened, a middle-aged man clad in a major general's uniform stepped out, accompanied by a lieutenant colonel. The middle-aged man surveyed his surroundings before striding confidently toward them. Although he did not introduce himself, the commanding presence that exuded from him prompted those in his path to step aside respectfully. He approached Zhou Yang directly and, breaking into a smile, said, "You must be Mr. Zhou Yang. I have long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, I can certainly attest to your youthful accomplishments." After a brief pause, the middle-aged man extended his hand, introducing himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Jianjun from the General Assembly Department." "The General Assembly Department?" Wang Haoning gasped involuntarily. Zhou Yang was equally taken aback. The General Assembly Department was no ordinary division. It oversaw equipment procurement and logistical support for the domestic military, directly interfacing with major defense enterprises, wielding immense power. "Greetings, General Gao," Zhou Yang replied, quickly shaking his hand. If his assumptions were correct, Gao Jianjun's visit was highly likely related to the Longshin battery, with the source of this information presumably stemming from high-level disclosures. At that moment, another coaster arrived. Wang Haoning was momentarily stunned. More visitors? He distinctly remembered having informed Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu, while others were not notified at all. Had he known such a large number of people would attend, he would have organized a more grandiose welcoming ceremony. Coster gradually came to a halt as an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair flecked with gray, descended the stairs. "Minister Ling." Wang Haoning's eyes widened in astonishment. He was well acquainted with this venerable figure, the current head of the energy department, given BYD's primary business in the battery sector. Interactions with the energy department were inevitable, and Wang Haoning could not be unfamiliar with its chief. Following the elder, Li Tianshu also made his way down, trailed by He Ziyu, the legal representative of Matrix Energy, which, even now, remained merely a shell without a proper office. "Minister Ling." Wang Haoning hurried forward to greet him. Minister Ling, known as Ling Hongjun, warmly shook hands with everyone before finally approaching Zhou Yang, smiling as he said, "Mr. Zhou, I have long admired your reputation. Today, I am fortunate to meet you in person." Although Zhou Yang had been residing in Wanghu village for some time, his renown, particularly among the upper echelons, had grown immensely. The state placed significant emphasis on Zhou Yang due to his groundbreaking work on carbon nanotube batteries, now known as Longshin batteries. Initially, the government anticipated that the Longshin battery would be a long-term project, possibly taking years to yield results. Nevertheless, it invested unreservedly, funding billions to establish Zhou Yang's research facilities and allocating 600 billion for collaboration with BYD, fully aware of the potential risks of failure. However, the government was taken aback when, in just 3 months, Zhou Yang brought the Longshin battery to fruition. When Li Tianshu conveyed the news, the higher-ups were utterly astonished. The entire process was remarkably swift and smooth. The government had previously deliberated extensively on the transformative impact the Longshin battery would herald, yet it found itself ill-prepared for its arrival. All of this was a testament to Zhou Yang's efforts, which elevated his significance to an astonishing degree in the eyes of the state. Thus, even Minister Ling treated Zhou Yang with utmost courtesy. Chapter 29. Astonishing endurance outside the main entrance. The group exchanged pleasantries. Ultimately, it was Li Tianshu who suggested, "Minister Ling, General Gao, and Mr. Wang, let us not linger here in conversation. We have all gathered today for a singular purpose. Let us proceed directly to the factory." Everyone nodded in agreement. The purpose of their visit was the Longshin battery. Gao Jianjun represented the military, while Ling Hongjun stood for the upper echelons of the government. The group made their way to the factory. On the foundation of the previous battery production line, BYD had undertaken upgrades and renovations, working overtime to complete the construction of 3 production lines. The delegation arrived at the first production line. Due to the factory's sterile environment, they proceeded directly to the control room on the second floor, where a vast window offered a clear view of the production line below. Wu Chen introduced, "This is our primary production line. Except for a few critical positions, we have achieved approximately 80% automation, and the entire production line can yield up to 130,000 units daily." 130,000 units. Quite impressive, Minister Ling remarked with a smile. "With 3 production lines, we can produce 390,000 units in a single day, which showcases remarkable efficiency," Wu Chen replied. "The key lies in our newly designed chemical etching equipment, which allows for mass production and uniformity, followed by slicing to complete the subsequent injection and other processes." As he spoke, Wu Chen glanced at Zhou Yang and added, "These essential pieces of equipment were all meticulously designed by Mr. Zhou." Ling Hongjun nodded slightly and stated, "I have heard about this for some time. Mr. Zhou is not only exceptional in theoretical research, but also excels in industrial design. I have great admiration for him. Zhou Yang humbly deflected the praise. Wang Haoning interjected, esteemed leaders, and Mr. Zhou, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, we shall officially commence the production line and observe the first batch of Longxin batteries as they come off the assembly line. Ling Hongjun and the others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang, indifferent, felt he had already seen enough. The battery issue was resolved. Subsequently, outside the factory, a ribbon-cutting ceremony was held without any reporters. Yet this moment would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in history. Returning to the control room, the production line was prepared, and all workers were in position. They awaited the signal to commence operations. Mr. Zhou, please, Ling Hongjun cheerfully urged, not waiting for Wang Haoning to speak. Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement. Among those present, only Zhou Yang was qualified. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yang stepped forward and pressed the master control switch. As the production line powered up and the system activated, workers began to take their positions. The raw materials of low-cost carbon nanotubes commenced pouring in, and the production line began processing through its various stages. Approximately half an hour later, the first batch of Longxin batteries was produced. Workers promptly delivered the initial products. Zhou Yang picked up one of the Longxin batteries. Measuring 2 centimeters square and merely 1.5 millimeters thick, the battery's positive and negative terminals were located on the front and back. When two batteries were stacked together and secured with a specialized slot, they could be connected in series. The parallel connection was equally straightforward. In essence, these square batteries could be conveniently linked to form battery packs tailored to varying requirements. Ling Hongjun held a Longxin battery and exclaimed, "It is hard to fathom that such a small battery possesses such immense capacity." Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement, adding, "This is truly a groundbreaking product. People often speak of foreign black technology, but I believe the Longxin battery truly embodies that essence." Wang Haoning was equally exhilarated. Over the past 3 months, his excitement had only intensified. Grateful for his decision to collaborate with Zhou Yang, he could foresee the profound impact this innovation would have on the world. By the way, what about the cost? Ling Hongjun inquired. Gao Jianjun also looked over, recognizing that cost was a crucial factor. Wang Haoning raised a finger, proudly stating, "We have conducted calculations. And with our current 3 production lines operating at full capacity, if we can ship over 100 million units each month, the cost can be reduced to around 10 yuan per unit." "Oh," Ling Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it really that inexpensive?" Gao Jianjun's face was equally incredulous as he remarked, "Take the 18650 battery, for instance. Even a high-quality unit has a factory price of around 20 yuan. Yet, the Longxin battery outperforms any existing lithium battery in terms of capacity and performance, and you can still maintain such a low price? This is utterly astonishing. How have you accomplished this?" Wang Haoning explained with a smile, "The cost can be so low because we have utilized Mr. Zhou's low-cost preparation method for carbon nanotubes, significantly reducing the raw material costs. Additionally, we have not factored in the research and development costs. Typically, high-quality lithium batteries come with certain patents and involve extensive research, which inflates the development costs. However, all the research and production line modifications for our batteries have been driven by Mr. Zhou, and this aspect is nearly impossible to quantify, which is why it was not included in our cost calculations." Ling Hongjun nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, the credit primarily goes to Mr. Zhou. As he observed the composed expression of Zhou Yang, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The successful launch of Longxin batteries could be attributed to Zhou Yang's efforts. When it comes to merit, no one could surpass Zhou Yang. At that moment, Zhou Yang inquired, "Have you produced sample battery packs yet?" The individual Longxin batteries are merely the foundation. To ship them, they must be assembled into various types of battery packs. Wang Haoning smiled mysteriously and said, "Gentlemen, let us change locations. I have a surprise to share with you." "Oh, what surprise?" Ling Hongjun asked, intrigued. Wang Haoning remained silent, leading everyone away from the factory, driving through the park until they arrived at a building. Zhou Yang smiled, recalling that this was the assembly plant for BYD automotive batteries. He had already begun to conjecture what the surprise might entail. "Please take a look," Wang Haoning announced as he opened the factory doors, revealing a brand new car to the group. "Oh, a car?" Ling Hongjun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Wang Haoning nodded, explaining, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our new Han DM model, which we initially planned to release in the second half of the year. However, due to the emergence of the Longxin batteries, we have redesigned this vehicle, with the most significant modification being the reduction of the battery compartment. Compared to the 18650 battery, the Longxin battery is remarkably smaller, yet its capacity is substantial. Thus, the final battery pack will undoubtedly be very compact." "What about the range?" Gao Jianjun inquired hastily. Zhou Yang also looked on with curiosity, believing that BYD must have conducted tests long ago. Indeed, Wang Haoning raised a finger again. 1,000 kilometers? Gao Jianjun exclaimed. A range of 1,000 kilometers is quite impressive. Wang Haoning shook his head slowly, stating, "No, it is 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers." Everyone present was simultaneously astonished. Zhou Yang remained remarkably composed, fully anticipating the figure presented. Chapter 30, The Press Conference. Zhou Yang remarked, "Mr. Wang, your estimation of 10,000 kilometers must be based on the original battery compartment's capacity, correct? Under equivalent conditions, using 18,650 batteries, the range might reach 400 to 500 kilometers. Even with BYD's self-developed blade batteries, it would likely only extend to about 500 or 600 kilometers. However, within the same volume, the Longshin batteries can accommodate several times that quantity. Not to mention, the capacity of the Longshin batteries is astonishing. Thus, achieving a tenfold increase in range is entirely plausible." The attendees were left in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. "My goodness, 10,000 kilometers? That is utterly outrageous. Wouldn't that mean a single charge could last half a year, or even a year?" exclaimed Ling Hongjun. Gao Jianjun nodded vigorously, agreeing that such a figure was indeed exaggerated. "What about charging efficiency? Based on your claim of a 10,000 kilometer range, how long would it take to fully charge?" Gao Jianjun pressed. Wang Haoning pondered for a moment before responding. "If we consider a 10,000 kilometer range, it may take 1 or 2 days to reach full charge. Given the current capacity, and without an increase in charging efficiency, achieving a full charge is no trivial matter." Gao Jianjun replied, "Even so, that is still quite impressive. Spending 2 days to charge for several months, or even a year, without needing to recharge, is remarkable." Wang Haoning chuckled. "What I mentioned about 10,000 kilometers is merely the theoretical maximum. In reality, after factoring in discharge degradation and charging efficiency, we have determined to design the battery's range at 3,000 kilometers. In this case, combined with specialized fast charging, it would take 4 to 5 hours to fully charge. This approach also mitigates the issue of batteries slowly discharging over prolonged periods. Every battery, even the Longshin, will gradually lose charge when left idle. This way, we can find a commendable balance between operational efficiency and economic feasibility." The group nodded in agreement. Even a range of 3,000 kilometers is quite astonishing. Moreover, requiring only 4 to 5 hours to charge means it could easily be charged overnight, potentially lasting a month without needing a recharge. For those who primarily use it for commuting, they might not need to recharge for several months. Ling Hongjun and Li Tianshu exchanged glances, already envisioning the significant impact such a new energy vehicle would have on the entire automotive industry. Subsequently, the attendees took the opportunity to test drive the vehicle. Wang Haoning even prepared another car for Zhou Yang, stating it was a gift for him, considering it was the first vehicle to utilize Longshin batteries, thus holding considerable commemorative value. Zhou Yang contemplated for a moment before accepting the gesture. After all, it was merely a car, not a significant matter. Once the visit concluded, Zhou Yang promptly returned to Wanghu village. Over the past 3 months, he had not been idle. He had been focusing on a crucial endeavor, the design of a chip for biomechanical cell applications in mecha technology. The laboratory in Wanghu village had already been put into operation, although it had yet to be fully utilized, with only a few research assistants at work. Due to Zhou Yang's current focus on the preparation for chip design and industrial production, he finds himself particularly engaged with the system software of certain equipment, a task that he must undertake independently, as no assistance is available. Although a comprehensive code base has been provided, mastering and implementing it proves to be a formidable challenge. In contemporary large-scale manufacturing, a single system may encompass millions, if not billions, of lines of code. Over the past 3 months, Zhou Yang has dedicated a substantial portion of his time to coding. Now, with the preparatory work nearing completion, he is poised to embark on the next phase of implementation. Zhou Yang is inclined towards collaborating with domestic companies, akin to the partnership with BYD. This approach not only yields tangible results, but also fosters talent and facilitates direct product transformation. Should the government opt to reinvest in a manufacturing entity, it would likely require a considerable amount of time. However, Zhou Yang has yet to finalize which company he would partner with. There are indeed several domestic enterprises engaged in chip production, and the local chip technology is not as inferior as commonly suggested online, although a significant gap remains in the high-end segment. Therefore, Zhou Yang feels a personal responsibility to nurture this development. After returning to Wanghu village, 10 days have elapsed, during which Zhou Yang has completed all preparatory tasks. It is at this juncture that he receives an invitation. a summons to the launch event of BYD's Longshan battery. Wang Haoning personally calls Zhou Yang, wishing to invite him to witness this momentous occasion. Initially, Wang Haoning intended to visit in person but, after inquiring, was unable to ascertain which research institution Zhou Yang was affiliated with, as the laboratory in Wanghu village remains under strict confidentiality. After careful consideration, Zhou Yang decides to attend. As Wang Haoning aptly remarked, witnessing history is an opportunity to forge it himself. The launch event is scheduled to take place in BJ City at the largest venue available, with BYD extending invitations to nearly all mainstream media outlets in the country. Additionally, any leading companies within the battery sector have also received invitations, accompanied by extensive pre-event promotional campaigns. The internet is awash with advertisements for BYD's launch event, proclaiming, on September 9th, BYD's new world awaits your presence. The discussions surrounding this event proliferate online, fueled by an extraordinary advertising expenditure that makes it nearly impossible to overlook. Questions abound regarding the nature of BYD's launch. Is it a new vehicle unveiling? The sudden surge in prominence is perplexing, especially considering BYD's historically low-key approach. Such an investment in advertising, likely amounting to several hundred million, raises eyebrows. This level of expenditure is astonishing. It is particularly curious what BYD intends to announce, as they are primarily an automotive manufacturer, and, even for a vehicle launch, such extravagance seems excessive. Mercedes-Benz has never engaged in such grandiosity. Forget it, further discussion is futile. We shall know the truth on the 9th. It is rumored that CCTV will be broadcasting live, which is rather astonishing. How much has BYD invested to secure such coverage? Amidst the curiosity and anticipation of countless netizens, September 9th arrives. On this day, the weather is splendid, with radiant sunshine illuminating the National Conference Center, adorned with enormous promotional banners. The most striking of these is undoubtedly the slogan "Embrace the Future." At 8 in the morning, with 2 hours remaining until the conference, invited journalists, corporate representatives, and esteemed guests gradually arrive. Are there any whispers of inside information? Familiar reporters engage in hushed conversations. But considering BYD's grand scale, it seems improbable that any insider news would leak. It is highly likely that it pertains to automobiles. Not necessarily. You won't believe whom I just spotted, Lei Jun of Xiaomi. Wait, Lei Jun? What brings him here? Thus, I speculate that BYD's announcement may not solely concern vehicles. It could involve batteries. Remember 3 months ago, when BYD unexpectedly declared the division of its battery business and collaborated with a matrix energy company. At that time, I surmised that BYD was preparing for a significant revelation. And now, that revelation is upon us. Chapter 31. Dominating the spotlight, a sedan slowly enters the parking lot of the National Conference Center. The process of parking takes quite a while. Mr. Zhou, there are many people here, and the risk factors are too numerous. My suggestion is, if you insist on attending this launch, I will summon the support team to reorganize the security arrangements, Qin Riyun said with a serious expression. At this moment, they are traveling in a single vehicle, with only Zhou Yang and Qin Riyun, along with 3 security personnel. Zhou Yang inquired, "Do you think many people recognize my face?" Qin Riyun hesitated before shaking her head. Although Zhou Yang is engaged in world-changing work, it must be admitted that he remains exceedingly low-key. Then that is settled. If no one recognizes me, what danger could I possibly face? Moreover, I am in my own country. Why would anyone attack me without cause? Zhou Yang chuckled. This is my homeland, not country. Qin Riyun had no retort and could only nod in agreement. Very well, then. The car comes to a halt. Zhou Yang exits with Qin Riyun, making their way towards the conference. Arriving discreetly, Zhou Yang did not inform Wang Haoning and the others. At the entrance of the venue, a throng of attendees flows in, with 3 security checkpoints established. However, the crowd is so dense that everyone is queuing. Zhou Yang intended to queue as well. But before he could proceed, Qin Riyun stopped him. Mr. Zhou, it's too crowded here. Queuing is unsafe. Let us enter directly. With that, Qin Riyun and her colleagues surrounded Zhou Yang and advanced towards the entrance. Make way. Qin Riyun coldly intercepted a young man who was about to conduct a security check. The young man was promptly pushed aside. Zhou Yang quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, immediately erupted, exclaiming, apologies suffice. Do you even know who I am? How dare you push me aside? And you, how dare you cut in line? Is there no one to manage this? He demanded. Get out of my way, move to the back. As a young man stepped forward to push Zhou Yang aside, a robust arm reached out and halted him. 3 formidable security personnel stood like sentinels, their cold gazes effectively intimidating the young man. Zhou Yang frowned slightly, sensing that Qin Riyun's actions were somewhat inappropriate. He intended to apologize to the young man once more, But Chen Riyun abruptly pulled Zhou Yang aside, whispering, "Mr. Zhou, let us proceed inside." With that, she guided him through the security checkpoint. Suddenly, the alarm blared furiously. The security guards, startled, quickly surrounded them. One of them inquired, "Miss, please remove any prohibited items from your person and place items like keys in the box." Meanwhile, the young man continued to shout, "Fine, cutting in line is one thing. But pushing me? I'll remember you all. Do you know who I am? I'm from Tiannai Chemical. I have money. And you'll see how I deal with you." Initially, the others in line supported the young man, believing Zhou Yang was in the wrong. But as he continued to bellow, their expressions soured. Compared to Zhou Yang's line cutting, the young man's behavior became increasingly irksome. Chen Riyun appeared oblivious to the young man's rants, retrieving an identification from her pocket and presenting it to the guards. Zhou Yang observed clearly that it was a gun license. The guards, upon seeing it, were taken aback, swallowing hard and quickly stating, "My apologies, please proceed." Chen Riyun nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and led Zhou Yang straight inside, followed swiftly by the 3 security personnel. Each person passing through the security checkpoint triggered the alarms anew. The guards, astonished, swallowed nervously, suspecting that each individual was armed. The possession of a weapon legally indicated that they were no ordinary individuals. What on earth is happening? Why are they allowed to leave? They have prohibited items. Why not detain them and conduct a search? The young man erupted in outrage upon witnessing the guards letting Zhou Yang and the others pass. The guard's expression shifted, and he sternly replied, "Sir, please wait in line for your inspection." The young man was infuriated. Not only had Zhou Yang and his companions cut in line, but they were also allowed to leave without inspection, while he was subjected to scrutiny. This was not an equitable treatment. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, a man behind him, sporting a camera around his neck, tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Buddy, stop making a scene. Do you even know who those people are?" "What do you mean?" the young man asked, taken aback. The man smiled mysteriously and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the beautiful woman just displayed a gun license, legally armed, and not dressed like a police officer. Think about it." With that, he bypassed the young man and proceeded for security inspection. Cold sweat instantly streamed down the young man's forehead, and his complexion turned pale. A gun license, legally held. Myriad rumors suggested it was akin to a license to kill, meaning that had he caused too much of a scene, they could have shot him without hesitation. The young man swallowed hard, never imagining he had danced on the precipice of life and death. Zhou Yang followed Chen Riyun into the venue and could not help but exclaim, "Director Chen, this is rather ostentatious, isn't it? We could simply queue in an orderly manner. There is no need for this." However, Chen Riyun shook her head and replied, "Mr. Zhou, perhaps you have a misinterpretation of what it means to be high profile. I believe we have been quite low-key thus far, and this is also for your safety. Skipping the line, can that truly be deemed as high profile? We haven't arranged for anyone to escort us, and taking the VIP passage is already as understated as one could get." Zhou Yang fell silent, choosing not to engage further, and merged with the crowd as they entered the hall. He found himself seated in the front row. "I will make my own way," he stated. Chen Riyun nodded slightly and signaled 3 security personnel, who quickly dispersed to form a protective formation around Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang presented his invitation to a staff member at the venue. Upon receiving it, the staff member's expression subtly shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, leading Zhou Yang to a prime seat at the center of the front row. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Evidently, his invitation was exceptional, as he was directly assigned to the central position of the press conference. Indeed, the moment he settled into his seat, numerous eager gazes turned towards him. A plethora of industry magnates had arrived today, hailing from various sectors, including high-ranking government officials and specially invited guests, all of whom occupied the front rows. However, due to the large number of attendees, they filled up 4 rows. Among these, there was a hierarchy. Those seated in the first row undoubtedly held the most esteemed status, and sitting at the very center of the front row, without question, marked him as the most distinguished guest. Representatives from major automotive manufacturers were present, including high-ranking officials such as the president of Mercedes-Benz Asia-Pacific and the general manager of FAW Group, as well as leaders from the technology sector, like the CEO of DJI and Lei Jun, the president of Xiaomi. These titans of their respective industries did not occupy the central position. Yet a young man like Zhou Yang did, prompting a singular thought to arise in the minds of all the influential figures. Who is this young man? Chapter 32. This is the Longxin Battery. Amidst the curious glances of numerous dignitaries, Zhou Yang sat with an air of calm assurance. Suddenly, a hand reached out beside him. "Greetings, I am Yu Changhong from Huawei." Zhou Yang turned to face the newcomer, a middle-aged man with glasses and an elegant demeanor. "Hello, I am Zhou Yang." They shook hands, and Zhou Yang's composed and aloof demeanor caused Yu Changhong to hesitate, forcing a sheepish smile as he averted his gaze. At that moment, Zhou Yang unexpectedly inquired, "Is Huawei designing chips, specifically the high-silicon Kirin?" Yu Changhong was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Yang would initiate conversation and quickly affirmed, "Indeed. It seems Mr. Zhou is well informed about the high-silicon Kirin." As soon as he spoke, Yu Changhong berated himself for his foolishness. Who in the country was unaware of the Kirin chips, especially following the recent news regarding the sanctions imposed on them by the United States? "Would it be possible for me to visit your RD headquarters at High Silicon?" Zhou Yang asked. With the battery issue resolved, the next step would be addressing the chip dilemma. True to his previous approach, he aimed to collaborate with domestic enterprises to foster their development. There are indeed numerous semiconductor enterprises within the country, such as High Silicon, Unisoc, ZTE Microelectronics, and Huada Semiconductor, among others. Among these, due to varying business focuses, only High Silicon truly engages in high-end chips that can align with international standards. Notably, behind High Silicon stands Huawei, which, although not a state-owned enterprise, is a private entity of significant responsibility. Thus, the first potential partner that Zhou Yang had in mind was none other than High Silicon. Yu Changhong was taken aback. He still did not comprehend Zhou Yang's true identity or profession. However, given his prominent position, it was evident he was no ordinary individual. What could possibly be wrong with that? "I would be thrilled to welcome you. Whenever you are available, feel free to contact me directly," he remarked, handing over a business card. Zhou Yang accepted it, and, upon patting his pockets, realized he did not have a card of his own. He waved to Chen Riyun in the distance. Chen Riyun hurried over, and upon learning Zhou Yang's request, swiftly produced a business card and handed it to him. Yu Changhong blankly accepted it, watching as Chen Riyun walked away, taking a moment to process the situation. Zhou Yang was accompanied by a bodyguard, and Chen Riyun's demeanor clearly indicated she was no ordinary guard. Gazing at the business card in his hand, it was a remarkably simple card, with Zhou Yang's name inscribed on the front and a mobile number on the back. Such a card further led Yu Changhong to sense that Zhou Yang's identity was indeed extraordinary. Just as Yu Changhong was about to engage in further conversation, the venue suddenly dimmed, plunging into darkness. The conference was about to commence. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, CCTV Finance Channel and various major news platforms initiated live broadcasts of the event. The invited guests settled into their seats, and a low murmur filled the air. Suddenly, a beam of white light illuminated the space above, revealing a holographic countdown of the number 10. Goodness, was this a launch event orchestrated by BYD? The technological ambience was palpable. The online viewership skyrocketed past 10 million, with many engaged in lively discussions. This was indeed a significant investment. BYD was clearly going all out this time. Curiosity piqued. What exactly were they about to unveil? Could it be the much-rumored electric supercar? There was a possibility, as it had been rumored that BYD was preparing to manufacture supercars. Only such a high-end, sophisticated launch event would befit a supercar. The audience predominantly speculated that BYD would be unveiling a brand new vehicle. After all, BYD was fundamentally an automobile manufacturer. The countdown at the venue ceased, and the light beam remained fixed on the stage. Accompanied by stirring music, a figure ascended the stage. It was Wu Chun. In an instant, all eyes were riveted upon him. The millions of viewers in front of their screens, along with industry magnates and reporters present, were all curious as to what grand announcement BYD was preparing. And the mystery was about to be unveiled. Wu Chun, undeterred by the spotlight, delivered a brief opening statement before the large screen behind him began to showcase a video. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever encountered such a scenario in your daily lives? For instance, while driving on the highway, when your electric vehicle has merely a few dozen kilometers of range left, yet the next service station seems an eternity away. When fortune smiles upon you and you manage to reach the service area, you discover that the charging station is out of order and utterly unusable. Upon hearing this, countless audience members displayed expressions of knowing anticipation. It was inevitable. BYD was undoubtedly poised to unveil a brand new electric vehicle with a primary focus on range. Wu Chun continued, "Moreover, when your mobile phone is on the verge of dying and you find yourself unable to locate a portable charger, or when you are utilizing a drone to capture the breathtaking landscapes of our homeland, yet are hindered by battery life, preventing you from filming for extended periods. The anxiety stemming from insufficient power is an omnipresent aspect of our lives." Accompanied by the videos displayed on the large screen, Wu Chun's remarks added a touch of humor, eliciting bursts of laughter from the audience. However, many were left with lingering doubts. Initially, he spoke of the reliability of electric vehicle range, yet as he transitioned to the topic of mobile phone batteries and drone endurance, it seemed to stray somewhat off course. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Let us get to the new car already. Indeed, I came here to see the new vehicle, not to listen to idle talk. To those above, please remain calm. Such a press conference often meanders, and this is a standard procedure. Meanwhile, the various dignitaries and journalists present exhibited expressions of waning interest. Except for a few major manufacturers, particularly the president of Tesla's Asia-Pacific division, who listened intently. In the electric vehicle sector, BYD is undoubtedly a formidable contender against Tesla. However, as the undisputed leader of the global electric vehicle industry, Tesla does not regard BYD as a significant threat. This is not due to underestimating them, but rather because there seems to be no worthy competitor. Moreover, it is said that Tesla has already localized production, with prices dropping, thus leaving other electric vehicle companies in disarray. As the video concluded, Wu Qin proclaimed, "Have you ever imagined a world where an electric vehicle could travel for a month or even several months on a single charge? And a mobile phone could last for months on a single charge? What kind of world would that be?" He then urged everyone to join him in envisioning the future. With an enthusiastic wave of his hand, the large screen behind him displayed a countdown accompanied by invigorating music, culminating in the revelation of a battery resembling a chip. This was the new generation carbon nanotube battery, Dragon Core battery, produced in collaboration between BYD and Matrix Energy, possessing independent intellectual property rights. Upon this announcement, the audience was left in stunned silence. No one anticipated that BYD would orchestrate such a grand event only to unveil a battery instead of a vehicle. A battery, and such a grand affair for it. Chapter 33, a small battery with great capacity in the live broadcast room. The moment the Dragon Core battery was unveiled, a wave of astonishment swept through. What is going on? Wasn't this an automobile launch? Why are we unveiling a battery? Indeed, I was eagerly awaiting the supercar reveal. One can only hope that BYD manages to lower the prices of supercars, allowing everyone to indulge in the thrill of driving a Ferrari and savor the exhilaration of a supercar experience. The audience present, filled with curiosity, gazed at the large screen displaying the Longshin battery, their faces adorned with expressions of confusion. What manner of battery is this? It appears so square and chip-like. Oh, what was it that Wu Qin mentioned earlier regarding this battery? Wasn't it supposed to be a lithium battery? I am uncertain. I did not catch it clearly. Perhaps it is a new battery developed by BYD. Judging by its appearance, it seems not much different from the Blade battery. The screen failed to indicate the size of the Longshin battery, making it difficult to ascertain its dimensions at first glance. Whispers of speculation filled the air. Wu Qin, deliberately prolonging the suspense, eventually retrieved a Longshin battery from his pocket, raising it high and proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Longshin battery." The camera focused on the battery held between Wu Qin's fingers, and the large screen displayed it clearly. At that moment, both the attendees and those watching the live broadcast erupted in astonishment. Is this truly the Longshin battery? How can it be so small? Indeed, I expected something much larger. It resembles a mere chip. Regardless of its form, if this is indeed a battery, what capacity could it possibly have? 1,000 milliamp hours? 1,000 milliamp hours? Surely you jest. At such a minuscule size, it could barely manage a few dozen milliamp hours. So, BYD orchestrated such a grand event merely to unveil a button battery? Numerous journalists and industry professionals present wore expressions of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend BYD's intentions. They could not discern what technological marvel could possibly be contained within such a diminutive battery. The crucial factor remains capacity. No matter how extravagant the design, capacity is paramount. Did BYD truly believe that this button battery could resolve the range issues of electric vehicles? It is utterly preposterous. The audience continued to murmur their opinions. Seated beside Zhou Yang, Yu Changhong could not suppress his musings. What is BYD attempting to convey with this peculiar presentation? Could the Longshin battery possess some extraordinary feature? However, given its size, if the capacity were somewhat larger, it would indeed be quite suitable for a mobile phone. After speaking, Yu Changhong turned to Zhou Yang and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "What are my thoughts?" Zhou Yang contemplated. He was merely observing. Yet, after some time, he too felt that BYD had perhaps taken things too far. There are better ways to build anticipation. If it were up to Zhou Yang, a straightforward PowerPoint presentation would suffice. This elaborate spectacle seemed entirely unnecessary. At that moment, Wu Qin declared, "I believe the primary question on everyone's mind is the capacity of this Longshin battery, and I can assure you, its capacity will exceed your expectations. Now, shall we invite a few friends to make some guesses? Mr. Lei, what do you think?" Zhou Yang, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that the suspense was becoming tiresome, and he was tempted to leave. The camera shifted to Lei Jun, who pondered for a moment before stating with precision, "Based on its size." I would estimate its capacity to be in the range of several tens to hundreds of milliamp hours. However, since Mr. Wang organized such a grand unveiling, there must be some special technology involved. Therefore, I speculate it to be around 300 milliamp hours. Several individuals from the battery industry present nodded in agreement upon hearing Lei Jun's estimation. As Lei Jun remarked, if BYD were to unveil a button-sized battery amidst such grandiloquent fanfare, it would indeed be laughable. Thus, a capacity of 300 mAh seems quite plausible. The mere existence of such a substantial battery boasting a capacity of 300 mAh is already astonishing. Wu Chen smiled and declared, well, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I wish to announce that this modest Longshin battery possesses an astounding capacity of 8,450 mAh. The large screen illuminated the figure of 8,450 mAh. A profound silence enveloped the venue, mirrored by an equally stunned silence in the live stream. Everyone was rendered speechless. Is this for real? Over 8,000 mAh? Surely, it must be a dream. A battery of such diminutive size, with such a colossal capacity, unbelievable. The live stream erupted in disbelief. Meanwhile, the president of Tesla Asia Pacific could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, impossible. The prominent figures in the front row exhibited similar reactions. Lei Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, while Yu Changhong, beside Zhou Yang, appeared as though he had seen a ghost, muttering, this must be a joke. The notion that a battery of such modest dimensions could yield over 8,000 mAh was nothing short of miraculous. A journalist abruptly stood up, proclaiming, Mr. Wu, are you accountable for your statements? Many in the audience nodded in agreement. The figures presented were indeed extraordinary. Who could ascertain if BYD was merely exaggerating? Wu Chen, with a jovial demeanor, replied, Dear journalist, I stand by my words. This data is derived from a reputable institution. On the screen appeared a verification document, issued by the Energy Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, bearing a bold red seal that attested to its authenticity. Yet, the claim remained almost unfathomable, leaving the questioning journalist to sit back down in disbelief. His sentiment echoed the thoughts of everyone present, as well as countless viewers online. A diminutive battery with such an extraordinary capacity was truly beyond comprehension. Wu Chen continued. The theme of this press conference is encountering the future. Let us explore the transformations that will unfold with the introduction of the Longshin battery. Firstly, BYD will launch the latest model of the Han series, the Han DM, in a nationwide premiere in just 6 days, on the 15th of this month. The specific configurations of this new vehicle will be disclosed at a later date. However, I can reveal that the Han DM will feature an astonishing range of 3,000 kilometers, with a full charge taking merely 4.5 hours. Additionally, there will be a high-end version of the Han DM, boasting a range of up to 8,000 kilometers, fully charged in just 12 hours. Although Wu Chen did not elaborate on the precise specifications or pricing of the Han DM, the impressive range spoke volumes. Range has always been a crucial issue for electric vehicles, and the advent of the Longshin battery addresses this challenge. The live stream was ablaze with excitement. 5 hours for a full charge and a range of 3,000 kilometers. Am I dreaming? And the high-end version with 8,000 kilometers of range. Good heavens, BYD is truly defying expectations. After this, will a single charge last for half a year without needing another? For my daily commute of less than 10 kilometers, a range of 3,000 kilometers would suffice for 10 months. There's little more to say. I hereby declare that as long as BYD releases it, and the range truly reaches 3,000 kilometers, I will immediately take delivery of the vehicle. Count me in. I'll opt for the high-end model with an astonishing 8,000 kilometers of range. Goodness, this world has gone mad. The live broadcast was filled with frenzied excitement, and the reaction on-site mirrored that enthusiasm. The most astonished among them was undoubtedly the president of Tesla's Asia-Pacific region, who was nearly beside himself, exclaiming, Impossible! Impossible! A standard range of 3,000 kilometers and a high-end range of 8,000 kilometers would obliterate all competing electric vehicle manufacturers. Chapter 34. Production and Pricing. It wasn't just Tesla. Representatives from other major electric vehicle companies such as NIO, XPeng, and Geely also wore expressions of shock. The astonishing range offered by the Longshin battery is akin to a nuclear weapon, a formidable tool capable of outclassing any electric vehicle on the market. The configurations may be similar across brands, but the sole barrier preventing electric vehicles from rivaling gasoline cars has always been range. Electric vehicle manufacturers have explored countless strategies, researching fast charging, battery swapping, and more, but nearly all have ended in failure. Unless battery technology advances, electric vehicles will never achieve mainstream status. Now, however, BYD has become the first to break through in battery technology, poised to transform the world as proclaimed at this press conference. Wu Chen continued, saying that the advent of the Longshin battery will not only revolutionize the electric vehicle industry, but will also impact every facet of life. I believe that soon, we will witness the emergence of ultra-thin smartphones boasting battery capacities exceeding 100,000 mAh, allowing for a month of use on a single charge. As he spoke, Wu Chen glanced at several mobile phone manufacturers present, including Lei Jun, Yu Changhong, and representatives from Vivo. Unlike electric vehicle manufacturers, the mobile phone industry also expressed their inability to remain composed. Just as range hampers the development of electric vehicles, battery capacity is equally a critical limitation for smartphones. Who wouldn't want to create thinner phones with longer-lasting batteries? Yet, with battery sizes being what they are, making them thinner necessitates a reduction in capacity, thereby diminishing range. The emergence of the Longshin battery, with its minuscule size and immense capacity, perfectly addresses this dilemma. Consequently, the representatives from these manufacturers were equally thrilled, finally understanding why BYD had invited them. Furthermore, electric vehicles that can be used for extended periods on a single charge, drones capable of prolonged flight, and power tools with greater capacity and longer usage times. All these applications will benefit immensely from the Longshin battery. Given the extensive applications of lithium batteries in modern society, the Longshin battery will undoubtedly find a ready market. After outlining potential applications for the Longshin battery, Wu Chen remarked, "Now, as we transition into the next phase, we have some time to address your questions." Upon hearing this, reporters on site eagerly raised their hands. It is widely acknowledged that the launch of the Longshin battery marks a revolutionary advancement in technology. At this juncture, numerous journalists have already commenced drafting articles for publication on their media platforms. However, in contrast to the journalists, many representatives from various manufacturers present at the event, along with special guests, harbored numerous inquiries. Lei Jun raised his hand. "Very well, Mr. Lei, what questions do you have for us?" Wu Chen inquired with a smile. Lei Jun took the microphone and posed two pressing concerns. "I am particularly interested in the production capacity and pricing of the Longshin battery. Could you share any details?" Many manufacturers nodded in agreement. Pricing and production capacity are invariably paramount issues. The Longshin battery, though compact, boasts an astonishing capacity, undoubtedly the result of remarkable technological innovation. While BYD has announced that it is capable of mass production, one cannot ascertain whether this is on a small or large scale. Furthermore, if the price is exorbitant, the cost-effectiveness could be called into question. This consideration is less critical for electric vehicles, where batteries are inherently costly. As long as performance is high, consumers are often willing to invest more. However, the scenario is markedly different for smartphones, where domestic manufacturers engage in aggressive competition, often driving prices down to unsustainable levels. Should production costs be elevated, the implications would be significant. Wu Chen chuckled. "Mr. Lei, you have indeed posed a challenging question. Given your inquiry, I believe it resonates with many companies as well." After a brief pause, he continued, "We currently operate 3 production lines, with a monthly output exceeding 100 million units. The revelation of 100 million units astounded many attendees, particularly the president of Tesla Asia Pacific, who appeared visibly dismayed. Such a production capacity clearly indicates that BYD is not engaging in small-scale production, but rather has entered the realm of genuine mass production. Provided the pricing is reasonable, there is no doubt that this product will enjoy formidable demand. Coupled with the substantial profit margins typical of the leading company in the industry, one can easily envision the rapid expansion of BYD's production lines. In fact, BYD has already commenced the construction of new production facilities." Lei Jun smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. A monthly output of 100 million units is neither trivial nor insignificant. Considering Xiaomi's standing, it should secure a considerable market share. As for the price, Wu Chen raised the Longshin battery once more and stated, "The factory price of this Longshin battery is tentatively set at 15 yuan. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. "Is that true? 15 yuan each?" Many could not suppress their exclamations. Numerous electric vehicle manufacturers wore expressions of deep concern. BYD's pricing strategy seemed ruthlessly competitive. "Impossible. How could it be so affordable?" The president of Tesla Asia Pacific exclaimed, "With such a large capacity and impressive endurance, how can the price be so low? The cost of a single 18650 battery exceeds that of one Longshin battery, which not only offers greater capacity, but is also more compact, allowing for denser stacking of cells, with superior performance at a lower price. It is evident that the Longshin battery is poised to dominate the national and even global markets." While the electric vehicle industry quaked in trepidation, other sectors reveled in excitement. BYD's primary business revolves around electric vehicles, and they are not direct competitors. The remarkably affordable and high-quality Longshin battery has the potential to revolutionize the entire industry. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Lei Jun's eyes as he turned to face the camera and proclaimed, "Dear me fans, and all the viewers in the live stream. It won't be long before you witness the launch of our ultra-capacity Xiaomi smartphones." After making his statement, Lei Jun took a seat and pulled out his phone, promptly messaging the company's upper management. Revised the design plan immediately, replaced the current battery with the Longshin battery using the existing smartphone layout. Additionally, redesigned to minimize the battery compartment space, and present me with a design proposal as soon as possible. In that moment, Lei Jun was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Rather than the cost, he was more concerned about the compactness of the Longshin battery. Given the limited size of smartphones, every inch of space is indeed precious. Yet a battery pack occupies nearly 1/3 of the phone's compartment. However, with the Longshin battery, this space can be reduced to the size of a mere chip. The reclaimed space offers immense possibilities, eliminating the need for compromises and stripped-down configurations. They could implement enhancements directly. Setting down his phone, Lei Jun glanced towards Yu Changhong on his left, who was also on a call. Lei Jun believed that the transformation in the smartphone industry would be even more significant than that in the electric vehicle sector. Chapter 35, a matter of a sentence subsequently. Wu Chen addressed various inquiries regarding the Longshin battery, such as charging efficiency and more. The atmosphere in the venue was electric, resembling an industry celebration. While Zhou Yang felt utterly bored. To him, this press conference could have been succinctly summarized in a website announcement or a PowerPoint presentation. Nearby, Yu Changhong was on the phone, seemingly speaking directly to Wang Haoning. "Mr. Wang, a monthly supply of 1 million units is far too insufficient. It's simply not enough. How about we adjust the price to 17 yuan per unit?" Yu Changhong's request was met with disappointment. Zhou Yang couldn't help but interject, "Shall I assist you?" Yu Changhong was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "Mr. Zhou knows Mr. Wang?" The realization struck him. Zhou Yang was seated at the center of the press conference. And it would be quite peculiar if he were unfamiliar with Wang Haoning. "That would be splendid. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou," Yu Changhong said, eagerly handing over his phone. "Not a problem." Zhou Yang took the phone and said, "Mr. Wang, this is Zhou Yang. By the way, how many units do you need per month?" He then inquired of Yu Changhong. Yu Changhong promptly responded, "At least 3 million. Ideally, we could negotiate for 5 million. Considering Huawei's shipment volume, even 5 million units might not suffice. Although each Longshin battery boasts a capacity of 8,000 mAh, given their compact size, it would be unthinkable to use just a few in a single device." Zhou Yang chuckled and said to Wang Haoning, "Mr. Wang, let's arrange for 10 million units per month for Huawei, and let's offer a favorable price of 14 yuan. After concluding, Zhou Yang returned the phone to Yu Changhong, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Is that it? He initially believed that Zhou Yang would cultivate a cordial relationship with Wang Haoning, perhaps discussing matters of affection, for it was evident to all that the Longshin battery was in no danger of unsold inventory. Whatever stock was available would be swiftly distributed. However, Zhou Yang, with an imperious tone, commanded the acquisition of 10 million units from Huawei, which was rather astonishing. This led Yu Changhong to suspect that Zhou Yang was jesting. Yet, upon answering a phone call, he heard Wang Haoning on the other end laughing. "I didn't realize that General Yu and Mr. Zhou were acquainted. Very well. We shall proceed with 10 million units each month at the price Mr. Zhou has proposed, 14 yuan per unit. Given the current output levels and the impending expansion of production lines, the cost price of 10 yuan would likely decrease, rendering even a selling price of 15 yuan profitable for BYD. Furthermore, Zhou Yang understood that the price of 15 yuan was likely dictated by governmental policy. Otherwise, in a commercial context, selling each unit for 20 or 30 yuan would hardly be considered exorbitant." Yu Changhong set down his phone, staring blankly at Zhou Yang, his mind racing with a singular question. Who exactly was Zhou Yang, so young yet wielding such immense influence? "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You have been an invaluable help," Yu Changhong exclaimed, even resorting to formalities. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. It's merely a trivial matter. I have other engagements, so I must take my leave. I will reach out to you, General Yu, when I return to SC." Yu Changhong promptly rose to escort Zhou Yang out. As he watched Zhou Yang depart, flanked by Chun Riyun and several bodyguards, his curiosity regarding Zhou Yang's identity deepened. In the ensuing segment, Wu Chun introduced additional features of the Longshin battery, as well as battery products centered around it. Yet, no one paid heed. Their primary concern was the potential global impact of the Longshin battery's emergence. Major media platforms swiftly reported on the event, a monumental breakthrough in battery technology. The Longshin battery emerges, compact yet powerful, ushering in future technology, proclaimed Penguin News. BYD's years of dedicated research culminate in the Longshin battery. A sci-fi dream realized, a battery from the future, exclaimed Sina News. Such reports proliferated, many adorned with headlines heralding future technology. For those who had attended the launch or learned about the Longshin battery through coverage, it was undoubtedly a marvel of black technology. The size of a button battery, yet boasting an astonishing capacity of over 8,000 mAh. Who would dare to believe it? Specialized threads emerged on various technology forums, discussing the transformative potential of the Longshin battery across diverse industries. Most frequently mentioned alongside electric vehicles was the smartphone. Domestic smartphone manufacturers reacted swiftly. Following the conference, Lei Jun tweeted that a month later, they would unveil a special edition of the Mi 10, which would feature a battery pack composed of 16 Longshin batteries, boasting an incredible capacity of 130,000 mAh. Xiaomi is magnificent, President Lei is formidable. 130,000 mAh means charging once will allow for a month without needing to recharge. Now my mother need no longer worry about my phone running out of battery. I sense that the power bank industry is on the verge of collapse. With such substantial capacity, who truly requires a cumbersome power bank? This notion is fundamentally flawed, considering the size of the power bank. One can only imagine the number of Longshin batteries it could accommodate. Soon, we might witness the emergence of a power bank boasting 1,000,000 mAh capacity, capable of lasting an entire year. In the future, power banks may even be classified as controlled items. 1,000,000 mAh of energy is akin to a miniature bomb. One might as well abandon the notion of power banks altogether. With a capacity of 100,000 mAh, smartphones are perilously close to becoming explosives. In the past, Samsung batteries, with only a few thousand mAh, could cause injuries upon explosion. Imagine the devastation with capacities exceeding 100,000 mAh. It's no jest. It would be catastrophic. Has anyone upstairs watched the press conference? Please take a moment to search for the video. BYD has already conducted safety tests, demonstrating that even when the Longshin battery is snapped or pierced with a knife, it does not lead to a short circuit, likely due to the unique materials used. So there is no need for concern regarding safety. I am merely curious about how long it would take to fully charge a smartphone with tens of thousands of mAh. Frankly, gazing at my 800 mAh iPhone 12 suddenly makes it seem rather unappealing. Following Xiaomi's lead, various smartphone manufacturers are not idle. They are swiftly issuing announcements regarding the imminent release of new high-capacity smartphones. Among them, Huawei's announcement stands out with remarkable audacity. The announcement states, first and foremost, we extend our gratitude to BYD for their support, enabling Huawei to secure a monthly allocation of 10 million Longshin batteries. Additionally, the Mate 40 launch event, originally scheduled for the 18th of this month, will be postponed to the 1st of next month, during which the all-new Mate 40 series will be unveiled. Huawei has boldly integrated the Longshin battery into its yet-to-be-released flagship model, inciting jubilation among smartphone enthusiasts. Conversely, other manufacturers find themselves disheartened. The revelation of Huawei's 10 million battery allocation has ignited envy among competitors, as they have painstakingly secured a mere 1 million units from BYD each month. Huawei's figure is an astonishing tenfold, leaving the other companies in dire straits. Chapter 36. Expanding production capacity, similar to the smartphone industry. The electric vehicle sector is experiencing significant repercussions. Stocks of major electric vehicle manufacturers have plummeted in response, particularly for emerging car manufacturers such as NIO and XPeng. Their stock prices fell sharply following the press conference. In stark contrast, BYD stock has surged, demonstrating a remarkable divergence. One stock soars while the other plummets. It's a tale of two extremes. Previously, when BYD announced its separation from the battery business and collaboration with Matrix Energy, its stock faced a consecutive decline, leading many retail investors to liquidate their holdings, incurring substantial losses. Who could have anticipated that just 3 months later, BYD would orchestrate such a game-changing move? All financial news channels speculate that BYD stock is poised for an extraordinary rally. Those who are quick to react and well-informed began purchasing BYD stock during the press conference. By the time the majority of investors caught on, BYD stock had already begun its meteoric rise. Those who had sold their BYD shares are now lamenting their decision, filled with regret. Some individuals seized the opportunity to invest in BYD shares when the prices were exceptionally low, and now, as the stock prices ascend, they find themselves reaping substantial profits. However, the most significant victor remains Wang Haoning. During the decline of the stock prices, BYD had already initiated a share buyback, acquiring a considerable amount of its own stocks. At the time, financial experts speculated that BYD's actions were merely a means to support its stock price. Yet now, with this remarkable turn of events, no one dares to criticize. Instead, they begin to calculate how much BYD will profit from the impending rise in stock prices. In contrast to the rampant discussions online, the fluctuating stock prices present a more pressing concern for major enterprises: the ability to secure a sufficient quantity of Longshan batteries. BYD itself announced during a press conference that their monthly production reaches a staggering 100 million units. It is unclear what connections Huawei leveraged, but they have managed to procure 1/10 of that output. Furthermore, as a significant player in vehicle manufacturing, BYD's demand for batteries will inevitably be substantial. Once the new vehicles equipped with Longshan batteries are launched, they are bound to sell remarkably well, leading to an inevitable increase in BYD's own battery consumption. 100 million units per month simply will not suffice. Currently, numerous enterprises are fervently seeking connections, striving to obtain batteries from BYD. Yet, despite their inquiries, the outcome remains the same: no stock available. At least for the next 3 months, securing even a small quantity seems implausible. Mr. Li, it's not that I wish to disregard your requests. You know how long we have known each other. How could I not give you the due respect? The reality is, we have no stock. 200,000 units is truly the maximum I can offer. You must understand. There are countless enterprises outside desperate to procure supplies, yet unable to do so. All right then, let us revisit this in 3 months. After that, I can assure you a monthly supply of 10 million units. How does that sound? Wang Haoning hung up the phone, his expression laden with worry. Across from him sat a young officer, already a lieutenant colonel at such a tender age. With a smile, he remarked, "Mr. Wang, at this moment, you should be the happiest, yet you appear so troubled." Wang Haoning glanced at the young officer and, with a hint of frustration, replied, "How can I not be troubled? The demand is immense, yet I have no stock. The new production line will take at least another month or 2 to be operational, which is why I worry." The young officer suppressed a laugh, thinking to himself that Wang was lamenting the pace at which profits were accumulating. "Mr. Wang, I cannot speak for other companies, but you must ensure that our military's initial order of 50 million units is fulfilled with quality and quantity intact." Wang Haoning nodded in resignation. The military had become the largest purchaser of Longshan batteries. Lithium batteries are extensively utilized in military applications, such as communication systems, underwater robots, and drones. Hence, the presence of Gao Jianjun during the product rollout was to inspect the finished items and prepare for ordering. Fortunately, the price for the military remains fixed at 15 yuan per unit. Otherwise, Wang Haoning would have been even more disheartened. Nevertheless, with such limited monthly output, allowing the military to take half of it causes Wang considerable distress, as he harbors ambitious plans to dominate the electric vehicle sector. However, the current inadequacy in battery production directly impacts the output of electric vehicles. "Very well, I shall take my leave now," said the young officer as he rose to depart. Wang Haoning sent the guests away. After a brief interval, his assistant approached him to report on business invitations. To secure the goods, countless CEOs were eager to treat Wang Haoning to dinner. "Decline them all," Wang Haoning said with a hint of frustration. "Just inform them that there is no stock available, and they must wait." He had anticipated that the Longshan battery would sell well, but he never imagined it would be to such an extent. The assistant nodded and added, "By the way, Mr. Wang, someone from Tiannai Chemical is here, wishing to meet you to discuss a collaboration regarding carbon nanotubes." "Who?" Wang Haoning asked, momentarily taken aback. He recognized the name Tiannai Chemical. Initially, Zhou Yang had intended to collaborate with Tiannai Chemical, utilizing their cost-effective method for producing carbon nanotubes to ensure that the Longshan battery could be made from affordable raw materials. However, Tiannai Chemical had surprisingly rejected Zhou Yang, claiming it was unnecessary. As a result, Matrix Energy directly invested in establishing a carbon nanotube factory to produce large quantities of inexpensive carbon nanotubes exclusively for BYD's use. The ability to mass-produce Longshan batteries was significantly attributed to this factory. Hence, Wang Haoning had a lasting impression of Tiannai Chemical, the firm that had turned down Zhou Yang. "Where is he? Bring him to me," Wang Haoning instructed thoughtfully, curious to see who would dare refuse Zhou Yang. Soon, a young man was ushered into Wang Haoning's office. If Zhou Yang were present, he would recognize this young man as the one who had interrupted during the press conference. "Hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Zhou Yang, and I am the deputy general manager of Tiannai Chemical. By the way, my father is the chairman of the company." The young man introduced himself, extending his hand. Wang Haoning did not shake his hand, but quietly scrutinized the young man. Zhou Yang awkwardly withdrew his hand and hurriedly continued. "Mr. Wang, I attended the press conference and learned that our Longshan battery is produced using carbon nanotubes. Therefore, I believe we can collaborate." as Tiannai Chemical is the industry leader in carbon nanotube production domestically. Wang Haoning chuckled inwardly, realizing that Tiannai Chemical had come solely for the carbon nanotubes. Fortunately, thanks to Zhou Yang's foresight in establishing a factory, they would not be constrained by reliance on others for raw materials. By the way, since we launched the Longxin battery, I presume your stocks at Tiannai Chemical have risen considerably? Wang Haoning inquired suddenly. Oh no, just a slight increase, Zheng Yun modestly responded. Yet he felt an undeniable sense of pride. Riding the wave of the Longxin battery's success, not only had Tiannai Chemical benefited, but all companies involved in carbon nanotube production had experienced substantial growth. As the industry leader, Tiannai Chemical had seen its shares hit their upper limit for several consecutive days. Wang Haoning let out a cold laugh and waved his hand to his assistant, instructing, "Go, find a few reporters and issue an announcement stating that BYD has established its own carbon nanotube factory. However, to meet the production demands of the Longxin battery, we will be expanding our capacity to produce 5,000 tons a month. Any surplus will be sold externally, priced at 81,000 per ton." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yun was left utterly speechless. Chapter 37. The great sage of the nation. Zheng Yun abruptly rose to his feet. "Mr. Wang, are you jesting? 81,000 per ton? This would lead to ruin. The current market price for carbon nanotubes hovered around 550,000 per ton for high-quality imports, while domestic products, albeit of inferior quality, typically sold for around 400,000. Now, Wang Haoning was audaciously proposing to sell them at 81,000 per ton, even at the lowest estimate. Selling a ton would incur a loss exceeding 300,000. With a monthly demand of 5,000 tons, Mr. Wang, this is no way to joke. Carbon nanotubes represent a novel material, notoriously difficult to produce with a low yield, hence their enduring high prices. Moreover, domestic demand remains scant. Tiannai Chemical stands as the industry leader, possessing the keenest insight into domestic needs. Last year, the entire domestic trading volume for carbon nanotubes barely surpassed 1,000 tons, with all manufacturers combined producing no more than 2,000 tons. Yet now, Wang Haoning audaciously declared a need to produce 5,000 tons a month. Was he not being absurd? Joking? Wang Haoning shot a glance at Zheng Yun, unfaltering in his rebuke. "What do you, a mere youth, amount to? Do you think I would jest with you? Even if your father were here, he would not dare to speak to me in such a manner." In the domestic business realm, Wang Haoning was a formidable tycoon, and his fury alone rendered Zheng Yun pale. "Mr. Wang, please do not take offense, I meant no disrespect. However, your proposal seems to invite substantial losses." Zheng Yun hastily defended himself. Wang Haoning scoffed. "Losses? How can you presume we would incur losses? Let me clarify. Our self-produced carbon nanotubes have an ex-factory price of 61,000 per ton." "What?" Zheng Yun gasped, rendered momentarily speechless. 61,000 per ton for carbon nanotubes? How could this be possible? If such a price existed, it would dominate not only the domestic market, but potentially the global one as well. Wang Haoning continued, "Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zhou previously extended an opportunity for collaboration in producing affordable carbon nanotubes, yet you chose to decline. Do you comprehend whom you have rejected? That was Mr. Zhou. How audacious of you, a mere entity in Tiannai Chemical, to refuse him. Let me be unequivocal. Starting tomorrow, our BYD-affiliated carbon nanotube factory will expand its production capacity. 5,000 tons a month at 81,000 per ton for external sales. Consider the implications." "Assistant, show them out." Wang Haoning waved dismissively, his impatience palpable. Were it not for Tiannai Chemical's prior rejection of Zhou Yang, Wang would have been disinclined to even meet with Zheng Yun. The decision to expand production had long been established, driven by the overwhelming demand for Longxin batteries, necessitating an increase in carbon nanotube output. Zheng Yun exited the office, dazed and ashen-faced. 5,000 tons a month at 81,000 per ton. The words echoed in his mind, sending him into a frigid despair. If all this were true, the ramifications for Tiannai Chemical would be catastrophic. In less than 2 months, they would either pivot to another industry or face inevitable closure. "Mr. Zhou?" Zheng Yun murmured to herself, hastily inquiring of her assistant. "Sue, could you enlighten me on the identity of this Mr. Zhou?" The assistant cast a fleeting glance at Zheng Yun, smiled, gestured towards the elevator, and departed. How could this be? Zheng Yun felt on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered by how she had offended Mr. Zhou to incur such pressure from BYD. Wang Haoning mentioned that Tiannai Chemical had rebuffed Mr. Zhou. Yet Zheng Yun could not recall a single instance where Tiannai Chemical had declined any proposition from him. The ramifications of the Longxin battery were still expanding. The day after the press conference, the news broadcast dedicated a lengthy 10 minutes to discussing the Longxin battery. This was an unprecedented move. catapulting the existence of the Longxin battery into the national consciousness. The advertising effect is self-evident, but the crux lies in the official endorsement and stance. In the news, the authorities did not hold back on their praise, describing the advent of the Longxin battery as poised to bring about astonishing transformations for the nation and indeed the world. Initially, there were skeptics questioning the authenticity of the Longxin battery, despite BYD's grand press conference and a plethora of testing certificates. However, such feats could be fabricated. After all, the Longxin battery was astonishing, so diminutive, akin to a chip, yet possessing such immense capacity, it seemed like something from extraterrestrial technology. Yet, following the news broadcast, the voices of doubt swiftly evaporated. If the authorities were willing to acknowledge and promote it extensively, its authenticity was beyond dispute. Furthermore, the report indicated that this was a collaborative effort between BYD's research team and the esteemed academician Chen Tiankai from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In no time, the Longxin battery became the most talked-about term. Online, in the media, and even among the elderly in the streets, conversations inevitably drifted to the Longxin battery. This fervor ensured that the news of the Longxin battery spread globally at lightning speed. All media outlets reported on the mysterious Eastern nation that had achieved a breakthrough in battery technology. There were skeptics asserting that the scientific research capabilities of country C were lagging, claiming a breakthrough in battery technology was implausible. With numerous internationally renowned research institutions and energy experts vociferously denouncing country C for fabricating such advancements. These criticisms predominantly emanated from the mainstream Western media, which held a condescending view of country C's research capabilities, believing such groundbreaking technology could not possibly originate from there. Fortunately, domestic netizens were oblivious to these foreign reports. Otherwise, it would surely incite their ire. Moreover, a crucial point to consider is that BYD had merely held a press conference, while state media had reported on it. The most vital product had yet to roll off the production line. It is likely that true belief in the Longxin battery's integration into daily life will only materialize once electric vehicles boasting a range of 3,000 kilometers and smartphones with tens of thousands of milliampere hours become commonplace. Zhou Yang also viewed the report from CCTV. "Mr. Zhou, I believe you are still being too modest," remarked Chen Riyun, who accompanied him. In this news report, there is no mention of Zhou Yang. It merely states that the Longxin battery was developed by BYD and Chen Tiankai. However, Chen Riyun is aware that the Longxin battery was solely the brainchild of Zhou Yang, who also single-handedly resolved the challenges of mass production. While Chen Tiankai's team certainly contributed, their input may not even amount to 1% of the credit. Yet, all accolades now belong to Chen Tiankai, leaving Zhou Yang in obscurity. Low-key. Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Riyun and remarked, "What do you think I should do?" "As you suggested. Be ostentatious and let the whole nation know that I developed the Longxin battery? What would that achieve? Would it make my meals taste better or extend my lifespan?" Zhou Yang turned off the television and rose, stating, "I do not require the praise of others. Their opinions of me hold no significance. I simply wish to pursue my own endeavors, seeking only to act in accordance with my conscience." Chen Riyun was instantly moved, murmuring, "Mr. Zhou, you are a true patriot. A patriot is one of great merit to the nation. Such a title is not one that just anyone can bear." Chapter 38. What a joke. Zhou Yang smiled and inquired, "Is tomorrow's itinerary arranged?" Chen Riyun nodded, explaining that Zhou Yang intended to visit SZ, specifically the headquarters of HiSilicon. In the city of SZ, the HiSilicon R&D Center, a significant investment by Huawei, is nestled in a picturesque suburb. It was 10 o'clock that morning when Yu Changhong arrived early, accompanied by several heads of the R&D Center, to await at the entrance. The technical director of the R&D Center, Kong Lu, a young man with prematurely graying hair and glasses, appeared polished yet youthful, a true genius in technology. "Old Shun, why did President Yu rush over so early? Is he waiting for someone important?" Kong Lu whispered to a colleague, who looked puzzled and replied, "I have no idea. Could it be a high-ranking official from the city?" "That seems unlikely." Kong Lu shook his head. "If it were a leader, we would have been notified in advance." Just then, Yu Changhong suddenly turned around and announced, "A distinguished guest is arriving. You all need to be on your best behavior, understood?" The group nodded, curiosity piqued, recognizing that anyone deemed a distinguished guest by Yu Changhong was no ordinary individual. At that moment, a Hongqi sedan slowly approached. Yu Changhong's eyes lit up as he hurried to greet it, while Kong Lu and his colleagues exchanged glances and followed suit. "Hey, what model is that Hongqi? It looks impressive. I've never seen it before," a colleague inquired curiously. Kong Li's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Oh my, that's the L5. And look at the car's build. It seems quite heavy. Could it be the rumored bulletproof version? Who on earth is riding in that?" Is this car really that remarkable? Another colleague asked, puzzled. Kong Lu lowered his voice, saying, it's the kind of vehicle leaders travel in. How could it not be impressive? Instantly, the other colleagues fell silent. As the sedan came to a stop, Chen Riyun was the first to exit, swiftly opening the door. Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong greeted him with a smile. President Yu. Zhou Yang replied. Zhou Yang and Yu Changhong exchanged a handshake, with Zhou expressing, I hope my visit does not disrupt your work. Yu Changhong promptly shook his head, summoned an electric vehicle from the park, and escorted Zhou Yang through the premises while providing an overview of the entire area. They eventually arrived at the Research and Development Center. Zhou Yang inquired, Mr. Yu, may I have the opportunity to observe your chip design? Taken aback, Yu Changhong was puzzled by Zhou Yang's interest in the chip design. The crux of the matter was that Yu Changhong was still unaware of Zhou Yang's true identity. Chip design was a closely guarded secret at HiSilicon, typically not accessible to outsiders. However, considering Zhou Yang's stature, Yu Changhong nodded and accompanied him into the research center. The entire research center exuded a sense of futuristic innovation. According to Yu Changhong, the center boasted over 3,000 researchers, not including the supporting staff, positioning its scientific strength among the pinnacle in the nation. Following Yu Changhong and his colleagues, Zhou Yang spent 2 hours touring the facility, gaining a fundamental understanding of HiSilicon's chip design capabilities. The domestic leader was indeed at the forefront of global standards. Although the nation faced constraints with photolithography machines and could not produce high-end chips, its design capabilities were on par with the world's elite. As the saying goes, even if I cannot manufacture them, it does not hinder my ability to conceptualize and engage in theoretical research. After all, within the laboratory, anything is possible. Mr. Zhou, this is our latest chip, the Kirin 9000, Kong Lu proudly proclaimed. It features a 5-nanometer process and an octa-core design, containing 15.3 billion transistors, comparable to Apple's A14. Zhou Yang curiously asked, what is the difference? Kong Li's expression shifted momentarily, and after a pause, he replied, perhaps around 20%. Zhou Yang nodded, remarking, that is quite significant. A difference of 20% is substantial. The faces of Kong Lu and his colleagues flushed with embarrassment. Zhou Yang's comment had inadvertently offended them. One could not contain themselves, retorting, what do you know? A 20% difference is still impressive. Kong Lu clenched his fists, feeling the urge to confront Zhou Yang, wishing to retract his statement. The development of the Kirin 9000 was the culmination of relentless efforts from thousands at HiSilicon and collaborative teams from research centers worldwide, amounting to tens of thousands. Zhou Yang's single remark seemed to dismiss their hard work entirely. Yu Changhong cleared his throat and interjected, what are you all murmuring about? Mr. Zhou may not fully comprehend chip technology, and it is only natural for him to perceive a difference. However, I must emphasize that a shortcoming is still a shortcoming, regardless of its extent. Even a 1% difference signifies a deficiency. Let us not forget that the founding principle of HiSilicon was to create the world's leading chip. Do not assume that having developed the Kirin 9000 allows you to rest on your laurels. I believe Mr. Zhou is correct. You still have a long way to go. His words left Kong Lu and his associates feeling indignant and casting unfriendly glances at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Changhong with surprise and asked, is Chairman Yu being sincere with his words? Yu Changhong nodded and remarked, indeed, it is true. President Rin established HiSilicon with the ambition to become the world's foremost in this field. He once told us, if others can develop it, why can't we? Are we lacking in intellect compared to them? Well said. Zhou Yang applauded in approval. Yu Changhong smiled, glanced at his watch, and suggested, Mr. Zhou, it is nearly time. Shall we proceed to dinner? I have already made the arrangements. Zhou Yang extended his hand towards Chen Riyun, who promptly stepped forward and handed him a small encrypted box. Upon opening it, Zhou Yang revealed a solid-state drive. He passed the drive to Kong Lu, saying, Kong Lu, correct? Please examine the contents thoroughly and provide me with your findings at your earliest convenience. After this exchange, Zhou Yang turned to Yu Changhong and said, now, President Yu, let us dine. Yu Changhong, curious about the solid-state drive, contemplated inquiring about its contents but ultimately refrained, leading Zhou Yang away. Left behind were Kong Lu and his colleagues. One individual waved a fist at Zhou Yang's departing figure, exclaiming, that guy speaks so infuriatingly. If it weren't for President Yu, I would have certainly confronted him. Come now. Did you not notice the bodyguards accompanying him? Especially that stunning female bodyguard, another replied. Forget it, President Yu is right. He is not a professional. If Kong said his assessment was off by 20%, he was not entirely mistaken. Kong Lu let out a soft huff, gazing at the solid-state drive in his hand. After a moment's thought, he handed it to a colleague beside him, instructing, open it and see what it contains. The colleague connected the drive to the computer and exclaimed, wow, 1 terabyte. That's quite substantial and nearly full. I wonder what it holds. Enough talk. Just open it, Kong Le commanded. Upon accessing the drive, they discovered a single file named Design Principles of Biochip Mimicking Cellular Structures. Kong Lee's jaw dropped in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Chapter 39. 1,000 billion for you at the Yujiang Grand Hotel. Within a luxurious private room, Yu Changhong raised his glass and stated, "Mr. Zhou, your assistance in securing 10 million Longshin batteries for us has been immensely beneficial, and I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Huawei." The Longshin batteries were in high demand, primarily for BYD's own use, leaving very few available for distribution to other companies. Lei Jun had boldly claimed that a significant number of Xiaomi 10 devices utilizing Longshin batteries would be available for sale without the need for pre-orders, all in stock. However, in reality, Xiaomi had only managed to secure 1 million Longshin batteries. Based on Lei Jun's projections, with each phone requiring 16 Longshin batteries, 1 million batteries would suffice for the assembly of only 62,500 devices, a mere drop in the bucket. Hence, Yu Changhong was acutely aware that Lei Jun was likely to face disappointment once again. Only Huawei, thanks to Zhou Yang's intervention, had acquired 10 million batteries, a quantity that would undoubtedly suffice for the immediate future. Just a small matter, Zhou Yang remarked as he clinked glasses with Yu Changhong and took a sip. Zhou Yang remained quite satisfied with HiSilicon's research capabilities, although he recognized that their strength lay predominantly in chip design. The actual production still relied on other companies. The domestic chip production capabilities are still significantly lacking, and enhancing them is no simple endeavor. Even if Zhou Yang possesses detailed technical documents for advanced lithography machines, the immediate production of such machinery is implausible. A single lithography machine comprises over 100,000 components, many of which cannot be manufactured domestically. To create such a machine, one must start from scratch, undertaking an industrial upgrade across various aspects, including materials, lenses, and electronic signals, achieving world-class standards to realize production according to the blueprints. Thus, certain things remain unattainable even if you possess the designs. Zhou Yang has not received production information for lithography machines from the system, leaving him powerless regarding the enhancement of silicon-based chips. However, this does not preclude Zhou Yang from taking a shortcut, bypassing silicon-based chips entirely to produce biomimetic cellular chips. Moreover, as silicon-based chip technology approaches its physical limits according to Moore's law, akin to battery technology, further advancements become exceedingly challenging, necessitating a fresh approach to break through. Biomimetic cellular chips represent this new pathway. Is Huawei in need of funds? Zhou Yang inquired, setting down his wine glass. This question caught Yu Changhong off guard. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Are you suggesting an investment in Huawei, Mr. Zhou?" Otherwise, Yu Changhong was at a loss as to the reason behind Zhou Yang's inquiry, especially since Huawei had yet to go public, making investments and shareholding quite complex. Zhou Yang shook his head, stating, "No. I merely wish to know how much you can allocate for research and development." Yu Changhong furrowed his brow and proudly remarked, "Last year, we invested over 90 billion in R&D. This figure indeed seemed substantial. And what about solely for chips?" Zhou Yang pressed further. Yu Changhong explained that Huawei encompasses numerous departments, with telecommunications as its primary business. Thus, the 90 billion represents the collective R&D expenses across all sectors. After some contemplation, he estimated perhaps around 10 billion for chips. That seems rather insufficient, Zhou Yang mused. What if I were to provide you with 100 billion specifically for chip research and development? Yu Changhong sputtered in disbelief, abruptly coughing. 100 billion, not 1,000. He exclaimed, astonished. "Are you joking, Mr. Zhou? Is Huawei in need of funds?" Zhou Yang reiterated. Huawei is indeed financially robust, yet it perpetually lacks sufficient funds. In the realm of research and development, no amount is ever too great. The distinction between hiring 1,000 and 10,000 researchers is monumental. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang's mention of 100 billion was enough to astonish Yu Changhong. Zhou Yang regarded Yu Changhong earnestly. "I never jest." Although Zhou Yang possessed no tangible wealth, he held a 9% stake in Matrix Energy, making him a billionaire in his own right. However, he believed that armed with the production information for biomimetic cellular chips, securing 100 billion from the state would be effortless. The nation requires advancements in battery technology, but it equally seeks progress in chip technology. Investing 100 billion to develop a revolutionary chip and achieve global supremacy would not be beyond the state's willingness. Even a trillion would be justifiable. Yu Changhong stood wide-eyed, enveloped in a state of shock. It was the first time he began to seriously contemplate Zhou Yang's identity. Not just anyone could casually utter the words, "I will give you a trillion." Yu Changhong was about to inquire about Zhou Yang's identity when the door to the private room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. In walked Kong Lu and 5 others. Mr. Yu, they insisted on barging in, and we couldn't stop them, nervously reported the 2 waitstaff outside. Yu Changhong exclaimed. What are you all doing here? I never invited Kong Lu and his group, and how did Kong Lu even know they were dining here? However, Kong Lu seemed to ignore Yu Changhong entirely and charged straight toward Zhou Yang. Yet, as he drew near, an arm blocked his path, effortlessly pinning him down. It was Chen Ruiyun. What do you intend to do? Chen Ruiyun said coldly. Kong Lu, firmly held to the ground, flushed with embarrassment, weakly replied, we meant no harm. We only wish to consult Mr. Zhou on a few matters. It's all right, Director Chen. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Only then did Chen Ruiyun release him. Meanwhile, Yu Changhong's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he glanced at Chen Ruiyun. A director? An official? If a bodyguard could attain the rank of director, then their status must be quite significant. What about Zhou Yang's identity? Yu Changhong hesitated to ponder further. Kong Lu scrambled up, casting a fearful glance at Chen Ruiyun before hastily approaching Zhou Yang. The 6 individuals stood in unison before Zhou Yang. Come, apologize to Mr. Zhou, Kong Lu commanded. In unison, they bowed deeply, exclaiming, we apologize, Mr. Zhou. What is the meaning of this? Yu Changhong stood there, astonished. Kong Lu rose and said, Mr. Zhou, we were blind to your greatness and offended you. We humbly request your forgiveness for our ignorance and impulsiveness. To be honest, it was only upon seeing the contents of your hard drive that we comprehended the concept of there's always someone better. We are truly in awe of you, a true master. The remaining 5 vigorously nodded in agreement. As individuals devoted to technology, they spoke through their craft. They viewed those with superior skills as rivals to surpass. Yet, when faced with someone whose expertise far exceeded theirs, someone they could only dream of emulating, they could only revere them as a deity. And the contents of that hard drive were more than sufficient to earn such admiration. Zhou Yang glanced at Kong Lu and asked, did you understand everything? Kong Lu hurriedly shook his head, saying, I grasped only the surface. The deeper theories elude me. And the outcome? Zhou Yang inquired further. The contents of that hard drive are akin to a textbook. It is normal not to comprehend it fully. However, if one merely recites it without true understanding, then there is no hope. Zhou Yang sought a definitive result. Kong Lu earnestly replied, if you grant us 3 years, we will surely decipher it. 3 years? Zhou Yang shook his head. That was far too long. 2 years. With 2 years, we will definitely develop it, Kong Lu insisted through gritted teeth. Zhou Yang still shook his head. Beside them, Yu Changhong was utterly perplexed and quickly inquired, Kong Lu, Mr. Zhou, what are you discussing about 2 or 3 years? Kong Lu elucidated, it pertains to a chip, a biomimetic cellular chip. Mr. Yu, this represents an entirely new design, with both materials and architecture being unprecedented. One could assert that this is a chip unlike any the world has ever seen. However, the most significant aspect lies in its performance. According to the design blueprint provided by Mr. Zhou, this chip, no larger than a fingernail, will encompass a staggering 26 trillion cellular touch structures, akin to transistors. Mr. Yu, can you fathom the implications? If a chip possesses 26 trillion transistors, how immensely powerful would it be? It would surpass the current most advanced chips by no less than 100-fold. As Kong Lu spoke, his excitement escalated. He perceived this creation as a glimpse into the futuristic technology depicted in science fiction films. Across from him, Yu Changhong's eyes widened in astonishment. Having ascended from a technical background, he understood the significance of an entirely new chip with such formidable capabilities. It was the potential to eclipse the entire world. Kong Lu, are you implying that this biomimetic chip is based on the designs provided by Mr. Zhou? Yu Changhong stared blankly at Zhou Yang, his mind swirling with questions about the origins of such a concept. Even Chen Ruiyun perked up, diligently noting the term biomimetic cellular chip in the discussions among the attendees. For the past 3 months, Zhou Yang had been preoccupied, yet Chen Ruiyun remained oblivious to the specifics of his endeavors. Nevertheless, her intuition suggested that he was engaged in a significant research project. Now, she felt she had found the answer. Zhou Yang had likely been immersed in the study of this biomimetic cellular chip. Kong Lu nodded emphatically, stating, indeed, previously, Mr. Zhou provided us with the relevant design blueprints and theoretical foundations, and you were not present, Mr. Yu. That hard drive. Yu Changhong's eyes lit up with realization. Yet disbelief lingered as he asked, all of the content? Kong Lu confirmed with a nod, explaining that the hard drive contained everything related to the biomimetic cellular chip, including design blueprints, theoretical foundations, and corresponding system and instruction sets. It was essentially an encyclopedia of the biomimetic cellular chip. Once understood and reviewed, it could be fabricated. Admittedly, the manufacturing process was complex. However, Kong Lu believed that with 2 or 3 years of dedicated research, it could be achieved in the laboratory. Yu Changhong was astounded. Taking a considerable moment to regain his composure before querying, "Mr. Zhou, what does this mean? You've provided brand new documentation on the biomimetic cellular chip without any encryption. Are you not concerned that Huawei might appropriate this and claim it as their own research? Furthermore, previously, you mentioned an investment of 100 billion. At this moment, Yu Changhong was completely baffled, unable to decipher Zhou Yang's true intentions. Zhou Yang replied, "It's quite simple. I am entrusting the production design and fabrication of this chip to you at Huawei." Upon hearing this, Yu Changhong was even more bewildered. In this world, there exists neither unprovoked hatred nor unconditional affection. Zhou Yang's extraordinary generosity towards Huawei confounded Yu Changhong. "Mr. Zhou, you are an official, aren't you? To my knowledge, there are numerous state-owned enterprises in our country engaged in semiconductor and chip design. Given such research achievements, why entrust them to us at Huawei? Is there a governmental intent to assimilate our company?" Yu inquired. Despite being a private enterprise that has yet to be listed, Huawei does not shun capital. Who is unaware of the allure of wealth and the opportunities it brings? Yet, acquiring funds, particularly from capital, is fraught with challenges. Accepting such investments necessitates compromises and subjugation, even to the state. Only a private enterprise retains autonomy, ensuring that every penny is utilized judiciously. Zhou Yang chuckled, "Mr. Yu, you are overthinking this. No one harbors intentions of merging with Huawei. The reason this project is assigned to you is quite simple. I chose Huawei." "Chosen by you?" Yu Changhong was taken aback, astonished that Zhou Yang wielded the authority to dictate investments worth hundreds of billions. Zhou nodded, affirming, "Huawei is commendable. I hold great optimism for your future." "Is that so?" Yu's eyes widened. The mere endorsement of Huawei led to the direct allocation of invaluable chip designs and a staggering investment of hundreds of billions. He found himself utterly perplexed. "So, Mr. Zhou, what do you seek in return?" He countered. "If the bionic cell chip design proves genuine, what could its worth be? 100 billion, 200 billion, perhaps even a trillion? Its value is incalculable, especially considering that Zhou Yang had already provided them with a substantial financial backing. In exchange for such a significant investment, what could Zhou desire? A stake in Huawei? What do I want?" Zhou pondered briefly before replying, "I desire nothing. Mr. Yu, harbor no concerns. My motivations are my own." From Yu Changhong's perspective, thoughts of commercial interests, shares, and wealth persisted. However, at Zhou Yang's level, such matters seemed trivial. Money was mundane and beneath his aspirations. Zhou envisioned technological advancement and the nation's future. Collaborating with a private enterprise like Huawei was a calculated decision, akin to BYD, allowing for swifter product launches that could benefit countless individuals. While state-owned enterprises could potentially lead these initiatives, they often moved more slowly and faced certain constraints. Of course, this was contingent upon everything remaining within the state's manageable scope. For instance, the security of the data. Huawei had consistently excelled in technological confidentiality, having experienced pressure from country and recognizing the significance of research. Thus, Zhou believed that, in certain respects, they surpassed the state's capabilities. Yu Changhong fell into deep contemplation, struggling to comprehend Zhou Yang's motives and intentions. Yet, with the chip data before him and an investment of hundreds of billions seemingly within reach, he felt compelled to proceed. At that moment, Kong Lu could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Zhou, may I pose a few questions regarding the chip?" The bionic cell chip was introduced by Zhou Yang, who is undoubtedly the most qualified individual to elucidate its underlying principles. Zhou Yang stated, "In terms of theory, you should grasp the concepts quite swiftly. The crux lies in the production technology of the chip and how to achieve mass production. I will assist you in resolving these issues gradually. Therefore, I am granting you 3 months, during which I hope you can accomplish mass production." In Zhou Yang's view, this time frame was ample, akin to the 3 months allocated for the Longshin battery. However, Kong Lu and his colleagues were left utterly astonished. Is 3 months even feasible? Chapter 41. Astonishing the higher UPS after the meal. Zhou Yang departed first. However, Chun Ryun intentionally lagged behind and returned to the private room. "General Manager Yu, regarding today's discussion and the materials obtained by Director Kong, I trust you will maintain confidentiality. Shortly, the National Security Bureau will arrive at your park to conduct background checks on all your employees. I hope you will cooperate," Chun Ryun stated, leaving no time for a response before turning to leave. Kong Lu and the others were left gaping. What kind of identity does this woman possess? The National Security Bureau. This is too exaggerated, they murmured. We haven't done anything wrong. Why should we undergo background checks? Kong Lu furrowed his brow and said, I understand now. It's likely because we saw that confidential material. This information is highly classified. Do you comprehend? If leaked, it could lead to severe repercussions. He gestured around his neck. Several colleagues rolled their eyes at his dramatics. Yet considering the chip's potential value, they refrained from further comment. As for Yu Changhong, he remained in a state of shock, pouring himself a drink and downing it in one gulp, which somewhat cleared his mind. He then inquired, Kong Lu, be straightforward with me. Will this bionic cell chip work? Is its development particularly challenging? Kong Lu replied gravely, yes, it is feasible. But it is also quite difficult, not merely challenging in an ordinary sense. How so? Kong Lu pondered for a moment before responding. In terms of theory, Mr. Zhou provided impeccable materials. It can be said that he has completed the entire design of the chip. If we fully comprehend the principles involved, we can finish the chip preparation in the laboratory within a week, at most, 1 week. With Hizilicon's substantial annual investment in research and development, our research center's capabilities are top-notch. Manufacturing chips based on established principles is not particularly difficult. Pausing momentarily, Kong Lu continued, however, akin to silicon-based chips, the pivotal factor remains the production technology. Although this bionic cell chip does not require photolithography, I scrutinized the process, and the production difficulty is indeed significant. The main challenges lie in the preparation of bionic materials, which utilize nanoparticles similar to thermally hydrocarbonized Psi. I have seen this material in the latest international research journals, but it is still in the laboratory preparation phase, with no technology yet developed for large-scale industrial production. Secondly, there is the curing of materials to construct the bionic cell structure. Yet that is not all. The most formidable task involves the internal structure of the cells. It employs a technique akin to electric acupuncture to alter the position of internal particles, thereby forming the desired structure. This electric acupuncture device, however, is the most challenging to manufacture. I have reviewed the design requirements, and they are exceedingly complex. Yu Changhong fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Kong Lu, upon your return, assemble a clandestine task force of 100 individuals, dedicated exclusively to the thorough study of the materials you have acquired. We must swiftly comprehend the theoretical knowledge contained within. Mr. Zhou has entrusted you with this information without reservation, indicating his confidence in your capabilities. You must not disappoint his expectations, do you understand? Kong Lu nodded vigorously. Having perused the contents of the hard drive, they regarded Zhou Yang as a deity, a master of chip design. Kong Lu was unaware of the vast research team that had contributed to the creation of this information. He even speculated that it might have been the sole work of Zhou Yang, as the unique narrative style and annotation method suggested that it had been documented by a single individual from beginning to end. If indeed Zhou Yang was the sole architect of this innovation, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. In Kong Li's mind, Zhou Yang was a godlike figure. Understood. Kong Lu affirmed with determination. Yu Changhong rose and said, I will confer with General Rin upon my return. You need not concern yourselves with other matters. With that, Yu Changhong hurriedly departed. During this period, Huawei was facing comprehensive sanctions from the United States, and the most critical blow was that TSMC, under pressure from the U.S., was no longer willing to manufacture for Huawei. Consequently, even if Huawei were to design the most advanced chip, production would be impossible. Currently, HiSilicon was merely a chip design company and not a manufacturer, while domestic chip producers had yet to reach a world-class standard. Thus, the upcoming Kirin 9000 was often referred to as the final flourish of Kirin chips. The future appeared daunting. Yet the bionic cell chip, brought by Zhou Yang, instilled a glimmer of hope in Yu Changhong. However, Zhou Yang's enigmatic nature and his generous demeanor left Yu Changhong feeling apprehensive, fearing that there might be ulterior motives behind it all, necessitating careful deliberation upon his return. The following day, an old acquaintance arrived at the hotel where Zhou Yang was staying. Mr. Zhou, are you busy? Li Tianshu inquired with a smile. Zhou Yang, seated before his laptop and engrossed in coding, did not pause, seemingly oblivious to Li Tianshu's presence. Unperturbed by the oversight, Li Tianshu gently took a seat nearby, patiently waiting. This wait extended for a full 2 hours. Zhou Yang stretched, his body emitting a series of pops and cracks, before standing and acknowledging, Director Li has arrived. Li Tianshu nodded and replied with a smile. Although you are still young, Mr. Zhou, it is imperative to take care of your health. I've noticed your prolonged work hours. Allow me to arrange for a professional therapist to help alleviate your physical fatigue. As Zhou Yang settled back down, Li Ziyu promptly came over to pour tea, the temperature just right, and the aroma wafting delightfully. Zhou Yang did not inquire about the type of tea, knowing it was a nameless, internally supplied variety that could not be purchased, regardless of the price offered externally. Here for the chips? Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, deducing that Chen Riyun must have informed the higher-ups. Li Tianshu nodded and said, Mr. Zhou, I have been sent to inquire about your thoughts. The document has already reached the upper echelons in a timely manner, and experts were convened overnight for an assessment. The results were astonishing. Much like battery technology, chip technology presents a formidable challenge. The prior setbacks were quite severe, and now, in an attempt to catch up, the investment required is monumental. Others have developed their technologies over decades, accumulating years of industrial experience. From foundational architecture to production processes, they have established a comprehensive blockade through patents. It is not merely a matter for one nation to overcome. No country can breach this barrier at will. Currently, domestic chips, after years of pursuit, can only be deemed marginally adequate. Moreover, the urgency for advancing chip technology is not as pressing as it seems, for the nation only lags in the most cutting-edge chips. Mid to low-end chips are, in fact, quite competent. Particularly in the realm of military chips, self-sufficiency suffices, given their unique requirements. And there is no necessity to chase after the highest echelon of technology. However, being beholden to external forces is untenable. Eventually, a pursuit must commence. The nation has resolved to invest heavily to bridge this gap. Suddenly, Zhou Yang presented a chip design that left the nation's leadership in awe. Chapter 42. New car launch. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. What are their thoughts on this? Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianshu replied. The implication is for a state-owned enterprise to take the lead, or to establish a new company entirely, to spearhead the promotion. Zhou Yang anticipated this consideration from the government. From the perspective of the state, retaining control is inherently more reliable. Furthermore, the government's deliberations encompass a broader spectrum. For instance, should you unveil a revolutionary battery technology, its widespread implementation could disrupt the existing petroleum energy paradigm, leading to significant transformations. The nation would no longer find itself coerced by another country over a single oil pipeline, and erstwhile allies might shift to opposition due to the upheaval in energy sources. The ramifications of such a shift are far-reaching and not to be taken lightly. In truth, the government's support for Longshan batteries to expedite production exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. It was precisely this realization that illuminated the nation's resolve, a fervent desire to strengthen itself, undeterred by any challenge. With this in mind, Zhou Yang mused that perhaps the storm should intensify. As long as one's own capabilities are robust, no issue is insurmountable. With this thought, Zhou Yang smiled and remarked, "There's no need for that. I've already visited and found the high-silicon team to be impressive. Moreover, supporting private enterprises isn't such a bad idea." Li Tianshu nodded. "I understand. I will discuss this with Huawei." Chun Ryun relayed the conversations from the previous day's dinner to the higher-ups, who were now aware of Zhou Yang's proposal to allocate 100 billion to high-silicon, akin to the investment partnership with BYD, thus obtaining leverage for control. This approach, as Zhou Yang suggested, could indeed be a means to bolster private enterprises. Zhou Yang nodded and added, "By the way, please refrain from allocating me any shares this time. They would serve no purpose." Li Tianshu paused momentarily before departing with a smile. After bidding farewell to Li Tianshu, Zhou Yang returned to his notebook, resuming his coding endeavors. The matters concerning the chip had been settled, and now Zhou Yang resolved to tackle another critical issue, the control system. The power system, the chip, and the control system are the cornerstone components of a mech, thus necessitating priority resolution, while the remaining materials and transmission systems could be addressed later. The control system of the mech can be likened to JARVIS within Iron Man's armor. It serves as a central core akin to artificial intelligence. In truth, the data provided by the system also indicates a rudimentary form of artificial intelligence as its core. This artificial intelligence transcends the contemporary understanding of AI, which is often limited to games and basic tasks. It possesses remarkable computational abilities and exhibits genuine cognitive functions, capable of proactively solving problems, much like how JARVIS could assist Iron Man even in his unconscious state. This constitutes a colossal software development project, with an overwhelming volume of code. Zhou Yang estimated that, even with relentless effort over 3 to 5 years, he might only manage to complete the coding. Thus, he was not merely typing out specific codes, but rather designing the architecture and the algorithmic framework. Much like a towering tree, Zhou Yang first sketched the trunk and branches, leaving the foliage to be filled in by others. However, even this task is not one that can be easily undertaken by just anyone. It requires the expertise of skilled software developers, preferably with a focus on artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang envisioned establishing a solid framework before entrusting it to private enterprises for refinement, ultimately aiming to share and promote this technology. The potential applications of true artificial intelligence in daily life are vast. Intelligent homes, smart vehicles, and various aspects of everyday existence can become infused with intelligence. One can imagine possessing a smart car that, upon entering and stating a destination, would autonomously drive to the desired location. Similarly, an intelligent home would allow one to control every aspect of their living space with ease, as if accompanied by a friend. Current technology has made strides towards this direction. However, the intelligence cores remain rudimentary and significantly lag behind true artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang was also contemplating which enterprise to partner with. The domestic software development capability is robust, bolstered by a favorable environment and numerous internet giants. For instance, the three major players, BAT, boast a wealth of IT talent and formidable research and development capabilities. Additionally, there are specialized software companies in the country, such as ZTE, Newsoft, and Yanyu. Zhou Yang had a preference for collaborating with the BAT trio due to their broader applications in various facets of life. However, he had yet to make a definitive choice regarding which company to engage with, intending to conduct further research before reaching a conclusion. After a couple of days, news arrived from Li Tianxu's end. The negotiations with Warwick have concluded, aligning with Zhou Yang's expectations that the state would take the lead in investing in high silicon to gain control. However, to Zhou Yang's surprise, the investing entity turned out to be Matrix Energy. This meant that the state injected an additional 100 billion into Matrix Energy, initially diluting the shares of BYD and Zhou Yang, and subsequently, under the guise of Matrix Energy, allocated 100 billion to invest in high silicon. You are quite cunning, Zhou Yang remarked with a smile. The state's maneuver effectively struck two birds with one stone, further diminishing BYD's stake and influence in Matrix Energy to secure greater control while simultaneously investing in high silicon to achieve its predetermined goals. As a result, Matrix Energy grew stronger. Perhaps this was why BYD acquiesced. Li Tianxu chuckled. Isn't this beneficial for Mr. Zhou as well? By operating through Matrix Energy, Zhou Yang indirectly holds shares in high silicon, thereby increasing his assets. Zhou Yang waved his hand, too apathetic to calculate the worth of his shares, knowing they must be astronomical. In mid-September, BYD held a grand electric vehicle launch event, unveiling their Han DM with a remarkable range of 3,000 kilometers and commencing pre-sales on their official website. At Tesla's headquarters, the ever-vigilant Elon Musk watched the entire live stream of BYD's new car launch. They are stirring things up, exclaimed Simmons, the Asia-Pacific president, as he slammed his hand on the table. The domestic Model 3 is priced at $26.97 million, and astonishingly, the standard version of the Han DM is also priced at $26.97 million, mirroring the Model 3. This is clearly a challenge. Setting the stage for a showdown with Tesla, Musk frowned, saying, I never expected they would actually bring a vehicle to market, but a range of 3,000 kilometers? I still find that hard to believe. A range of 3,000 kilometers is truly fantastical. During this period, there has been much news regarding Longshan batteries. Yet the actual product has yet to materialize. Musk has been following this closely, still skeptical, believing it might be false advertising or exaggerated claims. Regardless, Musk scoffed. Over the years, many have attempted to challenge us at Tesla, but they have all failed, and BYD will be no exception. Chapter 43. It turns out we are poor. The Han DM is primarily divided into two versions, the standard model with a 3,000 kilometer range and the performance model boasting an 8,000 kilometer range. The standard version, positioned against the Model 3, starts at $26.97 million, while the high-performance version starts at $35.97 million, with the top configuration reaching nearly $39.97 million. A quasi-C-class electric vehicle selling at this price is unprecedented for domestic products. Upon the announcement of this pricing, various manufacturers breathed a sigh of relief, immediately thinking that BYD had become overambitious. Although their battery technology is impressive, daring to sell at this price is tantamount to self-sabotage. Moreover, the largest automotive forum in the country, AutoHome, conducted a special report detailing the specifications of the Han DM, ultimately concluding that at this price point, it may face a Waterloo. Although its range is extraordinarily impressive, the cost is simply too exorbitant. According to the assertions made by AutoHome, the base price begins at $190,000, while the high-end model starts at $290,000, which may indeed attract buyers. Meanwhile, netizens are abuzz with discussions. It appears that BYD has become rather audacious, daring to set such exorbitant prices. For $300,000, one could purchase a BMW 3 Series, which seems far more appealing. Many suggest that a reduction of $100,000 would render the vehicle more palatable. If that were the case, I would promptly acquire one. Although BYD has made significant strides in battery technology, allowing our nation to take pride, the pricing is simply too unfriendly. 300,000 is genuinely unaffordable. The overwhelming negative sentiment online has even shaken BYD's confidence. The marketing department has reached out to Wang Haoning, questioning whether the suggested retail price is indeed too high. Wang, having perused various reports, feels a twinge of uncertainty. Reflecting on the situation, he muses that since the prices have been announced, retracting them is not feasible. Thus, he decides to let it be for the moment and observe the outcome. Just then, the vice president of marketing bursts in, exclaiming, "President Wang, we have a sensational success." "What sensational success?" Wang Haoning responds, startled, fearing a factory mishap. The vice president, brimming with excitement, clarifies, "It's our new car S pre-sale. It's a resounding success. 1,000 vehicles have completely sold out." "What?" Wang Haoning exclaims in disbelief. Initially constrained by the production capacity of the Longxin battery, BYD had only released 1,000 vehicles for the first month, thinking that selling that many would be remarkable. However, they had not anticipated that the pre-sale would sell out almost immediately, within approximately half an hour of opening the channels. "Is it true?" The vice president nods vigorously, stating, "I, too, was hesitant to believe it, fearing a lackluster response. But who would have guessed that within just half an hour, all 1,000 units would be pre-sold? With all deposits already received?" After reviewing the back-end data multiple times to confirm its accuracy, the vice president finally reported this news. "Excellent." Wang Haoning rejoices, saying, "Who claimed our pricing was too high and that we wouldn't sell? Look, everything has been sold. Go, compile the sales figures, and issue an announcement on our official site, stating that in half an hour, we achieved sales of 300 million. To show our gratitude to our customers, let us offer a grand gift package. Decide amongst yourselves." "Understood." President Wang, the marketing team responds, equally exhilarated. Although the pricing was determined by Wang Haoning, had the new car underperformed, he would have borne the brunt of the blame. Now, with soaring sales, he feels a profound sense of relief. As BYD opened the pre-sale channels, not only were the marketing personnel at BYD keenly observing the situation, but so were other automotive manufacturers and various media outlets. Tesla, in particular, was closely monitoring the pre-sale developments. "How is it going?" Simon, the Asia-Pacific president, inquires anxiously of his assistant. The assistant refreshes the web page, noting that with only 1,000 vehicles available, a notification would indicate that the pre-sale had concluded if they were sold out. Suddenly, a pop-up appears. "The pre-sale has ended." The assistant stands in stunned silence, exclaiming, "President, it appears that all 1,000 vehicles have been sold." "What?" Simmons was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible? The pre-sale has only been open for half an hour, and all 1,000 vehicles have already been sold. This is absurd. It must be that BYD is fabricating data. Or perhaps they bought back their own cars to create an illusion of soaring sales. Yes, that must be it. I refuse to believe they sold out completely." In a fit of rage, Simmons nearly slammed his fist on the table. Just then, the phone rang unexpectedly. It was Elon Musk calling. "Simmons, how are the sales of BYD's new car? Tell me, is anyone buying them? They are truly insane to attempt to compete with us at Tesla. Who do they think they are? I need to show them that BYD is nothing but a joke," Musk proclaimed excitedly. Simmons, however, remained silent for a moment before finally responding. "Boss, the 1,000 pre-sale vehicles from BYD have all been sold out within half an hour." The excitement drained from Musk's voice instantly. "Good heavens, this must be a conspiracy. They must have bought back their own cars," Musk screamed, abruptly hanging up the phone. On BYD's official website, an announcement was swiftly made declaring that the new car's pre-sale had sold out in half an hour, generating a net revenue of 300 million. This announcement left many astonished. Wow, are there really so many wealthy individuals in the country? 300,000 for an electric vehicle? Are they joking? Others remarked. Honestly, apart from the battery upgrade, I see no remarkable features in the Han DM that could possibly compare to Tesla, some insisted. Chances are, the data is fabricated. Perhaps BYD itself bought back the cars to create a hot-selling effect. It's undoubtedly the case. Countless individuals voiced their skepticism, while major automotive manufacturers shared a similar sense of disbelief. That day, BYD's stock continued to soar, while shares of several electric vehicle manufacturers continued to plummet, particularly NIO and Xiaopeng, which had been in decline for several years, losing hundreds of billions in market value. Even Tesla's stock in the U.S. experienced minor fluctuations, resulting in losses of over $1 billion. With the pre-sale concluded, BYD promptly arranged for pre-sale customers to pick up their vehicles. In SH City, the Douyin influencer Deming launched a live stream. "Hello, dear friends. I am Deming. Do you know where I am heading right now? Deming. A prominent figure with 5 million followers, was a quintessential second-generation rich kid. His videos showcased him dining at various 4S dealerships, from Wuling to Rolls-Royce, sampling them all. Of course, his ability to visit the Rolls-Royce dealership without being turned away was not solely due to excellent service, but because he genuinely owned a Rolls-Royce. Recently, the BYD Honda DM had gained significant attention online, boasting a range of 3,000 kilometers, with the high-end model reaching 8,000 kilometers. I simply cannot miss out on such a remarkable vehicle, so on the very first day of the pre-sale, I purchased one. Which version? That essay given. It must be the highest spec available. Chapter 44. Livestream range challenge. The livestream attracted over 3,000 viewers, generating tremendous excitement. Deming, you've truly lost your senses. How could you have actually made the purchase? I've scrutinized this vehicle, and it merely capitalizes on trends. A mere folly for the intellectually challenged. Whoever buys it is a fool. 300,000 for a mere electric car. Regardless of whether it boasts a range of 3,000 kilometers, I could just as easily opt for a gasoline vehicle. I never imagined there would be actual buyers. I assumed that BYD's claim of sold-out pre-orders was merely a fabrication, perhaps even their own purchases. Deming, clutching his phone, arrived at the BYD dealership in his grocery getter, a Panamera. This flagship store is the sole location in the entire city where one can collect their vehicle. The message stated 10 o'clock in the morning, and we arrived a bit early. It's currently 9:30. I intend to debunk an online rumor suggesting that all 1,000 pre-sale vehicles were purchased by BYD themselves. Soon, we'll see if any fellow purchasers are present. Deming remarked as they approached the store, wondering if they were all merely hired actors. The live stream was rife with various comments. Yet Deming paid little heed to them. He clarified his intentions and was eventually ushered into a VIP lounge. The spacious VIP lounge already accommodated 7 or 8 individuals. Gentlemen, are you all here to collect your vehicles? Deming inquired. The attendees nodded in agreement. After explaining his live broadcast, and upon receiving consent from several individuals to appear on camera, he addressed the stream. You see, there are indeed buyers. The question remains whether they are genuine. The live chat erupted in excitement. Even before the designated time for collection, 8 individuals had arrived to claim their vehicles, indicating that there were indeed purchasers. Goodness, there truly are some fools among us, Deming remarked as he took a seat beside a young man. My friend, could you share your reasons for purchasing the Honda DM? The young man replied, There's not much to it. I attended the launch event and heard that this vehicle can achieve a range of 3,000 kilometers. With just one charge lasting a month, I found it quite appealing. So I decided to buy it. And what about the price? Do you think it's excessively high? Deming posed a question that piqued the interest of his viewers. Price? Just over 200,000. Is that high? The moment he spoke, the live stream erupted in chaos. What an astonishing revelation. How is it that 200,000 is not considered high? What has become of this world, filled with so many wealthy individuals? It appears that it is not the pricing by BYD that is exorbitant, but rather our own financial constraints that bring us to tears. Deming chuckled and asked, Would you mind sharing your annual income, if it's not too personal? The young man pondered briefly and humbly responded, Not much, just around $1 million, a mere pauper. This statement sent shockwaves through the live stream. Deming then turned to another young man to inquire about his motivations for purchasing a vehicle. This individual was quite forthright, stating, It's difficult to obtain a license plate, but electric vehicles can be registered, and with such a high range and reasonable price, why wouldn't I buy it? He further added, I've heard this is the first electric vehicle in the country to utilize an exceptionally advanced battery. I wanted to experience the novelty of an 8,000-kilometer range vehicle. After all, it's only around 300,000, quite a small sum. The audience in the live stream had been bombarded with countless revelations, nearing the brink of despair. It turns out, the reality is simply that we are impoverished. Purchasing this vehicle for fun, the world of the affluent is indeed beyond our comprehension. As the number of individuals in the VIP lounge steadily increased, the seats eventually filled to capacity. Deming remarked, I have already inquired with the sales manager. A total of 89 units have been pre-sold in the entire city of SH. With only 89 cars in a city, it seems quite plausible that the total of 1,000 units could indeed be sold out. He continued, All right, arrange for me to pick up my vehicle, brothers. Soon, we shall behold this legendary car, boasting an 8,000-kilometer range. Let us go. Before long, Deming arrived at his vehicle, which had been washed, fully charged, and had its temporary license plate ready for immediate departure. The car was quite striking, a vibrant red hue that pleased him. The high-end model boasted commendable features, exuding a sense of luxury. Now, without further ado, let us focus on what you are most eager to see, the range. Deming started the electric vehicle, which emitted almost no sound upon ignition. He immediately directed his gaze to the dashboard. To his astonishment, The range displayed a remarkable 8,632 kilometers. Incredible. I must share this on social media. This range is simply exhilarating. The live stream erupted in admiration. Previously, the advertised 8,000-kilometer range had not seemed particularly impressive, but witnessing the real vehicle's display was somewhat terrifying. For someone like me, who hardly drives and typically covers only 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers a year, the prospect of charging just once a year is astounding. Indeed, with 8,000 kilometers, it creates an illusion of never running out of power, a sensation both unsettling and exhilarating. Alas, my finances are rather constrained. Otherwise, I would also consider acquiring one. While 8,000 may be excessive, perhaps a 3,000-kilometer model could be a viable option. The live stream buzzed with commentary. Deming hit the road, and as for the features and driving experience, there was little to critique. BYD had touted this as their flagship model for the year, equipped with all the necessary features. Yet the true highlight remained the astonishing range, truly remarkable. After parking by the roadside, Deming stepped out and greeted a young man, introducing him as Zhou, and announced, "Brothers, let me introduce you to a friend of mine. We are about to embark on a challenge." We've checked, and the distance from SH to LS via the highway is approximately 4,175 kilometers. Therefore, Zhou and I are set to challenge ourselves by driving this Han DM from SH to LS and back again, totaling over 8,000 kilometers. We aim to determine whether our Han DM genuinely possesses such an impressive range or if the online claims are mere fabrications. Upon this declaration, the live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, Deming is incredible. If this succeeds, the vehicle will be even more remarkable. 8,000 kilometers on a single charge. Can someone calculate the cost per kilometer? BYD has already announced that it amounts to less than a penny per kilometer. Unbelievable. I suddenly realized this vehicle could be used for ride-hailing, making the operational costs virtually negligible. Oh, how I regret not acquiring one for that purpose. Ride-hailing? Have you lost your mind? It should be utilized for freight. A multitude of voices implore BYD to produce an electric cargo vehicle with such a range and energy consumption. It would be phenomenal. At this moment, Deming and his companion had already set off on their journey. As the first live streamer to undertake the audacious challenge of an 8,000-kilometer range, they quickly attracted a considerable audience. The official Douyin account also began to channel traffic towards them. By the time the duo departed from SH, the number of viewers in the live stream had surpassed 100,000. Chapter 45, The Tesla Compromise Director Who? There is a video I would like you to see. An assistant said as he approached the marketing director. He proceeded to play a live stream featuring a Douyin host named Deming. The camera focused on a moving vehicle. "Isn't that the Han DM?" Director Hu Shuang remarked, glancing at the screen in surprise. In the live stream, Deming was speaking animatedly. "Brothers, we have been on the road for a day and a night since leaving SH. It is now 8 in the morning, and the odometer shows that we have traveled 1,400 kilometers. The remarkable thing is our range, pardon my language. But this car still has 7,200 kilometers of range left. Incredible. This vehicle is a dream. It gives you the freedom to drive without ever worrying about range anxiety." Deming was visibly excited. True to their word, they streamed the entire journey, departing from SH and heading at high speed towards LS, stopping only for brief rests. After a day and a night of driving, the battery still had 84% remaining. The live stream was buzzing with activity, with online viewers exceeding 300,000. "What kind of car is this? Over 7,000 kilometers of range. Are they towing a fuel tank?" exclaimed one viewer. "Have you just connected to the internet? You don't even know about BYD's latest generation of electric vehicles? Let me tell you, this is the high-spec version, boasting an 8,000-kilometer range. It's astonishing. I had my doubts about this being mere hype, but now I truly believe it. An 8,000-kilometer range is simply phenomenal. You could probably charge it just once a year," another viewer commented. Director Hu Shuang inquired, "What is going on here?" The assistant replied excitedly, "This is a live stream by a car enthusiast who has taken one of our high-spec models and is attempting a challenge to drive from SH to LS and back, a total of over 8,000 kilometers, to test whether our high-spec version truly possesses this remarkable range. Director Hu, I believe this presents a splendid opportunity to promote our Han DM," the assistant added. Hu Shuang nodded. Although pre-sales had quickly sold out, they were still contemplating how to reshape their online reputation. This moment provided an excellent chance to demonstrate that their Han DM genuinely offered an 8,000-kilometer range. After a moment's thought, Hu Shuang instructed, "Contact Douyin, allocate funds, and assist them in driving traffic." The assistant immediately complied. Shortly thereafter, Deming noticed a rapid increase in the number of viewers in his live stream. "Haha, brothers, who is helping me with the traffic? BYD, did you pay for this?" he exclaimed joyfully, convinced that his live stream was a success. Following the pre-sale, He anticipated that others would conduct range tests on the homeland, but he had become the first and made the greatest impact. It seemed likely that BYD had given him a boost from behind the scenes. All right, my friends, let us venture to LS and behold the Patala Palace. After a substantial investment in promoting the live stream, the attention garnered by Deming has been astonishing, further amplified by various media coverage that has ignited a fervor. Even major manufacturers are now fixated on Deming's broadcast. Tesla, in particular, finds itself increasingly alarmed. Goodness, are they trailing a fuel tanker behind them? Simmons exclaimed in exasperation. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Musk. Simmons, reach out to BYD and see if we can procure the Longshin battery, Musk instructed, leaving Simmons momentarily speechless. Boss, are we conceding before the fight has even begun? He protested. Even if the Longshin battery is impressive and boasts remarkable endurance, electric vehicles are not solely about range. After all, it is still a vehicle. And this is just the beginning. BYD's pricing is exorbitant. Their cars are not worth that price. I believe we can lower our prices and compete directly against them to eliminate the threat. Musk, however, shook his head. Indeed, BYD may have made a foolish decision by setting their prices so high, but the prowess of the Longshin battery is indisputable. This is the future, do you understand? Their batteries will be in demand. Should other electric vehicle manufacturers in C country acquire these batteries, and a car priced in the range of a few $100,000 with astonishing range appears on the market, what do you think will happen to us? The impact would be monumental. Therefore, we must adapt and embrace the future. Go, regardless of the outcome, and make contact with BYD to see if we can obtain the Longshin battery. I have heard that it is in high demand and production is limited. After the call ended, Simmons felt utterly deflated. Once, Tesla took immense pride in its battery technology, dismissing C country's electric vehicle manufacturers as inconsequential. Yet now, they found themselves seeking assistance from a domestic electric vehicle manufacturer. Simmons felt his pride trampled upon. Deming's livestream continued for a full 6 days. Brothers, I must say, this car is impressive. The range is undoubtedly beyond 8,000 kilometers. Perhaps the full-speed driving contributes to its efficiency. We are still 200 kilometers from SH, with an impressive 800 kilometers of range remaining. Covering 8,000 kilometers without charging even once is beyond belief. I never thought electric vehicles could achieve such feats. Brothers, no need for further discussion. Let's purchase this remarkable vehicle and relish the joy of driving without ever needing to recharge. By the way, I hear Xiaomi is about to launch a phone with a battery capacity exceeding 100,000 milliamp hours. No doubt, I am ready to buy it. How wonderful it is to have power at our fingertips. Ultimately, the vehicle reached Deming's villa in SH. Upon disembarking, Deming felt utterly exhausted yet exhilarated beyond measure. We have accomplished it. The dashboard indicates that we have traveled a total of 8,476 kilometers, and astonishingly, we still have over 300 kilometers of range remaining. Gentlemen, I believe this vehicle could continue to serve us for another week. BYD, remarkable. A proud representation of our homeland. Alas, I can no longer endure. It is time for slumber. Deming wearily waved his hand and ended the live stream. The peak number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 6 million, a veritable feast of broadcasting, where countless individuals experienced firsthand the formidable power of 8,000 kilometers of range. One wonders if other electric vehicle manufacturers are trembling at this moment, as they grapple with the limitations of 400 or 500 kilometers of range, while BYD leaps ahead to a staggering 8,000 kilometers. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent that BYD's pricing is indeed quite reasonable. The battery is exceptional, the configuration is flagship, and at this price point, it is undeniably appealing. When will BYD officially commence sales? I am in need of a vehicle and am prepared to acquire one. As I have been unsuccessful in obtaining a number, I might as well invest in a new energy vehicle. I shall place an order for the high-end version. Patience is required. I hear that the production of the Longshin battery is limited, and it may be quite some time before it is available on a large scale. Even Lei Jun seized the opportunity to ride the wave of popularity, posting a photo of the Xiaomi 10 with a 130,000 mAh battery on Weibo, promising surprises by the end of the month. Chapter 46. High-strength crystalline steel Wanghu Village, research base. After passing through several security checks, Li Tianshu finally met Zhou Yang. In the laboratory, Zhou Yang was directing several researchers in conducting experiments. Li Tianshu refrained from interrupting Zhou Yang and patiently awaited his attention. After more than an hour, Zhou Yang finally paused and greeted Li Tianshu. Mr. Zhou. Li Tianshu approached and curiously glanced towards the laboratory, where it appeared that success had been achieved. As several researchers were rejoicing, Mr. Zhou, what experiment are you conducting? It seems successful. Congratulations. Li Tianshu remarked with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded, stating, "We are preparing a type of crystalline material, and we have resolved the crystallization issue." Li Tianshu pondered for a moment, but chose not to inquire further, knowing that he would not comprehend the answer regardless. "Mr. Zhou, I have prepared the list you requested. Would you like to review it?" Li Tianshu opened his portfolio and handed over a document. Zhou Yang took it and began to examine it attentively. Li Tianshu, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mr. Zhou, why do you require a batch of metal smelting experts? What exactly is the research base investigating?" Zhou Yang had not reported to his superiors, as the funding for his projects was virtually limitless, eliminating the necessity for formal requests for financial support. Consequently, Li Tianshu remained unaware of Zhou Yang's current research endeavors. The sudden request for a list of domestic metal smelting and materials experts had left Li Tianshu even more perplexed. Metal smelting. Could it be that Zhou Yang is researching metals? As Zhou Yang perused the document, he noted its substantial thickness, with detailed introductions to the experts, encompassing their biographies and research achievements, among other information. "I am preparing to study a type of high-strength crystalline steel," Zhou Yang casually remarked. "The issues concerning the batteries have been resolved, and the problems with the chips have also been largely addressed." Next, Zhou Yang decided to tackle the matter of materials, the components of the mecha, the core propellant materials, as well as the various transmission structures, essentially constitute the skeleton of the entire mecha, making them crucial structural elements. Li Tianshu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, "How strong is the high-strength crystalline steel?" The nation is a major steel producer, generating more steel in a year than all other countries combined. However, in the realm of advanced steel materials, the country still lags significantly, although it has been catching up in recent years. The research into steel is a gradual accumulation of knowledge over time. Ultimately, steel involves adding various elements and experimenting with different proportions, necessitating repeated trials. Other countries have been studying this since the industrial era, conducting innumerable experiments and amassing years of experience to develop various high-strength steels. The country, having started late, has only recently begun to prioritize the research of high-end steel materials, making the pursuit of catching up a daunting challenge. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu and remarked, "The strength is approximately 10 times that of aircraft carrier deck steel, while being lighter in weight, impact-resistant, with a high melting point and structural stability at extremely low temperatures." With each point Zhou Yang made, Li Tianshu's eyes widened further until they were nearly bulging. By the end, he could hardly remember anything except for Zhou Yang's statement, 10 times stronger than aircraft carrier deck steel. The steel used for aircraft carrier decks is crucial, as it must withstand the tremendous forces generated during the takeoff and landing of aircraft. Although it is not as thick as one might imagine due to the size constraints of the carrier, it must possess incredible strength. To put it bluntly, just 1 centimeter of this material can endure impacts exceeding 10 tons. This is an exceptionally specialized steel, with only countries E and M possessing the technology to produce it, and they restrict its export to country C. The nation invested significant effort to develop its own version, yet it still falls short compared to that of country M, being merely adequate. Thus, the technological sophistication of this material is evident, ranking among the highest in terms of technical content in steel production. Now, Zhou Yang claims that the steel he intends to research will have a strength exceeding 10 times that of the current deck steel, leaving Li Tianshu utterly astonished. "Mr. Zhou, is what you say truly accurate?" Li Tianshu's breath quickened. In that moment, he recalled Zhou Yang's subsequent remarks regarding lightweight, high melting points, and structural stability at extremely low temperatures. The key aspect is the lightweight feature. If the steel can resolve the issue of lightweighting, its applications would become remarkably diverse, ranging from tank armor to various naval vessel armoring, and even bulletproof steel plates. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Let us not be too picky. From the list of individuals here, I estimate there are about 100. Invite as many as you can. I welcome all. By the way, please also find a construction team for me. I need to build a blast furnace." Since Zhou Yang is determined to proceed, he must also address the production process of this high-strength crystalline steel. Given the constraints of scale, it is impractical to establish a full-scale steel mill. However, constructing a small blast furnace for limited production is essential. Moreover, as Mechs will be assembled here in the future, the ability to manufacture parts on-site in case of any issues will be quite convenient. Li Tianshu nodded enthusiastically, eager to return immediately and report the developments regarding high-strength crystalline steel. Just before leaving, he paused and added, "Haishur has already been separated from Huawei as per your instructions and is now vigorously advancing the production of biomimetic cell chips. I have met with them, and they indicated that the chips will be produced by the end of this year, with the fastest timeline being 3 months and the slowest 6 months." 3 to 6 months? During his previous conversation with Kong Lu in SC, Zhou Yang had mentioned 3 months merely to apply some pressure. He did not genuinely expect them to resolve all issues within that time frame. A span of 3 to 6 months is acceptable to Zhou Yang. Acknowledging this, Zhou Yang refocused his attention on the experimental data. Meanwhile, the excitement surrounding the Longshin battery continued to brew. Following Daming's live broadcast, numerous automotive review forums and social media outlets began testing the Han DM, or Longshin battery, evaluating its capacity and safety. The results were astonishing. The Longshin battery exhibited remarkable safety while outperforming existing lithium batteries in all metrics. Its reputation on the international stage was also on the rise, garnering increased attention. Seizing the moment, BYD announced it would add 6 production lines to expand the output of Longshin batteries and would consider further capacity increases as warranted. This favorable news resulted in a surge in BYD's stock price, along with related sectors and enterprises experiencing similar gains. The only exception was the raw material for Longshin batteries, where the stock prices of carbon nanotube manufacturers plummeted. Among them, Tiannai Chemical suffered the most severe decline. Chapter 47. Exposure. Tiannai Chemical was engulfed in a cloud of despair. At BYD, Zheng Yun slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Over this period, Zheng Yun felt as though he was living in hell. After his last meeting with Wang Haoning, BYD swiftly announced plans to expand its own carbon nanotube factory. Consequently, the carbon nanotube manufacturers, previously buoyed by the Longshin battery's popularity, saw their stock prices rise as many companies eagerly prepared to scale up production. However, no one anticipated that BYD would resolve the production issues of carbon nanotubes themselves, devising a cost-effective preparation method with astonishing output. As a result of this announcement, the fortunes of carbon nanotube manufacturers plummeted. The hardest hit was Tiannai Chemical. Their stock price collapsed, suppliers demanded payments, and the cash flow was abruptly severed. In just over a month, this industry leader found itself on the brink of bankruptcy. Zheng Yun's father, the chairman of Tiannai Chemical, was in a state of deep despair, nearly contemplating suicide. Zheng Yun harbored an intense animosity towards BYD, but his hatred was eclipsed by his loathing for one individual, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Zheng Yun clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed upon a photograph. It depicted Zhou Yang entering the security checkpoint. This incident occurred at the National Conference Center, where Zhou Yang had brazenly cut in line, leading to a confrontation with Zheng Yun. At that moment, a man standing behind Zheng Yun, wielding a camera, had surreptitiously captured the scene. Zheng Yun had acquired the photograph through monetary means, driven by his relentless quest to uncover the identity of Mr. Zhou. Subsequently, during the press conference, Zheng Yun discovered a few clues. Among the multitude of influential figures present, the inconspicuous Zhou Yang was astonishingly positioned at the center stage. Suggesting his extraordinary status, Zheng Yun speculated that Zhou Yang might indeed be the Mr. Zhou referred to by Wang Haoning. Zheng Yun had also investigated the matter of Tiannai Chemical's refusal to collaborate with Mr. Zhou, confirming that a partnership proposal had indeed been received from a rather peculiar source, a government department. Coupled with the knowledge of Zhou Yang's armed bodyguard during the security check, it was evident that he was a high-ranking official. Zheng Yun surmised that Tiannai Chemical's rejection of Zhou Yang's collaboration request had led to punitive actions from BYD, resulting in the current predicament. If he wishes to conceal his identity, then I shall expose him. Even if I cannot bring him down, I shall ensure he is thoroughly disgraced. A glimmer of vengeance sparkled in Zheng Yun's eyes as ideas flooded his mind. Soon, a post began to circulate wildly on the forum, titled "The Most Notorious Line Cutter in History," claiming that cutting in line was a favor done to others, threatening dire consequences otherwise. The post narrated the experience of a victim who had been cut in line, detailing the audacity of the perpetrator, who even threatened to take their life. The post was accompanied by crucial videos and images, including a gun permit and a close-up shot of the assailant's waist, evidencing that the line cutter was not merely boasting but indeed possessed the means to carry out such threats. With the assistance of some interested parties, the post spread like wildfire across forums, social media, and various platforms. The sensationalism reached staggering heights. How audacious this individual was, cutting in line while threatening to kill others. The identity of this person was evidently significant, as the incident had occurred during the press conference at BYD. Did one not see the gun permit? What was this? If not a license to kill? The woman beside him, her waist bulging, surely concealed a firearm beneath her clothing. Incredible. Who is this line cutter? What does it matter how impressive he is? Does power and influence grant one the right to cut in line and threaten lives? We live in a society governed by law. Let this video be shared widely, so that everyone may witness the strength of the people. Indeed, let it rise to the forefront. In this era, the arrogant have fallen, and he shall be the next. As this topic reached a boiling point, yet another post emerged, revealing the identity of the line cutter. The post noted that he occupied the central position at the front row during the press conference. It then delved into conspiracy theories, fervently speculating about this individual's true identity. Firstly, one might surmise that this individual holds a position of considerable stature, for one would not occupy the central position otherwise, especially as a distinguished guest invited by BYD, yet conspicuously absent from the role of the organizer. Ultimately, it has been concluded that this person is most likely the proprietor of Matrix Energy, the enigmatic company poised to absorb BYD's battery operations. Furthermore, the speculations within this post extend beyond mere conjecture, fabricating various identities for the individual in question. It is conceivable that the interloper is not only the owner of Matrix Energy, but potentially a scientist from the same establishment, having developed the Longshin battery and being invited to partake in the unveiling event. Given his scientific background, it is plausible he enjoys protection from armed plainclothes officers, reminiscent of a scene from a cinematic narrative. This expose evidently emanates from a source of considerable acumen, employing eloquent diction that lends an air of credibility while simultaneously stirring emotions and interweaving various conspiracy theories, truly captivating the reader's attention. Indeed, this individual's identity is anything but ordinary. They undoubtedly resemble a shadowy mastermind. One cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Discussions should perhaps be curtailed, lest one be invited for a rather unsettling cup of coffee. However, I have conducted my own inquiry, and Matrix Energy appears to be shrouded in mystery, seemingly emerging from obscurity. Indeed, much like the Longshin battery, its sudden appearance is perplexing, suggesting that our nation has been quietly concocting significant innovations. Online discourse is rife, yet the prevailing public sentiment seems to be shifting. What commenced as a unilateral condemnation has morphed into a more neutral stance. After all, this person's status is exceptional. Perhaps they were pressed for time. What of cutting in line? Airports do indeed have VIP passages. Moreover, the original poster claims the individual threatened to kill him, a statement I find unlikely, given their status in broad daylight. Even the most brazen would refrain from uttering such words. It was merely a video, devoid of sound. And who can ascertain the true events? In this day and age, instances of misrepresentation abound. Zhou Yang has been closely monitoring these comments and was taken aback by the shift in public opinion. How could this transpire? Zhou Yang was rendered speechless. Everything was orchestrated at his expense, with the initial plan to expose Zhou Yang, linking him to the currently trending Longshin battery, concocting a narrative without concern for accountability. This approach was intended to render Zhou Yang's actions all the more reprehensible. Yet, Zhou Yang did not anticipate the situation escalating to such an extent. In a fit of agitation, he promptly contacted the individual responsible for the expose, exclaiming, "What is going on? How could it have turned out this way?" The other party, equally perplexed, responded, "Boss, I believe the direction of your publicity strategy is flawed. The gossipers actually resonate positively with the Longshin battery narrative, perceiving it as a beneficial development. By associating this person with the Longshin battery, you have inadvertently achieved the opposite effect." Zhou Yang widened his eyes in disbelief, retorting, "So, it's my fault now?" The other party remained silent. Feeling exasperated, Zhou Yang demanded, "What do we do now? Do you have any solutions?" The other party replied with a chuckle, "Fear not, boss. This is our line of work, and we shall find a way. In a couple of days, once the fervor has subsided slightly, we can edit some photos and concoct a few trending topics, ensuring the interest is rekindled." "Very well, let it be so. If this matter is handled well, I shall grant you an additional 100,000. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Your generosity is noted, boss. Please rest assured." What Zhou Yang remained unaware of was that his exposure post had stirred considerable commotion online, capturing even the attention of the intelligence agencies in Country M. Chapter 48. Capturing a big fish in Country M. The CIA, an international intelligence agency, is dedicated to investigating foreign intelligence, particularly from adversarial nations. The intelligence from Country C has consistently been a focal point for Country M. At this moment, Agent Jack was remotely scouring the networks of Country C for information regarding the Longshin battery. Following the revelation of the Longshin battery, Country M had promptly taken it very seriously. Particularly in recent days, after the pre-sale of BYD's new vehicle, various technical aspects concerning the Longshin battery had been substantiated, elevating Country M's interest in the Longshin battery to an urgent level. This urgency signified an unwavering commitment to uncovering all relevant intelligence at any cost. The entire CIA had transformed into a specialized intelligence unit dedicated to the collection of information regarding the Longshin battery. Although Jack was not a member of this unit, He had nonetheless received a task concerning peripheral intelligence investigations, tasked with gathering relevant information online. What could possibly be uncovered on the internet? Jack was skeptical that anything of substantial value could emerge. He envied those who could operate undercover in Country C, possibly as influential businessmen or politicians, who, through casual interactions over drinks, might glean the intelligence required. These individuals were the true white-collar operatives, while Jack felt he was merely a blue-collar worker. Jack, proficient in computers, had crafted a web-crawling software that would scour major websites in Country C for relevant keywords related to the Longxin battery. Once information was collected, he would be alerted, significantly enhancing his work efficiency. After brewing a cup of coffee, Jack input the day's keywords, Longxin battery, and its developers. The identity of the developers had long been a matter of great concern in Country M. As soon as the crawler was deployed, it promptly triggered an alert. How could it be so quick? Jack muttered to himself as he lifted his coffee cup and began reviewing the incoming data. Upon glancing at the information, he found himself unable to set the cup down. What he was examining was precisely the exposure post concerning Zhou Yang. The outcries and threats within the post did not concern Jack. What truly captured his attention was the revelation that Zhou Yang was indeed the developer of the Longxin battery. Although Jack quickly discerned that this post was entirely fabricated, he pondered the possibility that it might inadvertently contain some useful information. A few critical points stood out to him. Jack murmured to himself, the presence of armed plainclothes officers for protection indicates an extraordinary identity. Sitting in the most esteemed position at the press conference signifies a significant relationship with BYD. And this individual Jack focused intently on the photograph of Zhou Yang and commenced his search for any available information regarding him. Yet, he found nothing of relevance. Only more exposure posts. Aside from this singular post, there was no other information regarding Zhou Yang. I may have just caught a big fish, he thought. Even if he is not the developer of the Longxin battery, he is likely to be a senior executive at Matrix Energy. Jack leapt up in excitement, rushing towards the Longxin battery intelligence team. The team, led by Senior Agent Roberson, was taken aback upon hearing Jack's report and seeing the photograph. This individual, Roberson murmured, his expression peculiar. What's wrong? Do you know him? Inquired a nearby agent. Roberson nodded, swiftly approaching his computer to open an investigative file. Upon viewing the photo, he slapped the table and exclaimed, Indeed, it's him. Who is it? The surrounding agents gathered closer. Roberson pointed at the information on the screen, stating, This man is Zhou Yang, a physicist who was imprisoned for stealing confidential research data. However, 4 months ago, he was unexpectedly rescued by a group from our FBI headquarters. What? Rescued from the FBI headquarters? How is that even possible? Gasped an agent. A headquarters with security personnel and agents, armed in numbers. Who could pull that off? I'm aware of this case. It's serious and has been under investigation for quite some time, yet we have no leads, recalled another agent, remembering the uproar it had caused. Roberson continued, This matter is indeed grave. Our prolonged investigation has led us to believe that it was orchestrated by individuals from Country C, but we lack concrete evidence. And with the subject already rescued, it remains unresolved. However, reflecting on it now, the implications are significant. Zhou Yang was imprisoned for a full 2 years. If he were truly of great importance, Country C would have extracted him much sooner rather than allowing this delay. And the audacity of the rescue suggests they were willing to pay any cost. What does this indicate? It implies that Zhou Yang was insignificant 2 years ago, but has since gained critical value. During that period, Zhou Yang, who had minimal contact with the outside world, suddenly began frequent interactions with individuals from Country C, leading them to rescue him at all costs. Why? Because he must have presented something of value. Initially, we speculated that it was the experimental data he stole from the research facility, but upon further consideration, it might not be that at all. It could be the Longxin battery. Roberson was startled by his own deduction. The surrounding agents were equally astonished, holding their breath in anticipation. Roberson's thoughts flowed freely as he continued to analyze. It is highly plausible. We have been investigating the Longxin battery for an extended period, yet have uncovered no useful intelligence. It seems to have emerged out of nowhere. Even if Country C's secrecy measures are impeccable, there should be some indication, yet there has been nothing. Not long after Zhou Yang's rescue, the Longxin battery was unveiled. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of those present. They had caught a significant lead. In Country C, the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs, Chen Ruiyun stood rigidly before Director Han Haining. What on earth have you done? Han Haining shouted, slamming the table. On the table lay photographs, depicting Zhou Yang's unexpected intrusion. What was your plan? Why did you use the ordinary access route? Was there no secure passage? Even if you had to go that way, how could you have been photographed and exposed? And a license to kill. Chen Ruiyun, you are quite impressive. Having obtained a license to kill, Who issued that to you? After quite some time, Han Haining finally returned to his seat and stated, a disciplinary action, a severe reprimand. Go back and write a self-reflection, a profound introspection. Chun Ryun bit her lip, feeling somewhat indignant, and after a moment's contemplation, inquired, Director, what shall we do about this matter? What else is there to discuss? Do you really need to ask me? Han Haining slammed the table once more. The 6th Special Affairs Bureau had swiftly erased all online content related to the exposure and promptly apprehended the individual responsible for the post. As the fervor surrounding the incident began to wane, it gradually faded from the public eye. According to Han Haining, there were no severe consequences yet. Otherwise, Chun Ryun would be facing even harsher penalties. Just then, a person abruptly pushed the door open and placed a document before Han Haining. Upon reading it, Han Haining's expression changed drastically. You imbecile. Suspension. You are suspended. Go home and reflect on your actions, he shouted, pointing at Chun Ryun. Chapter 49. Erasing Sparks. Chun Ryun was taken aback. What now? Director, has something else happened? Han Haining threw the document at her in a fit of rage, bellowing. Look for yourself. Chun Ryun picked up the file and, upon glancing at it, felt a cold sweat break out. It contained intelligence from an undercover agent in Country M. Stating a singular piece of information, the intelligence agency had identified Zhou Yang as the developer of the Longshin battery. Knowing Zhou Yang's name indicated the veracity of this intelligence. The critical point was that the intelligence agency had suddenly become aware of this at such a pivotal moment, likely due to the recent exposure of Zhou Yang online. Perhaps some subtle clues had led the agency to deduce that Zhou Yang was indeed the developer of the Longshin battery. Chun Ryun began to understand the source of Han Haining's fury. Director, I realize my mistake, she said, biting her lower lip. She had never made such a colossal error in her career. Go back and reflect. Han Haining waved his hand irritably, gritting her teeth. Chun Ryun had no choice but to leave. She was suspended and would be swiftly reassigned away from Zhou Yang, deprived of any opportunity for remedy. Zheng's villa. No. This villa would soon require a name change. Someone knocked on the door, but Zheng Yun ignored it. Get lost. I have no money, Zheng Yun cursed, assuming it was a debt collector. However, the knocking persisted, prompting Zheng Yun to irritably grab a blanket and cover his head. Just then, the knocking ceased. As Zheng Yun prepared to enjoy a peaceful slumber, a sudden loud bang shattered the silence. The sound of breaking glass echoed as 2 fully armed Special Forces soldiers crashed through the window, seizing Zheng Yun from his bed with brute force. The door was kicked open, and several more soldiers stormed in. It's him. Take him away. A black hood was forcibly placed over Zheng Yun's head, and he was dragged out of the villa. Through the hood, Zheng Yun hazily glimpsed the street outside, lined with police cars, their flashing lights blindingly bright. In an instant, fear overwhelmed him, and he lost control of his bladder. The 6th Bureau of Special Affairs acted with the swiftness of thunder, promptly apprehending Zheng Yun for interrogation. However, the inquiry yielded little of substantive value, as the sequence of events had been thoroughly investigated. Zheng Yun had not voluntarily divulged any intelligence to foreign spies. Nonetheless, the 6th Bureau speculated that Zheng Yun might have fabricated information, inadvertently leading the intelligence agency of Country M to glean certain insights. In any case, Zheng Yun had vanished, and it was certain that he would never again behold the outside world. At the Lakeview Village Research Base, Mr. Zhou, greetings. I shall be responsible for your security henceforth. My name is Lu Jun. A tall, upright young man materialized before Zhou Yang. Taken aback, Zhou inquired, where is Section Chief Chun? It seems I haven't seen her in 2 or 3 days. Zhou, engrossed in his research on high-strength structural steel, had not noticed Chun Ryun's absence. Lu Jun's voice was somewhat stiff as he replied, it is classified. I am unable to disclose that information. Classified? Zhou chuckled, pondering what secrets could possibly remain in his presence. He promptly took out his phone and called Director Li Tianshu. Director Li, I would like to inquire about Section Chief Chin's situation. Why has she been suddenly reassigned from my side? Zhou posed his question directly. On the other end, Li Tianshu hesitated before responding, I am not aware of this matter. Please hold on, I will make some inquiries. After hanging up, Zhou glanced at Lu Jun and tossed the phone onto the table. Lu Jun appeared awkward, realizing he had misspoken, and murmured, Mr. Zhou, it is not my intention to conceal anything from you. In fact, Section Chief Chin made an error and has been suspended. Error? Suspended? Zhou was taken aback and quickly pressed for details. What happened? For the past few months, Chun Ryun had been by his side, meticulously arranging his daily life, and her sudden departure left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Lu Jun, sensing the gravity of the situation, disclosed a brief account of the events. Someone exposed me. Who? Zhou furrowed his brow. Lu Jun responded. It was likely Zheng Yun from Tianai Chemical, the individual with whom you had a dispute during the security check. Zhou immediately recalled the young man he had encountered during the inspection. Tianai Chemical, so it was him. Suddenly, Zhou understood much more. At that moment, Li Tianshu called back, stating, Mr. Zhou, I have inquired into the situation. Section Chief Chun has indeed made an error and has been suspended by the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs. Zhou interrupted. I am already aware of the circumstances. However, I believe the fault does not lie with Section Chief Chun. If possible, I would prefer that she continue to oversee my security. Li Tianshu was momentarily taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that Zhou Yang and Chun Riyun were engaged in a romantic relationship, igniting sparks of affection? If so, that would indeed be fortuitous. Over this period, Zhou Yang had consistently produced remarkable results: dragon core batteries, biomimetic cell chips, and high-strength crystalline steel. The more he accomplished, the more the nation valued Zhou, inevitably prompting concerns about how to retain such a distinguished scientist. Treating a national hero with respect is fundamental. However, beyond this, humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yet, Zhou Yang appears indifferent to wealth and seems to harbor little interest in women, causing the state to feel somewhat uneasy. The provision of shares in Matrix Energy is not merely a reward for Zhou Yang, but also an attempt to retain him. Nevertheless, at Zhou Yang's level, monetary concerns hold little significance. It is emotions that truly matter. Regrettably, Zhou Yang is an orphan, with hardly any relatives left in the country. At that moment, Li Tianshu contemplated that if Chun Riyun and Zhou Yang could spark a romance and eventually marry and have children, it would be perfect. Such bonds would allow Zhou Yang to remain at ease. I understand, Li Tianshu exclaimed promptly. As he was about to hang up the phone, Li Tianshu remembered another matter and said, Mr. Zhou, I have contacted all the metal smelting experts you requested. Aside from a few engaged in ongoing projects, most are willing to come, totaling 85 individuals. I will arrange for specialists to escort the experts to the research institute in a day or 2. Very well. Let them come as soon as possible, Zhou Yang replied as he ended the call and glanced at Lu Jun, saying, I apologize. It is not that I think poorly of you. Lu Jun quickly shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary, though he couldn't help but murmur to himself that it was likely due to Chun Riyun's beauty. Zhou Yang gestured for Lu Jun to leave and redirected his focus to the experimental data before him. The matter concerning Chun Riyun hardly occupied his thoughts. He had simply grown accustomed to her presence. The sudden absence felt rather disconcerting. Moreover, Zhou Yang believed that if the people of Country M were to discover that the Longshin battery was developed by him, it would not be a significant issue. He was currently in his homeland. Could his country not protect him? As for Chun Riyun's beauty, Zhou Yang truly paid little mind to it. Of course, having a beautiful woman around daily could uplift one's spirits. Chapter 50. Metal smelting experts. A bus slowly rolled into Wanghu village, carrying 7 or 8 individuals. The first batch of metal smelting experts. I never expected there to be a highway in this remote valley, remarked a middle-aged expert wearing glasses, named Ma Jingchan, a professor of materials science at Harbin Institute of Technology. His colleagues nodded in agreement, commenting, not only a highway, but I also spotted a military camp. It seems this research institute holds a considerable status. The question arose. Although I am aware of many esteemed institutes in the country focusing on metal smelting, I have never heard of this one. Furthermore, it is said to be undertaking a particularly secretive project. Could it be a military endeavor? The group engaged in lively discussion, having arrived from various locations. When they were approached, they were only informed that it was a mysterious project, without further specifics. Merely that it was of great importance and well-funded. Projects with ample funding are typically significant, thus piquing their interest. Participation in such a project would indeed be a remarkable credential. Old Su, do you know anything about this? Ma Jingchun inquired. As everyone turned their gaze toward an elderly gentleman seated at the front, his hair a striking white. The elderly gentleman is Su Chun, a prominent figure in the realm of metallic materials research in the country and an academician. Su Chun turned around and cast a glance at Ma Jingchun, with whom he had previously collaborated on a project. He expressed his curiosity regarding the nature of this project that seemingly had no financial constraints. While his own high-strength yield steel project had struggled to secure even 10 million in funding. With a slight huff, Su Chen remarked. The others present exchanged glances. Sensing the dissatisfaction in Su Chen's tone, Ma Jingchun was somewhat aware of Su Chen's grievances. It seemed that not long ago, Su Chun had made some advancements in his research on high-strength yield steel and had sought funding from higher authorities, but to no avail. Now, the emergence of a project with seemingly limitless funding was understandably irksome to Su Chun. As they spoke, the group arrived at their destination, and everyone peered through the windows. Wow, this research institute isn't hidden in the mountains, is it? It's entirely possible. Goodness, what level of institute is this? Impressive, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. It was rare to find a research institute that excavated an entire mountain for its base. At this point, the group began to believe that this could indeed be a project without financial worries, and their anticipation grew, as such projects were undoubtedly significant endeavors. Zhou Yang scoffed, muttering, "Extravagant nonsense, digging out an entire mountain, what a waste of resources." As the group disembarked, Ma Jingshun gazed into the distance and suddenly exclaimed, "Is that a blast furnace under construction? The scale seems rather modest. Could it possibly be for research? Goodness, what kind of project is this? It's remarkable." The crowd stared in disbelief. To construct a blast furnace purely for research seemed rather exaggerated. The cost of a blast furnace was not insignificant. And to build a steel mill out of thin air without considering its location, only for it to be abandoned after the research project concluded, was indeed a colossal waste. Zhou Yang's expression grew darker. Just then, the staff of the research institute appeared, led by Li Ziyu, accompanied by a major officer. "Thank you, esteemed experts, for your arrival. After your long journey, you must be weary. Perhaps you would like to rest at the guest house first?" Li Ziyu suggested. However, Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively and stated, "No need. We are here to work, are we not? You mentioned a major project that requires our involvement. Please take us to see it." "I am eager to discover what kind of project it is." Li Ziyu hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Very well. The first generation of samples has already been produced and is currently undergoing testing in the back. Mr. Zhou is there as well. Shall we head directly there?" Zhou Yang nodded. The remaining few were somewhat puzzled. That was quick. The first generation of samples has already been produced? What do they need us for? They suppressed their curiosity and boarded an electric sightseeing vehicle, heading towards the back mountain. The group soon arrived at the rear of the mountain. Before they could draw closer, they were met with a thunderous noise. Ma Jingshun perked up his ears, surprised, and said, "It sounds like cannon fire." He quickly turned to the accompanying major officer and inquired, "Comrade, are they firing cannons?" The major officer smiled but remained silent, suppressing their curiosity. The crowd arrived at an expansive testing ground. Behind the drum-shaped mountain, there lay a low-lying area that had been excavated, yielding a substantial quantity of stones, which were subsequently used to create a vast open space designated as a preparatory testing site. As the reverberating sounds of cannon fire echoed, they entered the inner arena and were immediately struck by the sight before them. To their astonishment, a tank stood 1,000 meters away, its engines roaring as it fired continuously at a target approximately 3,000 meters distant. The target was too far for them to discern its details, but the tank's relentless bombardment sent plumes of dust soaring into the air, captivating everyone present. Li Ziyu led the group towards an observation tower adjacent to the testing site. Providing an introduction as they walked, "Esteemed experts, what you are witnessing is the first generation of high-strength crystalline steel samples we have recently developed. Today, we are testing its penetration resistance using armor-piercing rounds." The crowd exchanged glances, intrigued. High-strength crystalline steel, what an unfamiliar concept. Was it a form of crystallized alloy steel? Had research on such materials begun domestically? The performance of this material was remarkable. Since their arrival, dozens of rounds had been fired, and if all were armor-piercing, yet none had penetrated, its strength was indeed impressive. Excitement surged among the crowd, but Zhou Yang interjected coldly, "Even several meters thick. Penetrating it would not be an easy feat." With a smile, Li Ziyu retorted, "What you may not realize, academician Su, is that this high-strength crystalline steel possesses extraordinary strength. The target we see is 2 meters in length and width, but crucially, it is only 50 centimeters thick, affixed to a concrete wall. The anticipated goal of this test is to withstand 100 strikes from the latest armor-piercing rounds." Zhou Yang gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. 50 centimeters thick, are you joking?" Ma Jingshun and the others shared similar astonishment, their eyes wide as if witnessing the supernatural. To expect a 50-centimeter steel plate to endure 100 impacts from armor-piercing rounds was a notion bordering on the fantastical. Li Ziyu continued, "This is merely the first generation of our samples. According to Mr. Zhou's vision, our objective for this research is to reduce the thickness of the steel plate by 3/4 under the same conditions, bringing it down to approximately 10 centimeters. The audience was left speechless, their mouths agape in shock. Zhou Yang, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Impossible. No steel of such high strength exists in the world." "You mentioned Mr. Zhou. Who is he? Is he responsible for this project? I refuse to believe such a material could exist. Take me to meet him at once." Zhou Yang, also a researcher in high-strength materials, understood the level of achievement Li Ziyu was describing. It was akin to extraterrestrial technology. Chapter 51. The launch of high-capacity smartphones. Li Ziyu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, The cannon fire abruptly ceased, and faintly, they heard someone shout that something had been penetrated. The crowd turned their gaze, and indeed, the tank had halted its firing. At this moment, a group of individuals descended the staircase, led by a strikingly handsome young man accompanied by several researchers and military personnel. Mr. Zhou and Li Ziyu hurried forward, pointing to Su Chun and his entourage, saying, "These are the first batch of metal smelting experts to arrive." Zhou Yang, momentarily taken aback, approached them and warmly welcomed, "Greetings. I am Zhou Yang, the head of this research institute." Ma Jingchun and the others quickly exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Yang. Su Chun intended to confront Zhou Yang, but found himself momentarily stunned by the latter's youthfulness, coupled with Zhou Yang's enthusiastic welcome. Su Chun felt unable to express his irritation and merely nodded slightly before saying, "You must be Mr. Zhou. I am Su Chun. I heard from this young lady that your goal for the high-strength crystalline steel is a thickness of 10 centimeters, capable of withstanding 100 impacts from armor-piercing projectiles. That is simply impossible. Such alloy steel has yet to be developed anywhere in the world, let alone in our country." "Ah, you must be academician Su," Zhou Yang remarked, recalling the information he had reviewed, and promptly extended his hand for a handshake. Su Chun felt somewhat uncomfortable with Zhou Yang's warm demeanor, and after a brief, slightly vexed handshake, he continued, "Director Zhou, I would appreciate it if you could address my concerns." Zhou Yang, noticing Su Chun's somewhat brusque tone, dismissed it, recognizing Su Chun as a distinguished academician who had made significant contributions to the metal smelting industry in the country. "Old Su, the testing has just concluded. Why don't we go see the results together?" Su Chun nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding the outcome of the tests. The group boarded their vehicles and proceeded to the target site. As the smoke began to dissipate at the target location, they alighted from the cars to find a robust concrete structure, featuring a 2-meter by 2-meter black steel plate embedded in one of its walls. At that moment, a substantial dent was visible at the center of the steel plate, with smoke still lingering around it. "Mr. Zhou, it has not been penetrated," exclaimed a researcher who rushed forward to inspect the area behind the wall. Ma Jingchun and the others were startled. Upon exiting the vehicle, they immediately recognized that the thickness of the steel plate was indeed, as Li Ziyu had mentioned, a mere 50 centimeters. 50 centimeters. If it truly withstood 100 impacts from armor-piercing projectiles, would be an extraordinary feat of strength. Su Chun swiftly made his way to the back of the wall for inspection. He observed that the concrete wall was impressively 1 meter thick. Yet at the corresponding point of impact, it had sustained a significant rupture. The steel plate had endured the onslaught of armor-piercing projectiles, but the force had transferred to the concrete wall, resulting in a sizable hole in the 1 meter thick wall after 100 impacts. It truly held. Su Chun stood before the breach, gazing at the protruding steel plate, momentarily lost in thought. Zhou Yang and his team soon joined him. Zhou Yang glanced at the plate and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, we have achieved our expected target, though we are nearing the limit. I estimate that with another 10 rounds, it will likely be penetrated. Nevertheless, we can consider the initial prototype a success, and thus, we shall formally enter the second phase of our research." The researchers present erupted in jubilant cheers. Ma Jingchun and others were also infected with excitement, and they all applauded. Each of them was an expert in metallic materials, fully aware of the significance of such high-strength steel. With the nation growing ever more robust, their joy was genuine and heartfelt. Su Chun suddenly addressed Zhou Yang, saying, "Director Zhou, I must apologize for my earlier offense. To be able to develop such an alloy steel is truly impressive, and your youth adds to my admiration. I now understand the meaning of youthful achievement. I may be aging, yet I still hold some value. Please feel free to arrange our subsequent tasks, and I shall offer my unwavering support." Su Chun's words filled Zhou Yang with deep respect. The elder generation of researchers, akin to one's own parents, devoted themselves tirelessly to the nation's strength, willing to sacrifice everything. "Very well, Elder Su and esteemed experts. Our next phase of work will involve refining the crystallization process to the nanoscale while hastening the design for the industrial mass production of high-strength crystallized steel. With the inclusion of numerous metallurgical experts like Su Chun, the pace of research would ascend several levels." Zhou Yang estimated that within a few months, they should complete the industrial design of high-strength crystallized steel, paving the way for mass production. Meanwhile, the buzz surrounding the Longxin battery continued to grow. Following BYD's announcement of the large-scale release of the Han DM in early October, Xiaomi, in line with Lei Jun's predictions, launched the Xiaomi 10 Special Endurance Edition at the end of September. The battery capacity reached an impressive 130,000 mAh. Aside from that, it bore little distinction from the concurrently released Xiaomi 10. 3 days after the launch event, the phone officially went on sale. However, To everyone's surprise, the Xiaomi 10 Endurance version was sold out across all major e-commerce platforms, and Xiaomi's own website was also under a limited purchase regime. This sent the Xiaomi 10 into a frenzy of demand. Various forums and social media began to discuss the situation. What is Xiaomi up to? Didn't they say it would be available for sale? Why the sudden limited release, with only 500 units per day? With so many people vying for those 500. They sold out in an instant. I even bought software to snag one, yet I still missed out. I suspect all were snatched by scalpers. This is outrageous. CEO Lei has played us for fools again. Some media outlets began to reveal the truth. Everyone disperse. This is merely a gimmick. It's not that Xiaomi doesn't want to sell stock. It's simply that they don't have any. The production of the Longxin battery is far too low. Xiaomi managed to secure only 1 million Longxin batteries, and with 16 batteries required per phone, do the math to see how many phones can be assembled. To truly acquire a high-capacity phone, one must either wait or look to Huawei. According to insider information, Huawei has secured 10 million Longxin batteries from BYD, making it feasible to produce hundreds of thousands of phones. Moreover, the latest news indicates that Huawei intends to use the Longxin battery in its upcoming flagship model. Due to Xiaomi's hunger marketing strategy, the buzz around Huawei has also surged, and many are now aware that Huawei has acquired 10 million Longxin batteries. Furthermore, earlier this month, Huawei had already announced plans for a new product launch event. In accordance with reason, taking advantage of the current wave of enthusiasm, Huawei should capitalize on the excitement surrounding its new device. To everyone's surprise, Yu Changhong, in his Weibo post, announced that the latest flagship, the Mate 40, will experience a delay in its release. He further revealed that all variants will be equipped with high-capacity Longxin batteries, accompanied by a monumental surprise. You also included a striking image with a pitch-black background, presumably depicting a chip. This Weibo post instantly garnered significant attention, with comments surging past 1,000. Is Mr. Yu gearing up for something grand? A delayed launch must signify a major revelation, right? All models boasting Longxin batteries. How formidable Huawei appears in contrast to Xiaomi, leaving us fans feeling somewhat disheartened. Some speculated that Huawei secured 10 million Longxin batteries, while Xiaomi only obtained 1 million, implying that Huawei is in no shortage of batteries, attributing the situation to external factors rather than Xiaomi's concerns. However, some comments veered off topic, questioning the image's relevance. Is this a chip? They asked, noting the US's full-scale sanctions against Huawei. Rumors indicated that the Kirin 9000, which Huawei was set to unveil, might be the last of its kind. No more Kirin chips in the future. How tragic. Yet, what does it matter? If the technology pales in comparison, one can only remain constrained. Fortunately, our advancements in battery technology have made significant strides. During this period, I have observed foreign reports and comments, many of which exude a tone of sour grapes, dismissing our achievements in developing such impressive batteries. BYD is formidable. A single Longxin battery dominates globally. Yet, what does this have to do with BYD? They themselves have stated that their collaboration with academician Chun from the Chinese Academy of Sciences is pivotal in the development of Longxin battery technology, which likely stems from the academy. Academician Chun Tiankai is indeed remarkable, an invaluable asset to the nation. Yu Changhong's accompanying image resonated with many. As everyone is aware of Huawei's current predicament under US sanctions, with the Kirin chips poised to become a relic. The delay in release further suggests that issues in chip production have resurfaced. Time flies, and we swiftly entered November. In Wanghu Village, the research on high-strength crystalline steel continues as planned. Under Zhou Yang's leadership, a team of over 100 researchers made rapid progress, successfully creating the second generation of high-strength crystalline steel by the end of the month. In practical tests, this second generation demonstrated an astonishing yield strength of 7,200 MPa, an exceptionally high standard. Currently, the strongest deck steel, produced by each country, is a special alloy steel with a yield strength of 1,000 MPa, making it inferior even to each country. In contrast, Zhou Yang's second generation of high-strength crystalline steel boasts a yield strength 7 times greater than each country's strongest alloy steel. In practical tests, a 15-centimeter thick steel plate can withstand 100 penetrative projectiles without succumbing to breach. Such results have exhilarated the entire team, proclaiming their dominance on a global scale. However, Zhou Yang remained unsatisfied. He stated, the issue of yield strength has been essentially resolved, yet our next step must be to further advance in aspects such as lightweight design, tensile strength, and resistance to extreme temperature variations. In other words, our aim is to develop the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel, which is the ultimate goal of this project. Zhou Yang's words rendered the experts present speechless, each gazing at him in disbelief. It was astonishing that such research achievements were deemed insufficient. The pursuit of further breakthroughs was imperative. Mr. Zhou, is this truly necessary? Ma Jingshun inquired. The current second generation of high-strength crystalline steel can already stand proud on the global stage, and it is not merely a matter of being marginally superior, but rather several times stronger and several generations ahead. Is it truly necessary to invest vast sums into further research? Zhou Yang replied. I am the one who decides the project. If I deem it necessary, then it is indeed necessary. The third generation of crystalline steel is required to meet the design standards for mechas. The current second generation is, at best, a semi-finished product. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Yang is determined to develop the third generation. The numerous experts exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent. After all, the project and the funding were under Zhou Yang's purview. If Zhou Yang insisted on proceeding, they would follow suit. Su Chun sighed lightly, yet smiled, reflecting on the nature of youth, forever restless and striving for improvement. If he were in Zhou Yang's position, he would have long since rested on his laurels. On November 5th, Li Tianshu made an unexpected visit. Mr. Zhou, Haisher has successfully produced a sample of the Tianqin 100, Li Tianshu reported with a smile, delivering good news to Zhou Yang. This biomimetic cell chip, after consulting Zhou Yang's opinion, was named Tianqin, with 100 serving as its code. Oh, that's quite prompt. Zhou Yang responded with delight, noting that from September to now, it had been just under 3 months. Of course, Haisher had only produced a laboratory sample, and formal production was still some way off. Li Tianshu continued. Yu Changhong has contacted me and wishes to invite you over for guidance. Do you have the time? Zhou Yang readily agreed, recognizing the significance of the matter. On the 6th, Zhou Yang boarded a plane en route to SC. This time, Chen Ruiyun learned from past experiences and opted for the VIP passage upon departure. At the VIP exit, Yu Changhong, accompanied by Kong Lu and several senior members of Haisher, eagerly awaited his arrival. Boss, what time is your flight? 9:50. He should be out by 10 at the latest. After more than 2 months without seeing Mr. Zhou, the prospect of finally meeting him filled them with excitement. Indeed, I can finally see my idol, they shared. During this period of in-depth study of the biomimetic cell chip, Zhou Yang had achieved a legendary status among the entire Haisher research staff. Kong Lu felt particularly anxious, akin to a student awaiting their teacher's evaluation of their efforts. Their entourage was indeed striking, as those using the VIP passage were notable figures in the business world, and many of those present were familiar with Yu Changhong. It's General Yu from Huawei. In SZ, it is rare to find individuals unfamiliar with Huawei or Yu Changhong, particularly within the business community. This formidable entity exerts profound influence over every aspect of the city, making Yu Changhong's visage more recognizable than that of an ordinary celebrity. Is Mr. Yu here to greet someone at the airport? Who could warrant such a personal reception from him? It goes without saying that this is no ordinary person. At this moment, figures began to emerge from the VIP passage. Yu Changhong and his companions spotted a young man clad in a woolen trench coat, accompanied by a tall and elegant woman, and they instinctively moved forward to greet him. Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong exclaimed, extending his hand in salutation. Kong Lu and the others were equally overwhelmed with excitement, eager to express their greetings. Hello, I apologize for the trouble of coming to greet me personally, Zhou Yang replied, shaking hands. He then turned to Kong Lu, remarking, You two managed to produce a prototype in just over 2 months. That's impressive. This compliment nearly brought Kong Lu to tears, as he had devoted himself entirely to the development of the Tianqin 100, often surviving on only 3 to 4 hours of sleep each night. The hardships he endured were known only to him. All right, let's discuss things outside, Yu Changhong suggested as the group made their way towards the parking lot. However, as they proceeded, an individual suddenly surged from the crowd ahead, brandishing a handgun aimed directly at Zhou Yang, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. In that instant, Zhou Yang felt something splatter across his face. Simultaneously, a figure fell upon him, pinning him to the ground. Chaos erupted throughout the airport. Chapter 53. Your safety is more important than theirs. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, the assailant intent on delivering lethal blows without any sign of stopping. Yu Changhong and the others stood frozen in disbelief. However, the 2 special agents accompanying Chen Ruiyun did not falter. As the shots were fired, they instinctively drew their firearms and returned fire. 2 shots were heard. The gunman, struck as if by lightning, was hit in the face, 1 bullet to the forehead, the other to the eye. He fell lifeless into a pool of blood. The entire encounter transpired in mere seconds, too swift for anyone to react. Target neutralized. The 2 agents swiftly crouched down, positioning themselves on either side of Zhou Yang for protection. Zhou Yang, having fallen to the ground, finally realized that Chen Ruiyun had shielded him with her body. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed as 5 or 6 individuals sprinted towards them from 20 meters away, each drawing their own handgun, surrounded Zhou Yang, creating a protective barrier, while one dashed to the gunman's side to kick the weapon away. Quick! Retreat to the lounge, Chen Riyun urged, rising and pulling Zhou Yang along, instructing him to keep his head down as they hurried back to safety. Blood! Where did this blood come from? Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a warm, fresh stain spreading across his chest. Yet, he felt no pain. Let us go? Chen Riyun remained silent, swiftly shielding Zhou Yang as they rushed into the lounge 30 meters away. Meanwhile, Yu Changhong and the others were paralyzed with fear. Their faces drained of color as the gravity of the situation dawned on them. Blood! There was blood on the floor. One of the executives exclaimed in horror. It was only then that Yu Changhong noticed the crimson stain. Has Mr. Zhou been shot? Kong Lu screamed. Yu Changhong's mind erupted in chaos. The special agents surged into the lounge, securing the area and locking the main entrance. At that moment, Chen Riyun suddenly felt her knees weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhou Yang abruptly realized that there was blood on Chen Riyun's back. You've been shot, he gasped, recalling the fleeting moment when the assailant had drawn his weapon, and how Chen Riyun had instinctively positioned herself in front of him, taking the fatal first shot meant for him. I'm fine, Chen Riyun quickly replied. Rising to her feet, her forehead slick with cold sweat, yet maintaining an unflinching composure. The walkie-talkie, she called out. One of the 5 special agents who had rushed over promptly tossed her a compact walkie-talkie. These 5 were covert agents arranged by local government to protect Zhou Yang and the others. Chen Riyun swiftly declared, I am Chen Riyun. Immediately mobilize personnel and coordinate with the airport police to seal off all access points, restricting entry and exit, while notifying local authorities to deploy all SWAT teams and secure all roads within a 3-kilometer radius of the airport. Having issued her commands, Chen Riyun retrieved her phone and dialed a number, calmly uttering a few words. Code red. Those 4 concise words seemed to convey an ominous significance, causing the expressions of the surrounding special agents to grow exceedingly grave. After completing these tasks, Chen Riyun turned to Zhou Yang, urging, please remain calm and do not panic. We assure you, your safety is our utmost priority. Zhou Yang, observing Chen Riyun's perspiring forehead and impassive demeanor, felt a surge of urgency. I'm fine. But what about you? You've been shot. There's a medical room at the airport. Let us hurry there. No, this is a gunshot wound. We must go to a major hospital. Chen Riyun shook her head, insisting, I'm fine, but the situation outside is uncertain, and there may be lurking enemies. So we cannot exit. We must wait for reinforcements here. As she spoke, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, and moments later, 7 or 8 armed special agents surrounded the lounge, sealing it off completely. Captain Chun, I am Chao Yuhang, the leader of the action team. A middle-aged man approached Zhou Yang briskly, glancing at him before releasing a sigh of relief and reporting to Chen Riyun. Upon realizing the situation, Chao Yuhang paused, exclaiming, Captain Chun, you've been shot. Chen Riyun stood up, asserting, I'm fine. Chao Yuhang, establish a defensive perimeter. We must ensure the VIP's safety at all costs until reinforcements arrive. Chao Yuhang nodded firmly, but added, Captain Chun, what about you? Chen Riyun decisively interrupted, I'm fine. How can you be fine? Zhou Yang rose, visibly enraged, and declared, Chen Riyun, do not presume that you alone hold sway over the world. Among all these people, my safety is assured. Captain Chao, will you heed my words? Chao Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. He was somewhat acquainted with Zhou Yang's significant status and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, of course, you are a leader, and I shall certainly comply with your directives. Very well, arrange for a vehicle immediately to transport her to the nearest hospital. Zhou Yang commanded, gesturing towards Chen Riyun. Chao Yuxing's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Riyun hastily interjected, Chao Yuxing, let us see if you dare. Zhou Yang asserted, he may not dare, but I do. Chen Riyun, are you disregarding my words as well? Chen Riyun fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Chao Yuxing, why are you still in a stupor? Instruct your men to act. If she resists, ensure she is subdued, Zhou Yang insisted. Chao Yuxing, jolted into action, signaled several security personnel, who promptly approached and lifted Chen Riyun from her chair. Zhou Yang then pointed at Chao Yuxing, stating, Chao Yuxing, I will remember you. Should anything happen to her, I will hold you accountable. Chao Yuxing shuddered and commanded, what are you waiting for? Hurry and escort her away. The security personnel swiftly escorted Chen Riyun out. Meanwhile, in the hallway outside the lounge, Yu Changhong and others had arrived. Mr. Zhou, are you all right? Please allow us to enter. I must see Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong called out, but was intercepted by security. Let them in, Zhou Yang urged. However, Chao Yuxing shook his head, stating, no, their identities have yet to be verified. they cannot enter. Zhou Yang frowned. I trust them, and if there are gunmen outside, they are also at risk. Yet, Chao Yuxing remained resolute, replying, Mr. Zhou, your safety is paramount. With no other choice, Zhou Yang called out, Mr. Yu, I am fine. Please wait outside and follow instructions. Good, good. As long as you are safe, Yu Changhong replied, relieved. Outside the lounge, Yu Changhong breathed a sigh of relief. At his level, he understood the immense significance of Zhou Yang and what his well-being meant for the nation. Should anything happen to Zhou Yang, it would spell disaster for many. Chapter 54. Hostile forces. Despite the bustling throng at the airport, at Chun Riyun's command, the airport precinct personnel, under the direction of the security department, swiftly sealed off the entire facility. Every entrance and exit was manned, prohibiting any individual from entering or leaving. What is going on? Why are there so many people here? I need to leave urgently. Can someone please let me out? Numerous travelers were halted, their discontent boiling over. The leader at the main entrance called out, Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. An urgent situation has arisen at the airport. We ask for your patience as you wait. The airport's public address system began broadcasting loudly. An urgent situation? What is happening? I have no idea. I think I heard gunshots over there. Could it be a terrorist attack? Is that true? No way. I need to get out of here. It's too dangerous. Many travelers, confused, surged towards the exits. What should we do? The leader was in a state of urgency, reporting the situation over the intercom to Chao Yuxing. Chao Yuxing, equally anxious, replied in a grave tone. What can we do? We must wait for assistance. Fortunately, not far from the airport, an emergency response team was on standby. With a swift command, hundreds of team members promptly boarded vehicles and arrived at the airport within 5 minutes, sealing off the area. The presence of heavily armed personnel exerted a considerable deterrent effect, gradually calming the previously agitated travelers. Let it be, something significant must have occurred. I shall wait and see, some murmured. Others echoed, indeed, if something has happened. Who knows if it is safe outside? With the initial chaos among the passengers somewhat resolved, the staff began directing travelers into the waiting hall. After another 15 minutes, many travelers noticed several large trucks arriving outside the airport, from which heavily armed personnel disembarked, swiftly forming a blockade that completely encircled the airport. Goodness, something serious has truly happened, exclaimed numerous individuals, pulling out their phones to capture the unfolding scene. Outside the lounge, Yu Changhong, although reassured that Zhou Yang was unharmed, felt an unsettling anxiety. That individuals seemed to be targeting Mr. Zhou. It's quite terrifying. What do you mean, targeting us? We are merely ordinary people, Mr. Zhou holds a different status. The bodyguard of Mr. Zhou was remarkably adept, having shielded him from bullets with his own body, a scenario one would typically only witness in films. Yet here it was happening in reality. Yu Changhong, feeling increasingly agitated, exclaimed, Enough. Let us not discuss this further. Thankfully, Mr. Zhou has not been harmed, otherwise it would have been a grave predicament. At that moment, a group of individuals rushed in, immediately securing the entire lounge. The leader, while advancing, shouted into the intercom. Centering on the airport, seal all entry and exit points within a 3-kilometer radius. Not even a fly is permitted to escape. Behind them, another group hurried in. Minister. The personnel at the lounge entrance promptly greeted the newcomer, a middle-aged man who was Gao Kun, the head of the security department of SE City. Old Lin. Gao Kun greeted him. Old Lin nodded, but with a serious expression remarked, Let us enter. The two men proceeded into the lounge. Inside, Zhou Yang sat composedly. Yet his mind was troubled, concerned about Chun Riyun's injuries. Mr. Zhou, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed, Gao Kun expressed hastily. Old Lin approached Zhou Yang, stating, Mr. Zhou, let us depart now. Zhou Yang nodded, responding, That is acceptable, but I must go to the new district hospital. Gao Kun hesitated, expressing his concern, that may not be very safe. Zhou Yang regarded Gao Kun and said, Let us not make such a fuss. It's not as if the sky is falling. After a moment of uncertainty, Gao Kun acquiesced, instructing Chao Yuxing, you are to go to the new district hospital and remain there. Chao Yuxing nodded and promptly set off. Let us go then, Zhou Yang stated, rising and heading outside. Upon exiting the lounge, he spotted Yu Changhong and his companions cornered. Old Lin, could you please bring my friends along? Zhou Yang requested. Old Lin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Accompanied by a security detail, the group swiftly made their way to the underground parking lot. The security department had arranged 2 cars. Zhou Yang entered one, while Yu Changhong and the others took the other, slowly departing the airport en route to the new district hospital. What is Mr. Zhou's true identity? Kong Lu inquired. Yu Changhong's expression turned serious as he replied, Enough. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. With the nation stepping in to collaborate, Yu Changhong recognized that Zhou Yang was no ordinary individual. He harbored his own suspicions, especially given that the partner in this collaboration was Matrix Energy. The connection between BYD's battery division and Matrix Energy mirrored their own situation, leading Yu Changhong to boldly speculate that Zhou Yang might very well be the developer of the Longxin battery. Such a distinguished figure would naturally warrant exceptional treatment. The group arrived smoothly at the new district hospital. Zhou Yang approached the operating room, where Chen Riyun had already been taken in for surgery. Mr. Zhou, I have inquired with the doctor. Chief Chen arrived in time, so there should be no major issues, Gao Kun spoke softly. A sigh of relief washed over Zhou Yang. If Chen Riyun had perished while shielding him from harm, he would never forgive himself. Yet, the young woman was remarkably resolute, willing to absorb the bullet. As if a mere bodyguard was worth such sacrifice. By the way, who was behind the attack on me? Zhou Yang asked. Gao Kun's expression shifted slightly as he contemplated. We have conducted a preliminary investigation and ruled out various possibilities. The identity of the shooter has been clarified. They appear to be affiliated with hostile forces. Hostile forces? Zhou Yang's brow furrowed, and he instantly grasped the implications. Chapter 55. You have no idea how important you are in modern society. The speed of information dissemination is astonishing. News of SZ Airport being cordoned off by a large contingent of special police and military personnel was almost immediately shared online, with videos proliferating in abundance. The real-time trending topic on Douyin surged rapidly, claiming the top spot. Comments flooded in, surpassing hundreds of thousands in mere moments. My heavens, what is happening? The commotion is immense. Even the military has been deployed. Reports suggested that gunshots had been heard at the airport, prompting authorities to detain all travelers and prevent them from leaving. Not only were they barred from exiting, but entry was also restricted. Just moments ago, the highway leading to the airport had been put under traffic control, with reports stating that police had sealed off areas within a 3-kilometer radius of the airport, effectively halting all vehicular access. Are they conducting a counterterrorism drill? It shouldn't be. If it were a drill, they would typically announce it in advance. And they wouldn't detain so many travelers. It's highly likely that something has genuinely gone awry. There are reports of gunfire. Perhaps there are criminals causing trouble. Isn't there security at the airport? How could someone bring a firearm inside? Even if a criminal were to attempt a robbery, they wouldn't target an airport. Besides, if there truly were an incident, the police could handle it. Why would they call in the military? I'm at the airport, and I can tell you that at least one battalion has arrived. It's utterly terrifying. As discussions erupted online, major media outlets flocked to the scene like cats drawn to the scent of fish, yet they were all met with obstructions. At this moment, it was swiftly discovered that a large number of soldiers had also gathered at the nearest new district hospital to the airport, where an entire building had been cordoned off and placed under guard. Major media outlets, unable to find any news, began flocking to the new district hospital. Director, there are numerous reporters outside, one of Gao Kun's subordinates reported. Gao Kun furrowed his brow, aware that information was disseminating too rapidly. With everyone possessing a mobile phone, any incident could be captured and uploaded online in an instant. If one were to react slowly, videos would spread like wildfire, making it impossible to control the narrative. Zhou Yang also overheard and remarked, Director Gao, this situation should not be escalated further. The repercussions could be detrimental. If there are no issues at the airport, we should promptly withdraw personnel and restore normalcy. There is no need for such a large guard presence here. Gao Kun understood this and contemplated for a moment before responding. Mr. Zhou, we can evacuate, but you must accompany us to a safer location. We are uncertain if the other party has any further plans. So ensuring your safety is paramount even if we are to withdraw the guards. Zhou Yang wished to remain at the hospital until the surgery concluded, but knowing that his presence would hinder Gao Kun's decision to retreat, he finally agreed. Very well, I will go with you. Good. Gao Kun nodded and continued, Colonel Lin. I believe the ground may not be safe. Since you have an air cavalry regiment, could you send a helicopter to transport Mr. Zhou to your camp? I doubt the opposing party would dare to assault your base. Colonel Lin nodded. That is a sound plan. I will make arrangements. Give me 10 minutes. Zhou Yang was at a loss for words, stating, there is no need for a helicopter. It would be a waste of resources. On the contrary, Mr. Zhou, it is indeed necessary. Even if you are unaware of your significance, we are not. Your safety warrants such measures, Gao Kun insisted. Zhou Yang opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After contemplating, he rose and approached Yu Changhong and the others. I apologize for the inconvenience. Given the circumstances, our trip to Haishir will likely be delayed by 2 days. Let me check, perhaps the day after tomorrow. I will have someone notify you in advance. Zhou Yang informed. Yu Changhong quickly shook his head. Mr. Zhou, please do not say that. None of us wished for such an occurrence. I should be the one apologizing for the distress you have encountered. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively and turned to Kong Lu. You all did well this time. I hold shares in Matrix Energy, so I consider myself half a leader here. Therefore, I will grant you a 2-day break to rest and relax. The day after tomorrow, I will return to see your research results. Kong Lu nodded dazedly, still in shock along with his fellow colleagues from the scientific and engineering fields. After a brief wait, Colonel Lin announced that the arrangements had been made, stating, there is a helipad on the hospital's roof. Let us proceed to the top floor. Zhou Yang nodded and waved goodbye to Yu Changhong and the others. Kong Lu leaned out to look through the window and soon spotted a military helicopter speeding away. His mouth agape. However, considering Zhou Yang's status, departing in a military aircraft seemed rather fitting. Upon arriving at the camp by helicopter, Zhou Yang was assigned to stay at the guest house. 4 hours later, Li Tianshu hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing Zhou Yang, his first words were, Mr. Zhou. This time it was a grave oversight on our part, and I sincerely apologize for the fright you experienced. Rest assured, we will ensure that such an incident never recurs. Being away from home, Li Tianshu nearly lost his breath upon hearing of Zhou Yang's encounter with gunmen at the airport. The shock was almost life-threatening. The emergence of advanced technologies such as Longshin batteries, biomimetic cell chips, and high-strength crystalline steel had alleviated numerous critical issues in national science and technology. And Zhou Yang's youth hinted at the potential for further groundbreaking discoveries. Should anything happen to Zhou Yang at this juncture, Li Tianshu would bear the weight of national disgrace. The higher-ups, upon receiving the news, were equally incensed. Li Tianshu was the first to arrive, but more senior officials would soon follow to extend their condolences. Zhou Yang remained remarkably composed, stating, It's nothing. I anticipated that such incidents could occur when I returned to the country to conduct my research. My parents were victims of hostile forces, and they chose death over revealing any intelligence. I, too, will not abandon my work out of fear. Li Tianshu felt a deep sense of reflection. He had investigated the circumstances surrounding Zhou Yang's parents and understood the sacrifices they had made for the nation. By the way, how is Chen Ruoyan? Has the surgery concluded? Zhou Yang inquired. Li Tianshu nodded and replied, The surgery has been completed successfully, with no lingering side effects. A wave of relief washed over Zhou Yang. Had anything happened to Chen Ruoyan, he would never forgive himself. Has the matter been thoroughly investigated? Zhou Yang asked. Was it the hostile forces from the M country? The critical question is why they would target me. Could it solely be due to the previous incident upon my release? That shouldn't be the case. So much time has passed, and M country wouldn't resort to assassination over such a trivial affair. Li Tianshu responded. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. However, Director Han from the Special Operations Division 6 has also arrived. Perhaps he could provide you with further insights. It was then that Zhou Yang noticed Han Haining, who had trailed closely behind Li Tianshu. Chapter 56. Public Chips. Han Haining stepped forward. He, too, was drenched in cold sweat. Chen Ruoyan was one of his subordinates, directly responsible for Zhou Yang's security. Had anything happened to Zhou Yang, a multitude of individuals would be implicated, and he, Han Haining, would undoubtedly be the first to face the consequences. Mr. Zhou, Han Haining began. We have not fully unraveled the details of the incident, but we can speculate a general outline. The catalyst appears to be the press conference for the Longshin battery, where Chen Ruoyan's decision to cut in line with you sparked the situation. Oh, Zhou Yang replied, intrigued. So it is related to this matter. Han Haining then detailed the circumstances surrounding Zheng Yun, explaining that their Special Operations Division 6 had conducted a thorough investigation and had gathered intelligence from M country's agencies, revealing that it was indeed this incident that drew Zhou Yang into the attention of M country's intelligence services. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and sighed. So that is how it is. Tian Nai Chemical. Who would have thought there were such grudges involved? Later, the intelligence agency of Country M speculated that I was the developer of the Longshin battery, which led them to attempt to assassinate me. Zhou Yang remarked. Han Haining nodded, saying, It seems that way now. Zhou Yang scoffed. If Country M wishes for my demise, then I shall endeavor to create something even more formidable, transforming our nation into the strongest in the world. Excellent. Li Tianshu applauded, exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, I admire you for this statement. Rest assured, from this moment forward, we shall entrust the research to you, while we handle the remaining matters. Han Haining also vigorously nodded, declaring, Mr. Zhou, I swear here that if you suffer any harm again, I shall present my head as a tribute. The videos circulating online about the airport incident continued to spread wildly. The authorities promptly issued a statement to refute the rumors, claiming it was the act of an extreme criminal who attempted to attack a rival with a homemade firearm due to personal grievances, but he has since been subdued. Simultaneously, through technical measures, this matter was gradually suppressed. Yet, Zhou Yang understood that Country M would not relent easily. However, he felt no fear. The following day, Zhou Yang visited the headquarters of HiSilicon to examine the samples of the bionic cell chip. He was received once again by Yu Changhong, who, upon seeing Zhou Yang, offered another round of apologies. Enough, the past is behind us. Let us see the results of your research over the past 2 months, Zhou Yang said. Yu Changhong nodded and led Zhou Yang to the laboratory. Kong Lu and others had already been waiting eagerly and rushed to greet Zhou Yang with excitement. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yang turned his gaze to a chip on the workbench. Is this the Tianqin 100? He inquired. The chip was quite small, measuring 1.5 centimeters in length and width. Without the external packaging, the actual size of the chip was merely 1 centimeter, with a thickness of around 1 millimeter. Can I hold it? Zhou Yang asked. Kong Lu quickly nodded. Zhou Yang then picked it up. At first glance, it bore no significant difference from existing silicon-based chips. Yet its internal composition was extraordinary. Have you tested its performance? Zhou Yang inquired. Kong Lu replied, the tests have been conducted, and here are the results. Compared to the A14, its performance is 112 times greater. The theoretical design indicated that the Tianqin 100's performance exceeded that of the A14 by over 100 times. However, unexpectedly, the actual results were even more impressive. 112 times? That's quite astonishing, Li Tianshu exclaimed, who had come along and could not help but express his amazement. Kong Lu, with a sense of pride, added, its clock frequency has reached an astonishing 340 gigahertz, and it exhibits remarkable performance in floating point and multi-threaded calculations. It is not an exaggeration to say that this small chip possesses computational power comparable to that of a small supercomputer. Li Tianshu nodded vigorously. Though he did not fully comprehend the technical details, he understood one thing. The Tianqin 100 was exceptionally powerful, capable of surpassing all chips globally. Zhou Yang set the chip down. In just over 2 months, HiSilicon had produced a prototype, which left him thoroughly satisfied. Let us move on to the next phase. Industrial production, Zhou Yang said with a smile. Kong Lu, along with the on-site researchers, erupted into jubilant cheers. Although the chip had been successfully developed, the lead developer, Zhou Yang, refrained from declaring it a success. To Kong Lu and the others, it would not be deemed successful until Zhou acknowledged it. Zhou turned to Yu Changhong and inquired about the preparations for the supporting factory. While the design of the chip was one aspect, its actual production was paramount. The entire manufacturing process, from raw materials and slicing to electrical needle guidance, curing, and packaging, involved hundreds of intricate steps, making it no trivial endeavor. Zhou had provided the relevant production process designs, and thus, while the chip was being developed, a significant number of researchers from HiSilicon were also dedicated to industrial design research. Yu Changhong smiled and remarked, thanks to the design materials you provided, Mr. Zhou, nearly 80% of the issues have been resolved. Notably, the crucial electrical needle equipment has also been successfully developed. I believe that within a month, we can complete all designs, followed by another month for equipment installation and debugging. If all goes well, we should be able to tackle the production issues in 2 months. The entire project was well funded, with the state providing hundreds of billions in capital, allowing HiSilicon to hire a vast number of personnel, significantly enhancing their research capabilities. However, the most critical factor was that Zhou had already completed the entire industrial design, providing specifications for the equipment and process requirements, including the control systems. Given the absence of constraints on funding and resources, completing the industrial design and moving to production within 4 months was indeed plausible. Li Tianshu, however, was taken aback, his eyes wide in astonishment at the rapid progress of the Tianqin 100's production. He felt that, akin to the Longxin battery, the success hinged entirely on Zhou Yang, whose resolution of the industrial design had made such rapid advancement possible. Good, Zhou nodded in satisfaction, considering the chip issue resolved. Suddenly, Yu Changhong spoke up, since Mr. Zhou and Director Li are present, I would like to discuss something with you both regarding the Tianqin 100. Should we hold a press conference to unveil it to the world? The release of such a high-end chip would undoubtedly cause a sensation globally. Furthermore, he was uncertain about the state's stance, whether to continue concealing their capabilities or to reveal them. It was noteworthy that even HiSilicon had not disclosed its split from Huawei to join Matrix Energy. Li Tianshu pondered for a moment and replied, this matter is quite significant. I must report to higher authorities for guidance. Mr. Zhou, what are your thoughts? He looked to Zhou Yang, whose opinion was paramount. As for publicizing it, why not? Zhou replied with a smile. Such a momentous occasion should be celebrated worldwide. Our nation harbors no fear of threats. We have no reason to hide. We ought to adopt a forthright approach that instills fear in our adversaries and compels their submission. Li Tianshu's expression turned serious, and he promptly stated, I understand. I will convey your sentiments to the higher-ups. Chapter 57. The Press Conference of Tianjin 100. A few days later, a decision was made to make the announcement public. As Mr. Zhou articulated, our nation now stands undaunted by any challenges. There is no longer a need for subterfuge. If we aspire to be the foremost in the world, we must exhibit the audacity befitting such ambition. We must position ourselves at the heart of technological advancement, leaving our competitors gazing up in admiration. Thus spoke Li Tianxiu. Yu Changhong nodded enthusiastically, recognizing the brilliance of their creation. To conceal it would be utterly disheartening. At this moment, Huawei found itself in dire straits due to M-country's interference, and the Tianjin 100 represents the perfect counterstrike. On November 20th, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo. On December 1st, at the Qingtian Center, the future awaits you unexpectedly. As the saying goes, brevity enhances the weight of information. Yu Changhong's Weibo post swiftly ascended to the headlines, garnering widespread attention. It seemed that General Yu was poised to undertake something monumental. Previously, he had shared an image accompanying a chip, leading me to speculate that Huawei was preparing a significant revelation. Indeed, the moment had arrived. I surmised that Huawei had resolved the chip production dilemma. If so, that would be splendid. However, could it be? TSMC does not manufacture for Huawei, so who else could? Relying on domestic semiconductor firms seems like a distant dream. Perhaps it pertains to a new product launch. The Mate 40 has faced prolonged delays and must surely be unveiled soon. If it merely features a Longshin battery, my esteem for Huawei would wane. After such a lengthy wait, reverting to the old model would hardly satisfy us loyal fans. Indeed, the issue with Longshin battery production has been resolved, and numerous phone manufacturers have acquired substantial quantities of these batteries. Brands like Xiaomi have already commenced large-scale distribution, and it is anticipated that next month we'll see flagship devices from various manufacturers equipped with Longshin batteries. Frankly, the Longshin battery is truly delightful. Boasting over 100,000 mAh, I now find myself charging my device only once a month. Online discussions flourished, and various media outlets endeavored to glean information regarding the forthcoming launch event. Yet, Huawei's confidentiality was impeccable. Not a whisper of news emerged until the day of the event. In Wanghu village, a knock echoed. Zhou Yang, engrossed in coding, remained oblivious. The visitor opened the door quietly, slipping inside. At 9:40, the visitor prompted, "Mr. Zhou, it's nearly time." Zhou Yang instinctively acknowledged with a sound, suddenly realizing that this voice was not that of Li Ziyu. He turned, only to be met by a pair of striking eyes. Chen Ruiyun. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. The unexpected visitor was indeed Chen Ruiyun. "Mr. Zhou," she greeted with a smile, a rare occurrence from this ice queen. "Welcome back," Zhou Yang said, rising excitedly to embrace her, but hesitating, he extended his hand instead. Chen Ruiyun took his hand and replied, "I should express my heartfelt gratitude to you. My life is essentially yours to thank." Had I remained at the airport in that moment, a grave situation would have undoubtedly ensued. Your insistence on taking me to the hospital indeed saved my life. Zhou Yang chuckled. "Oh, come on, you even took a bullet for me. We're even now. By the way, let us not do that again." Chen Ruiyun smiled, knowing that if a similar situation arose in the future, she would still leap into action without hesitation. "By the way, what did you just tell me?" Zhou Yang inquired. Chen Ruiyun replied, "Your schedule includes attending the Huawei press conference, which is set to commence in 20 minutes. With that, she moved forward and switched on the television. CCTV was broadcasting live. Compared to the previous BYD press conference, this one had a higher profile. The significance of the Tianjin 100 was indeed paramount, surpassing even that of the Longshin battery. "All right, could you please pour me a cup of tea?" Zhou Yang settled down, knowing that security would undoubtedly prevent him from attending the event in person again, and Yu Changhong would not dare to extend another invitation. On the television, reporters were presenting updates outside the Qingtian Conference Center. The entire Qingtian Center could accommodate 7,000 spectators, and attendees were gradually making their way inside. This time, in addition to enthusiastic ordinary viewers, Huawei had also invited a plethora of industry professionals. Now, let us shift our focus to the interior of the Qingtian Center. Not only CCTV, but also major mainstream media outlets were live streaming the event online, with over 10 million viewers in a Douyin live room. What a grand affair. I heard CCTV is covering it as well. It was rumored that during the last BYD press conference, Yu Changhong had also attended, possibly inspired by CCTV's live coverage to request the same for Huawei's event. To be frank, having a company's press conference broadcast by a state media outlet seems somewhat inappropriate. Indeed, state media should maintain a more formal demeanor. Broadcasting significant technological achievements like the Longshin battery, which benefits the nation and its people, is acceptable, But what is there to broadcast about Huawei launching a phone? Many netizens were abuzz with their opinions. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, the press conference commenced punctually. Huawei's events were typically succinct, devoid of excessive embellishments. The presenter for the press conference was, once again, Yu Changhong. Clad in a suit, he confidently strode onto the stage. Yu Changhong briefly announced Huawei's developmental achievements from the previous phase before stating, "Next, we have a special guest." As he spoke, a young man walked up from backstage. Several financial journalists in attendance quickly recognized him. "Wow, I know that guy. It's He Ziyu from Matrix Energy." Indeed, it was him. This Matrix Energy was rumored to be rather enigmatic. They had acquired BYD's battery division. Analysts had long speculated that the entity behind Matrix Energy was the state, as it was implausible for such strategic technological advancements like the Longshin battery to be entrusted to a private enterprise. However, the key question was why Matrix Energy was present at Huawei's press conference. Some journalists had already begun to surmise the reason. On stage, Yu Changhong revealed the answer. "Let us welcome General Manager He Ziyu from Matrix Energy. I will now represent Huawei to announce a significant decision." In truth, this decision had been made over 2 months ago. It was only now being disclosed. Thus, HiSilicon Kirin will be independently spun off from Huawei and integrated into Matrix Energy as a subsidiary through a technology equity investment. The specifics of the acquisition plan will not be disclosed publicly. Although Yu Changhong's remarks were succinct, they incited a wave of astonishment among those present. HiSilicon Kirin, a semiconductor enterprise meticulously cultivated by Huawei, stands as one of the preeminent chip design companies in the nation. Each year, Huawei invests over 100 billion into HiSilicon Kirin, and many have calculated that HiSilicon Semiconductor alone is valued at over 1 trillion. The notion that such a trillion-yuan company could be so readily absorbed by Matrix Energy is indeed remarkable. Chapter 58, Debut. The venue buzzed with fervent discussion. Matrix Energy's prowess is astonishing. First, they consumed the battery division, and now they have claimed HiSilicon Kirin as well. They are truly invincible. One should commend the state. Such matters should be clear to anyone with a modicum of understanding. Matrix Energy is merely the national team stepping onto the field. Indeed, if it were not for the national backing, Matrix Energy's enigmatic nature would be inexplicable. To date, aside from its name, not a single piece of corporate information can be uncovered. The attendees were prominent figures in the business world and seasoned journalists, well-informed and unsurprised that Matrix Energy could absorb a company valued at 1 trillion. With the strength of the national team, even if HiSilicon Kirin were valued at 10 trillion, it would be swallowed whole in an instant. Their only astonishment lay in HiSilicon Kirin's willingness to part with itself. HiSilicon Kirin is indeed the core business of V, a private enterprise, and many investors have returned empty-handed. This signifies that Huawei does not require capital investment, and importantly, they are not short on funds. Yet, they have suddenly sold themselves to the national team, igniting a flurry of speculation among the journalists present, hinting at substantial underlying issues. Meanwhile, the onlookers on various live-streaming platforms lacked such insight. Wow, Matrix Energy is incredibly formidable, even devouring HiSilicon Kirin. Could someone enlighten me on the value of HiSilicon Kirin? How much is it worth? At the very least, 1 trillion. Stunned, they pondered the origins of Matrix Energy, recalling that they had previously absorbed a certain battery business. It was not merely a matter of swallowing the company. Rather, they had taken over the battery division, which alone is valued in the hundreds of billions. At the press conference, after revealing the first monumental announcement, Yu Changhong briefly introduced He Ziyu's identity without delving further. He Ziyu served merely as a mascot, and certain matters were not suitable for public disclosure. Thus, they transitioned to the next phase. After He Ziyu departed the stage, Yu Changhong continued, "Recently, many have been aware that we were sanctioned by the United States, which severely impacted our chip business. Many have speculated that our next generation of chips would be stillborn." Upon uttering these words, the venue fell into a hush. Meanwhile, the live-streaming platforms erupted with fury, flooded with comments denouncing the United States for its underhanded actions. The U.S. is despicable. First it was Star, and now it's V. Ultimately, it boils down to our lack of mastery over core technology. Our skills are inferior. Falling behind inevitably leads to suffering. One wonders when this ordeal will come to an end. Fortunately, V remains resilient, unlike Star, which faced a complete downfall. At least V has persevered until now. I have stated that today, irrespective of the smartphones V unveils, unwavering support is essential. Indeed, we must champion domestic products. During the press conference, Yu Changhong remarked, "Despite the adversities, our dedicated researchers have tirelessly developed the next-generation chip, known as 1000. An image of the 1000 appeared on the large screen, eliciting an eruption of applause from the audience. The live streaming platforms were flooded with enthusiastic comments. It is indeed a brand new generation of chips. Previously, rumors circulated that Huawei had successfully developed the next generation chip, touted as the most powerful in history. However, the pivotal issue lies in production. It seems that TSMC has ceased manufacturing for V. The 5-nanometer process remains beyond the capabilities of domestic enterprises, thus rendering the developed chip useless without production capabilities. Do not be disheartened, someone from above interjected. The mere fact that we were able to conduct research is already impressive. The audience responded with warm applause. It is easy to imagine how challenging it was to develop the 1000 under the weight of sanctions from the United States. Yu Changhong raised his hand, signaling for silence, then declared, "There should be applause here. However, I must convey to everyone that V's ambitions extend far beyond this." After a brief pause, with a dramatic flourish, accompanied by stirring background music, the large screen suddenly transformed to reveal an entirely new chip. Confusion washed over the faces of the audience. What? Another chip? Yu Changhong continued. We have reflected deeply and decided to fundamentally change our research approach. I wish to express my gratitude to an individual who has ushered in a new future. Due to confidentiality, I cannot disclose this person's identity. But in the hearts of our thousands of researchers, this individual is one who will always be remembered. The audience exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered. Yu Changhong's grand introduction of this person, while withholding their identity for confidentiality, raised questions about who this individual is and what they have accomplished. Now, Yu Changhong proclaimed, "Allow me to formally introduce this chip, which possesses complete independent intellectual property rights and is poised for mass production. The bionic cellular chip, named Chip 100. A hush fell over the room. Everyone was in a state of bewilderment. Weren't we supposed to be introduced to the 1000? How did it suddenly transform into Chip 100? Furthermore, what exactly is a bionic cellular chip? And when did we commence self-production of chips, having previously only designed them? However, the astute among the audience began to grasp that Yu Changhong was about to reveal something significant. By glossing over the introduction of the 1000 and instead highlighting the Chip 100, it implied that, in HiSilicon's perspective, the Chip 100 was the primary focus. Yu Changhong elaborated. The bionic cellular chip is a completely novel creation, distinct from any chip currently existing in the world. It employs entirely new foundational materials and features a revolutionary internal structure. I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose specific details regarding the chip. However, I can reveal that within this chip, measuring merely 1 square centimeter and 1 millimeter in thickness, resides an astonishing 26 trillion transistor-like structures. Indeed, that figure is 26 trillion, which is 100 times that of the transistors found in the Apple A14 chip. The atmosphere at the event erupted as if it had exploded, leaving the audience in a state of utter astonishment. 26 trillion transistors, 100 times that of the A14. The A14, heralded as the most powerful chip on Earth, pales in comparison to the Tianqin 100, whose transistor count is an astounding 100-fold greater. This statement from Yu Changhong struck the audience like a bombshell, rendering their minds momentarily blank. Meanwhile, the live streams across various platforms echoed with a collective silence. Everyone left in shock. As if seeking to amplify the impact further, Yu Changhong proclaimed, the Tianqin 100 will boast a clock frequency of 340 GHz. What does that signify? You might contemplate this. Its computational capability is akin to that of a small supercomputer. My goodness, a clock frequency of 340 GHz. Was I imagining it? Just a diminutive chip can possess such a staggering frequency. It is simply unbelievable. Below the stage, many were already screaming in astonishment. A clock frequency of 340 GHz is utterly outrageous. In the live streams across major platforms, the silence persisted, and Yu Changhong refrained from delving into the materials or designs employed in the Tianqin 100, opting instead to articulate in terms comprehensible to the general populace. With an astounding 26 trillion transistor-like structures, it surpasses the current strongest chip by 100-fold. Its clock frequency of 340 GHz also exceeds that of the A14 by more than 100 times. In summary, to encapsulate it in a single statement, the performance is 100 times that of the A14, the strongest chip on the planet. This is not merely an enhancement by a factor of 1 or 2, but a direct enhancement by 100-fold. At this moment, Moore's law has utterly lost its relevance. The conference venue buzzed with murmurs and discussions. Prior to this, some experts had speculated that the Kirin 1000's performance would likely fall short of the A14, but might rival the Snapdragon 865. After all, Apple's A-series chips have long been at the pinnacle of technological prowess. Yet now, While Huawei was developing the Kirin 1000, they astonishingly introduced the Tianqin 100. The performance of the Tianqin 100 is nothing short of black technology, akin to extraterrestrial advancements. An enhancement by a factor of 1 or 2 might be palatable. Yet a 100-fold improvement is simply otherworldly. Mr. Yu, is what you are saying truly authentic? This Tianqin 100 cannot possibly be a fabrication, for these figures seem utterly implausible. A reporter could not restrain himself from exclaiming. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of everyone present. It is no surprise they were incredulous. The Tianqin 100 is so extraordinarily powerful that it strains credulity. A person ascended the stage, presenting Yu Changhong with a mobile phone. Yu Changhong raised the phone high and declared, "This is our upcoming flagship smartphone, the Mate 40 Pro, which will be equipped with the Tianqin 100 chip." Initially, I intended to provide a thorough introduction to the latest flagship smartphone. However, the media has extensively covered everything that is worth mentioning, leaving little to elaborate on. After all, the true star of today's event is our Tianqin 100, and the audience is abuzz with excitement. In fact, to present the Tianqin 100, I have even neglected to introduce the newest flagship smartphone. Nevertheless, the crowd's focus is entirely on the device held by Yu Changhong, the smartphone powered by the Tianqin 100. Yu Changhong stated, "To elaborate on the capabilities of this phone with technical jargon may leave many bewildered. Let's simplify things a bit and perhaps start with a benchmark test." He then powered on the device, announcing, "Let's run an Antutu benchmark." The large screen projected the phone's display, revealing Yu opening the Antutu testing application to commence the benchmark. The latest iPhone 12, equipped with the A14 chip, achieved a score of 570,000. Now, let us see how our Tianqin 100 performs. He continued as the software began its calculations. Moments later, the results appeared, causing an audible gasp among the attendees and the numerous viewers watching the live broadcast. The score was astonishing, over 65 million points. The audience was in disbelief. Is this real? Could Antutu have made an error? They wondered. The score was indeed over 100 times that of the A14 chip. Yu Changhong remarked, "Some may doubt this score, suspecting that we have fabricated the results. You are welcome to check the Antutu rankings on your own devices. You should find our smartphone listed there." Many promptly retrieved their phones to verify. Indeed, the Antutu rankings prominently featured a device, the Huawei Mate 40 Pro, with the exact score of over 65 million. You continued, "If anyone perceives Antutu's scoring as lacking in professionalism, let's switch to another software, Geekbench, which is recognized as a highly reputable benchmarking tool. Let us conduct a test with it." He noted, "To my knowledge, the A14 scores 1583 in single-core performance and 4198 in multi-core. In comparison, the Snapdragon 865 scores only 845 in single-core and 3106 in multi-core." As he spoke, Yu had already launched the software for testing. A hushed anticipation enveloped the crowd as they observed the software in action. Soon, the results emerged, and everyone's eyes widened once more. While Geekbench failed to recognize the chip, it still produced a score, over 181,000 in single-core performance and an astonishing 478,000 in multi-core performance. This figure, when compared to the A14 scores, was not merely a victory, it was a resounding defeat. With a smile, Yu Changhong concluded, "You have witnessed the remarkable performance of the Tianqin chip. What do you believe such a powerful chip is capable of achieving? Running hundreds of applications simultaneously can be constrained by memory limitations, potentially falling short of your expectations. Or perhaps you wish to indulge in the most graphically demanding mobile games. Let me assure you, the Tianqin 100 can effortlessly run any mobile game at maximum settings, a fact I find hardly worth testing." Many in the audience chuckled knowingly. Indeed, the Tianqin 100 is remarkably powerful, likely capable of handling any game with ease. Yu Changhong remarked that the Tianqin 100 boasts performance 100 times greater than the current leading chips, suggesting that once you acquire this phone, you may never fully utilize its CPU's capabilities due to its overwhelming power. As this marks the debut of the Tianqin 100, we have no intentions of compromising its performance. Therefore, we believe that the Tianqin 100 should find extensive applications across various domains, including computers. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in astonishment, realizing that Huawei is not only focused on mobile platforms, but also intends to venture into the desktop domain. The remarkable strength of the Tianqin 100, outclassing the A14 by a factor of 100, raises the question of how much more powerful desktop CPUs must be, likely surpassing by several tens of times. I am curious if the toothpaste factory is watching this launch event. If they are, I wonder if they feel a sense of urgency. With a wave of his hand, Yu Changhong summoned a laptop to the stage. As many are aware, mobile chips predominantly utilize an ARM architecture, while desktop CPUs operate on an x86 architecture. The inherent differences in these architectures complicate compatibility. However, this dynamic has transformed with the advent of the new generation Bionic cellular chip, which features a novel architecture capable of downward compatibility with both ARM and x86. This means that our Tianqin 100 can be utilized across both mobile and desktop platforms. The crowd erupted once more, each revelation akin to a roller coaster ride, their emotions oscillating wildly. Yu Changhong gestured towards the laptop before him, stating that many professionals in attendance would recognize certain truths, such as why Intel does not produce graphics cards, nor does NVIDIA venture into CPU production. Is it due to a lack of technical capability? Certainly not. Intel is the largest chip manufacturer globally and also a leading player in the graphics card market, with its integrated graphics dominating NVIDIA's market share. If they possess the technology, why do they refrain from entering this space? It is not due to disinterest in the profits. Rather, it is a matter of patents, the formidable fortress of intellectual property built over many years by NVIDIA and AMD. Chapter 60. Huawei's ambition. The insights shared by Yu Changhong might elude those without specialized knowledge. The live streaming platform buzzed with confusion. Does Intel manufacture graphics cards? Isn't NVIDIA the world's largest graphics card company? Perhaps those upstairs are somewhat misinformed. While they may understand that discrete graphics cards are essential for gaming, they are unaware that the vast majority of computers utilize integrated graphics, a domain where Intel reigns supreme without contest. Yu Changhong continued, patents are an insurmountable barrier. However, the landscape has shifted, for our Bionic cell chip fundamentally differs from any chip in contemporary society. Thus, patent issues are inconsequential for us, as we have redefined the concept of a chip. He opened the notebook before him. The Tianqin 100, due to its unique design, possesses remarkable compatibility. In essence, the CPUs of mobile and desktop platforms are fundamentally alike. The distinction largely arises from differences in energy consumption. The same chip can indeed be utilized across various platforms. For instance, this notebook, equipped with our Tianqin 100, features a motherboard designed for mobile platforms. Nevertheless, due to the underlying architecture, it seamlessly accommodates the current desktop platform's x86 architecture. Moreover, a crucial aspect is the GPU. As I have previously mentioned, the Mate 40 Pro can effortlessly run any mobile game available on the market, not only due to its formidable performance, but also thanks to our newly designed GPU. This GPU, too, is a Bionic cell chip, allowing us to elegantly circumvent all existing patent walls and design at will, resulting in astonishing performance. As for the extent of its power, let us proceed with the test. Upon finishing his remarks, the live streaming platform erupted with fervent reactions. Old Huang, I ask you, are you feeling anxious now? Many echoed similar sentiments as before. Today, Huawei seemed intent on challenging several domains simultaneously. At the press conference, Yu Changhong had already powered on the notebook, still running the Microsoft system. Observing this, many professionals nodded in agreement, affirming that Yu Changhong's assertion of the Tianqin 100's compatibility with the x86 architecture was no mere fabrication. Yu Changhong stated, let us first test video rendering. This is a segment prepared by our design team. You may witness the rendering capabilities of the Tianqin 100. It is well known that modeling demands robust GPUs, while rendering relies heavily on CPUs. CG rendering and video rendering are the ultimate tests of CPU computational prowess. Sometimes, a mere few seconds of video may require several hours for rendering. Yu Changhong opened a professional rendering software and commenced the process. The original model began rendering at a speed akin to video playback, with light and shadow emerging, materials taking form. In a mere 10 seconds, the video was fully rendered. Typically, rendering such a segment on a workstation-level computer could consume several hours, yet now, the speed was astonishingly evident. Indeed, everyone witnessed this. Many individuals engaged in film post-production and video rendering felt a tingling sensation as they observed Yu Changhong's testing procedure. They understood all too well the time and effort involved in video rendering. With the advent of the Tianqin 100, it is no exaggeration to say that it has fundamentally transformed the entire industry. It is truly astonishing. Given the time frame, if we consider mainstream configurations, it would undoubtedly require at least a day and night for rendering, rather than just a few hours. Indeed, you may not grasp the excruciatingly slow rendering speeds of this device. The Tianqin 100 is nothing short of revolutionary. However, its robust performance makes such results quite understandable. The audience buzzed with excitement, and the atmosphere at the launch event was rife with astonishment. Yu Changhong then proposed, let us engage in another demonstration. My staff informed me that the most demanding game currently is one titled Cyberpunk, which places immense requirements on the graphics card. Let us test this laptop with it. He launched the pre-downloaded game. The large screen displayed an instantaneous entry into the game, with virtually no loading time. Yu Changhong effortlessly adjusted the game's settings to the highest quality. This game is notorious for being a graphics card killer. Even the illustrious 3090, deemed the strongest in the universe, struggles to maintain 60 frames per second. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the laptop in Yu Changhong's hands ran the game smoothly at maximum settings. Witnessing this, many gamers could hardly contain their excitement. Damn, I feel like my newly acquired 3090 is about to undergo an intelligence tax. Why didn't Huawei release the Tianqin 100 sooner? My 3090 just arrived. Setting aside everything else, I simply wish to know when the Tianqin 100 will be available for purchase. I can hardly wait. At the launch event, the performance of the Tianqin 100 left many in awe. However, considering its formidable capabilities, it was not entirely surprising. This device is indeed a performance beast. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Mr. Yu, what about the cooling system? With such immense power, heat generation must be significant, correct?" Upon hearing this, several industry insiders reacted sharply. The greater the performance, the more alarming the power consumption. Desktop CPUs outperform mobile chips, and although it is theoretically possible to fit a desktop chip into a phone-sized casing, it is not done due to the excessive power demand of desktop chips. The small battery of a phone, coupled with its cramped internal space, severely limits heat dissipation capabilities. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yu Changhong, awaiting his response. Seemingly anticipating this question, he replied, "Well, I believe we have covered most of the necessary points. Since there is a designated QA segment, let us transition into that." Some may speculate that increased performance correlates with heightened heat generation. However, your understanding is primarily based on existing silicon-based chips. The bionic cellular chip is an entirely different entity. While I mentioned it possesses a structure akin to transistors, it is fundamentally distinct. The operational modes and internal architecture are not as you presume. I cannot divulge too many specifics, but I can assure you that its thermal output is not as severe as you might imagine. Our empirical tests indicate that under full power, its temperature hovers around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, and with the appropriate cooling design, there is no need for concern regarding heat. Regarding power consumption, it is indeed substantial. However, with advancements in battery technology, I believe this level of consumption should not pose a significant challenge. After Yu Changhong concluded his statement, the audience quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, with the emergence of the Longshin battery, it is anticipated that starting next year, smartphone battery capacities will dramatically exceed 100,000 mAh. At that point, even the highest chip power consumption will be adequately sustained. Chapter 61. Groundbreaking performance with exceptional performance and controllable power consumption when paired with the Longshin battery. The Tianqin 100 becomes virtually invincible, unparalleled in the global market. During the press conference, Yu Changhong remarked, "I am certain many of you harbor numerous questions. So I shall now address some of the concerns that seem to be on everyone's minds." Instantly, journalists raised their hands to inquire. Yu Changhong casually selected one. "Mr. Yu, the individual you mentioned earlier, who is he? Was the Tianqin 100 developed by this person?" All eyes were fixated on Yu Changhong. The Tianqin 100 is undeniably formidable, almost akin to a marvel of black technology. While the audience has faith in Huawei's research capabilities, the Tianqin 100 does not seem typical of Huawei's offerings. Its sudden emergence, devoid of any prior indication, raises eyebrows. Even with stringent confidentiality, some information tends to leak out, such as rumors about Huawei clandestinely developing a mysterious chip. However, nothing of the sort materialized. Thus, it is unsurprising that the Tianqin 100 appears to have emerged from nowhere. Initially, Yu Changhong expressed gratitude towards an unspecified individual, shrouded in mystery, without disclosing even their gender, prompting suspicion that this enigmatic figure may indeed be the creator of the Tianqin 100. With a smile, Yu Changhong replied, "No comment, next question." Another journalist stood up, eager to probe further about the mysterious individual, yet, reconsidering, shifted to a different query. "Mr. Yu, you previously mentioned that the Tianqin 100 is set to enter mass production and will be featured in the Mate 40 Pro. Does this imply you have resolved the issues surrounding chip mass production? How did you manage this, and from where did you acquire the lithography machine?" Everyone understood that Huawei has primarily been a chip design company, relying on foundries like TSMC for actual chip production. Had Huawei possessed in-house production capabilities, it would not have suffered so severely under sanctions from the United States. Yu Changhong responded, "First and foremost, I must clarify a fact. I have stated clearly that the Tianqin 100 is not a chip in the traditional sense. It is an entirely new design, encompassing novel raw materials, production methods, and architecture. Therefore, we do not require a lithography machine, as it is unnecessary. As for the mass production issue, indeed, we have resolved it, and we expect to commence production as early as January of next year. Yu Changhong's statements elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience, while the live streaming platform erupted in cheers. Incredible! Huawei is going straight into mass production, and they don't even need a lithography machine. Is this what they mean by, if you don't play with me, I'll just create my own game? It has often been said that we cannot produce lithography machines, that they are exceedingly difficult to manufacture. However, the situation has changed, and we no longer require them. One cannot help but wonder how ASML might react upon hearing this news. If production begins as early as next year, does that imply that we could purchase smartphones equipped with the Tianqin 100 as soon as January? The only uncertainty lies in the pricing. Such an impressive chip is likely to command a hefty price. During the press conference, another journalist inquired about the cost of the Tianqin 100. Yu Changhong responded that the price had not yet been determined, but he could assure everyone that the shipment price would not exceed that of Apple's A14 or Qualcomm's flagship chips each year, which means it would be around 700 yuan. The cost of an A14 has long been revealed to be approximately $100, translating to around 700 yuan. Remarkably, the Tianqin 100 boasts performance 100 times greater than that of the A14, yet it is expected to be sold at the same price. In that instant, it felt as if the air was thick with the scent of impending competition. Huawei was poised to strike a significant blow against Apple. The live streaming platforms were ablaze with comments praising Huawei's achievements. In Wanghu Village, Zhou Yang gestured for Chen Ruiyun to turn off the television. Chen Ruiyun replied, "Mr. Zhou? The press conference has not yet concluded. Are you not interested in watching?" Zhou Yang shook his head, stating, "There is nothing more to see." He was indifferent to the pricing. The pricing of the Tianqin 100 was not a matter for Huawei to decide. It had to align with national strategy, which aimed to expand globally and engage in a technological battle against high-end foreign chips. Therefore, even if it meant operating at a loss, the nation would widely promote the Tianqin 100. Zhou Yang was aware that the production cost of the Tianqin 100 was merely around 400 yuan, leaving ample room for profit. However, he harbored some doubts regarding Yu Changhong's mention of a mysterious individual. Was it a directive from the state? Yu Changhong would certainly not dare to disclose the identity or existence of such a person. The Huawei press conference concluded, yet its reverberations did not. It resembled a wave sweeping across the nation and even the globe. The Tianqin 100 instantly surged to the top of trending topics. Major media outlets and forums fervently discussed the Tianqin 100's performance, which was said to exceed that of the A14 by a factor of 100, inciting widespread excitement. That evening, the 7 o'clock news dedicated a full 5 minutes to detailing the research achievements of the Tianqin 100. Once again, the official stance emerged, confirming the authenticity of the Tianqin 100. In that moment, the nation erupted with enthusiasm. First came the Longxin battery, and now the Tianqin 100. And everyone could genuinely feel the strengthening of the country. Reports of the Tianqin 100 even crossed oceans to reach the shores of the United States. At Apple's headquarters, executives gathered to watch the recorded press conference of Huawei. Subtitles were provided, ensuring that everyone understood. Biomimetic cellular chip, what on earth is that? One executive exclaimed. 100 times stronger than our performance. Is that even credible? They must be exaggerating. Yet, the subsequent benchmarking segment rendered them speechless. Benchmark scores, it seemed, could not easily be fabricated. With over 60 million points on Antutu and 470,000 on Geekbench, the figures are nothing short of despairing. One executive remarked, "I have inquired with Geekbench, and they have verified the back-end data. These scores must be authentic." His statement enveloped the room in a heavy silence, rendering everyone speechless as they continued to observe. When they witnessed Yu Changhong unveiling a laptop to test video rendering capabilities and gaming performance, the gravity of the situation intensified. They had uncovered an essential aspect, the GPU. Huawei had not only mastered the CPU, but had also conquered the GPU. How could this be possible? Someone gasped. Theoretically, GPUs and CPUs are fundamentally similar, both being chips, differing merely in their computational focus. A technical supervisor furrowed his brow, stating, "We all understand that developing a GPU is not overly challenging. The difficulty lies in circumventing existing patent barriers to create a GPU compatible with current software. NVIDIA and AMD have erected a monumental patent wall for their own interests, making it quite arduous for any company to breach. I surmise that the Tianqin 100 might indeed utilize an entirely different architecture, as Yu Changhong suggested, allowing them to operate without patent constraints. Consequently, designing the Tianqin 100 and an equally capable GPU would not be an insurmountable task. Yet, the supervisor's explanation did little to alleviate the tension among the attendees. The astonishing video rendering capabilities of the Tianqin 100 weighed heavily on their minds. Apple's hardware constitutes a significant portion of their business, particularly in high-performance workstations, which are unparalleled choices for video rendering. The emergence of the Tianqin 100 had effectively subdued their hardware. Chapter 62, a major dilemma. Subsequently, during the QA session, Yu Changhong confirmed that they had resolved the mass production issues, with production potentially commencing as early as January of next year. FUC, an executive exclaimed, his frustration evident. With no need for lithography machines, how could the United States impose sanctions on V? Any attempts to do so would be futile. Following this, Yu Changhong announced that the factory price of their chip 100 would never exceed that of the A14, further unsettling the executives present. They are declaring war on us. One executive shouted. With performance surpassing the A14 at a lower price, this was undoubtedly a disruptive move. Cook cleared his throat to restore order, casting a grave glance around the room. Gentlemen, we are facing a significant dilemma, he declared. Indeed, a grave predicament for Apple. The implications of the chip 100's arrival on their business were profound. Cook continued, V is a formidable company, and I have heard they plan to develop an operating system. While we possess a comprehensive mobile ecosystem, their challenge cannot be overlooked. Nods of agreement rippled through the room. V was poised for a fierce confrontation, representing a genuine threat. What should we do? An executive inquired. Silence fell, with no one offering a response. Still, Cook remarked, V's ambitions are exceedingly grand. Not only does he seek to challenge us, but he also aims to confront Intel and AMD. Hence, I believe we should unite and exert pressure upon them. V's recent press conference unveiled a plethora of information, revealing intentions to integrate the chip 100 into mobile platforms, with aspirations to extend into desktop realms, and even tackling GPU developments. This poses a significant threat to both Intel and AMD. Should V succeed in his endeavors, neither Apple, Intel, nor AMD would let him off lightly. In essence, V has provoked three of the most formidable companies in the tech industry simultaneously. Indeed, this is the course of action we should take. Let them falter. Numerous executives nodded in agreement. Cook continued, very well, I shall visit Intel tomorrow. In the CIA, Jack had been reassigned to the intelligence team, tasked with information gathering. Leader, I would like to present something to you. He approached his superior, Robertson, who was in a rather foul mood. Not long ago, their team had identified Zhou Yang as the developer of the Longshin battery. After reporting this to their superiors, Robertson had proposed an assassination plan targeting Zhou Yang. Following deliberation, the plan was approved. However, the execution was poorly managed, resulting in failure. In retaliation, the intelligence agency from an alternate Earth dismantled several of their outposts, eliminating a number of undercover operatives and inflicting severe losses upon the CIA. Consequently, Robertson faced criticism. What is it? Robertson asked absently. Jack began to play a video, which was none other than V's press conference footage. What is this? Robertson inquired, growing impatient after watching for a moment. Just get to the point, he urged. Jack hastily fast-forwarded the video, stating, the crux lies here, in what Yu Changhong referred to as a mysterious figure. His silicon was spun off and acquired by Matrix Energy. You should be aware of this. Shortly after Matrix Energy acquired his silicon, they unexpectedly developed the chip 100. Therefore, I suspect that this mysterious individual is indeed the developer of the chip 100, and concurrently, the creator of the Longshin battery, Zhou Yang. The mention of Matrix Energy alone was sufficient to capture Robertson's attention. Following analysis, the intelligence team had largely concluded that Matrix Energy represented the government of the alternate Earth. Now, Matrix Energy had once again intervened in the chip sector, yielding immediate results. Yu Changhong expressed gratitude towards a mysterious individual, leading to speculation that Zhou Yang, closely linked to Matrix Energy, was indeed the developer of the Tianqin 100. Is this chip 100 truly remarkable? Robertson inquired. Jack nodded emphatically, asserting, not merely remarkable. It is akin to extraterrestrial technology, much like the Longshin battery. Thus, I have reason to suspect that Zhou Yang is the architect behind the Tianqin 100. Based on the information I have gathered, Huawei likely lacks the capacity for such development. In Jack's view, if V possessed the capability to develop the chip 100, he would not be suffering the repercussions of sanctions from M country. Robertson gasped, exclaiming, Zhou Yang was not focused on battery development? How has he ventured into chip development? Jack shrugged and said, who knows? But I have long asserted that this individual is a genius, a true prodigy. Alas, we should never have let him slip away. Enough. Robertson interjected, waving his hand. Let us not dwell on the past. You will accompany me to meet the director. Half an hour later, Robertson reported their conjectures to the current CIA director, Ferguson. Director, Robertson concluded, this Zhou Yang is becoming increasingly formidable. He has even developed a chip. Such a talent cannot be allowed to remain at large. he must be eliminated. Ferguson's expression turned grave as he gestured for Roberson to leave. I am aware of the situation you described. I must now proceed to the White House. All decisions will be made upon my return. Several hours later, Ferguson returned. Director, what is the verdict? Shall we take action? Roberson inquired. Ferguson nodded, stating, Indeed, we must act, but not through assassination. Rather, we must devise a means to bring him to our great nation. Such a genius should serve the interests of our country. Bring him to our nation? Roberson's eyes widened in disbelief. Director, is that even possible? Ferguson replied, Nothing is impossible. For now, focus on the method of bringing him here. You are responsible for intelligence gathering as you are most familiar with Zhou Yang's situation. The specifics of the operation will be under Adrian's purview. Who? That madman, Roberson exclaimed. Adrian was infamous at CIA headquarters for his erratic methods. It was not that he was insane, but rather that he engaged in audacious actions to achieve his goals. For instance, in a small Middle Eastern nation, he orchestrated a rebellion to eliminate a target, resulting in the target's demise at the hands of insurgents. However, this insurrection also claimed the lives of many civilians, leading to dire consequences. Thus, he was often referred to as a madman. Meanwhile, the repercussions of the Chip 100 continued to unfold, while in Wanghu village, the research on high-strength crystalline steel was progressing steadily. Zhou Yang estimated that, at most, within a month, he should be able to complete the third phase. One day, Li Tianshu unexpectedly paid him a visit. Mr. Zhou, may I pose a question to you? Li Tianshu's expression was somewhat serious. Oh, what question? Li Tianshu inquired. I understand that the research on high-strength crystalline steel is proceeding smoothly, and the performance appears superior based on the experimental results. My question is, can this material be utilized in aerospace engines to resolve their material challenges? Aerospace engines? Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback, referring to the jewel of industrial technology. Chapter 63. Lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Aerospace engines, the crown jewel of industry, represent the pinnacle of human technological achievement. To describe the difficulty is to say it is as challenging as scaling the heavens. Globally, among more than 200 countries, only 4.5 nations, M, E, F, Y, and our own, are capable of production, with our nation being merely a half due to insufficient technology. The challenges primarily lie in two major areas, design and production. Designing a superior engine is no simple task. Our nation, in this regard, possesses remarkable capabilities. Historically, we have never lagged behind others in intellectual endeavors. The crux of the matter lies in the intricate production processes, which are exceedingly complex, coupled with the need for materials that exhibit high temperature resistance, exceptional strength, corrosion resistance, and lightweight properties, qualities not easily replicated by most nations. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu, puzzled, and inquired, What is the matter? Li Tianshu sighed deeply and replied, The situation is as follows. Just yesterday, Country E abruptly communicated a decision to unilaterally cease negotiations regarding the importation of the AL-41 series engines. The AL series engines are quite renowned, particularly the AL-31, which has been extensively exported to Country Z, alleviating its urgent engine issues prior to their resolution. Zhou Yang, perplexed, asked, Are we still pursuing the AL-41? We have our domestically produced WS engines, do we not? Country Z has also been diligently researching engines, striving for domestic production, Li Tianshu explained. However, we are not yet capable of mass production, which is why the higher-ups intended to import the AL-41 to resolve the J-20 engine dilemma. Discussions had commenced quite some time ago and were essentially on the verge of conclusion, but at this critical juncture, Country E has suddenly reversed its stance and abandoned negotiations, likely in connection with the Longshin battery developments. Zhou Yang was taken aback. How does this relate to the Longshin battery? With a wry smile, Li Tianshu replied, Mr. Zhou, consider this. Country E exports a significant quantity of oil to us annually. Now that we have resolved battery technology and signaled our determination to vigorously develop electric vehicles, the most immediate impact will likely be a reduction in oil imports. Country E is using this opportunity to issue us a warning, which is not difficult to comprehend. A warning? Zhou Yang laughed incredulously. What could Country E possibly warn Country Z about? In that moment, Zhou Yang understood why Li Tianshu had inquired about the applicability of high-strength crystalline steel in aircraft engines. Since you have asked, I must clarify that the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel can indeed be utilized in aircraft engines. As for the completion of the third generation, it should be ready within a month at most. Li Tianshu's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, Mr. Zhou, are you certain? With the AL-41 import being unattainable and the domestically developed WS engines still not in production, The J-20's deployment remains a pressing concern for the nation. Thus, they sought Zhou Yang's expertise regarding the application of high-strength crystalline steel in aircraft engines. Zhou Yang nodded and said, "Here's the plan. Assemble a research team focused on aircraft engines, preferably those familiar with the WS design, to collaborate with us and explore potential solutions to the specific challenges." Following the material issue, Zhou Yang's subsequent plans included addressing two primary concerns, one regarding the control systems and the other pertaining to the propulsion mechanisms. The Mechs are equipped with propulsion systems capable of short-distance flight, which will not rely on conventional fuel engines, but rather on particle propulsion systems akin to Hall thrusters. Therefore, pursuing engine research alongside this initiative is certainly feasible. "Very well, I will make the necessary arrangements immediately," Li Tianshu responded, eager to proceed. In truth, the state assigned Li Tianshu to seek out Zhou Yang not solely to inquire about the high-strength crystalline steel, but also with the intent to ascertain whether Zhou Yang could assist in resolving the issues surrounding aerospace propulsion. Zhou Yang's research capabilities are beyond question. Each of his innovations is a marvel of advanced technology. At the BJE country consulate, Jimalov had been waiting for several days. "Have they not reached out to us again?" Jimalov inquired of his assistant. The assistant shook his head. This marked the 100th occasion Jimalov had posed the question. A few days prior, Jimalov, acting as a special envoy from the Kremlin, conveyed the Kremlin's decision to unilaterally halt the export of the AL-41 engine to Z country. For the initial 2 days, Z country had persistently engaged Jimalov, deliberating the possibility of resuming negotiations. During that period, Jimalov had been in particularly high spirits, donning a disdainful demeanor and delivering scathing remarks to the Z country's negotiators. The Kremlin's intention was to issue a warning to Z country. Exports must continue, as Z country required funds, while Z country was affluent. This maneuver was merely a cautionary measure, urging Z country to reconsider and demand more favorable terms, such as a greater share of oil transactions. However, to Jimalov's surprise, Z country abruptly ceased all communication with him starting 2 days ago. After a prolonged period of silence, Jimalov found himself increasingly anxious. After thoughtful consideration, he declared, "Arrange for a vehicle. I intend to pay General Gao a visit." The assistant nodded and swiftly made the necessary arrangements. An hour later, Jimalov arrived at the assembly department and, after notifying the relevant parties, sought an audience with General Gao Jianjun. Successfully securing a meeting with Gao Jianjun, who oversaw military procurement, would ensure the export of the AL-41 engine was finalized. To his astonishment, however, he was informed that Gao Jianjun was unavailable. "Unavailable to meet me? Are you certain?" Jimalov exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The assistant confirmed, stating, his secretary conveyed this information. In indignation, Jimalov sprang to his feet. Such a slight was an affront. He had made the effort to visit in person, yet Gao Jianjun would not even grant him an audience. Was this not a grave insult? "Let us depart. They will come to regret this," Jimalov declared as he prepared to leave. But after taking a few steps, he halted. Anger aside, if this matter fell through, he would undoubtedly face repercussions upon his return. "You must go back to them and inform them that I am here awaiting their presence," Jimalov gritted out. And so he waited, enduring for a full 3 hours. Jimalov was convinced that Gao Jianjun was deliberately ignoring him as an act of retribution. Merely a negotiation tactic. "I shan't be angered, after all. We are the ones initiating these discussions. Your rudeness will be repaid tenfold at the negotiating table, and you shall regret this." Jimalov fumed, forcing himself to suppress his mounting frustration. At that moment, Gao Jianjun's secretary finally approached to inform Jimalov that Gao Jianjun was now available to meet. Entering Gao Jianjun's office, Jimalov strode in with purpose, his expression a stormy shade of displeasure. However, Gao Jianjun exhibited an extraordinary indifference, as if engrossed in handling official documents, without raising his head. He stated, "Mr. Kimalov, I have another meeting to attend shortly. You have only 5 minutes. Speak, what is it?" 5 minutes? A profound sense of humiliation washed over Kimalov. Yet he forced himself to endure, saying, "General Gao, the AL-41 engine could indeed be reopened for negotiation, provided you agree to a few of our stipulations." Gao Jianjun abruptly interrupted, saying, "Mr. Kimalov, did my secretary not inform you? We have already decided not to procure the AL-41 engine." "What?" Kimalov exclaimed, rising abruptly. In that instant, he felt as though he had lifted a stone only to have it fall upon his own foot. It seemed as though the matter had been sabotaged by country E. Chapter 64. "We no longer require it, General Gao. Are you jesting?" Kimalov cried out. Gao Jianjun glanced at him and replied, "Mr. Kimalov, I work over 12 hours a day. Do you truly believe I have time for jest?" "But the AL-41. Do you no longer wish for it? Kimilov pressed urgently. If this negotiation collapsed, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame upon his return, thus he was desperate. Wishing he could merely say that a nod from Gao would seal the deal. Gao Jianjun subtly shook his head. I have already addressed this issue. We no longer require it. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave for the meeting. Once Gao Jianjun exited the office, Kimilov collapsed onto the sofa, his complexion turning pallid. Upon leaving the office, his assistant swiftly approached, inquiring, How did the discussion go, sir? They said they no longer want it, Kimilov replied, his entire being seemingly devoid of spirit. The assistant was taken aback. No longer want it? Why? Kimilov shook his head. He too was eager to comprehend this enigma. The assistant hastily remarked, Could it be that other sellers have entered the fray? That is implausible. Apart from us, who else in the world would sell them engines? To curb the development of Country Z, the major powers globally have exerted relentless efforts. The notion of selling engines is far-fetched. As he stepped outside, a biting wind invigorated Kimilov's senses. He slapped his face twice, muttering, Something is amiss, profoundly amiss. Initially, when we proposed to conclude negotiations, even if they were unaware of our ulterior motives, they should have realized this was merely a tactic of negotiation. From a broader perspective, they require the AL-41, and we alone can provide engines of such caliber. Yet, their sudden disinterest does not appear to be a mere bargaining tactic. The reasons must either be as you suggested, with new sellers emerging, or they genuinely no longer require it. There must be developments of which we are unaware. Quickly, employ all connections to ascertain the reason. The assistant, visibly anxious, hurried away. This transaction encompassed not merely the billions of dollars associated with this batch of engines, but more critically, the goodwill extended by Country Z to secure this deal, which involved a substantial portion of oil trade valued at over $100 billion. That was the crux of the matter. If the transaction were to truly fall through, the losses would be incalculable. In Wanghu village, Li Tianchu promptly arranged for a team of experts to come over. There were a total of 8 individuals, led by Li Bingxian, an engineer from the Dawn Engine Group and an expert in aero-engine technology. He had previously worked as an engineer at Xi'an Aircraft Industry Group, overseeing the preliminary research and initiation of the WS project before being recruited by Dawn, where he organized a team for engine development. However, during the final procurement evaluation, the TS engine, which Li Bingxuan's team had been studying, was ultimately outperformed by the WS. This setback had a profound effect on Li Bingxian, rendering him somewhat obsessive. When he heard from superiors that someone could assist them in resolving the issues related to aerospace materials, his initial response was skepticism. He felt deceived. If the material issues had truly been resolved, he reasoned, he would have been reassigned by Xi'an long ago, rather than being relegated to the sidelines. Chief Engineer Li is almost here, remarked his deputy, Kong Ning, from the bus. Li Bingxian adjusted his glasses and gazed out the window. A small mountain came into view. Once the vehicle came to a halt, it suddenly dawned on Li Bingxian, and he exclaimed in surprise, This research institute isn't located inside the mountain, is it? The host, Li Ziyu, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our research institute is situated within the mountain. Chief Engineer Li, Mr. Zhou has been awaiting your arrival. Let us proceed. As they passed through the heavy alloy doors, flanked by armed guards, Li Bingxian realized that this was no ordinary research facility. The level of confidentiality here was arguably the highest in the country. Moreover, the expenditure was extravagant, having excavated an entire mountain, a privilege not afforded to typical research institutes. Nevertheless, Li Bingxian had never heard of this institute before, and the resentment he had harbored upon arriving dissipated in an instant. It felt akin to a commoner entering the presidential palace, instinctively causing him to feel intimidated. He wanted to lash out, but dared not. Even so, Li Bingxian subconsciously sensed that the owner of this research institute was no ordinary individual. This institute is immense. It seems as though the entire mountain has been hollowed out. How extravagant, exclaimed Kong Ning and the others. Silence, Li Bingxian urged. They proceeded into a spacious laboratory. Greetings, Chief Engineer Li. I am Zhou Yang, the head of this research institute, Zhou Yang said, smiling as he approached to greet Li Bingxian and his team. Li Bingxian hurried forward to shake Zhou's hand, feeling his own authority diminished and suppressing any lingering resentment. After Zhou Yang exchanged pleasantries with the others, he led Li Bingxian to the experimental platform. On the table lay a square metallic block that seemed to be made of alloy. Chief Engineer Li, the material before you is the latest research achievement of our institute, high-strength crystalline steel. What you see is merely the second-generation product. The third-generation product, which will be the final version, should be ready for research within a month at most. By the way, here are the experimental data for the second generation. You may take a look, Zhou Yang said, handing over a set of documents. Li Bingxian instinctively took the document and began to peruse it. After merely a glance, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his hands trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "Impossible. This data must be fabricated. The strength, the heat resistance. How can this be? When did our nation acquire such materials?" The figures before him surpassed even the most advanced materials he had encountered abroad by several magnitudes. Zhou Yang chuckled. "Whether it's fabricated or not, the evidence is right here. Chief Engineer Li can conduct his own tests." Pausing momentarily, Zhou Yang continued. "I have been rather occupied with my own work lately. While the materials have been provided, the specific design of the engine will be under your purview, Chief Engineer Li. Of course, our primary focus remains on refining the WS. The relevant information from Shi Fei has also been forwarded, and we have an array of large-scale experimental equipment available here. Should you require anything, feel free to consult her." He gestured towards Li Ziyu, adding, "Whatever you need can be arranged by him. And regarding financial matters, rest assured, the funds are limitless." With that, Zhou Yang excused himself, stating, "I must return to my tasks and forego the customary welcome. We are all researchers here, and such insincere pleasantries are unnecessary. Lastly, I wish you success in resolving the production process of the WS ahead of schedule." Zhou Yang bid farewell to the others and departed. Chapter 65. A visit to Bat. Such a welcoming ceremony was indeed simplistic and somewhat unconventional, leaving Kong Ning and the others feeling somewhat displeased, as they felt Zhou Yang had not accorded them the respect they deserved. Though the research institute was impressive, Kong Ning believed they were not to be underestimated, and being treated with such disregard left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Chief Engineer Li, does Mr. Zhou truly think so little of us?" Kong Ning murmured. Li Bingxian, however, seemed oblivious to the discontent as he passed the materials to Kong Ning, saying, "You should take a look at this." He then inquired of Li Ziyu, "Secretary Li, is this high-strength crystalline steel truly developed by your institute? Who is responsible? Was it Mr. Zhou just now?" Li Bingxian racked his brain, but could not recall any prominent figures in domestic materials science named Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu nodded and then shook her head, explaining, "Regarding research matters, I am not very knowledgeable either. This high-strength crystalline steel was proposed and developed under Mr. Zhou's guidance. However, he is no longer heavily involved in this project. The development of the third generation of products is primarily overseen by academician Su Chun, who..." Li Bingxuan's eyes widened in sudden realization. He knew Su Chun as a true luminary in the domestic metallurgy industry. "Secretary Li, are you saying academician Su is here as well?" Li Ziyu nodded and replied, "He is in the adjacent laboratory. Would you like to meet him? Is that permissible?" Li Bingxian felt a surge of apprehension. After all, the other party was an academician. Li Ziyu smiled reassuringly. "Why not? Academician Su is very amiable, and I believe he would be delighted to meet you." With that, Li Ziyu led the group to the neighboring laboratory. In a spacious lab, Su Chun was leading his team in conducting experiments. When Li Bingxian arrived, the laboratory erupted into enthusiastic applause. "We've succeeded, teacher. We've done it." Someone cheered. A weathered voice resonated. Well, we have surmounted yet another challenging obstacle. However, to be candid, this breakthrough owes much to Mr. Zhou's guidance." Li Bingxian hurried into the laboratory and immediately spotted Su Chun. Li Ziyu approached, introducing Li Bingxian to Su Chun and the others. "Ah, it's you. I recall we met once at a meeting of the Ministry of Industry," Su Chun remarked to Li Bingxian. Li Bingxian, filled with excitement, replied, "I never anticipated that academician Su would remember me. It is indeed a great honor." Su Chun responded, "You are quite remarkable yourself. I have heard that you have performed excellently at Shi Fei, significantly contributing to the launch of the WS project." Mentioning the WS project brought a slight frown to Su Chun's face. "Let us not delve into it. It's partly my fault for being overly ambitious when I switched to Dawn, hoping to develop an even more formidable engine to rival Shi Fei. Reality, however, dealt me a harsh blow." Li Bingxian sighed deeply. When he departed from Shi Fei, his intention was to prove himself. But he found not validation, but rather a descent into a low point in life. Seeing Li Bingxuan's reaction, Su Chun understood what had transpired and patted him on the shoulder. "Life is like that. It has its ups and downs. By the way, you are here now. Perhaps this is the new starting point of your journey." Li Bingxian nodded vigorously, and upon seeing Su Chun, he had come to fully trust the experimental data regarding high-strength crystalline steel. With such a material at hand, the prospect of crafting superior aircraft engines seemed assured. "Su Lao, I will undoubtedly seek your counsel in the future. I hope you won't find me bothersome," Li Bingxian expressed. Su Chun chuckled. "Why would I? To be honest, you might find it more beneficial to consult Mr. Zhou. If he is willing to offer you guidance, it would be a tremendous advantage." "Mr. Zhou?" Li Bingxian paused. Then realization dawned. The entire research institute belonged to Zhou Yang. with Su Qin serving as his assistant. Li Ziyu had also mentioned that it was Zhou Yang who developed the high-strength crystalline steel. It was only now that the project had matured enough to be entrusted to Su Qin. The true core was still Zhou Yang. Understanding this, Li Peiyuan nodded earnestly. The resentment he had harbored upon arriving had vanished entirely. In Zhou Yang's office, Li Ziyu knocked on the door. Chun Ruyan opened it, nodded at Li Ziyu, and silently retreated to a corner. In that corner, there was a chair, a tea table, a bottle of Sprite, and a romance novel, where Chun Ruyan could sit for an entire day. Across from her, Zhou Yang was engrossed in work at his computer. Mr. Zhou, Chief Engineer Li and the others have made the necessary arrangements, Li Ziyu reported. Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement. As Li Ziyu prepared to leave, Zhou Yang suddenly called him back. Make arrangements for a visit within the next couple of days to Bat. Li Ziyu was taken aback and instinctively inquired, Bat? Which one? Bat naturally refers to Baidu, Tencent, and Alibaba, Zhou Yang clarified. All three, arrange as you see fit. It doesn't matter which one you visit first. Zhou Yang had nearly completed preparations regarding the intelligent core. The fundamental research and development outline should be completed today. The remaining tasks will be entrusted to specialized personnel. Among domestic private enterprises, only the three giants, Bat, qualify. Li Ziyu, hesitant to inquire further, nodded and asked, in what capacity shall we proceed? Zhou Yang contemplated for a moment and replied, we shall proceed under the banner of matrix energy. The intelligent core, in layman's terms, refers to artificial intelligence. Much like Iron Man's Jarvis, it possesses a certain level of intelligence that can assist the mecha pilots in resolving numerous issues. Given the complexity of the mecha systems and the cumbersome nature of their operation, it is most fitting to delegate these control commands to artificial intelligence. In this manner, the pilot need only issue instructions and engage in simplified operations, akin to playing a video game, thereby minimizing complexity. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately, Li Ziyu stated before departing. Chun Ruyan followed suit, as Zhou Yang's upcoming journey necessitated robust security measures. The following day, at Tencent's headquarters in SC, a middle-aged man arrived, presenting his credentials. My name is Chao Yuxing, and here are my identification documents. I must speak with your company's responsible person. The front desk receptionist, startled by the official seal on the documents, was taken aback. A few months prior, a similar individual had arrived brandishing the same credentials. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment, the receptionist replied, hastily contacting her superior. Shortly thereafter, Lin Peiyuan, the group president, descended with several attendants to greet the visitor. Captain Chao, what brings you here? Lin Peiyuan inquired, visibly tense. Chao Yuxing was no ordinary individual. He represented national security. Previously, operatives from national security had barged into their data center and deleted certain information without hesitation. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. By the way, our general manager, Ma, will be returning shortly, Lin Peiyuan added. Chapter 66. A warm reception. Chao Yuxing rose and exchanged a brief, cordial handshake with Lin Peiyuan. Since General Manager Ma is returning soon, I shall wait. 10 minutes later, Chao Yuxing met Ma Huiding, the former national billionaire and true titan of industry. Greetings, Captain Chao, Ma Huiding said, extending a courteous welcome. The weight of Chao Yuxing's representation commanded respect, for any infraction against national security warranted severe consequences, regardless of one's status or wealth. This was the unmistakable boundary that should never be crossed. Good day, General Manager Ma. Chao Yuxing nodded and continued. I am here to inform you that a guest will visit your esteemed company tomorrow. My purpose today is to conduct a preliminary security assessment to ensure there are no safety hazards. He added, in the afternoon, our Bureau's security personnel will arrive to take comprehensive control of your company's security. The security officer accompanying him could not contain his astonishment. Comprehensive control? That seems rather overbearing. Ma Huiding shot him a warning glance and promptly replied, of course, we will fully cooperate. By the way, who is this guest? Why have we not been informed? This level of security clearly indicates the presence of a significant figure. Chao Yuxing chuckled. Have I not come to inform you? As for who they are from Matrix Energy. Beyond that, I cannot disclose further details. Matrix Energy? Ma Huiding was taken aback. Chao Yuxing summoned the head of security to inspect the building's safety measures. Lin Peiyuan interjected, Mr. Ma, isn't Matrix Energy the company that has acquired Haisher? Not only Haisher, but they also took over BYD's battery division. Recently, Matrix Energy has gained significant notoriety in the business world, becoming a household name. There are rumors that they are backed by the state, but one can only wonder about the truth of such claims. Is there any need for inquiry? It is undoubtedly true. If they weren't backed by the state, who else could compel BYD to relinquish its battery division or Huawei to surrender its Haisher Kirin? What business does Matrix Energy have with us at Tencent? The group engaged in fervent discussion. Ma Huiding, equally perplexed, pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Mr. Yu, it's me, Ma Huiding said as he connected with Yu Changhong. It appears that Matrix Energy has sent representatives, claiming they wish to visit Tencent. What is your take on this matter? On the other end, Yu Changhong hesitated briefly before responding. Mr. Ma, there are certain things I cannot articulate directly. I can only offer you 4 words. Oh, what 4 words? Ma Huiding was taken aback. Receive them well, Yu Changhong replied before abruptly ending the call. Ma Huiding was momentarily stunned, but then began to grasp the implications. What did Yu Changhong say? Lin Peiyuan inquired eagerly. Snapping back to reality, Ma Huiding instructed, gather the senior executives for a meeting. We must thoroughly discuss how to prepare for tomorrow's welcoming activities. Remember, they are here for a visit, so notify everyone to be on high alert. We must not falter at a critical moment or tarnish Tencent's reputation. Understood? A warm reception signifies good fortune. A glimmer of insight flickered in Ma Huiding's eyes. With Matrix Energy acquiring BYD's battery division, BYD had unveiled the Longshin battery, while Huawei's Haisher Kirin was also taken over by Matrix Energy, leading to the release of the Tianqin 100. The implications were evident to all. Now that Matrix Energy was arriving, Ma Huiding understood this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, Yu Changhong's advice to receive them well was not to be taken lightly. That afternoon, numerous employees at Tencent headquarters noticed an influx of unfamiliar faces, followed by a significant presence of special police. Coupled with internal announcements regarding visitors, it became clear that distinguished guests were arriving. Initially, Ma Huiding considered organizing a welcoming ceremony, even contemplating going to the airport to greet them. However, for security reasons, details about their arrival remained undisclosed. At 1 o'clock the following afternoon, a car discreetly entered the underground parking garage of the Tencent building. The entire garage had been cleared, with all employees and executives receiving prior notice that driving was prohibited that day. Even those who needed to drive were informed not to park in the underground garage. The vast garage was patrolled by security personnel stationed every few steps, ensuring a vigilant watch. 10 minutes prior, Ma Huiding and others received a notification and hurried downstairs to await further instructions in the underground parking garage. As the car door swung open, Chen Ruiyun alighted first, subsequently opening the door for Zhou Yang. The senior executives from Tencent craned their necks, eager to discern the identity of the visitor. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was a young man, they were taken aback. Zhou Yang appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps only 27 or 28 years of age. Yet, this young individual commanded such an impressive presence during his outing that the onlookers could hardly fathom his stature. Greetings, I am Zhou Yang. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Zhou Yang announced as he approached, extending his hand towards Ma Huiding. Although Ma Huiding was one of the nation's wealthiest tycoons, Zhou Yang remained unfazed, treating him as if he were an ordinary individual. At Zhou Yang's level, wealth and power held no allure. Money had become merely a string of digits. Hello, Mr. Zhou, Ma Huiding replied, startled, as he shook Zhou Yang's hand. While he was unaware of Zhou Yang's profession, the very atmosphere surrounding him spoke volumes. Ma Huiding led the way upstairs, inquiring, Mr. Zhou, we are delighted to have you visit Tencent. I have arranged a small welcome ceremony on the upper floor, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. Let us discuss that after the tour, Zhou Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then inquired, how many research and development personnel does Tencent currently employ? Ma Huiding, evidently well acquainted with his company, responded without hesitation. We have over 70,000 R&D personnel globally, with approximately 40,000 based domestically, distributed across our various research centers nationwide. Among them, around 8,000 are core researchers, the true elite of our organization. Zhou Yang nodded inwardly, recognizing that a core team of 8,000 was no trivial matter, not to mention, with salaries generally exceeding 500,000 annually. The total payroll alone would amount to several billion each year. Do you have any teams focused on artificial intelligence? Zhou Yang inquired further. Ma Huiding's eyes lit up, and a thought sparked in his mind. Could it be that Matrix Energy's collaborative project pertained to artificial intelligence? This field was currently among the most sought-after ventures. Indeed, we have a team of approximately 500 dedicated to artificial intelligence research and development, Ma Huiding responded eagerly. While Tencent was primarily a gaming company, this did not preclude them from venturing into artificial intelligence, which could enhance targeted advertising or intelligently analyze user spending habits to provide better services. May I see it? Zhou Yang asked. Of course, Ma Huiding replied promptly, leading the way with a sense of quiet excitement, as the potential collaboration appeared increasingly likely to revolve around artificial intelligence. This technology represented the future of scientific advancement, and Tencent had strategically positioned itself early, assembling hundreds of personnel for its development. This is Wu Yinming, the head of our artificial intelligence division, Ma Huoding introduced, gesturing towards a middle-aged IT professional. Zhou Yang cast a discerning glance at Wu Yinming. Aside from his somewhat thinning hair, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. He inquired, "Could you provide me with an overview of your research and development projects?" Wu Yinming glanced at Ma Huoding, who nodded slightly, and then led Zhou Yang to a workstation. He brought up a program and explained, "Mr. Zhou, as you can see, this is our developed artificial intelligence customer service program. Once operational, it can monitor the game's performance in the background. If a player contacts customer service, it will respond immediately, and its replies are almost indistinguishable from those of a human." He continued, "This program has been operational in the background for nearly 5 months, continuously updating its database to enhance its human-like qualities. Initially, there was a 13% chance of players recognizing it as artificial intelligence, but now, fewer than 1% can discern that they are conversing with a machine." After the introduction, Wu Yinming looked at Zhou Yang with a sense of pride. This was the fruit of their department's prolonged effort and dedication. Zhou Yang refrained from commenting and asked, "Is there anything else?" Wu Yinming hesitated for a moment, caught off guard by Zhou Yang's directness, then quickly replied, "Indeed, we have also developed an intelligent program that can be applied in various areas, such as in gaming. If a particular server experiences a high volume of logins, the program will automatically allocate resources from other game servers to manage the traffic. Conversely, if the player count decreases, it will utilize the idle servers." Zhou Yang remained silent, wearing a cheerful smile. Wu Yinming's expression turned anxious, especially under Ma Huoding's increasingly stern gaze. He added, "Furthermore, we have created an intelligent game development program that can generate a game after inputting general requirements." Zhou Yang finally spoke, chuckling, "You certainly are a gaming company." Ma Huoding felt a pang of unease in his heart and shot an intense glare at Wu Yinming, quickly asserting, "Mr. Zhou, we may have originated from gaming, but our overall research and development capabilities are formidable. We are undoubtedly among the top tier in the country." Zhou Yang nodded, believing this to be true. Given their financial resources, after a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I will give you a challenge, and you will have 1 week to provide me with a solution." With that, Zhou Yang approached the computer and opened a blank document, writing down a task. The onlookers gathered around to see. The task was as follows: devise a program that enables the machine to create a painting. "That will be all for today, Mr. Ma. I shall take my leave now," Zhou Yang said with a smile, extending his hand. Ma Huoding was taken aback. Was he leaving already without observing anything further? Nonetheless, he quickly shook Zhou Yang's hand, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, we will strive to solve the challenge you have presented." Zhou Yang nodded and turned to depart. As the car drove away, the executives remained rooted in place, their expressions peculiar. "Mr. Ma, who exactly is this Mr. Zhou? Wasn't he just here for a visit? Why did he leave after only a brief glance?" One executive queried. "Who knows? He only looked at the artificial intelligence department. Is he perhaps interested in collaborating on an AI project? That is indeed a possibility." Ma Huoding nodded slowly and said, "He only observed the artificial intelligence department, indicating a desire to collaborate on AI. However, I sense his dissatisfaction with our AI division." Throughout the entire visit, Zhou Yang didn't utter a single commendatory word. What is Wu Yinming even doing? He receives billions each year, yet produces so little in return. If he can't deliver, we should consider removing him. But we cannot entirely blame Wu Yinming. Artificial intelligence is an insatiable abyss. Investing several billion annually may not yield even a ripple of results. Ma Huoding then suggested, "Let us return to examine that problem." The group made their way back to the artificial intelligence department. "Wu Yinming, what is your perspective on this issue?" Ma Huoding immediately inquired. Wu Yinming felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The previous day, the higher-ups had announced that a distinguished figure would visit today. Wu Yinming thought that given the AI department had only been established for a year or two and lacked remarkable achievements, it was unlikely that such a prominent individual would pay a visit to them. To his surprise, Zhou Yang did come, and reflecting on the entire visitation process, Wu Yinming felt it could be encapsulated in 4 words: utterly disastrous. Particularly towards the end, Ma Huoding's countenance had grown exceedingly grim. "It's merely about writing a program or creating a piece of art, isn't it?" "It seems quite simple," remarked an executive. Many executives with technical backgrounds nodded in agreement, believing that the problem posed little difficulty, that one could easily write a program in a matter of moments. Yet, Wu Yinming shook his head and said, "Esteemed leaders, I believe the essence of Mr. Zhou's question may not be so straightforward. It is not simply about creating a painting, but rather about how to conceptualize and write a program that emulates human thought in the process of creation." Ma Huoding pondered for a moment and replied, This should not be too difficult, right? Writing a program that instructs it to draw a tree. What could be challenging about that? Wu Yinming felt on the verge of tears as he responded, Mr. Ma, it is not that simple. I sense that Mr. Zhou's examination revolves around the program's ability to contemplate what it is to draw, rather than us merely providing it with a prompt. In an instant, Ma Huading grasped the distinction. Providing the program with a prompt and instructing it to create a piece of art is entirely different from allowing the program to independently ponder what it wishes to depict. Just the notion of determining what to draw is not a trivial matter to resolve. Nonetheless, Ma Huading believed it prudent to leave the technical complexities to those more qualified to tackle them, promptly stating, this matter is of great significance. Mr. Zhou has allotted us 7 days. During this period, I expect you to assemble your team. You may draw upon any and all research personnel within the company, utilizing every resource at your disposal to resolve this issue. A reward awaits those who succeed, a substantial one at that. Do you understand? Wu Yiming was taken aback. The ability to mobilize any research personnel and resources indicated just how much Ma Huading valued Zhou Yang's challenge. Understood. I will do my utmost, he replied hastily. He felt a sense of urgency, realizing that failure in this endeavor could spell trouble for him in the future. Chapter 68. Earning money from foreigners in the car. Zhou Yang sat in silence. Opposite him, Chen Riyun inquired, are you dissatisfied? Zhou Yang snapped back to reality, only then realizing that Chen Riyun was addressing him. It appears that we seldom engage in conversation beyond necessary exchanges, remarked Zhou Yang. This seems to be the first instance where Chen Riyun engages in casual dialogue with him. Previously, their discussions revolved solely around work-related matters. With a somewhat evasive gaze, Chen Riyun said, I sense that you seem somewhat dissatisfied. I was merely inquiring. Zhou Yang chuckled and replied, it's not that I can say I'm displeased. Well, indeed, I am somewhat dissatisfied. Chen Riyun responded, in truth, if you were to communicate with the higher-ups, you could easily establish your own company. She understood that Zhou Yang sought collaboration with BAT, desiring a partnership akin to the previous arrangements with BYD and HiSilicon. However, Zhou Yang shook his head, stating, this project has the potential to cultivate a multitude of talents. And my aspiration is that these individuals will not confine themselves to research institutes for development, but will actively engage with society to innovate and transform it. As Chen Riyun mentioned, if Zhou Yang were willing to communicate with the nation, relocating thousands of researchers to focus on artificial intelligence development would be a straightforward matter. Yet, those who are reassigned would likely return to their original research institutes or university campuses once the project concludes, ultimately becoming detached from society. Any research produced would not be promptly translated into tangible outcomes. Conversely, such commercial collaboration, driven by mutual benefit, allows for immediate transformation into results that can directly impact society. Very well, you possess your grand rationale. I cannot contest you, Chen Riyun chuckled. That smile momentarily captivated Zhou Yang. After a brief pause, Zhou Yang returned his gaze and said, in fact, you could smile more often. Chen Riyun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she chose not to respond further. The following day, Zhou Yang proceeded to HC City as planned to visit Alibaba. He was received by the vice president of Alibaba, as their esteemed leader was unavailable due to other commitments. In comparison to Tencent, Zhou Yang observed more during this visit. Alibaba's research capabilities were impressive, primarily concentrated in data processing, essentially, how they meticulously curate product recommendations for users. Zhou Yang refrained from offering any commentary, leaving behind a singular problem before departing HC. The day after Zhou Yang's departure, Jack Ma returned to the headquarters in Hangzhou. Upon hearing that the Matrix Energy team had visited and viewed various aspects, he inquired, what did they examine? The vice president replied, they casually toured the facility, mainly inspecting our artificial intelligence research. Oh, and before leaving, they left us a problem to solve within 7 days. Oh, what problem? Bring it to me. I would like to see it, Jack Ma said. As he examined the problem before him, he fell into deep contemplation. Matrix Energy is quite formidable. If collaboration is possible, that would be ideal. If not, we must focus on our own affairs, he stated. As for this problem, assign it to the team below. Organize a project group to study it thoroughly. Regardless, we should strive for opportunities, as we might secure a promising collaboration. While Alibaba was preoccupied, Zhou Yang had already arrived in BJ City. Li Tianshu was at the airport to welcome him. Mr. Zhou, are you looking to develop artificial intelligence? Li Tianshu inquired. In recent days, there has been a dedicated individual reporting to him about the itinerary, and naturally, he is aware that Zhou Yang has consecutively visited Tencent and Alibaba, leaving behind a challenging question. In fact, as soon as Li Tianshu received this question, he promptly sought validation from relevant experts. Zhou Yang did not conceal the matter, stating, "Yes, it pertains to artificial intelligence." Li Tianshu found himself somewhat perplexed. From the development of Longshin batteries to chips, and then to high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang's research has spanned an astonishing breadth. The crucial point is that Zhou Yang has indeed produced remarkable results. Li Tianshu has every reason to believe that Zhou Yang can achieve significant breakthroughs in the field of artificial intelligence. Yet he struggles to comprehend why Zhou Yang is approaching research in this manner, proposing a project, collaborating with a company, and then embarking on other research endeavors before the results are even realized, much like with Huawei, where Tianjin 100 has yet to officially commence production. Yet Zhou Yang has already begun pursuing other studies. It appears as though Zhou Yang is fervently eager to explore something new. Li Tianshu has even heard that Zhou Yang works over 12 hours a day. Although Zhou Yang is still quite young, Li Tianshu wishes to find an appropriate opportunity to gently advise him to relax and enjoy life a bit. Considering Zhou Yang's current achievements, he is already capable of surpassing 99% of scientists in the country. Mr. Zhou, it is getting cold, and with the year-end approaching, why not take some time to recuperate in the south? Li Tianshu tentatively inquired. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. During this time, Zhou Yang has been tirelessly traveling, successfully addressing several critical issues. The core problems of the mecha have largely been resolved. In truth, a bit of rest would be beneficial. The system has allotted 5 years for this project, and given the current pace, it is undoubtedly sufficient. Let us see, Zhou Yang replied non-committally. Li Tianshu eagerly nodded, feeling he could begin to make arrangements. The car gradually arrived at Baidu's headquarters. Li Yanhong and several senior executives from Baidu had already been waiting outside. Director Li Yanhong greeted Li Tianshu with a handshake, acknowledging the significance of his presence, which is not something just anyone could access. Even Li Yanhong himself was slightly taken aback. This must be Mr. Zhou. Welcome, Li Yanhong promptly addressed Zhou Yang. Compared to the two Ma-s, Li Yanhong is somewhat more understated. And as a person with a technical background, he embodies the essence of a typical engineer. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhou Yang shook his hand and followed Li Yanhong into the Baidu building. Mr. Li, to what extent has your autonomous driving technology developed? Zhou Yang inquired. Among the three giants of BAT, Baidu has delved the deepest into artificial intelligence, consistently working on autonomous driving, which is a significant application of AI. Li Yanhong glanced at Zhou Yang. While he knew Zhou Yang was from Matrix Energy, he was not entirely clear about his specific role. We are currently conducting road tests. But we are still on the first generation, far from our goals, Li Yanhong responded. Zhou Yang then asked, how does it compare to Tesla? Globally, the pinnacle of automotive autonomous driving technology is undoubtedly Tesla. However, in recent times, Tesla has found itself severely challenged due to the mass market introduction of the Han DM. This, of course, pertains solely to the domestic market. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang has heard from Li Ziyu that BYD plans to launch the Han DM abroad, aiming to capture the foreign market and profit from international consumers. Zhou Yang wholeheartedly supports this initiative. To earn money, one should not solely focus on domestic customers. If one possesses the capability, one should strive to earn from foreign markets. Zhou Yang envisions that, in due time, not only BYD but also Huawei will venture abroad to capitalize on foreign opportunities. Chapter 69. Selection. Zhou Yang posed a pointed question. Li Yanhong responded candidly, stating, we are perhaps not as proficient as Tesla. We still have some gaps in terms of algorithms. Zhou Yang found this response quite satisfactory. Despite Baidu's notorious reputation and operational chaos, their technological capabilities are commendable. Zhou Yang dedicated 2 hours to thoroughly explore Baidu's research and development center. In the end, he posed the same question to all three companies. Among them, Zhou Yang leaned more towards collaborating with Baidu. Yet he decided to await the results before making a final decision. The disparity in the technical proficiency of the research personnel among the three companies was not as pronounced as one might expect. Days later, Zhou Yang received responses from all three companies. Each provided an image and an open-source program. The penguin's image was a realistic painting depicting a pastoral landscape, with brushstrokes that conveyed the texture of an oil painting, appearing as if crafted by a professional artist. Conversely, the cat's submission was a jumble of interwoven color blocks, lacking any discernible form, clearly embodying a postmodern expressionist style. In stark contrast, Baidu's submission was exceedingly simplistic, just a circle, and it wasn't even perfectly round. It resembled the haphazard scribbles of a young child. Director Chen, which painting do you think is superior? Zhou Yang inquired. Chen Ruyun glanced at the images and replied, I believe the penguin painting is quite impressive. It feels authentic. Zhou Yang smiled and picked up Baidu's submission. He had yet to scrutinize the programs from the three companies, but he had already reached a conclusion. Baidu was the choice. Indeed, the focus of research and development varied among the three, but when it came to artificial intelligence, Baidu remained at the forefront. Zhu, please make arrangements. I would like to invite Baidu's CEO to dinner, Zhou Yang instructed. The following morning, a Hongqi sedan halted in front of Baidu's headquarters. The CEO of Baidu had descended prematurely. The driver exited first, greeting, Mr. L, good day. I am your designated driver. Here is my identification. L was taken aback and quickly replied, there's no need to show the identification. The driver said no more. Opening the car door for L to enter, the vehicle set off down the road. Yesterday, L had received notification of Zhou Yang's invitation for dinner, with someone scheduled to collect him, leading to the events of today. The car traveled westward, swiftly leaving the urban area. Are we going this far? L could not help but ask. The driver slightly nodded, responding, we should arrive in about 15 minutes. Suppressing his doubts, L remained uncertain about the quality of restaurants outside the city. However, as the saying goes, guests must adapt to their host's preferences, and today, his primary purpose was to engage in discussions. L surmised that the collaboration with Matrix Energy might lean towards a certain company. A flicker of excitement stirred within him. Over the past few years, that particular company had been in a steady decline, and lacking expertise in management, L felt a sense of urgency watching it languish. In contrast, Matrix Energy was renowned, and its partners, including D and High Silicon Kirin, were currently reaping substantial profits. How could L not feel envious? 15 minutes later, the car ascended the mountain. Upon reaching a mid-mountain point, armed guards halted the vehicle. After verifying credentials and inspecting L, they finally allowed passage. L felt an inexplicable tension. It was evident that this was no ordinary place, with guards stationed every few steps, patrolling soldiers everywhere. The car came to a stop, and a designated guide led L through another security checkpoint before entering the inner courtyard. There, he found himself within an antiquely styled building resembling a manor, quaint, serene, and elegantly tranquil. Guided through, L arrived at a secluded garden where he encountered Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou L was taken aback. This place was not one that just anyone could inhabit. Wealth and power alone might not suffice. Mr. Li has arrived. Please, take a seat, Zhou said, with a laptop and some documents laid out before him. Zhu, please have the kitchen prepare the meal, Zhou instructed. Li Ziyu promptly departed. Zhou continued. I apologize for making you travel such a distance, Mr. Li. I tend to prefer solitude, and they arranged this courtyard for me. The scenery is quite pleasant. We can take a stroll after dinner. L quickly responded, it's no trouble. It isn't far at all. Although L was a prominent figure in the business world and had once graced the rich lists, he felt an uncharacteristic modesty in such an environment. His curiosity about Zhou's identity deepened. Zhou turned the laptop towards L, stating, here is my work. You may take a look. L, uncertain of Zhou's intentions, glanced at the laptop. Upon seeing the content, he was momentarily stunned. Is this an artificial intelligence program? He exclaimed. Zhou nodded. L refrained from further inquiries and began to scrutinize the material. Being technically inclined, he found the concept somewhat familiar. Yet he soon realized that there were numerous aspects he could not fully comprehend. Mr. Zhou, the meal is ready, Li Ziyu announced. Zhou set down his teacup, patted Li Yanhong on the shoulder, and said, Mr. Li, let us dine first and revisit this later. Dine? L was taken aback, instinctively responding, what about the meal? This information is far too significant. I need. Realizing where he was, L quickly corrected himself. I apologize, Mr. Zhou. I became too engrossed in my reading. Dinner is prepared, I presume. By the way, how long have I been at this? He rose, a look of bewilderment on his face. You have been reading for an hour, Zhou replied. What? An hour already? L was taken aback and said, Mr. Zhou, you just mentioned that these works are authored by you. L gazed at Zhou Yang incredulously. He had always presumed Zhou Yang to be a high-ranking official, yet upon witnessing these creations, he began to realize that Zhou Yang might not occupy such a lofty position. For these works were not something easily produced even by a distinguished scientist. Are you engaged in research? L inquired tentatively. Zhou Yang nodded and replied, indeed. I am a researcher, otherwise, what do you think I am? I thought you were a high-ranking official. L chuckled, yet internally, a tempest of thoughts surged. There are many engaged in research domestically, but for a researcher to enjoy such treatment, accompanied by security and residing in such luxurious accommodations, could not possibly be the norm for an ordinary scientist. Only a great figure of the nation could receive such privileges. No wonder he was able to produce these remarkable works, L mused silently. The Matrix Energy, could it be that the Longshin battery and the Xion 100 were also developed by him? A new possibility struck L suddenly. It wasn't that he looked down upon D and High Silicon Kirin. But he believed that epoch-making future technologies like the Longxin battery and Xian 100 could not possibly have been conceived by them. Zhou Yang, a little-known and profoundly mysterious scientist, who was so highly regarded by the nation, seemed far more credible as the developer of these innovations. Chapter 70. Becoming more pure upon arriving at the restaurant. The opulent classical decor, adorned with landscape paintings on either side, caught Li Yanhong's eye. A casual glance revealed a painting worth tens of millions, and its authenticity in this setting was beyond question. The chairs before him appeared to be made of Wangwali wood, and the sheer value of these furnishings was incalculable. Such extravagance, even for someone accustomed to grand occasions like Li Yanhong, instilled a sense of pressure. After the host and guests were seated, Zhou Yang remarked, "I have heard that the chef specializes in state banquets. I am not well versed in culinary details, so if you find the flavors unfamiliar, please let me know, and I can have them adjust accordingly." Li Yanhong quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. I can eat anything." It was a jest. A master chef of state banquets could hardly serve poor fare. The dishes were exquisite, their presentation akin to works of art, making it almost a shame to disturb them with utensils. Zhou Yang, however, remained composed, effortlessly slicing open a fish with his chopsticks. For him, consuming such delicacies was simply a matter of indulgence. Li Yanhong chuckled in amusement before taking a few bites and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, why did you show me that earlier?" That kind of information was genuinely classified. Did Zhou Yang not fear it could be replicated? Zhou Yang replied, "The material was intended for you. Why else would I present it to you?" "Intended for us?" Li Yanhong gasped, taken aback by the implication. Zhou Yang continued, "You should have discerned that I outlined a broad framework, yet every detail requires individuals to fill in the gaps, and it cannot be accomplished by a mere handful. It demands the concerted effort of thousands, even tens of thousands." Li Yanhong nodded thoughtfully. He had spent an hour observing the material. Although he had not finished, he grasped the essence. As Zhou Yang remarked, what was presented was merely an outline for writing, yet the intricate details demanded human creativity to flesh it out. Filling in all the content was no trivial endeavor. It would likely require the organization of thousands. Zhou Yang continued, "You are aware of matrix energy, correct? Should you wish to collaborate, you must establish a completely independent business entity within Baidu, with this new company as the focal point, thereby entering into a partnership with Matrix Energy. Baidu differs significantly from BYD and HiSilicon. The latter two are domestic enterprises, while Baidu, from its inception, has had foreign investment backing, registered in the Cayman Islands with a complex layered ownership structure controlling domestic corporate entities. Even now, Baidu's major shareholders remain foreign investment banks. If collaboration is to occur, this arrangement is untenable. Matrix Energy must take the lead to ensure that the core of artificial intelligence remains under national control." "I understand," Li Yanhong replied with a nod. Upon learning that Matrix Energy would visit with potential collaboration in mind, and with precedents established, Li Yanhong inquired about the circumstances surrounding BYD and HiSilicon. From his findings, it appeared that both BYD and Huawei had spun off their relevant departments to integrate into Matrix Energy or were effectively acquired by it. However, Baidu's situation was markedly more complex, and disentangling its operations would not be a straightforward task. Observing Li Yanhong's hesitance, Zhou Yang remarked, "I chose Baidu because it is a company of substance, one that has genuinely contributed to the field of artificial intelligence. I confess my understanding of business matters is limited. In truth, from my perspective, Baidu is too diversified. If you are to pursue artificial intelligence, then commit wholeheartedly, leaving no room for retreat. The future of artificial intelligence surpasses your imagination. Should you genuinely harbor such aspirations, consider streamlining Baidu, retaining only core operations. Profitability is a minor concern. As long as your endeavors are commendable, Matrix Energy will provide a safety net." Li Yanhong was taken aback by Zhou Yang's words, genuinely astonished. The remainder of the meal was devoid of flavor for him. Afterward, he did not return to his notebook but instead accompanied Zhou Yang on a brief tour before departing the estate. Li Ziyu appeared beside Zhou Yang, inquiring, "Mr. Zhou, do you believe he will agree?" Zhou Yang shook his head, responding, "How could I possibly know? I am not a seer who can fathom his thoughts. Whether he consents or declines will not significantly alter the larger picture. For Li Yanhong, projects worth hundreds of billions, affecting thousands of livelihoods, are paramount and directly tied to his future. Yet, for me, these matters are trivial. If the overarching direction is sound, it will not lead astray." In the following days, Zhou Yang remained at the estate, not awaiting Li Yanhong's response, but rather to take a few days of rest. After such a prolonged period of busyness, he felt a sense of weariness. On that day, Li Yanhong reached out to Li Ziyu to inform him of his intention to pay another visit. Zhou Yang consented. At the same location, Li Yanhong encountered Zhou Yang, greeting him with a smile, clearly in high spirits. "How have you been contemplating the matter?" Zhou Yang inquired. Engaging in polite conversation, Li Yanhong responded, "Over the past 3 days, I have reflected deeply. In truth, I am merely a technician. I should heed your advice, Mr. Zhou, and embrace a more unadulterated approach. I agree with your perspective on streamlining Baidu. However, there are certain challenges. Firstly, the process of delisting abroad can be rather cumbersome. Secondly, there are shareholders, predominantly foreign investors, which complicates matters further. Although Li Yanhong is not the largest shareholder due to Baidu's dual-class share structure, his influence on the board of directors remains paramount. Nevertheless, ousting shareholders is no trivial task." Zhou Yang chuckled. "That's quite simple, a minor issue. I shall handle it." With that, Zhou Yang gestured to Li Ziyu, instructing him to contact Director Li and devise a method to expel Baidu's foreign investors. Li Ziyu nodded and departed. Zhou Yang was indifferent to the specifics of the approach. It would likely involve some form of mutual benefit. Li Yanhong could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. What he perceived as the most formidable challenge seemed to be addressed so nonchalantly by Zhou Yang. Crucially, Li Yanhong had faith in Zhou Yang's capabilities to resolve the matter. "Well then, there is a pond nearby. Shall we go fishing?" Zhou Yang suggested. "Certainly," Li Yanhong replied, still in disbelief at how smoothly the situation was unfolding. Li Tianshu acted swiftly. On the third day following Li Yanhong's decision, the largest shareholder of Baidu, the American investment firm DFJ, submitted a request to the Baidu board to withdraw their shares. Li Yanhong was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated DFJ would agree to divest so quickly, nor demand an exorbitant price for their exit. Following the removal of DFJ, several smaller foreign shareholders also submitted their withdrawal agreements. The only task remaining was to delist from the U.S. stock market and re-register the company domestically. Chapter 71. Delisting. A financial news report on Douyin unexpectedly ignited a fervor across the internet, drawing remarkable attention. Breaking news announced that Baidu had officially submitted a delisting application to Nasdaq, now progressing through the necessary procedures, with the delisting expected to be finalized within 7 working days. The accompanying video showcased an official announcement from the New York Stock Exchange, affirming the authenticity of the matter. Numerous financial-related channels quickly disseminated the information, causing a surge in interest that propelled the story to the top of trending lists. The comments section was inundated with astonishment. What on earth was happening? Why had Baidu suddenly decided to delist? Humph, it seems the American market is becoming untenable for them, hence their retreat. Among the Bat trio, Baidu's decline is increasingly pronounced. Come now, even in decline, they still boast a market value of several $100 billion. Particularly domestically, as long as the internet exists, Baidu will not falter. Do you truly believe such a company would struggle to survive and choose to delist? Delisting may be a blessing. A foreign company profiting in our nation is unwarranted. If they must go public, they should do so on our A shares. Stop the nonsense and come to the A shares. Are you not afraid of losing your pants? Has there been no response from Baidu regarding such a significant matter? Despite Baidu's decline, it remains a titan of the internet, and its every move undoubtedly garners considerable attention, especially something as monumental as a potential delisting. Numerous reporters, alerted by the news, have flocked to Baidu's headquarters for interviews. "Mr. Li, given the rumors circulating outside, shouldn't we issue a response? Then let's arrange a press conference in 3 days to announce our forthcoming plans," replied Li. 3 days later, at Baidu's headquarters, the anticipation surrounding the delisting had reached fever pitch, with virtually all major media outlets in attendance. Many media organizations even initiated live broadcasts on their respective platforms, attracting numerous viewers. As the press conference commenced, there was Mr. Li himself. For an issue as consequential as a delisting, his presence was expected to elucidate the reasoning behind it. On stage, Li took his place alongside several executives and proclaimed, "I am here to announce several matters on behalf of Baidu. Today's session is solely for the announcement, and there will be no QA session, so I kindly ask all journalists to refrain from noise that may disrupt the proceedings." The journalists exchanged glances. The simpler the process, the more significant the issue at hand. Clearing his throat, Li declared, "First, Baidu will delist from the U.S. stock market, simultaneously expelling all foreign shareholders and dissolving our company in the Cayman Islands. We will re-register domestically, consolidating all operations under a newly established company within China." This announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly. The live chat erupted with speculation. Delisting, expelling foreign investment. Was Baidu truly pivoting entirely back to domestic operations? It was perplexing. Even if the focus were to shift to the domestic market, there seemed no necessity to oust foreign investors. The critical question remained, How could foreign investors be so compliant in relinquishing their stakes? I recall that Baidu's largest shareholder is IDG Capital. They are a professional investment firm that has profited immensely from their investment in Baidu. It seemed improbable they would willingly abandon their shares. However, the move back to domestic operations could indeed be a prudent choice, considering the lack of advantages abroad. As discussions ensued, Li continued, simultaneously. I announced that Baidu will enter a phase of integration, streamlining operations and relinquishing certain businesses while optimizing others. For instance, we will eliminate unnecessary advertisements, transitioning to a right-side advertisement model to render result pages more orderly. Upon hearing this, the journalists were left in stunned silence. The immediate thought that struck everyone was that Baidu was about to undermine its own strengths. Bidding advertisements were the very core of Baidu's operations, the revenue source that had elevated it to the ranks of BAT. Yet, in recent years, this business has faced criticism for excessive advertising and controversies that have drawn significant public attention. Remarkably, Baidu seemed unfazed, operating as it pleased. Surely, they understood the pitfalls of such a strategy. It was primarily about revenue generation. However, with Li's announcement to adopt a Google-like right-side advertisement model, it was evident that Baidu's advertising income would likely plummet significantly. All journalists were eager to inquire about L, pondering the reasons behind this sudden display of benevolence. The live broadcast ignited a considerable uproar. What is happening with Baidu? Is it undergoing a transformation? I find myself perplexed by L's recent maneuvers. Could it be that a genuine relinquishment of their ambitions is at play? Regardless, I support this alteration. Baidu's advertisements certainly warrant some reform. However, I harbor concerns about the potential demise of the company. Operating as a search engine necessitates vast quantities of data and servers, an astonishing financial burden. If Baidu continues down this path and subsequently withdraws from the market, it may face ruin in a matter of years. Everyone is baffled, utterly unable to comprehend L's actions. L raised a hand, signaling for silence, and refrained from explaining the rationale behind the streamlining of operations, effectively rendering the company less formidable. He proceeded to announce, following the completion of the integration, Baidu will be wholly acquired by Mechs Energy. The specifics of the acquisition will not be disclosed at this time. The atmosphere erupted as if a bomb had been detonated. Although L had previously stated that questions would disrupt the order of the event at that moment, no one could contain their astonishment. This is madness. What is Baidu doing? Mechs Energy, once again, is poised to acquire Baidu. My goodness. Consider this. Mechs Energy's acquisition of BYD's battery division and HiSilicon Kirin alone is valued at $150 billion. Now, with Baidu added to the mix, one must ponder the true financial prowess of Mechs Energy. Let us not forget the value of Longshan batteries and Chip 100. These two technologies alone are speculated to be worth trillions. The crucial point is that Mechs Energy has the capacity to acquire such assets. Just imagine the magnitude of their influence. The journalists on site were nearly beside themselves, while the viewers in the live stream were left utterly speechless. What transpired? Has Baidu effectively sold itself? What is the true nature of Mechs Energy? It seems overwhelmingly powerful. If Baidu has accepted this acquisition, which company might be next? Perhaps it will be Notes. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in Mechs Energy's acquisition of BYD and HiSilicon, swiftly followed by the unveiling of groundbreaking technologies such as Longshan batteries and Chip 100. Now, with Baidu in their possession, one cannot help but wonder what innovations Baidu will unveil next. The thought is almost too staggering to contemplate. It sends shivers down the spine. For this world is undeniably chaotic. Chapter 72, Recruitment Advertisements made it to CCTV. The press conference, as Li Yanhong had stated, indeed lacked a question and answer segment. After announcing 3 significant developments, Li Yanhong waved to the crowd and departed. The remaining journalists, desperate to pose their inquiries, felt as though they might burst from frustration, yet found themselves utterly powerless. The following day, unsurprisingly, the headlines were dominated by the news of Mechs Energy's acquisition of Baidu. Furthermore, to everyone's astonishment, Baidu began to transform as Li Yanhong had indicated. Now, when one opens Baidu, they encounter nothing more than a single box, devoid of news or trending topics, elegantly simplified to just that one frame. Moreover, after the changes, the onslaught of irrelevant advertisements ceased, resulting in a clear and concise layout. The left side was devoid of clutter, while the right side featured only a few ads. The familiar Baidu I knew has returned after all these years, stirring excitement among countless internet users. Subsequently, the much criticized Tieba and Baijiahao underwent comprehensive reforms. The authority of Tieba was entirely decentralized, and Baijiahao was completely shut down. Additionally, Users of Baidu's various applications, such as the security software and other tools, received sudden pop-ups declaring that these applications would be permanently discontinued and would no longer offer any services. Even Baidu lifted its speed restrictions and ceased selling memberships. In an instant, many exclaimed that Baidu had turned over a new leaf. On Douyin, a plethora of humorous anecdotes emerged overnight, with comments like, "I opened Baidu today, and there were no pop-ups. It feels so unfamiliar." In summary, the incredulity of the masses was palpable as Baidu truly streamlined its operations, transforming from a profit-driven entity into one resembling a public service organization, as suggested by Li Yanhong. Some influencers even proclaimed that this streamlined Baidu could survive for several years, asserting that with such reforms, Baidu would likely close its doors within 3 years. The remaining operations were largely unprofitable, relying solely on minimal advertising revenue. At Tencent headquarters, Ma Huateng observed the middle-aged man before him, known as Hu Kun, a representative from Baidu. "What on earth are you up to?" Ma Huateng could not help but inquire. Hu Kun had come to represent Baidu in discussions about selling off its assets. A glance at Baidu's offerings revealed a list that included the HAO 123 navigation site, Baidu Music, Baidu Games, Baidu Browser, Baidu Nuomi, and Baidu Maps. Essentially, aside from its core engine business, all other operations were up for sale. What remained operational could not be deemed failures and possessed considerable value. The decision to sell everything suggested a trajectory toward bankruptcy and cessation of operations, leaving Ma Huateng somewhat perplexed. "Mr. Ma, I am merely a subordinate. I cannot possibly know what Mr. Li is contemplating," Hu Kun responded with a smile. Ma Huateng pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "By the way, what project is Matrix Energy collaborating with you on?" This, Hu Kun barely began before being interrupted by Ma Huateng, who said, "No need to think. It's artificial intelligence, right? However, I am genuinely curious about the nature of the project that has prompted such a significant transformation at Baidu, leading you to abandon so many businesses. Are you not generating profits anymore?" "Oh, I see. Matrix Energy is providing you with a safety net, is that correct?" Ma Huateng was not naive and quickly understood the implications. Since the state had taken over, profits and losses were of little consequence. The government would cover any shortfalls. Previously, he had envied Baidu, but now, he felt little admiration. Ma Huateng mused that had he partnered with Zhou Yang, he likely would have followed a similar path, eliminating foreign investments and dismantling operations. "Mr. Li has acted impulsively," he concluded. Ma Huateng shook his head and remarked that, regardless of the nature of the project, it hardly seemed worth the immense price that Li Yanhong was willing to pay. He picked up the documents on the table once more and scrutinized them carefully. Since Baidu was intent on selling, what reason did he have to refrain from making a purchase? In the past, such opportunities were unattainable. A similar scene was unfolding across the nation. Soon, reports emerged revealing that Baidu was frantically divesting its business operations. This sparked a wave of unease within the company. In the Tieba division, word had it that the neighboring Aichi department had already been disbanded, with many research and development personnel granted leave. Such a premium asset as Aichi would undoubtedly be easy to sell. Regardless of its quality, it was evident that the higher-ups were resolute in their decision to divest entirely, even if it meant reducing prices. Surely, our Tieba division would remain unaffected. After all, it was one of Baidu's core businesses. "Brother, it is one of them. Not the most critical. I genuinely envy those in the search engine team. No matter what happens, they remain secure," one colleague lamented. "I truly do not understand the merits of this Matrix Energy. If they're going to acquire, then acquire, but why must we streamline our operations?" At that moment, the head of the division entered, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention, and announced loudly, "All right, starting tomorrow, apart from the essential maintenance personnel, everyone else will be on leave. Our Tieba has been sold to Alibaba." A chorus of dismay erupted from the crowd. "This is madness. They've even sold Tieba. Do they no longer wish to continue?" Someone exclaimed. "Enough of the complaints. What good will it do? This is a decision from above, and our dissatisfaction changes nothing. We should hasten to find new jobs. With so many departments being cut, the job market will be flooded. Why not simply join Alibaba? They've acquired us, and utilizing our original team would be fitting. I've heard Alibaba offers quite competitive salaries," others whispered, enveloped in a somber atmosphere. The head of the division glanced around and said, "Lift your spirits. The sky has not fallen. Moreover, no one has said you will be dismissed. There will be significant projects ahead, and everyone will be involved. I can assure you that there will be salary increases." Significant projects? What major projects could there possibly be? The crowd gasped, bewildered that Baidu had sold off all its viable operations. The head smiled mysteriously and replied, "Patience. In 10 days, you will find out." As Baidu's external business divestiture made headlines, various media outlets and curious onlookers buzzed with speculation, while numerous headhunting companies reacted swiftly, anticipating layoffs following such extensive divestments. Those who had managed to join Baidu were certainly not ordinary individuals. Yet, just 10 days later, a new announcement appeared on Baidu's official website. Major media sites and numerous user applications received related pop-up notifications. Baidu had invested hundreds of billions to fully enter the artificial intelligence sector, preparing diligently for what was to come, and was now recruiting computer-related talents nationwide, offering salaries significantly above industry standards with generous benefits. If you possess talent, do not hesitate to apply. Upon the release of this announcement, the industry was left in a state of astonishment. Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that on the evening of the announcement, the beverage advertisement preceding the 7 o'clock news was unprecedentedly replaced by a recruitment advertisement filmed by Baidu. This advertisement immediately brought to light Baidu's intention to develop artificial intelligence, making it widely known. Chapter 73, Nationwide Talent Acquisition. This advertisement was not a hastily produced piece, but rather a meticulously crafted production that, upon viewing, scarcely resembled a recruitment ad. At the outset, the male protagonist is awakened by a warm call, as the curtains in his bedroom automatically draw back, accompanied by melodious music. He rises and makes his way to the bathroom. "Dong, do I have any emails?" he inquires while brushing his teeth. The mirror before him displays scrolling information, including weather updates and the latest news. A voice chimes in his ear. "Master, you have an unread email." A response from Baidu. "Congratulations, Master, you have been accepted by Baidu." The man lets out an excited cheer. The camera shifts to the protagonist, who, guided by the mysterious voice, dresses and steps outside, where a fantastical car awaits him. Upon entering, he discovers it to be an autonomous vehicle. A holographic projection appears on the dashboard, revealing a towering mech, indicating the protagonist's affinity for Gundam. "Master, 0EW reports, destination detected, requesting departure." "Commence," he commands, and the car accelerates onto the road. In the advertisement's conclusion, the protagonist joins Baidu, and a tagline emerges: "Join us, and together we will change the world." This advertisement is evidently a grand production, exuding cinematic quality. The fact that it was aired during the countdown to the 7 o'clock news segment is nothing short of groundbreaking. Online, discussions surrounding this advertisement proliferate. Is Baidu truly committing itself to artificial intelligence? After selling off so many businesses, is it aiming to concentrate its efforts? Such a decisive move demonstrates remarkable determination. Baidu has been engaged in artificial intelligence for some time. Previously, it was rumored to be working on autonomous driving. One wonders what new developments might arise this time. Many have declared their intent to pursue artificial intelligence, yet few have achieved tangible results. The concerns of ordinary citizens like us remain practical. We are left to ponder whether Baidu's grand ambitions will translate into substantial salaries. Having already switched jobs and submitted my resume, I now await the outcome of the live stream. To be frank, Baidu is genuinely serious this time. I have received an offer from Baidu, a 5-year coding veteran with compensation that indeed surpasses industry standards, at $35,000 a month. Goodness, is it really that high? A 5-year coder earning $35,000, which is at least 40 to 50% above the industry average. Without further ado, I am off to submit my resume. Not only is Baidu investing financially, but it has also begun actively poaching talent. At Tencent headquarters. "Old Wu, what does this mean? Resigning? You were doing well. Why?" Wu Yiming, the head of the artificial intelligence department, submitted his resignation to his superior. "I simply wish to change jobs," Wu said, somewhat sheepishly. "Changing jobs, huh? Don't tell me it's Baidu trying to poach you. Pray tell, how much are they offering?" The supervisor's face twisted in anger. Having witnessed a surge of resignations in recent days, all attributable to Baidu's aggressive recruitment, Wu Yiming was the first senior technical personnel to be lured away by Baidu. Faced with the truth, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Let us be frank. How much is it? 60 or 70,000? It's merely money, after all. Baidu has plenty to spare, and we at Tencent are not lacking either. Just tell me their offer, and I guarantee I can exceed it by 10%. Wu Yiming hesitated before admitting, "They offered me 1,200,000 a year." "What?" The supervisor's eyes widened in disbelief, causing him to choke in shock. "Have they lost their minds?" he exclaimed. Wu Yiming's current salary barely reached 500,000 a year, and Baidu was doubling it to 1,200,000. It was no wonder he was tempted. As for the earlier bravado of surpassing Baidu's offer, he dared not utter it again. After a moment of hesitation, the supervisor quietly inquired, "By the way, was it a headhunter who contacted you, or someone from within Baidu?" Could you possibly assist me in reaching out to them and see if they need any HR personnel? All ideals and responsibilities seemed mere fabrications. It was the tangible allure of money that spoke volumes. Wu Yiming scratched his head, bemused by the situation. Meanwhile, similar scenarios were unfolding across major internet companies. As Baidu brandished its financial might, aggressively poaching talent and successfully luring away a significant number of individuals. This prompted some business magnates to publicly lament Baidu's unscrupulous methods, claiming it undermined industry standards. Yet, Baidu remained unfazed. After consolidating its operations, it found itself flush with cash, bolstered further by its extensive energy matrix. Within a month, Baidu had completed its business integration, assembling an expansive research and development team exceeding 23,000 personnel, all fervently engaged in their work. At this juncture, news arrived from HiSilicon. The production issues regarding the Tianqin 100 had been resolved, ahead of schedule, by nearly half a month. Yu Changhong reached out to Zhou Yang, hoping to invite him to the commencement ceremony. After consideration, Zhou Yang declined. He was quite busy and saw no necessity to attend. With the core control resolved, his focus shifted to another crucial system of the mecha, the propulsion system. The particle propulsion system presented its own set of formidable challenges. Although the system had provided comprehensive technical documentation, many of the technical hurdles and production processes were far from straightforward. Zhou Yang planned to consolidate efforts with Su Chun and Li Bingxian once they completed their current projects, redirecting resources towards the development of the propulsion system. Yu Changhong, knowing Zhou Yang was no ordinary individual, refrained from pressing further. In his eyes, the mass production of the Tianqin 100 was a remarkable achievement, yet for Zhou Yang, it seemed hardly significant. On December 16th, Yu Changhong posted a message on his Weibo. On December 24th, the eve of Christmas, Mate 40 awaits your presence. This single Weibo post reverberated throughout the internet. The debut of the Tianqin 100 was imminent. As the news broke, Apple was immediately stirred into action. Senior executives convened to scrutinize the gathered intelligence. The information at their disposal was significantly more detailed than that of the average consumer, primarily sourced from Huawei suppliers. Upon reviewing the configuration data, Cook was overwhelmed. They have incorporated everything conceivable, lamented one executive. Indeed, a 120 Hz refresh rate display, dual stereo speakers, 3D structured light, an under-display camera, along with LPDDR5 and UFS 3.0. The critical question remains, how have they managed to achieve such a slim profile? All the flagship features that one would expect, Huawei had managed to include. Damn it, it's all due to the Longxing battery. The internal space of a smartphone is limited. Many features are not omitted due to the manufacturer's desires, but rather due to spatial constraints that necessitate compromises. Now, thanks to the Longxing battery, the internal space could be significantly liberated, allowing for greater capacity. Cook turned to the head of the supply department and inquired, how are the negotiations with BYD progressing? Will we secure a supply? Apple also aspired to utilize the Longxing battery, but the issue lay in the unavailability of stock. The head of supplier management shook his head. No, still no stock. To my knowledge, BYD has allocated at least half of their production to electric vehicles. Not only us, but even their own smartphone manufacturers are receiving limited quantities. Damn it, what are they doing with all these electric vehicles? Cook exclaimed in frustration. Utilizing such advanced batteries in electric cars is a sheer waste. The current reality was that by next year, every smartphone manufacturer would be launching devices with high-capacity Longxing batteries, while Apple had yet to acquire any. Consider the market, devices boasting tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of milliamps, while Apple remained tethered to a mere 3,000 milliamps with a 5W ultra-fast charge, likely leaving them at a significant disadvantage. We must acquire the Longxing battery. Do you understand? Cook commanded. After a moment of silence, one executive ventured, what should we do now? With gritted teeth, Cook replied, I have already conferred with Qualcomm, Intel, and NVIDIA. This time, we will unite in a comprehensive assault against Huawei. This is a battle for survival. Either they perish or we do. We cannot allow them to rise. Otherwise, all the order we have painstakingly cultivated over the years will be obliterated. The technology that V has unveiled, the Chip 100, possesses the potential to revolutionize the entire industry. Should V gain momentum, they would render us obsolete. Thus, many companies have banded together, intent on suppressing V. Apple, Intel, NVIDIA, and another major player collectively represent a market value exceeding $1 trillion, and in Cook's estimation, V is no match for them. The first strike in this campaign of suppression would commence with Apple. Yu Changhong announced the imminent release of the M40 and began generating buzz through online and physical advertisements, allocating an astonishing budget for this effort. The Qingtian Center was also diligently preparing for the launch event. As the 24th approaches, an unwelcome message suddenly reaches Yu Changhong on the 23rd. What? The European venue is no longer willing to rent to us? How can this be? We have already signed a contract. What? They are willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract? Sue them and demand compensation for our losses. What? They claim they are not afraid of a lawsuit. Very well, find me a lawyer immediately. We shall take legal action against them. This time, V intends to hold the launch event simultaneously in both domestic and European markets. Given that V phones have performed admirably in Europe, the potential for higher prices and greater profits is compelling. However, Yu Changhong did not anticipate that just 2 days before the event, the exhibition center rented in Europe would suddenly breach the contract unilaterally. They adopted an attitude of indifference, showing no fear of penalties, resolutely refusing to allow the launch. With only a day left until the event, finding a new venue and setting it up in time seemed utterly impossible. Damn it, there must be foul play afoot. Yu Changhong cursed inwardly, sensing the undercurrents of conspiracy. He understood that the release of the Chip 100 had disrupted many vested interests. The forces previously silent were not being benevolent. They were merely biding their time for Huawei to make the first move, and now the underhanded tactics had emerged. The more they conspire, the more determined I become to thwart their intentions. Yu Changhong resolved that for Huawei, this would be a counteroffensive. On the 24th, at the Qingtian Center, the spacious venue was filled to capacity. Various live streaming platforms broadcasted the event in its entirety. Numerous netizens fervently discussed the specifications. The specifications were not particularly surprising. The Tianqin 100 paired with the Longshin battery, with other configurations already leaked. Everything that should be present was indeed included. What I am concerned about now is the price. It seems that only the Pro version is equipped with the Tianqin 100, while the standard version features the Kirin 1000. No doubt, I am inclined to purchase it, provided the price is reasonable. Yes, this is our self-developed chip. We must lend our support. In the past, we relied on others' chips, but now we finally have our own designed and manufactured mobile phone chips, outperforming the competition by 100-fold. I am eager to know how Apple and Qualcomm feel about this. They must be incensed. I hear the official launch is on Christmas Day, and I have already decided on the gift for my girlfriend, the M40. The discussions among netizens predominantly focused on price. As for the specifications, given that this is a flagship device, it is only natural that every conceivable new technology would be integrated. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a flagship? As the clock struck 10, the launch event commenced. Yu Changhong appeared and proclaimed, "It has been over a month since we last met." Following a brief introduction, he promptly delved into the main topic. Let us first take a look at the actual device. Yu Changhong retrieved a smartphone from the box. With a waterfall screen and an ultra-slim body, Huawei has always excelled in industrial design. This phone is astonishingly thin, measuring only 6.5 millimeters. It is truly remarkable. It is indeed the battery technology that plays a pivotal role. Once it achieves a breakthrough, the internal space expands significantly. I previously came across reports indicating that Xiaomi intends to redesign its motherboard, moving away from the current 3-layer configuration. Instead, they plan to integrate the Longshin battery directly onto the motherboard, resulting in an increasingly slender smartphone. The ultra-sleek chassis, combined with striking industrial design, transforms this device into an exquisite work of art in the hands of Yu Changhong. Subsequently, you followed the established procedure and began to unveil the phone's specifications. As anticipated, it boasted an array of top-tier features. However, the pace was sluggish. It would have been preferable to announce the price straight away. After all, what merit is there in elaborating on specifications that are already well known? The essential aspect is the price. Finally, after an hour into the launch event, Yu Changhong completed his presentation of the phone's specifications. Each feature was not merely premium, but exceptionally so. Moreover, unlike previous models, the standard edition was not stripped down. Aside from the chip, it stood on par with the Pro version. You set the phone down and remarked, "Next, we shall reveal the pricing, which I believe is a matter of great interest to many." The atmosphere in the venue electrified, with online viewers also becoming animated. Just how much will the world's first smartphone featuring the Chip 100 cost? With a smile, you stated, "We shall unveil this mystery a little later." His words sparked a stir among the audience and a wave of discontent online. Yu Changhong, have you lost your mind? Will revealing a price kill you? This suspense is infuriating. Yet, the subsequent statement from Yu Changhong astonished everyone once more. With a flourish of his hand, he declared, "Next, I am thrilled to announce that the M40 will be equipped with our latest development, the Harmony OS." The much-discussed system, long shrouded in speculation, had finally made its grand entrance. Instantly, the venue erupted, as did the live streaming platforms. Chapter 75. digging one's own grave reflecting on recent events. Google had issued an announcement severing its suite of services from Huawei smartphones, fundamentally crippling their market presence abroad. For overseas Android users, the absence of Google services is akin to a smartphone devoid of WeChat. Inevitably, one would abandon its use. At that moment, countless individuals felt a sense of frustration and lamented for Huawei, fearing it might never recover. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Huawei unveiled the Harmony OS. Not long ago, a similar situation unfolded when TSMC, under directives from the US, ceased to manufacture Kirin chips. Huawei's counterattack manifested in the form of the Tianqin 100. The live stream was inundated with comments, as viewers expressed their astonishment. I thought Harmony OS was finished, yet here it is. There was no denying it. Huawei was formidable. This is how it should be. Resilience in the face of adversity and a commitment to full domestic production. What does full domestic production mean? It should mirror the way they attempt to control us and impose sanctions upon them. At Apple headquarters, Tim Cook and other executives were also tuned into the live broadcast of the launch event. When Yu Changhong announced that the Mate 40 would feature Harmony OS, the reaction from Cook and his colleagues was equally explosive. This system has truly been realized. A remarkable feat. It seems implausible. Surely, it must be a fabrication, for they lack the requisite technology. Let us not indulge in self-deception, for they have declared that the entire series will be equipped with it, indicating that research has indeed been accomplished. Even if they have succeeded in their research, what does it matter? The essence lies in the ecosystem. The crux of a mobile operating system is its ecosystem. Much like Apple's core competitive advantage is not merely the iPhone, but the meticulously cultivated iOS ecosystem, supported by countless software developers. Creating a new system may be straightforward, yet without the collaboration of software developers, its usage will remain negligible. Furthermore, habitual factors play a crucial role. At that moment, during the launch event, Yu Changhong announced that the Harmony OS would be compatible with all Android applications. Having forged deep collaborations with major domestic developers such as Tencent and NetEase, who would transition their games entirely to the Harmony platform, alongside the debut of several new titles. This indicates that Huawei has successfully engaged software developers, and with the Harmony OS's compatibility with existing Android applications, it can be said that the Harmony OS and Android system can be seamlessly interchanged. As the announcement concluded, the executives at Apple remained silent. Huawei is actively cultivating the ecosystem for Harmony OS, and should they succeed, the repercussions would be dire. All eyes turned to Cook, whose countenance was as dark as storm clouds. It is inevitable that the Harmony OS will be unveiled. I have long perceived Huawei's ambitions. However, let us not panic. Rome was not built in a day, and establishing an ecosystem is no simple task. My primary concern lies with the pricing of the Mate 40. During the launch event, Yu Changhong showcased the impressive adaptability and flawless interface of the Harmony OS. Now, we arrive at the most anticipated segment, the pricing. A sudden hush enveloped the venue, and the online chatter diminished. With these specifications, coupled with the Dragon Core battery and the Tianqin 100's perfect synergy, the Pro version will start at no less than $6,999. The standard version, we may speculate, will cap at around $4,999, yet the Pro version, featuring the world's first Tianqin 100, if priced at $7,000, would not be exorbitant. Those who claim it should be $7,000 must be dreaming. This is the Tianqin 100. After all, while Apple SA14 commands over $8,000, with the Tianqin 100's performance being 100-fold superior, why then should it be priced at merely $7,000? Indeed, some have knelt for so long that they find it impossible to rise. Our self-developed phone boasts superior specifications. Why should it be priced lower than theirs? I advocate for a starting price of $9,000. Indeed, the unique Tianqin 100 warrants a premium price. Can you imagine if it were developed by Apple, they would dare to price it at $20,000? Therefore, not only should we price it higher than Apple, but we must also penetrate international markets, seizing Apple's share. Yu Changhong, without further ado, announced the pricing. The standard Mate 40 will start at $5,999. The price point is not exorbitant. While the Kirin 1000 may not be on par with the Tianqin 100, it is still a premier 5nm chip, comparable to the A14. With such high specifications, a retail price of $6,000 is indeed a reasonable offering. Upon the announcement of the price, there was a wave of astonishment in the audience and the live stream, with many exclaiming how expensive it was and feeling disheartened. The standard version starts at $6,000. Thus, one can only speculate that the Tianqin 100 version may reach $8,000 or $9,000. In fact, it might even exceed that, potentially reaching a round figure of $10,000. At the launch event, Yu Changhong paused momentarily before revealing the pricing for the Pro version, $8,499. This figure took many by surprise, as expectations leaned towards a price closer to $4,900. The realization that it was merely $8,499 felt somewhat affordable. However, the price itself is of little consequence. Did no one notice that it aligns perfectly with the price of the iPhone 12 Pro? It appears that Huawei is indeed stirring the pot. Furthermore, the standard version priced at $59.99 is quite similar to the iPhone 12's pricing, leading me to conclude that Huawei has strategically aimed to compete with Apple in their pricing strategy. At Apple headquarters, the announcement sparked laughter among executives. They found it amusing that Huawei dared to set such a high price, seemingly courting disaster. They mused, who do they think they are? At this price, who would choose them over our iPhone 12? The prospect of Huawei pricing their device comparably was deemed unfitting. The Apple executives felt a wave of relief. Their greatest fear had been that Huawei might undercut them significantly, offering superior performance at a lower price, which could have posed real trouble for Apple. Now, with Huawei pricing themselves so high, they seem to be digging their own grave. Cook finally smiled, remarking, Huawei is overly ambitious. However, we must not become complacent. Aren't they launching tomorrow? Let us issue a notice to lower our prices by 1,000, ensuring we crush them. Isn't 1,000 too much? Someone queried. I think a few hundred would suffice. Cook shook his head, insisting, no, we will cut it by 1,000. This time, I want to ensure they are completely obliterated, leaving them no chance for recovery. All right then, 1,000 it is. After all, we still have profits to make. Apple's margins are substantial. Even with a reduction of 1,000, or even 2,000 or 3,000, they would still remain profitable. When the price for the Mate 40 was revealed, the internet buzzed with discussion. Many opined that Huawei had priced themselves too high and suggested that a reduction of 1,000 could potentially boost sales. With their current strategy of directly competing with Apple, it seems likely that Huawei may be facing a significant setback. Despite the criticism, Huawei chose not to respond or acknowledge it, promptly updating their official website to announce that the new device would be released nationwide simultaneously in stores and online at 8 o'clock on the 25th. On the morning of the 25th, at 7 o'clock, the tech influencer AI Fei Xiaomei, with millions of online followers, commenced her live broadcast early. Following her announcement the previous night, thousands flocked to her stream as she initiated the session. With her sweet appearance and vibrant personality, she greeted her audience, saying, hello, friends. As I mentioned yesterday, we are now heading to Sanlitun, where is Huawei's largest flagship store. Let us see if the Mate 40 will indeed meet its Waterloo as predicted online. With no one purchasing it, the assistant held a phone for recording while Xiaomei drove, stating, we still have 30 minutes to our destination. We should arrive around 7:30. Let us hope there isn't any traffic. When asked if I intended to buy, I chuckled, of course I will. Moreover, if the live stream garners over 1 million likes, I shall conduct the first unboxing of the Mate 40 today, revealing the much-anticipated Tianqin 100 and discovering what it truly is. The number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased, and after over half an hour of conversation, they arrived at Sanlitun. Here it is, the Huawei flagship store. I recall that the Apple flagship store is directly across the street. Some online have commented that Huawei's prices are set to compete with Apple's. I wonder if Apple felt any anxiety after yesterday's launch. By 8 in the morning, Sanlitun was already bustling with activity. Xiaomei, with purpose, headed straight for the Huawei flagship store. As they walked, she suddenly noticed a line of people ahead. Oh my goodness, is there a queue? Xiaomei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. In the live stream, with hundreds of thousands of viewers, the sight of the long line sparked disbelief and chatter among them. What a joke. Who would pay over 8,000 for Huawei? Where do all these fools come from? Perhaps they are queuing for something else, not necessarily for the Mate 40. Exactly. It's not Apple. Is there really a need to rush? One voice from above chimed in. If people can rush for Apple, why can't they for Huawei? In the past, we acknowledged Apple's superiority, but now our technology is not significantly inferior, perhaps even superior. Why shouldn't there be a rush? Support Huawei. Let us outshine Apple. Xiaomei then approached the front of the line and asked a young man, excuse me, what are you all here for? He glanced at the camera beside her and replied, to buy phones, the Mate 40. Didn't you know? Surprised, Xiaomei asked, is everyone here for that? The young man nodded, I arrived at 6, and I'm still this far back. I heard some people came to queue since early morning. Xiaomei was taken aback. Really? People queued since the early hours? A young man in front turned around and said, don't believe him. Those who came early are definitely scalpers. Ah, scalpers. Xiaomei realized, addressing the audience. It said that the production capacity of the Tianqin 100 is insufficient, so Huawei couldn't provide many units for the first batch. Of course, these are merely rumors. The truth remains uncertain. If production truly is limited, it's natural for scalpers to stockpile. So friends, if you're considering getting a new phone, now is the time. With that, Xiaomei said, let us head forward and take a look. Accompanied by her assistant, she followed the lengthy queue, which stretched over 100 meters. The live stream was in an uproar. No way, this must be fake. Huawei probably paid for this queue to create a buzz, right? Waiting in line for a mediocre domestic phone is absurd. Why can't Huawei stand in line? I truly believe that this time the Mate 40 will sell remarkably well. Indeed, I think Huawei's strategy to position itself against Apple is astute. Why should our phones not compete with Apple? In the live stream, two factions began to hurl insults at each other. At that moment, Xiaomei reached the front of the queue. It was evident that employees were already maintaining order at the entrance of the Huawei flagship store. Additionally, several individuals resembling streamers were capturing the scene, seemingly live broadcasting. Xiaomei, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "This line is so long. How long do I have to wait? I'll have my assistant queue up while we continue our discussion." After sending her assistant to stand in line, Xiaomei intended to interview a few customers waiting. When suddenly her eyes lit up. "My friends, I see an old acquaintance." She promptly approached a man holding a DSLR camera. "Let me introduce you to this gentleman. A special blogger from the ZOL mobile forum, the legendary Yao Dao. Come on, Yao Dao, say hello to our friends." The man, bemused, waved at the camera and remarked, "What brings you here?" Xiaomei replied, "If you're here, as a tech blogger, why shouldn't I be? I plan to buy one today to dissect. Look at this line. Some have already queued." Yao Dao smiled mysteriously and said, "You want to dissect it? Just ask me. I've already received a Mate 40 Pro ahead of schedule. If all goes well, I should receive it once the courier starts working." "What? How did you get it early?" Xiaomei exclaimed. Yao Dao chuckled, "Come on. As a tech blogger with millions of fans, don't I deserve a phone for evaluation?" Xiaomei pouted, "But I have tens of millions of fans. Why the disparity?" Yao Dao smirked. "That's something you'll have to ask Huawei. By the way, let me show you something interesting." He led Xiaomei to the opposite side, pointing at the Apple flagship store. "Do you see that?" Xiaomei glanced over and gasped, "Oh my. Apple has actually lowered its prices. The entire iPhone 12 series has been discounted by 1,000. Is this for real?" Yesterday, Huawei held a launch event announcing the official sale today, with prices set to match the iPhone 12, prompting Apple to immediately drop its prices. Are they afraid? In the live stream, numerous viewers erupted in excitement. "No way. Is it true that Apple has lowered its prices? 1,000 off, what a deal. If it's such a good deal, go buy it then." It seems Apple is scared and can only resort to price cuts. Regardless of how the Mate 40 sells, I will support it just for instilling fear in Apple. Xiaomei, still astonished, quickly asked, "Yao Dao, may I interview you? Do you think Apple is afraid?" Yao Dao shrugged and replied, "Who can say if they're afraid? Perhaps Apple aims to undermine Mate 40 sales with this price cut. It's hard to tell. However, I must say, the Mate 40 has genuinely shaken Apple, at least enough to make them feel flustered. Achieving that is no small feat. They have departed. The time is nearly upon us. And the sale has commenced." Yao Dao gently patted Xiaomei's shoulder as they made their way toward the Huawei flagship store. Chapter 77. The first unboxing on the internet. As the clock struck 8, the Huawei flagship store officially opened its doors. "Please, no pushing. Take your time. Customers wishing to purchase the Mate 40 should proceed to this designated entrance. If you are interested in other phones or wish to experience the Mate 40, feel free to enter the store for a visit. We have arranged experienced devices available for you," announced the store manager, wielding a large megaphone to orchestrate the crowd. While it was anticipated that there would be a queue, the sheer number of attendees was unexpected. Initially, the plan was to allow unrestricted entry, but given the circumstances, a sudden influx could lead to chaos. Thus, the manager promptly decided to allocate a specific area for those waiting to register for the purchase of the Mate 40. The crowd began to surge. "Enough with the chit-chat. I've been waiting for 7 or 8 hours. My bladder is about to burst. I need 10 Pro models. And I need them quickly," shouted a middle-aged man at the front of the line, grasping his stomach. The manager cast a fleeting glance at him. Purchasing 10 units undoubtedly signified a scalper. Rumors had circulated regarding the insufficient production of the Tianxin 100 chip, resulting in a scarcity of Mate 40 Pro units, prompting scalpers to seize the opportunity to hoard for price inflation. "All right, please come inside," the manager replied hastily, though internally he scoffed at the thought. If those scalpers were to inspect their warehouse, they would likely abandon any notions of hoarding. The line began to progress. Xiaomei expressed her astonishment. "Are these individuals not even going to try it out before making a purchase?" Yao Dao chuckled. "Consider this. When people scrambled for the iPhone, it was the same. They feared missing out and bought immediately. Besides, having watched the launch event, what more is there to experience? If they desire it, they simply buy it." With that, Yao Dao patted Xiaomei and said, "Come, Let me show you the real device. Can we unbox it? Xiaomei inquired eagerly. Yao Dao nodded. We must unbox it. Then let us not waste any more time. Let us go. Xiaomei exclaimed, pulling Yao Dao along. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Yao Dao's home and resumed their live stream. Hey everyone, welcome to the first unboxing of the Mate 40 on the internet. Are you excited? Yao Dao set up the camera and began filming. Unboxing commenced. Yao Dao delicately took the phone out, stating, I must say, the craftsmanship is truly exceptional. The feel is unparalleled, akin to a work of art. Beside him, Xiaomei added with a smile, it said that this time, the materials used in the Mate 40 are top-notch, all of the finest quality. Without further ado, Yao Dao powered on the device to experience it. The fluidity is astounding, especially since our community has 5G connectivity. Let us see what it feels like to download 100 apps simultaneously. Yao Dao entered the App Center and began selecting various applications for download. The Harmony OS feels quite nice, he commented, while simultaneously selecting 100 apps, all of which remained in a pending download state due to the lack of Wi-Fi connection. Beside him, Xiaomei exclaimed, Elder Demon Blade. Isn't 100 a bit too few? This is purportedly the most powerful mobile chip in history, the Tianqin 100, boasting performance 100 times that of the A14. If we are to test it, let us increase the challenge. Let's go for 200. Elder Demon Blade pondered for a moment and replied, all right then. Let us proceed with 200. The live stream audience was left in utter astonishment. Downloading 200 apps at once and installing them simultaneously. Could this phone endure such a feat? While I cannot speak for other devices, if the Tianqin 100 is indeed as formidable as Huawei claims, it should manage just fine. Nevertheless, installing 200 applications at once is quite an extraordinary endeavor. Although the installation process would require downloading, it still entails installing dozens of apps in one go. At this moment, Elder Demon Blade painstakingly selected 200 apps. Alright everyone, pay close attention. I am currently connected via 5G. I have tested the speed beforehand, and it is absolutely top-notch, so let us begin. With that, he activated the data and initiated the downloads. 200 apps simultaneously entered the downloading phase. Almost instantaneously, icons began popping up on his desktop. And within less than 5 seconds, an entire screenful was installed. Goodness, was that a second installation? Xiaomei couldn't contain herself, letting out a shriek as she tugged at her hair. My scalp is tingling. It's instant installation, all of it. I can't even see the installation process. And it feels like multiple apps are launching at once. This is simply terrifying. Hurry, Elder, open the apps, keep them coming. Elder Demon Blade quickly responded, tapping on the icons on his desktop. The apps opened seamlessly, devoid of any lag. All the while installations continued in the background. He kept opening applications, managing to launch over a dozen before pausing, not out of reluctance, but because every app had already been installed. Astonishingly, all 200 apps were completed in less than a minute. Elder Demon Blade gasped in disbelief. Xiaomei echoed his astonishment, stating, I feel that if it weren't for the download speed limitations, the installation would have been even faster. Elder, let us open all 200 apps at once and see if they can all run simultaneously. Nodding, Elder Demon Blade continued to open applications, saying, at this point, I'm not concerned whether the SoC can handle it. I'm more worried about whether there's enough memory. I previously thought that 16 gigabytes of RAM was excessive, but now I realize it may not suffice. Before the screen, Elder Demon Blade relentlessly opened applications, managing to launch over 130 before he had to stop. Memory is insufficient, he declared, pausing to check the task manager. Over 100 applications were running in the background, a dizzying sight that sent shivers down the spine. Incredible, he remarked, casually selecting one to demonstrate. This is true multitasking, no residual background processes. Let us further examine the chip's application efficiency. At the outset, the Demon Blade installed an application to monitor the operational status of the recording chip. Upon opening and reviewing the records, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, goodness. Previously, Huawei mentioned that the performance of mobile chips would exceed demand, and now I find myself inclined to believe it. Just look at this. The peak application efficiency of the SoC is merely 5%. This is madness. I am eager to discover the conditions under which this device can operate at full power. In the live broadcast room, gasps of surprise echoed. 200 apps installed in mere seconds. Such performance is simply terrifying. Furthermore, the ability to operate so many applications in the background without lag raises questions about those who dare claim Harmony OS is sluggish. A true performance beast, without a doubt. Suddenly intrigued, he declared, no more talking. I'm placing an order on JD.com. I intend to purchase the Tianqin 100 and test it myself. By the way, host, you must disassemble it. Be the first on the internet to do so. Don't let anyone else beat you to it. In front of the camera, Xiaomei hurriedly added, "Yes. Uncle, disassemble it. The Tianqin 100 is incredible, and I want to see what sort of chip enables such formidable performance." The demon blade nodded vigorously, his interest piqued by this invincible chip. Chapter 78, Reverse Engineering. Non-existent, the demon blade possessed a complete set of professional disassembly equipment at home and was knowledgeable in the process, so he immediately set to work. After some effort, he managed to remove the back cover. Upon glimpsing the internal structure, he was taken aback and remarked, "There have been rumors that soon major mobile phone manufacturers will introduce all-in-one motherboards, encapsulating the Longshin battery as if it were a chip integrated into the motherboard. This would lead to a more rational motherboard structure and eliminate the need for multi-layer designs, allowing phones to become thinner. Let us take a look. This is indeed the world's first all-in-one motherboard." As the camera focused on the interior of the phone, it revealed a seamlessly integrated motherboard, devoid of a bulky battery pack consuming space, resulting in an exceedingly rational internal layout. As he proceeded with the disassembly, it became evident that the components were of the highest caliber. The ample space allowed for superior configurations without the need for compromises. From this perspective, the advent of the Longshin battery fundamentally transforms mobile devices. Henceforth, phones will only become slimmer and more powerful. "All right, this should be the Longshin battery," he stated. Observing its size akin to that of a chip, it is truly unimaginable that it possesses a capacity exceeding 8,000 mAh. "No doubt, BYD is remarkable," Xiaomei interjected. "One might argue that matrix energy is impressive. I came across an analytical post stating that both the Longshin battery and the Tianqin 100 were developed by matrix energy. Given its enigmatic nature, it is highly likely that the state is behind it, indicating that the government is propelling these technologies forward." The demon blade remained silent, continuing to disassemble, gradually furrowing his brow. "This area must house the chip, but the packaging is rather difficult to remove," he noted, pointing to a section of the motherboard that resembled a metal block. Xiaomei leaned closer, observing, "It seems to be fully encapsulated. Is this to prevent others from disassembling it?" The demon blade contemplated and remarked, "It seems plausible. Perhaps they fear their technology might be deciphered. Consider this, it is not a silicon-based chip, but rather an entirely novel technology. Even if one were to secure a patent, it would be futile, as others could simply imitate it. Constructing a patent wall in a short span is no easy feat. Thus, I surmise that Huawei, to maintain a competitive edge for a certain duration, has undoubtedly employed a specialized packaging technique, rendering it difficult to disassemble, or even causing damage upon disassembly." Xiaomei nodded in agreement, stating, "Does this mean that if it breaks, the only solution would be to replace the motherboard?" "That appears to be the case," replied the demon blade. After a moment's reflection, he continued, "Let us refrain from disassembling it for now. I have a strong inclination that any forceful attempt would certainly result in its destruction. I must first conduct further research and contemplate the appropriate method of disassembly." Xiaomei's face fell with disappointment, for what she longed to witness most was the Tianqin 100. Alas, my friends, it remains out of sight. The viewers in the live stream did not voice any objections, understanding that if a forced disassembly would lead to damage, it would be wiser not to proceed. Indeed, Huawei's intentions are crystal clear. Their objective is to thwart any attempts to pilfer their technology. In the past, we engaged in reverse engineering, replicating others' technologies. Now, the tables have turned, and it is our turn to face reverse engineering. How exhilarating. It seemed the individual had indeed guessed correctly. On the day of the Mate 40's release, a unit was dispatched to Apple's Asia-Pacific headquarters. Cook and his executive team were quick to arrange a video conference. "So, can it be disassembled?" Cook urged. The engineer shook his head, responding, "It is rather challenging to disassemble. I suspect Huawei has utilized some form of special packaging technology. Any forceful attempt would undoubtedly lead to destruction." Cook pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us attempt to disassemble it forcefully to examine the internal structure." When Huawei originally unveiled the Tianqin 100, it was described as a bionic cellular chip, yet its true nature remains a mystery, as it is a unique creation with no known parallels. Moreover, Huawei has not applied for any patents, leaving its secrets shrouded in obscurity. Even to this day, Huawei has refrained from seeking relevant patents. And Cook and his team understood all too well that this technology had been classified as a national defense secret, unlikely to be disclosed anytime soon. Thus, in the short term, acquiring related technical documentation was an impossibility. The sole recourse lay in examining the released Tianqin 100 through reverse engineering to ascertain if any insights could be gleaned. The engineer refrained from further elaboration and commenced the disassembly process. The first method involved applying high temperatures to melt the outer metallic layer, heating it to over 1,000 degrees before the metal shell finally liquefied. However, the internal chip was reduced to ash. The second method entailed using milling machines to gradually grind away the metal casing. This proved to be a meticulous task. After several hours, they barely managed to reveal the internal structure, where the encapsulated Tianqin 100 and integrated GPU could be discerned. Quickly conduct tests, Cook commanded without delay. Yet, when faced with the Tianqin 100, Apple's engineers found themselves at a loss. Upon microscopic examination, it became apparent that the chip itself was also encapsulated. They continued to grind. But as they stripped away the outer layer, a thick, black viscous liquid began to seep out, leading to the inevitable demise of the chip. Liquid? How could it be liquid? Is it mimicking cytosol? Cook exclaimed. He hastily proceeded to analyze the composition of this liquid. After an extensive period of testing, the bewildered engineer finally determined what this substance was. It appears to be nanoparticles of thermally hydrocarbonized psi, the engineer explained. Cook furrowed his brow, and upon hearing the engineer's elucidation, he realized that this was a relatively new material, recently discovered. However, apart from this, the chip contained nothing else. At this juncture, Cook comprehended the situation and stated, "All right, no further testing is necessary." With that, he abruptly severed the video connection. In Wanghu Village, Zhou Yang had returned to the research institute. "Mr. Zhou, the sales of the Mate 40 have been quite impressive." Mr. Yu also posted on Weibo, announcing that the first day sales have surpassed 500,000 units, and that they are ramping up production, Li Ziyu conveyed, sifting through significant domestic news to share with Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu's task was to gather both domestic and international news daily and report it to Zhou Yang. "Oh, that's commendable." Zhou Yang nodded slightly, not overly concerned. Even if it sold millions in a single day, it held little significance for him. Li Ziyu continued, "By the way, Mr. Zhou, since the launch of the Mate 40, I've noticed a plethora of tear-down articles regarding the Tianqin 100 online. Could this potentially leak the technology behind the Tianqin 100? Leak? Zhou Yang chuckled at Li Ziyu's concern, saying, "Let me put it this way. When Apple released the A14, were they not apprehensive about others dismantling their chip and reverse engineering it? The internal structure is visible under an electron microscope. What laboratory lacks such instruments? But the crux lies in this. Even if one expends considerable effort to comprehend its internal principles and structure, can they reproduce it?" Li Ziyu paused, a look of realization dawning upon her. "Do you now understand? Even if I were to publicly disclose the technological principles of the Tianqin 100, could they truly replicate it?" "They are overestimating their capabilities," Zhou Yang scoffed. "This matter is akin to nuclear weapons. The principles of production are detailed in physics textbooks, yet can you manufacture one? Knowing it serves no practical purpose. Thus, imitation and reverse engineering are utterly non-existent." With that, Zhou Yang redirected his attention to the task at hand. Li Bingxian and his team were busily engaged in their work. Before Zhou Yang lay a nearly assembled aircraft engine. Chapter 79. Successful test drive. Armed with all the information on WS, Li Bingxian had also participated in the initial project establishment and preliminary research, thus was quite familiar with the entire undertaking. However, the most crucial aspect was the successful preparation of high-strength crystalline steel. Indeed, through Su Qin's diligent efforts, the third generation of crystalline steel, which Zhou Yang had envisioned, had been produced in the laboratory and was now poised to enter the industrial mass production design phase. The small blast furnace, long since constructed outside the research institute, was finally ready for operation. "Mr. Zhou, the assembly is complete," Li Bingxian approached, stating, "We have conducted the final inspection and found no issues." As Li Bingxian spoke, he was filled with excitement. The production of the WS had finally been resolved under his stewardship. "Let us proceed with the test run," Zhou Yang suggested. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously, knowing that this next step was crucial. Replacing the original key material with high-strength crystalline steel was relatively straightforward. Yet whether this new steel would meet the required standards remained uncertain. A failure during the test would spell catastrophic consequences. Li Ziyu, standing behind Zhou Yang, softly inquired, "Mr. Zhou, should we inform the higher-ups about the test run? It's likely that Gao Jianjun and others will want to observe if they learn we are conducting the test." Zhou Yang handed over a pair of noise-canceling headphones, replying, "There is no need for that. We do not yet know the outcome. It would be prudent to notify them only after we achieve success. Although I am confident in our success, there is always a possibility of unforeseen challenges." With that, Zhou Yang donned the headphones and gave Li Bingxian a nod, signaling that they could commence. "Clear the area. Inject the fuel," Li Bingxian commanded loudly. The engineers on site hurriedly followed his orders, their nerves palpable. "Fuel injection complete," Li Bingxian declared. He glanced at Zhou Yang and, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Start the engine." The ignition mechanism roared to life, and the aircraft carrier designated as Eagle 1 erupted with a tremendous roar. A torrent of crimson flame surged from the exhaust, the deafening noise enveloping the entire testing ground. The system is operating smoothly, Kong Ning exclaimed with enthusiasm. The engineers present began to cheer with exhilaration. The successful ignition was a significant first step. Li Bingxian discreetly raised his fist in triumph and glanced at Zhou Yang, who remained notably calm. Mr. Zhou is remarkably composed. Li Bingxian thought to himself, sensing that Zhou Yang had anticipated the ignition as success, and therefore felt no need to display excitement. Proceed to the next step. Increase the thrust, Li Bingxian instructed. As the engine began to exert its power, the exhaust plume shifted to a pale blue hue, indicative of complete combustion and stable thrust. As thrust continued to escalate, the exhaust stream elongated, with the air behind it becoming a blurred haze from the intense heat. The testing platform securing the engine emitted a jarring metallic distortion, a testament to the immense thrust exerted upon it. Thrust data is available, Kong Ning shouted. How much? Li Bingxian inquired hastily. The current data shows 121 kilonewtons, Kong Ning reported. Excellent. Li Bingxian celebrated, raising his fist in triumph. Zhou Yang also nodded in approval. 121 kilonewtons was indeed the design target for the WS. The Eagle 1 was built according to WS's blueprints, with the only difference being the substitution of key internal materials. This material change enhanced the engine's durability without altering its design specifications, which were intrinsically linked to the overall design of the engine. Engage afterburners, Li Bingxian commanded once more. The WS's design parameters specified that in non-afterburner full thrust mode, it could achieve 121 kilonewtons, equivalent to 12 tons of thrust, and with afterburners activated, it could reach a maximum thrust of 18 tons. The data in question, alongside that of the F-119 engine utilized in the F-22 of the M nation, is nearly equivalent, if not superior. The sole distinction lies in the F-119's remarkable longevity, boasting an operational lifespan of 8,000 to 12,000 hours. In contrast, the current output from Shifei has barely reached 2,000 hours. This disparity of 2,000 versus 10,000 underscores a significant difference in material quality. Upon engaging afterburner, the engine expelled a torrent of blue flames. The fuel consumption during this state is astonishing. It would not be an exaggeration to say that what emerges is no longer merely exhaust, but a stream of aviation fuel. However, operating in afterburner mode inflicts considerable damage on the engine. Theoretically, an aircraft in flight can only utilize afterburner for a brief duration of 2 to 3 minutes. Exceeding this time frame would result in irreversible engine damage. At the command of Li Bingxian, the engines erupted with an even greater roar. The sound reverberated across the testing grounds, causing the entire mountain to seem to resonate. Outside the research institute, a soldier patrolling remarked to his squad leader, Sergeant, "Do you feel that the ground seems to tremble? Could it be an earthquake?" The sergeant, sensing the disturbance, pondered momentarily before responding, "Do not speak nonsense. It could very well be part of the experiment. Focus on your duties and refrain from unnecessary concerns." At that moment, a sudden urgent communication crackled through the sergeant's radio. "Second squad. Satellite detection has identified an anomalous target in the area of 391. You are the closest unit. Proceed to investigate and maintain open communication." "Understood." The sergeant's expression shifted dramatically as he barked. "All personnel, target in area 391. Move out." A group of 8 moved swiftly, and upon nearing the area, the sergeant gestured for silence. Instantly, everyone dropped to the ground, each one adeptly concealing themselves. The sergeant retrieved his binoculars, scanning the target zone. Meanwhile, hidden within a patch of grass, a man clad in green camouflage, a foreign Caucasian, lay quietly, peering through a high-definition telescope directed towards the research institute. Occasionally, he would pause to jot down notes in a notebook, which contained a rudimentary sketch of the institute's perimeter, marking the positions of guards and the patrol routes. Perhaps overly confident in his camouflage skills, the foreigner remained oblivious to the fact that the second squad had approached within 200 meters of his position. At this distance, the sergeant, with keen determination, had already locked onto the concealed figure. "The little rascal is quite well hidden," he muttered, turning to Li Banfu, 1 o'clock position. 200 meters away. "Li, take Gongzi and the other 3, flank him from behind, and await my command." Li Banfu, accompanied by 3 soldiers, swiftly withdrew, utilizing the terrain for cover as they maneuvered behind the foreigner. After a minute and a half, Li Banfu signaled readiness. "Engage, capture him alive. If he resists, eliminate him," the sergeant coldly commanded. The 3 soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, yet they resolutely followed the sergeant into action. As they advanced to within 100 meters, the sergeant rose and sprinted forward with a burst of speed. "Damn it, We've been compromised. In the thicket, the Caucasian man was startled by the sudden emergence of 4 soldiers ahead of him. With a jolt of fear, he sprang to his feet and fled, only to realize that 4 soldiers had appeared behind him as well. In an instant, he found himself encircled by 8 soldiers. Don't move. 8 rifles were simultaneously aimed at him. Weak in the knees, the man collapsed to the ground, raising his hands in surrender, pleading, "I give up, please don't kill me." Chapter 80. Boost for half an hour inside the Research Institute. The experiment continued. Following the activation of the booster, the thrust data steadily increased. 170, 178. Corning exclaimed excitedly. We've reached maximum thrust. Li Bingxian, equally exhilarated, clenched his fist and promptly declared, maintain this for 2 minutes before shutting down the booster. 2 minutes of boost is sufficient. Zhou Yang interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Forget the 2 minutes. Keep the boost engaged indefinitely. What? Li Bingxian gasped in shock, quickly responding, that could damage the engine. Zhou Yang replied, this is an experiment, and we must push the limits as far as possible. If it breaks, so be it. We need to identify the maximum capability of the boost state. Afterward, you can assemble another engine for durability testing to see if it can achieve the designed lifespan of 10,000 hours. Li Bingxian opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Yang spoke as though it were a trivial matter, yet assembling an engine would incur significant costs. Fortunately, the Wanghu Village Research Institute was not constrained by finances, allowing for unrestricted production. All right, let us proceed. I am eager to discover how long it can endure in boost mode, Li Bingxian stated, contemplating the limits of high-strength crystalline steel. The experiment continued, and personnel temporarily evacuated the area due to the considerable risks associated with such extreme testing. An explosion would be a grave matter. Moments turned into 5 minutes. Typically, under boost conditions, the engine would sustain irreversible damage within such a time frame. However, upon glancing at Zhou Yang, who remained unfazed, Li Bingxian chose not to halt the experiment. With Zhou Yang's approval, they pressed on. 5 minutes turned into 10, then 15. The temperature at the test site surged to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, and the engine's exhaust nozzle glowed a fiery red. After half an hour, Li Bingxian swallowed hard, his gaze becoming somewhat glazed. Corning called out, Chief Engineer Li, we are running low on fuel. In boost mode, the engine consumed nearly a ton of aviation fuel each minute, and the WS engine utilized high-grade aviation kerosene, which was significantly more expensive. In just 30 minutes, they had burned through 200,000 to 300,000 worth of fuel. The key issue was the excessive fuel consumption. They had not prepared enough for this test. Although there were fuel depots outside, it was too late for refueling. Stop it, Li Bingxian shouted urgently. Only Zhou Yang would dare to conduct a 30-minute boost test. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, and Li Bingxian was the first to descend to the test site, accompanied by Corning and others for inspection. Zhou Yang removed his headphones and said, let's go. In a state of afterburn, akin to operating the engine under extreme conditions, it is comparable to driving a car in the first gear while violently pushing it to 6,000 revolutions. In such circumstances, if the engine endures for 30 minutes without catastrophic failure, it already speaks volumes about its capabilities. This engine can be deemed a success. Zhou Yang felt it was time to advance to the next step, the particle propulsion system. Chen Riyun approached Zhou Yang and said, Mr. Zhou, we have identified a spy outside. A spy? Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback, but did not dwell on it. Is the security of the Research Institute intact? Chen Riyun nodded. She had initially intended not to inform Zhou Yang, but given that security enhancements would surely follow, she decided to share the information, fearing he might inquire. Observing Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, she quietly sighed in relief and reassured, Mr. Zhou, rest assured, the Institute's safety will not be compromised. That is reassuring. Such minor security matters should indeed be entrusted to professionals. As for the presence of a spy at the Institute, Zhou Yang anticipated it. The emergence of the Longxin battery and the Tianxin 100 would undoubtedly attract attention. The recent assassination attempt at the airport indicated that hostile nations had already targeted Zhou Yang. Discovering a spy at the Institute was not unexpected. The multitude of reconnaissance satellites overhead was no joke. The only course of action was to bolster security, ensuring that adversaries could only observe helplessly. The next day, a group arrived hastily at the Research Institute, including Li Tianshu, Gao Jianjun, and several accompanying personnel. Mr. Zhou, has the research proceeded smoothly during this period? Li Tianshu inquired with a smile. Quite well, Zhou Yang replied, casting a glance at the individuals behind Li. Your information travels swiftly. Just yesterday we conducted a test drive, and here you are already. Li Tianshu chuckled awkwardly. Gao Jianjun added, you burn through dozens of tons of aviation fuel each day. If we were unaware of the situation, That would be quite a delay in communication. So, how did the engine test go? Previously, the government had supported Zhou Yang in developing the engine without expecting results to materialize so swiftly. Yet, it had only been a short time since the project commenced, and a test had already been executed at an extraordinary pace. Zhou Yang nodded. It can be deemed a success. They are currently assessing any damage incurred. Let us join them. Damage? Li Tianshu was taken aback. Has the engine sustained damage? Yesterday, I instructed them to operate at afterburn for 30 minutes, which likely caused some wear and tear, Zhou Yang explained. Coughs erupted from the few individuals accompanying Gao Jianjun. 30 minutes of afterburn? Surely, such an extended period would not merely result in damage but would render the engine inoperative. Zhou Yang turned to the group, noting a middle-aged man with graying temples at the forefront. And who might these individuals be? Gao Jianjun promptly replied, I nearly forgot to introduce them. Mr. Zhou, these are engineers from Shifei, responsible for the WS project. This is the project leader, Engineer Yuan Haifeng. Ah, I see. Welcome, Zhou Yang said, extending his hand to shake with Yuan Haifeng. Yuan Haifeng had never met Zhou Yang, nor had he even heard of him. Yet he was aware of Zhou Yang's distinguished status, as both Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun treated him with utmost respect, refraining from any form of misconduct. However, Zhou Yang's earlier remark about operating the engine at full thrust for 30 minutes left Yuan Haifeng feeling somewhat unsettled. He remarked, Mr. Zhou, it seems rather implausible that the engine could sustain full thrust for 30 minutes. This was a rather tactful expression, almost bordering on accusing Zhou Yang of deceit. Zhou Yang, however, remained unperturbed and replied with a smile, whether it is true or not. Yuan, we shall see soon enough, won't we? By the way, General Gao, is the aviation kerosene arranged? Zhou Yang inquired further. Gao Jianjun, being from the General Assembly Department, theoretically oversaw the allocation of aviation kerosene. Nevertheless, this was a trivial matter that would not reach him directly. Gao Jianjun replied cheerfully, it's already on its way. We've arranged for 2,000 tons initially. We can discuss more if needed. As they conversed, the group arrived at the previous testing site. Within the testing area, Yuan Haifeng and the others immediately spotted the tubular engine on the test stand, which bore an identical appearance to their WS model. Below the engine, numerous personnel were bustling about. Yuan Haifeng's gaze fixed on a central figure, Li Bingxian. Li Bingxian, sensing his stare, turned and immediately recognized Yuan Haifeng. Gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Yuan Haifeng. Li Bingxian descended from the test stand and approached swiftly. What brings you here? He queried, his tone unfriendly. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that these two not only knew each other but also harbored some animosity. Yuan Haifeng looked toward the engine and stated, is this the engine you developed? It's identical to ours. When you departed from Shifei, you claimed you would create your own engine. Why then? Have you resorted to copying ours? Just as Li Tianshu was about to intervene, Zhou Yang gestured for him to remain silent. Clearly, this was a matter between the two men. Li Bingxian retorted, indeed, this is a replica of your WS project. However, we have utilized entirely new materials. I can assure you that aside from the exterior resemblance, the internals are completely different. As for your claims of imitation, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. I will soon design an entirely new engine that rivals the M country's F-135. No, one that surpasses the F-135 in capability. The F-135 is recognized as the most advanced engine unveiled by the M country and is regarded as the most powerful engine worldwide. Yuan Haifeng scoffed, anyone can boast. The real challenge lies in execution. I heard you conducted a test yesterday, running the engine at full thrust for 30 minutes. Did it not fail? Fail. Li Bingxian scoffed with a cold laugh and shouted, Kong Ning, go, refuel, and prepare for testing. Very well, I am eager to see how your claims hold up. Yuan Haifeng shot back defiantly. Zhou Yang suggested, let us move to a higher vantage point. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun nodded with smiles, following Zhou Yang upward. Mr. Zhou, on the 10th of next month, there will be an aviation exhibition. Will this engine be ready for presentation? Gao Jianjun suddenly inquired. Zhou Yang cast a curious glance at Gao Jianjun. The WS, which utilizes high-strength crystalline steel, has only just been assembled and has yet to undergo thorough testing. After all, this apparatus pertains to aircraft engines, directly impacting the safety of fighter jets and, by extension, the lives of pilots. It is imperative that extensive testing be conducted to ensure absolute safety and reliability before it can be deployed. Furthermore, once operational, there will be an extended period of practical testing before final production can be confirmed. Even a few years would be considered swift. It is noteworthy that the engine used in the F-22, the F-119, is a product from the 1980s. Such aircraft engines can indeed be utilized throughout their operational lifespan. However, Since Gao Jianjun has posed this inquiry, there must be a reason behind it. As for what that reason might be, Zhou Yang, feeling somewhat disinterested, contemplated. I personally believe the issue is minimal. Even if it reaches the operational stage, I cannot guarantee it unequivocally. The WS engine has been in development by the state for over a decade, and theoretically, there should be no significant problems, though material constraints have been a challenge. Zhou Yang harbors complete confidence in the durability of high-strength crystalline steel. Gao Jianjun nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and shifted his gaze downward. Below, Yuan Haifeng, accompanied by several engineers, was actively engaged in the debugging process. Yuan, the materials used here seemed distinctly different, one engineer discreetly remarked to Yuan Haifeng. Yuan Haifeng had also noticed this, and, undoubtedly, as Lin Peiyuan had suggested, entirely new materials were being employed. However, he would not be convinced until actual test results were presented. All right, clear the area. Start the engine. With a command, the engine roared back to life. Emitting a tremendous bellow, Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up. The successful ignition was a significant achievement. Lin Peiyuan cast a proud glance at Yuan Haifeng and declared, increased thrust. Engage afterburners. Knowing a bit about the rivalry between his mentor and Yuan Haifeng, Kong Ning was eager for Yuan Haifeng and his team to witness the prowess of the Eagle One. Thus he promptly initiated the thrust increase, and upon reaching maximum thrust, activated the afterburners. Instantly, the roar escalated into a frenzied cacophony. Those nearby could feel the engine's growl resonating beneath their feet. Excellent, Gao Jianjun exclaimed, rising in excitement. How does it feel? Lin Peiyuan inquired with a sense of arrogance. Yuan Haifeng scoffed, his tone serious. It's still too early to judge. As time elapsed, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, Yuan Haifeng's expression began to shift. Meanwhile, Gao Jianjun, standing beside Zhou Yang, was increasingly animated. 10 minutes of afterburner operation already indicated a wealth of information. Continue. Lin Peiyuan gritted his teeth and commanded. Kong Ning, today I want to test the limits of this engine. Fortunately, 100 tons of aviation kerosene had been urgently dispatched from the fuel depot yesterday. Otherwise, testing would have been impossible. Yuan Haifeng's demeanor shifted dramatically, and the engineers behind him wore expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? It's already been 15 minutes. Under normal circumstances, the engine should have encountered issues by now. 15 minutes of afterburner is already quite terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say that if an engine were to operate in such a manner, it would undoubtedly be rendered completely inoperative after landing, with the possibility of stalling or even exploding mid-air. Moreover, considering the fuel capacity of the engine, it is unlikely that it could sustain 15 minutes of afterburner. Yet, the Eagle One has already engaged in 15 minutes of afterburner, and externally, the engine appears to be functioning remarkably stable. Could it be that they truly conducted 30 minutes of afterburner yesterday? What materials did they employ to withstand such stress? Before long, 30 minutes have elapsed. Lin Peiyuan has not ordered a cessation. The experiment continues. Gao Jianjun expressed his astonishment. Is this high-strength crystalline steel truly that formidable? He is well aware that the Eagle One before him shares no structural differences with the WS engine. The sole distinction lies in the materials of the core components. Zhou Yang nodded, affirming that high-strength crystalline steel, apart from its immense strength, is characterized by its structural stability and resilience. By the way, has the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel been completed? Li Tianshu suddenly inquired. The fact that the engine has been resolved implies that the high-strength crystalline steel must have been finalized. Zhou Yang confirmed. Indeed, it has been fabricated. The next step is addressing mass production, which Academician Su and his team are advancing. Li Tianshu's eyes brightened with anticipation. This material has numerous applications: tank armor, ship decks, even aircraft carrier decks, and fighter jet skins. If it truly goes into mass production, it would be magnificent. Gao Jianjun quickly added, Mr. Zhou, how long do you estimate it will take to resolve the mass production issue? Once this material is mass-produced, it would be akin to a universal metal, significantly enhancing weaponry and equipment. Zhou Yang pondered seriously before replying. I estimate it will be around mid-next year. So soon? Gao Jianjun was taken aback. Resolving mass production in just half a year is remarkably swift. However, considering that Zhou Yang assisted BYD in resolving the mass production of the Longshin battery in less than 2 months, along with Tianqin 100, which took a few months, it seems plausible that addressing the mass production of high-strength crystalline steel in half a year is not an implausible feat. Chapter 82. The honor that is due. Zhou Yang nodded. With mature technical documentation in hand, resolving mass production within half a year is already a slow pace. In reality, he believes that 3 to 4 months would be more appropriate. The prolonged duration can largely be attributed to the particularities of steel production. The equipment in steel mills is substantial, and there are numerous challenges that must be overcome. Li Tianshu murmured, half a year to resolve mass production. Mr. Zhou, what scale of mass production are we discussing? Zhou Yang contemplated, perhaps at the level of tens of millions of tons. What? Li Tianshu gazed incredulously at Zhou Yang. Shouldn't the output of such special steel be relatively low? Indeed, within the current scale of domestic steel production, an annual output of tens of millions of tons would only classify as a medium to large steel mill, not quite reaching the designation of a large steel mill. Nevertheless, even so, it is still quite astonishing. Gao Jianjun was taken aback and exclaimed, Mr. Zhou, are you serious about a 10 million ton capacity? Zhou Yang replied, I have no time for jesting. Thus, preliminary preparations can commence, such as selecting a site for the steel plant. A 10 million ton steel plant will require at least 20 square kilometers of land and nearly 10,000 employees. If we aim for mass production in 6 months, we must begin planning immediately. Gao Jianjun nodded solemnly, stating, Understood, I will make the necessary arrangements to ensure that we do not hinder your progress. Just then, the engine emitted an unusual noise. Shut it down, Li Bingxian shouted urgently, his expression changing. The engine gradually came to a halt, revealing visible deformation at its tail end. It was highly probable that this engine was beyond salvage. However, Yuan Haifeng refrained from mocking and instead asked, How long has it been running? Someone beside him replied, Approximately 45 minutes. 45 minutes in an afterburner state before any issues arise. How is that even possible? Yuan Haifeng murmured. The durability was astonishing. What materials have you used? Yuan Haifeng rushed over to inquire of Li Bingxian. With a proud expression, Li Bingxian responded, The primary materials are the high-strength crystalline steel developed by Mr. Zhou. Impressive, isn't it? Yuan Haifeng nodded vigorously. It was not just impressive, it was extraordinary. By the way, you mentioned this high-strength crystalline steel was developed by Mr. Zhou, really? Yuan Haifeng asked, having assumed Zhou Yang was merely in a managerial role due to his youth. Li Bingxian, anticipating Yuan Haifeng's thoughts, retorted, Mr. Yuan, you should show Mr. Zhou some respect. He is the greatest scientist I have ever encountered. Are you familiar with Longshin batteries and Tianqin 100? Yuan Haifeng nodded in astonishment. He was well aware of these cutting-edge technologies. Both were developed by Mr. Zhou, Li Bingxian added. Yuan Haifeng's mouth dropped open in disbelief, murmuring, How is this possible? Batteries, chips, specialized steel, this breadth of research is staggering. They say cross-disciplinary work is impressive, but this is on another level entirely. At that moment, Zhou Yang and Gao Jianjun approached. Mr. Yuan, what do you think? Gao Jianjun inquired with a smile. Yuan Haifeng regained his composure, but disregarded Gao Jianjun, instead rushing to Zhou Yang and anxiously asking, Mr. Zhou, I heard from Li Bingxian that the high-strength crystalline steel is your creation. Can we use this material at Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation? The nation is not lacking in engine design and theoretical research. Even now, many design blueprints are gathering dust due to subpar materials hampering production. Moreover, it is not just aviation engines. Xi'an has numerous research projects, including civil engines and helicopter engines, all of which are constrained by material issues, preventing breakthroughs. If we could acquire the high-strength crystalline steel, all these challenges would become manageable. Yuan Haifeng struggled to contain his excitement. Zhou Yang chuckled, Yuan, what is there to be concerned about? The experimental phase for high-strength crystalline steel has concluded, and within 6 months, we shall commence mass production. Once the output increases, you will have the freedom to utilize it as you wish. Mass production? Is it really set to begin? Yuan Haifeng stood in stunned silence. As though awakening to a transformed world, a sensation akin to stepping into the future. This inconceivable material, of which he had only just learned, was already on the brink of mass production. Zhou Yang continued, How about this? Li, take Yuan to visit Academician Su. There may yet be opportunities for collaboration with Shifei. A particle propulsion system is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates a partnership with leading enterprises like Shifei. Li Bingxian shot a displeased glance at Yuan Haifeng and said, What are you still standing there for? Come with me. After sending off a few individuals, Zhou Yang led Li Tianshu back to the office. Mr. Zhou, about what I mentioned earlier, will you be attending the aviation exhibition? Gao Jianjun inquired again. Why wouldn't I? Zhou Yang instinctively replied, but soon felt something amiss and questioned. Are you suggesting I attend? Zhou Yang had initially thought Gao Jianjun was inquiring whether the Eagle 1 could be showcased. Gao Jianjun nodded with a smile. Yes. We would like you to participate. Zhou Yang was taken aback. Aren't they concerned about my identity being exposed? Given that hostile forces were already targeting him. With assassination attempts and spies appearing around the research institute, he found this surprising. Li Tianshu interjected. No, they are indeed apprehensive. But they believe you should not remain in obscurity. As a national asset, you deserve to receive the honors befitting your stature. In the past, it was often said that researchers should remain anonymous throughout their lives, dedicating themselves to the nation and only enjoying recognition posthumously. However, that notion is fundamentally flawed. Those who have made significant contributions to the country deserve to be celebrated and honored. Previously, due to the nation's weakness and the constraints of reality, we were unable to bestow upon them the recognition they rightfully earned. Now, however, the situation has changed. The nation has grown strong and fears no challenges. Why then should those who have greatly contributed to the country remain hidden and unknown? Your greatness should be enshrined in history and acknowledged by the citizens, ensuring they remember you eternally. Zhou Yang gazed blankly at Li Tianshu, a surge of emotions erupting within him like a volcanic flood. In that moment, he recalled his parents, who had lived their lives in quiet anonymity, dedicating themselves to the nation. Though they held no regrets, Zhou Yang often felt they were unappreciated. Yet now, he realized that the nation had not forgotten individuals like them. Good, Zhou Yang nodded emphatically. Chapter 83. Invitation at the rear of the Research Institute. There lay a grove of cypress trees, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding landscape. It was a place heavily guarded. Mr. Zhou has entered, Chen Riyun inquired. Two soldiers nodded affirmatively. Chen Riyun sighed softly and followed into the grove. Deep within the forest, two graves rested, those of Zhou Yang's parents. At this moment, Zhou Yang stood quietly before the two tombstones. Chen Riyun did not disturb Zhou Yang. She first bowed to the two graves and then quietly stood at a distance. After a while, Zhou Yang turned around and, upon seeing Chen Riyun, was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Is there something you need? He inquired. Chen Riyun shook her head and produced a pristine handkerchief from her pocket, offering it to him. Zhou Yang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He did not accept it and instead wiped away the traces of sorrow from the corners of his eyes. Not many people carry handkerchiefs these days, he remarked. Chen Riyun replied, My mother had it embroidered for me. She said it had been blessed at a temple for my safety, and instructed me to keep it with me at all times. As Zhou Yang stepped outside, he recalled, By the way, New Year's Day is almost upon us. Isn't it? Chen Riyun nodded in affirmation. Very well, I shall grant you a 2-day leave. Go home and visit, Zhou Yang declared. Chen Riyun quickly shook her head. No need. I generally do not return home for New Year's. Moreover, for someone like Chen Riyun, it was uncertain whether she could return home even during the festive season. Zhou Yang inquired. I haven't asked yet. Where's your home? City CS, Chen Riyun replied. That is not too far, Zhou Yang noted. All right then, it's settled. You shall take a 2-day leave to celebrate the new year with your family. He then muttered to himself, and not just you, Zhu, as well as academician Su and engineer Li, all deserve a break. While research is important, rest is equally essential. Chen Riyun was about to say more when Zhou Yang's expression turned serious. I am the head of the Research Institute. My word is final. With a wry smile, Chen Riyun conceded. Very well, then. After a pause, she asked, And what about you? She was aware that Zhou Yang had no family left. Me? Zhou Yang replied. I still have matters to attend to. Mr. Zhou, Chen Riyun proposed, you just mentioned the importance of balancing work and rest. Why not join me in celebrating New Year's at my home? Join you? Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Riyun, speechless. Are you worried something might happen to me that you want to keep an eye on me even during your time off? Chen Riyun smiled, Of course. I cannot afford to be lax regarding your safety. Would that be acceptable? Will your family agree? Zhou Yang hesitated slightly. What is there to disagree about? It would be our honor if you wish to come, Chen Riyun assured him. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Chen Riyun smiled and took a couple of steps back to stand behind Zhou Yang. By the way, how many people are in your family? I need to prepare gifts in advance, Zhou Yang asked, considering the etiquette of visiting someone's home without appropriate offerings. In Zhou Yang's mind, Chen Riyun was not merely his bodyguard but also his girlfriend. Thus, gifts were essential when visiting his girlfriend's family during the holidays. To that end, he had asked Li Ziyu to assist him in preparing a few gifts, although purchasing them personally would have shown more thoughtfulness. Zhou Yang was too preoccupied with work to spare the time, so he entrusted the task to her. Before long, the New Year's festivities arrived. On the morning of the first, Zhou Yang got into the car, with Chen Riyun driving him back to her hometown. There was only one other vehicle around, but Zhou Yang sensed that there were likely hidden security measures in place. Ever since the assassination attempt, the security surrounding him had reached an obsessive level. Although it has not reached the point where thorough security sweeps are mandated everywhere, it is certainly close. The VIP has departed. Falcon 1, maintain vigilance. Falcon acknowledges. Currently in pursuit. Above, a military helicopter hovers, the pilot's gaze fixed upon a car below. The cabin doors are open, revealing two snipers positioned on either side. while an observer utilizes a high-precision telescope to monitor the situation beneath. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang, these security measures are in place. After an hour and a half, Zhou Yang arrives at his destination, a quaint village in CS City. There aren't too many cars on the road today, he murmurs. Chen Ruiyan stifles a laugh, knowing it is not that there are few cars, but rather that someone has deliberately cleared the way. The building is a modest two-story structure situated at the village's edge, with expansive fields to the left and a small river across the way. The yard is adorned with 2 flourishing osmanthus trees. In the small clearing before the gate, a BMW 3 Series is parked, indicating the presence of guests. Zhou Yang takes a deep breath and retrieves the gifts from the trunk, items prepared by Li Ziyu. Though he is uncertain of their specifics, Chen Ruiyan's family is small. Her parents are present, along with an older sister who is married and has a little niece. I'll take that, Chen Ruiyan offers, seeing Zhou Yang carrying the gifts, but he declines, stating, it's improper for the host to carry gifts. He follows her inside. Auntie. In the yard, a girl of 7 or 8 is skipping rope. Upon seeing Chen Ruiyan, she joyfully exclaims and rushes over. Tong tong. Chen Ruiyan scoops up the girl. After a brief affectionate exchange, the girl shouts, Grandpa and Grandma, Auntie is back and has brought her boyfriend. Chen Ruiyan's face flushes crimson as she quickly retorts, Tong tong, what nonsense are you saying? This is my superior. The girl, eyes wide with curiosity, asks, Auntie, what is a superior? Oh, still playing innocent with me? Chen Ruiyan teases, giving the girl a playful poke. At that moment, hearing the commotion, several individuals emerge from the house. Chen Ruiyan's parents, along with her elder sister and brother-in-law. Ruiyan, what brings you back? Her sister, Chen Ruoshi, inquires in surprise. Their mother, Li Guizhi, rushes forward, embracing Chen Ruiyan with palpable excitement. However, their father, Chen Tao, after a brief moment of exhilaration, quickly adopts a stern demeanor, grumbling. It's a wonder you remembered to come back. One might think you had perished out there. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Our daughter has finally returned. And you're not pleased? I am. Li Guizhi scolds him. Afterward, she turns to Zhou Yang, her eyes lighting up as she asks, Ruiyan, who is this? Is he your boyfriend? Chen Ruiyan, blushing once more, glances at Zhou Yang. Noticing his calm demeanor, she hastily shakes her head, saying, Mom, don't say that. This is Mr. Zhou, my superior. Zhou Yang promptly adds, Hello, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Zhou Yang, and I am indeed Ruiyan's boyfriend. Li Guizhi chuckled, exactly. He is clearly your boyfriend. Forget about the leadership nonsense. I comprehend. All right, Xiao Zhou is it? Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. Chen Ruiyan's cheeks flushed with urgency. Although Zhou Yang felt somewhat awkward, this warmth was something he had not experienced in many years. Chapter 84. It is quite simple. Welcome, Xiao Zhou, said Zhang Bo, a refined middle-aged man, smiling as he greeted Zhou Yang. Come in, and quickly, Tong Tong, call your uncle. Chen Ruiyan's elder brother-in-law was amiable, yet Chen Ruiyan's face turned pale. Her mother referred to Zhou Yang as Xiao Zhou, which felt inappropriate, and now even her brother-in-law followed suit. After all, this was Zhou Yang, who would dare to address him as Xiao Zhou instead of the more respectful Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang, however, bore no sign of irritation and stood up to shake hands, replying, Hello. He then presented his gift, saying, Uncle and Aunt, I apologize for the intrusion, but I brought a small token for you. I wasn't certain of your preferences, so I chose something simple. I hope you like it. Just your presence is enough. No need for gifts. Li Guizhi laughed, casting a knowing glance at Chen Ruiyan, still stubbornly denying he's your boyfriend. Yet here he is with presents in hand. Chen Ruiyan wished she could vanish into the floor. She truly regretted inviting Zhou Yang over. What did you bring, Uncle Zhou? May I see it? Zhang Tong asked excitedly. The gift was a large, weighty box. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, Wow, it's a violin. Zhou Yang smiled and remarked, I heard you were learning the violin, so I thought I'd get you one. Do you like it? Zhang Tong nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I love it. I absolutely love it. Zhang Bo was taken aback. Violins were not inexpensive. Examining the instrument, he gasped, I recognize this brand. It seems to be a handmade Italian label, quite rare, with only a few produced each year. This must be worth several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand? Chen Ruoshi and the others were equally astonished. Zhou Yang was also momentarily stunned. The violin was purchased by Li Ziyu, and he had no knowledge of its specifics or cost. Now that it had been bought, returning it was not an option. It has already been purchased. We should keep it, and Tong Tong likes it very much, Zhou Yang insisted. Zhang Tong nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Just as Zhang Bo was about to voice his concerns, Chen Ruiyan interjected, Brother-in-law, since it is a gift from Mr. Zhou, you should accept it. But how can we? Zhang Bo felt conflicted. Li Guizhi, however, boldly declared, since Tong Tong adores it, let us accept it. After all, we will be family in the future. There's no need for formality. Her words made Chen Rian cough violently, quickly asserting, Mother, I have said it 100 times, he is not my boyfriend. He is my superior. It's New Year's, and I invited him over to celebrate. I understand. Li Guizhi seemingly ignored her daughter's protests and opened her own gift, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a jade Buddha pendant made from Hetian jade. Chen Tao curiously unwrapped his gift, revealing an exquisite inkstone. He had a penchant for calligraphy and owned several inkstones. Yet this one was evidently of extraordinary quality, an old pit masterpiece, its age suggesting it was a collectible of considerable value. As for Chen Ruoshi, she received a set of foreign cosmetics, while Zhang Bo was gifted a mechanical watch. Zhang Bo quickly calculated the worth of the gifts from Zhou Yang. Realizing they totaled over 1 million, he was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Li Guizhi's satisfaction with Zhou Yang grew as she observed him. Not only was he affluent, but he was also handsome. Xiao Zhou, what do you do for a living? Have you bought a house? Do you own a car? Li Guizhi inquired. Mom. Chen Ruiyun exclaimed, standing up abruptly. I'll say it again. Mr. Zhou is not my boyfriend. He is my superior. Do you understand that? I understand, Li Guizhi replied. Seemingly oblivious, her gaze still fixated on Zhou Yang. Chen Ruiyun was fuming, feeling powerless against her mother's relentless curiosity. Zhou Yang chuckled. Annie, I work in research and development. I should have both a house and a car. Research and development is good. It's not exhausting, Li Guizhi commented. Zhang Bo, intrigued, asked, Xiao Zhou, what kind of research do you do? Zhou Yang hesitated, thinking he couldn't possibly say he was researching mechas. Artificial intelligence, he finally responded. Zhang Bo nodded in approval. That's a promising field with great future prospects. Li Guizhi beamed, saying, Xiao Zhou, please stay seated. Old man, why are you just sitting there? Say something. I'll go prepare dinner. With that, she firmly dragged Chen Ruiyun out, clearly intending to interrogate her further. Poor Chen Ruiyun, a capable female officer who could take on dozens, found herself utterly helpless against Li Guizhi. Zhou Yang suppressed a chuckle, a thought flickering through his mind. If he were to marry Chen Ruiyun, it could be quite nice. It would mean having a family. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, realizing it was merely his unilateral wish. Who knew what Chen Ruiyun thought? Perhaps, in her eyes, he was merely a superior. Chen Tao, not particularly loquacious, engaged in awkward small talk with Zhou Yang before lapsing into silence. Conversely, Zhang Bo was eager to converse extensively with Zhou Yang. During their discussion, Zhou Yang discovered that Zhang Bo also worked in research and development as an engineer for a company called Zhaowei Electromechanical. Meanwhile, dinner was ready, and Chen Ruoshi came over to invite everyone to eat. Just then, Zhang Bo received a phone call. What? It ruptured? How could that happen? What is the situation? Zhang Bo's expression shifted dramatically as he answered the call. What's wrong? Chen Ruoshi asked, concerned. Zhang Bo hung up the phone and replied, Honey, I may need to return to the office. Return to the office? Now, your company is in SZ, over 1,000 kilometers away. Are you joking? Chen Ruoshi exclaimed. I don't want to either, but the project I'm responsible for has encountered a major issue. The hydraulic pipe has ruptured. This order is worth millions. If I mess this up, I might lose my year-end bonus. But Chen Ruoshi was at a loss for what to do. Zhang Tong clutched Zhang Bo's arm and pleaded. Daddy, please don't go. Zhang Bo, his face filled with reluctance, understood that if he remained, the situation would only worsen. Just then, Zhou Yang interjected, Brother Zhang, you mentioned a hydraulic pipe failure. Could you elaborate on the situation? Perhaps I might offer a solution. Zhang Bo glanced at Zhou Yang, silently thinking that as someone who delves into artificial intelligence and coding, he likely would not comprehend the mechanical issues at hand. Nevertheless, since Zhou Yang had inquired, Zhang Bo explained, our company specializes in transmission systems. We've recently taken on a project with stringent design requirements. One component, a control pump, must withstand a pressure of 2,000 psi while maintaining a diameter of merely 2 inches. We have tested several materials, all of which have exhibited cracking. Initially, we switched to a nickel-chromium alloy. It performed adequately during initial trials, but after a few hundred uses, it cracked again. I see, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. The solution is quite simple. Uncle, do you have any paper? Zhou Yang asked. Chen Tao, puzzled, handed him a sheet of Xian paper and stood behind him to observe. Zhou Yang took a pen and inscribed a composition table detailing the proportions of the elements involved, followed by the manufacturing process. If you don't have a steel mill to customize this, you can utilize nickel-3 aluminum high-temperature alloy and process it in this manner. You will still meet the design specifications. He proceeded to write additional processing methods. Zhang Bo stared at Zhou Yang, deeply skeptical, questioning whether Zhou Yang was merely scribbling nonsense. Will this really work? He asked. Chen Ruoshi replied, whether it works or not, you'll find out by trying. In any case, I won't allow you to return just yet. Zhang Bo felt overwhelmed and was about to protest when Chen Riyun chimed in. Brother-in-law, give it a try. Trust Mr. Zhou. Afterward, Chen Riyun leaned closer to Zhou Yang and whispered, Mr. Zhou, is there a need for confidentiality regarding what you've written? Zhou Yang shook his head. It's simply a basic high-strength alloy material. There is no need for secrecy. Zhang Bo hesitated briefly before taking a photo and sending it to a colleague. All right, let us hurry to eat. Even if you must return, we should finish our meal first, Li Guizhi urged. Zhang Bo intentionally lagged behind. Pulling Chen Ruoyun aside to ask quietly, Ruoyun, isn't this young Zhou a computer expert? How does he know about metal materials? Is what he wrote reliable? Upon hearing Zhang Bo refer to Zhou Yang as young Zhou, Chen Riyun felt exasperated, gritting her teeth. It's Mr. Zhou? Brother-in-law? If you keep calling him young Zhou, I will be upset. I have told you 100 times, he is my superior. Zhang Bo dismissed her concern. What does it matter who is superior? Once you two are married, won't it be you who has the final say at home? Will he not acknowledge me as his brother-in-law? Chen Riyun was both amused and infuriated. By the way, you should tell me if what young Zhou wrote is dependable. Does he truly understand this matter? Zhang Bo pressed on. Chen Riyun clenched her teeth and assured him, you can rest assured, if he is not reliable, then there is no one trustworthy in this world. How could one question a nationally renowned scientist tasked with resolving a technical issue? The meal was rather ordinary, consisting of homely dishes, yet Zhou Yang felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. It had been many years since he had savored such simple fare. Once seated, Chen Tao promptly uncorked a bottle of Tianji Lan and inquired, Xiao Zhou, do you drink? Just as Chen Ruoyun was about to intervene, Zhou Yang responded, I can drink, uncle. Chen Ruoyun regarded Zhou Yang with skepticism. She had never witnessed him consuming alcohol, regardless of his dining companions. Well, as a man, it wouldn't do to abstain from drinking, Chen Tao declared, pouring a generous measure into a Tuliang cup for Zhou Yang. Noticing Zhang Bo still engrossed in his phone, Chen Tao exclaimed, it's time to eat, put your phone down. Startled, Zhang Bo quickly silenced his device and tucked it away. Chen Tao raised his glass, proclaiming, today brings me great joy. 1. Because Ruoyun has returned home, and 2. Because we have welcomed Xiao Zhou into our midst. Xiao Zhou, on behalf of my entire family, I extend a warm welcome to you. Zhou Yang hurriedly lifted his glass, expressing his gratitude. Chen Tao downed nearly half of his drink in one gulp, casually remarking, Ruoyun, you're not a child anymore. This year you turn 26. It's high time you choose a date next year to finalize your marriage with Xiao Zhou. With a sharp crack, the chopsticks in Chen Ruoyun's hand snapped. Zhou Yang nearly choked on his drink, turning away to cough violently. You old fool, how can you silence yourself while drinking? Li Guizhi scolded, rushing to pat Zhou Yang's back. Auntie, I'm fine, Zhou Yang reassured, glancing at Chen Ruoyun. Their eyes met, revealing a mixture of apology, anxiety, and a hint of anticipation. Throughout the meal, Zhou Yang felt somewhat uneasy. He consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and as the evening wore on, he gradually lost consciousness. You old fool, he is still so young. Why did you force him to drink? Li Guizhi chastised once more. Chen Tao countered. What is wrong with a man getting drunk? I'll look after him. Chen Ruoyun stood, effortlessly lifting Zhou Yang and carrying him out of the dining room. Zhang Bo shuddered, remarking, Xiao Zhou seems to have a good temperament, but I fear he may be bullied by Ruoyun in the future. They all know her strength. When Zhou Yang awoke, the night had already enveloped the room in darkness. As his hand brushed against something, he turned to find Chen Ruoyun lying beside him. Instantly alert, she opened her eyes and sprang into a defensive stance. Mr. Zhou, you're awake. Would you like some water? Chen Ruoyun asked with urgency. Zhou Yang nodded, accepting the cup and taking a sip before inquiring, what time is it? It's nearly midnight, Chen Ruoyun replied. Midnight? Zhou Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Have I really slept for so long? Chen Ruoyun had already turned on the light. As Zhou Yang scanned the room, he noticed numerous feminine items and quickly realized. Is this your room? I'm sorry for sleeping in your bed. It's no trouble, Chen Ruoyun replied, shaking her head. She then asked, Mr. Zhou, do you feel all right? Should I call a doctor to examine you? If something were to happen while drinking at home, it would be utterly disastrous for me. Zhou Yang shook his head and said, it's nothing, just feeling a bit dizzy. Chen Riyun quickly replied, then you should lie down a little longer. I'll be right here. If you need anything, just call for me. Zhou Yang reclined, intending to speak further, but the dizziness overcame him once more, and he drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Riyun did not return to bed, but settled onto the sofa across from him, silently observing Zhou Yang. Unfortunately, I am unworthy of you. In the depths of the night, a soft sigh escaped. The following morning, Zhou Yang awoke. Little Zhou is up. Li Guizhi was the first to prepare a toothbrush, a clean towel, and other necessities for him. Thank you, Auntie, Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude, warmth swelling in his heart. Little Zhou? Zhang Bo burst into the bathroom, enveloping Zhou Yang in a hearty embrace. Not far away, Chen Ruyun nearly froze in shock, wishing she could rush over and kick Zhang Bo away. Little Zhou, you are truly remarkable. That thing you gave me worked perfectly. Not a drop was spilled, Zhang Bo exclaimed, nearly wanting to plant a kiss on Zhou Yang's cheek. Zhou Yang chuckled. It's great that it succeeded. Zhang Bo said, how should I thank you? Perhaps a commission would suffice. I'll speak to our leaders right away. Zhou Yang quickly grasped Zhang Bo's arm, saying, Brother Zhang, there's no need. It was no big deal. Nearby, Li Guizhi interjected, of course you should. Why would you refuse? Little Zhou, are you foolish? This money isn't coming from your brother-in-law. It's from their company. Zhang Bo, not only should you accept it, but you should also ask for more. With orders worth millions, Little Zhou has helped you significantly. You should at least request 100,000. Zhang Bo hung his head low, while Zhou Yang found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 86. Unrelenting twists after spending a day at the Chun residence. Zhou Yang prepared to leave. On the drive back, Chen Ruyun drove in silence. Zhou Yang gazed out of the window and suddenly asked, Ruyun, if I were to propose to you, would you accept? The car suddenly swerved, coming to a screeching halt in the middle of the road. In the sky, chaos erupted. Something has happened, hurry, move. The driver shouted into the communication channel. A helicopter swiftly descended, landing rapidly. Simultaneously, several off-road vehicles sped forward, halting in front of the sedan. Dozens of heavily armed soldiers rushed toward them. Establish a defensive line. A major commanded loudly. Immediately, soldiers surrounded the car, forming the first line of defense. Above, the helicopter lowered its altitude, circling ominously above the vehicle, with a 23mm cannon pod poised menacingly. The major approached swiftly, opening the car door. Zhou Yang shielded his head. Having bumped it, Chen Ruyun in the driver's seat was utterly paralyzed with fear. Mr. Zhou, are you all right? The major inquired urgently. In the distance, a doctor carrying a first aid kit hurried over from an off-road vehicle. Zhou Yang waved his hand, saying, I'm fine. He then turned to Chen Ruyun, asking, Ruyun, are you okay? Chen Ruyun nodded vacantly, her gaze fixed on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was taken away by a backup vehicle, while Chen Ruyun remained on-site to manage the situation. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Han Haining who called. As soon as the call connected, he began to bellow. Chen Ruyun, what on earth are you doing? This is the second time. Can you even handle this? If not, just come back. He scolded for a full 5 minutes before finally pausing to ask, now, tell me, what exactly happened? After a moment of silence, Chen Ruyun slowly replied. He said he wants to marry me. What did you say? Goodness. Han Haining exclaimed, momentarily stunned. It took him a full 10 seconds to lower his voice and inquire. Chen Ruyun, are you saying that Mr. Zhou expressed his desire to marry you? Yes, Chen Ruyun replied, somewhat dazed. Did you accept? Han Haining asked urgently. I did not. Chen Ruyun stated. Are you out of your mind? How could you refuse such a golden opportunity? How old are you now, 26? My dear girl, in a few years, you'll be considered an old maid. At that point, who will want to marry you? Mr. Zhou is interested in you, and you refuse him? This is Mr. Zhou we're talking about. You should go home and pray. This is a sign from your ancestors. If I were a woman, younger by 30 years, I would be eager to marry him, and yet you turn him down. You are driving me mad. Chen Ruyun bit her lip and responded. I didn't say I was unwilling. He just said it so suddenly that I didn't have time to react. What? You didn't refuse? I knew it. A young talent like Mr. Zhou, a man of great stature, no woman could possibly decline him. Han Haining exclaimed again, bursting into laughter. This is wonderful news. Chen Ruyun. Remember, we at the Special Affairs Bureau are your family. When you become successful, don't forget us, all right? I won't forget, Chen Ruyun said, somewhat exasperated. Good. I approve of this. From now on, you have my blessing. Take a break and spend time with Mr. Zhou to prepare for the wedding. As for security arrangements, I will have Lu Jun take over. With that, he hung up the phone, leaving Chen Ruyun standing there, her expression a mixture of emotions. At that moment, Zhou Yang had returned to the research institute. After a few hours, the office door swung open, and a graceful figure entered quietly. It was Chen Ruyun. Their eyes met, and Zhou Yang chuckled wryly. Chen Ruyun, if you intend to reject me, there is no need for such a dramatic reaction. I nearly drove into a ditch. Chen Ruyun bit her lip and raised her head, saying, I didn't say I was rejecting you. It was just so sudden that I didn't know how to respond. Zhou Yang was taken aback and asked in surprise, so you agree? Chen Ruyun nodded gently, revealing a shy demeanor that contrasted with her usual fierce spirit. Zhou Yang, filled with excitement, stood up and gently embraced Chen Ruyun. She did not resist. Resting her head on his chest, her cheeks flushed. After a moment, Chen Ruyun said, Mr. Zhou, although your status is quite high, I am not one to be so easily swayed. If you wish to marry me, that is acceptable, but you must arrange a grand wedding for me. By the way, you still owe me a proposal. Very well, Zhou Yang affirmed, nodding vigorously. But why do you still call me Mr. Zhou? Why call you Mr. Zhou? You are indeed my beloved. Chen Riyun tightly embraced Zhou Yang, shyly remarking. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yang received several congratulatory phone calls from high-ranking officials, celebrating his discovery of true love. Meanwhile, Li Tianshu made a special trip to inquire when Zhou Yang intended to hold the wedding and what preparations were underway. Ultimately, they decided to consult an expert to select an auspicious date, settling on August 26th of this year. Mr. Zhou, you need not worry about the wedding arrangements. I will entrust it to a professional, ensuring your complete satisfaction, Li Tianshu assured Zhou Yang, patting his chest as if fulfilling a political obligation. Zhou Yang found himself both amused and exasperated. He had envisioned a simple ceremony, yet he felt it would be unfair to Chen Riyun. She deserved a grand celebration, one that would make every girl envious. On January 8th, Zhou Yang boarded a private jet bound for SC. Following the previous incident, the authorities were understandably reluctant to allow Zhou Yang to travel via commercial airlines, thus arranging for him a luxurious Gulfstream G700. An airport was even constructed near the research institute for his convenience. The aircraft taxied to a halt on the dedicated runway at SC Airport. As Zhou Yang descended the plane with Chen Riyun, their relationship deepened significantly. A dedicated car awaited to whisk Zhou Yang away to a charming villa. By the way, Ziyu, please invite President Yu over for dinner, Zhou Yang said. Since he was in SC, it was only fitting to meet with Yu Changhong for a meal. Mr. Zhou, Yu Changhong exclaimed, visibly excited upon seeing Zhou Yang. They exchanged pleasantries before settling in a private garden to converse. It seems your flagship device launched around Christmas. How did it fare? Zhou Yang inquired. This is the world's first phone equipped with the Tianqin 100 chip, Yu Changhong sighed as he spoke of the Mate 40. Sales have been strong, yet fraught with challenges. Oh, how so? Zhou Yang asked, intrigued. On the second day of our launch, Apple slashed prices across the board by 1,000 yuan, clearly signaling their intent to engage us in a price war. Yu Changhong explained, chuckling as he continued. Unfortunately for them, they miscalculated. Even with the price reduction, they couldn't surpass our sales. Chapter 87, Sanctions. The M40 debuted on Christmas, immediately achieving a remarkable surge in sales, with 500,000 units shipped across all platforms that day. Although there was a slight decline the following day, another 300,000 units were sold. By the end of the first week, total shipments exceeded 1 million. In contrast, despite Apple's price reduction, their sales did not see a significant increase, rendering their strategy to undermine M40's sales a complete failure. Moreover, while lowering prices is relatively easy, raising them again proves to be a formidable challenge, making the price cut nearly permanent. Isn't that rather favorable? Zhou Yang remarked. With such impressive sales, why is Yu Changhong still facing difficulties? The price drop was merely a minor tactic on Apple's part, an attempt to irritate us. When they observed that the price reduction did not yield the expected results, they began to escalate their efforts, Yu Changhong replied. Zhou Yang's interest was piqued. He was eager to discern the grand scheme that the fruit company had in store. The first move was a unilateral notification issued by the fruit company, declaring that any app developers aspiring to launch an iOS version on their marketplace would be barred from accessing any mobile platform associated with Huawei. Should they be discovered, their authorization would be revoked without hesitation. Yu Changhong explained that typically, an app is designed to be compatible with both iOS and Android systems, especially in the realm of gaming, where separate versions are commonplace. However, with the announcement from the fruit company, many developers found themselves compelled to choose between the fruit ecosystem and V. Either they could access iOS, or they would forfeit all users within the fruit's domain, thus pressuring software developers to take sides. Zhou Yang remarked, this doesn't seem to significantly affect Android users, does it? Even if all software were to abandon your V market, users could still download applications from alternative sources, and delineating such boundaries is no trivial task for the fruit company. Yu Changhong nodded in agreement, stating, that is indeed the case, but the fruit company's actions send a clear signal. We have reached an irrevocable split, and there exists a tangible impact on our users. At the very least, some software developers will likely opt to withdraw their applications from the V marketplace. As Yu Changhong noted, the fruit company's intentions are not merely about exerting pressure. They are broadcasting a message of confrontation. Is there more? Zhou Yang inquired with a smile. This kind of insipid suppression hardly qualifies as significant. Yu Changhong responded, this is merely the beginning. With the fruit company's influence, the U.S. Department of Commerce has reinitiated sanctions against us, and this time they are even more severe. Not only does it encompass chips, But no enterprise may engage in business dealings with us without prior authorization. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow in astonishment. How could the U.S. issue such a stringent ban? Is it not beneath them? This amounts to comprehensive sanctions against V, limiting any commercial activities within the U.S. and prohibiting V products from utilizing any American suppliers, down to the smallest screw. For a superpower to impose such shameless sanctions on a single enterprise, especially a private one, could severely tarnish the U.S. government's reputation, creating an impression of disgracefulness. One might ponder, if they can sanction V today, what prevents them from targeting other businesses tomorrow? Who would dare to conduct trade in the U.S.? Yu Changhong sighed softly. We have inquired through various channels, and it appears this round of sanctions is not solely propelled by the fruit company. Companies like Intel, AMD, and even certain Wall Street entities are backing it. The influence of just one fruit company is unlikely to sway the decisions of the U.S. government, but when so many colossal enterprises rally behind a cause, they represent the interests of all Wall Street. With the might of Wall Street, it is indeed plausible to sway the U.S. government. Is the impact severe? Zhou Yang questioned. Yu Changhong nodded and remarked, indeed, the situation is grave. Our operations in North America have virtually collapsed, and many of our products are now faced with the necessity of changing suppliers. This is particularly true for smartphones, which are highly integrated. The M40 is once again a flagship model, equipped with top-tier specifications, cameras, motors, screens, and internal wiring, all sourced from suppliers in the United States. With the recent ban, all partnerships have been severed. Fortunately, we had stocked some inventory in advance. Otherwise, we would be in a precarious position, lacking the time to seek alternative suppliers. However, some of our suppliers are subpar, which will undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. Though our nation is formidable, it cannot excel in every regard. Many products will inevitably rely on foreign goods. Even if domestic alternatives exist, they are not necessarily the best in the world. This may be acceptable for mainstream smartphones, but for flagship models, only the finest components will suffice, making them the most affected by this ban. Yu Changhong continued. This incident has garnered considerable attention online. Many netizens support our company, Huawei, yet our smartphone sales have still plummeted. However, amidst this turmoil, an amusing event transpired that unexpectedly boosted our sales. Oh, what happened? Zhou Yang inquired. Yu Changhong chuckled. This event occurred last week and is quite incredible. A week ago, on a hacker forum in Z country, an individual using the handle Uncle Hedgehog posted a message. The post read, I have received my pre-ordered M40P from the official website for Christmas. The phone is remarkably well made, and its performance is outstanding. However, I am more curious about the Chip 100. I have watched several teardown videos online, but no one has successfully disassembled the Chip 100. This is somewhat disappointing, but understandable due to confidentiality requirements. At that moment, I had a sudden thought. Could it be possible to install Windows 10 on the phone? To clarify, it is a basic fact that Android phones cannot run Windows systems, not due to insufficient performance, but because of differing underlying architectures. Microsoft operates on x86 architecture, while phones predominantly use ARM architecture. However, I recall you mentioning during the launch event that the Chip 100 utilizes a completely different architecture while being backward compatible with both ARM and x86. Moreover, you himself demonstrated the Chip 100 running on a laptop. This led me to wonder, could it be possible to install Microsoft's operating system on a smartphone? I conducted some experiments, researched extensively, and even consulted a few old friends at HiSilicon. Eventually, I discovered a method for installation. Without further ado, I proceeded to share the test video. Uncle Hedgehog then posted a video showcasing the process of erasing the phone's original firmware and installing the Windows 10 system. Following that were some impressive maneuvers, accompanied by Uncle Hedgehog's commentary. The Chip 100 is so powerful, with an integrated GPU. Of course, it's meant for gaming. In the video, Uncle Hedgehog downloaded Cyberpunk 2077. Here, the game download has completed. I am uncertain whether V has intentionally left an opening for adaptation, but remarkably, Windows 10 is able to recognize the Chip 100 GPU as an integrated graphics card. This may be related to V's forthcoming plans to implement the Chip 100 on PC platforms, indicating that preparations have been made in advance. Therefore, those who wish to utilize this should act promptly, for once V closes this loophole, it may no longer be accessible. Now, we employ a Type-C adapter, connecting a mouse and keyboard, followed by wireless screen mirroring, and thus, the gaming experience commences. In the video, Uncle Hedgehog plays Cyberpunk 2077 with remarkable fluidity. Consequently, why invest in a 3090 or a high-performance computer? An M40P not only provides you with a flagship smartphone, but also a high-performance PC. It is only now that I realize the M40P, priced at over 8,000, is truly a bargain. This post, after being shared, ignited a sensation across the internet. Chapter 88, Ban on Sales. Initially, this thread circulated among hackers and numerous tech enthusiasts. However, it soon found its way onto Bilibili, where a related video was uploaded. From that point on, it escalated uncontrollably. The initial video on Bilibili surpassed 5 million views, prompting a plethora of technology bloggers to follow suit with sensational headlines. Claims such as no need for 38,000, just 8,008, to own a flagship smartphone, a PS5, and a powerful computer proliferated. Coinciding with the release of Cyberpunk 2077, with poor optimization for the PS, and the exorbitant cost of a 3,090 for PC gamers. The news that one could enjoy Cyberpunk 2077 with just a phone propelled it to the trending charts. On Douyin, it ascended the hot list. Numerous gaming streamers quickly adopted this method for their broadcasts. The excitement intensified when Uncle Hedgehog uploaded a foolproof installation package, which circulated across major forums, accumulating downloads in the hundreds of thousands. Douyin also initiated a challenge regarding what one's phone could accomplish. Artistic designers showcased videos of using the M40P for artistic rendering, and the results were undeniably swift. In summary, this phone has been creatively utilized in various ways. For the average consumer, possessing such formidable performance in a single device is akin to acquiring a computer for merely over 8,000. Rounding it off feels like a windfall, prompting an immediate surge in sales. This unexpected outcome exceeded V's anticipations. Zhou Yang found himself both amused and perplexed. He was aware that V had plans to adapt the chip 100 across various platforms and inquired, "How have you managed this? Is there a plan to close this loophole?" Technically, sealing this loophole is relatively straightforward. Yu Changhong shook his head, stating, "No, many consumers purchase it to modify the system, and they will ultimately find that it is still a phone. Very few genuinely utilize the phone as a computer. Therefore, since it enhances sales, why should we not embrace it?" Zhou Yang chuckled and inquired, "Do you have any plans regarding the sanctions on fruit?" Yu Changhong responded with a wry smile. "What can we do? We can only endure for now." After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yang suggested, "How about I make a call on your behalf?" Yu Changhong was taken aback. Although he hadn't voiced it, he had harbored some hope of soliciting Zhou Yang's assistance, given Zhou's influential position. If Zhou were to lend a hand, it could undoubtedly sway the higher-ups' perspective on the matter. Zhou Yang took out his phone and dialed Li Tianshu. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yang asked, "Director Li, what is the higher-up stance on the fruit sanctions?" Li Tianshu was caught off guard by the inquiry, responding, "Has V reached out to you for help?" "Indeed," Zhou Yang affirmed. Li Tianshu paused before explaining, "In fact, this issue has been under scrutiny by the higher-ups. Recently, at a press conference, they addressed this matter, indicating that it is best not to engage in commercial activities that may escalate tensions." The implication was clear. The higher-ups would offer moral support, but were unlikely to take significant action. Zhou Yang contemplated this and remarked, "I understand their approach, yet this time, it is the government of the United States that has acted shamelessly. Shall we simply allow them to bully us without retaliation? I believe we must demonstrate through action that our enterprises are not to be trifled with. Having spent several years abroad, I have come to realize that if you remain overly benevolent, they will perceive you as easy prey. Only through resistance will they recognize your strength and learn to fear you. While concealing our capabilities is one strategy, I believe our nation no longer needs to do so. Our ambition is to become the world's foremost power. To put it plainly, we aim to conquer the entire Earth and become the dominant force on this blue planet. They struck us, and we cannot merely smile and do nothing. We must retaliate, and with greater force. For instance, we could impose a complete ban on fruit sales." Zhou Yang articulated these thoughts in front of Yu Changhong, who felt a surge of fervor and was nearly moved to tears. Having faced sanctions twice in quick succession, Yu Changhong felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. If the government were to intervene, it would indeed be a timely and much-needed support. On the other end of the line, Li Tianshu fell silent for a moment before responding, "I understand your meaning, and I will convey this to the higher-ups." After ending the call, Yu Changhong gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up, exclaiming, "A ban on fruit sales. Mr. Zhou, you are truly formidable." Zhou Yang replied, "What else could we do in the face of their shamelessness?" Yu Changhong laughed heartily, feeling his spirits lift instantly. "Let us go fishing," Zhou Yang announced as he stood up. "All right," Yu Changhong quickly followed suit. The situation with Huawei was not a significant concern for Zhou Yang. Having expressed his views, he chose not to dwell further on it. On January 10th, the aviation exhibition commenced. The entire aviation exhibition will span 5 days, featuring numerous countries and hundreds of military enterprises. Although it is termed an aviation exhibition, It will showcase not only aerial weaponry, but also a substantial array of land-based military equipment, including tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. At 8 o'clock in the morning, journalist Sun Chao from the Iron Blood Forum arrived early at the expo center. 262, where are you? He inquired over the phone. Soon, the two friends reunited. 262, whose real name is Zhang Yifan, is a renowned military blogger. Brother Sun, they exchanged pleasantries before hurrying towards the entrance. What do you think the Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Group will unveil this time? Sun Chao asked as they walked. Zhang Yifan replied, who knows? However, they have been building anticipation, which clearly signals significant news. Do you think it could be the legendary H-20? Days prior, those following military news had noted that Xi'an began creating buzz, claiming they would announce a major product at this aviation exhibition, igniting speculation and imagination among many. The aviation show even prioritized Xi'an's press conference, scheduling it as the first after the opening ceremony, with their booth prominently featured. This perspective indirectly reinforced the notion that Xi'an was preparing to make a substantial announcement. Impossible. Sun Chao chuckled, shaking his head. The two followed the crowd into the exhibition center, where an expansive arena was already filled with various cutting-edge weaponry. Zhang Yifan's eyes widened in awe. Not so fast. Accompany me to the opening ceremony first, Sun Chao insisted. Zhang Yifan protested. The opening ceremony is just a bunch of leaders giving speeches. What is so captivating about that? Sun Chao waved his DSLR, saying, brother, I am a journalist with an interview assignment. Come on, let us go. Once the opening ceremony concludes, we can catch the press conference. Reluctantly, Zhang Yifan nodded and followed along. Chapter 89. The opening of the aviation exhibition. The opening ceremony was set in the heart of the exhibition center. At 9 in the morning, it commenced punctually. We invite all esteemed leaders to the stage, the host announced loudly. A group of individuals emerged from backstage. Li Tianshu accompanied Zhou Yang, leading the procession. Mr. Zhou, this way to your seat. Li Tianshu guided Zhou Yang to a central position. Below, the reporters in attendance began snapping photographs, the flashes nearly blinding. Although it was Zhou Yang's first experience in such a setting, he maintained his composure, sitting casually without a hint of discomfort. The host then began introducing the various leaders, including local dignitaries and officials from the General Assembly. When it came time to introduce Zhou Yang, the host merely stated, we welcome academician Zhou Yang. There was no further elaboration. Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback and turned to Li Tianshu beside him, asking, when did I become an academician? Li Tianshu laughed, given your accomplishments. Being referred to as an academician is an understatement. Zhou Yang recognized that the higher-ups intended for him to make an appearance at this aviation exhibition, gradually transitioning him into the spotlight and bestowing upon him the title of academician, which was hardly surprising. The hundreds of invited guests below murmured among themselves at the host's introduction. Zhang Yifan lightly nudged Sun Chao and remarked, this academician appears remarkably youthful, seemingly in his 20s. I recall that the youngest academicians are nearing 40. Sun Chao responded, Zhou Yang, why have I never heard of this name? As he spoke, he took out his phone and casually searched for Zhou Yang, yet found no results. It was perplexing, if he were an academician at the very least. There should be some mention on Wikipedia. Sun Chao gazed at Zhou Yang, who was seated prominently at the center, and snapped 2 photographs, suddenly intrigued by him. He even took the time to log onto the Chinese Academy of Sciences website to seek information about Zhou Yang, but still found nothing. However, in such a formal setting, the host would certainly not misidentify anyone. Yet, the Chinese Academy of Sciences had no record of Zhou Yang as an academician. For a moment, Sun Chao felt somewhat bewildered. It wasn't just Sun Chao. Many others were also taking note of Zhou Yang. Among the crowd, Jimalov was present, and upon seeing Zhou Yang, he exclaimed, how could it be him? Who is he? Beside Jimalov sat a new negotiation head dispatched from the Kremlin. Indeed, after the last engine export negotiations fell through, Jimalov had faced severe reprimands from the Kremlin, resulting in his demotion, and the negotiation lead had shifted to the newly appointed Guliwa. Jimalov furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, saying, this individual must be the root cause of our negotiation failure. What? Guliwa exclaimed, hastily asking, what is going on? Who exactly is this person? Having just arrived, Guliwa was not yet familiar with the details of the negotiations. However, Jimalov had utilized various connections to investigate all information related to this transaction. He slowly continued, upon reflection, I deduced that Z country abruptly ceased negotiations, declaring they no longer required our engines. The only explanation is that they truly do not need them. They must have achieved breakthroughs with their own engines. Although I find this unlikely, I instructed our intelligence department to conduct a thorough investigation, leveraging numerous connections, and indeed uncovered some clues. It appears that Z has initiated a mysterious research and development project, with all indications pointing to engines. Ultimately, we received detailed intelligence from the CIA of M country. At which point I became aware of this individual. Guliwa frowned, having not comprehended Jimalov's lengthy explanation. Jimalov inquired, "Are you familiar with the Longshin battery and the recently sensational Tianjin 100 chip?" Guliwa nodded. Such globally significant matters were certainly within his knowledge, particularly in this negotiation. Guliwa harbored dissatisfaction towards Z country for developing the Longshin battery, which had led to a series of subsequent events. Jimalov gradually stated, "This is the person who developed the Longshin battery and the Tianjin 100. What?" Guliwa nearly leaped in astonishment, promptly lowering his voice and sitting back down, exclaiming, "Are you joking? The Longshin battery was developed by BYD, wasn't it?" Jimalov scoffed disdainfully, saying, "You actually believe such nonsense? My friend, do not doubt it. The CIA has already confirmed this. To my knowledge, they even orchestrated an assassination attempt. Do you recall the recent news about the temporary closure of SC Airport due to a counterterrorism drill? That was indeed an operation organized by the CIA." Guliwa's mouth fell agape, utterly unable to fathom that technological achievements of such caliber, like the Longshin battery and the Tianjin 100, could all stem from a single individual. It is worth noting that any one of these endeavors, even with the full force of a nation, may not necessarily come to fruition. Yet, Zhou Yang, a solitary figure, has developed too. By the way, you mentioned that the engine is also connected to him? Guliwa inquired hastily. Dmitriev nodded and replied, "Based on the intelligence we have gathered, it is reasonable to deduce that this mysterious research project initiated by the Z side is indeed under Zhou Yang's purview. It is likely the reason why the Z side unilaterally halted negotiations with us, placing their hopes for breakthroughs in engine development solely upon him. But can he truly accomplish this?" Guliwa questioned. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he realized that if Zhou Yang had indeed developed the Longshin battery and Tianjin 100, then he undoubtedly possessed the capability to tackle engine research. What a predicament! Are we truly expected to abandon this negotiation? Guliwa bit his teeth in frustration. Dmitriev remained silent, equally at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Guliwa glanced at Zhou Yang on stage and suddenly suggested, "What if we eliminate him? By doing so, we would become national heroes." Dmitriev's mouth fell open in disbelief, staring incredulously at his companion, utterly speechless. What on earth was he thinking? Even a brainless idea could not compare to such absurdity. The notion of assassinating Zhou Yang seemed ludicrous. Surely, the moment they approached, they would be gunned down. The opening ceremony was brief. A few leaders delivered speeches, and within an hour, it concluded. The airshow was officially underway, and Zhou Yang and his associates had already exited the venue. The host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed outside, where in half an hour, Shifei will hold the first press conference of the airshow. Hurry along." Zhang Yifan tugged at Sun Chao, rushing towards the exit. As it was an airshow, aircraft were undoubtedly the focal point. Outside the exhibition hall, a vast open area was filled with various aircraft. Major press conferences were typically held in this space. It had to be fighter jets, and perhaps even the legendary H-20. One could only hope for the H-20. After all the years of anticipation, Zhang Yifan trembled with excitement. Chapter 90. Breakthrough in engine development. Outside the exhibition hall, hundreds had gathered, ordinary ticket holders, weapon manufacturers from various nations, and procurement delegations. Such press conferences at airshows generally unveil new weaponry, some of which can even be ordered on the spot. Zhang Yifan and Sun Chao struggled to push their way to the front, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. A stage had already been erected on site. As the time arrived, the press conference commenced punctually. On stage stood an engineer from Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation named Yang Junchang. After a brief opening statement, he introduced the topic. The issue of engines has long plagued our nation's fighter jets. The J-20 has taken to the skies, yet it lacks a competent heart. In the audience, Zhang Yifan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Could it be that the WS has made a breakthrough?" Yang Junchang's mention of the engine brought forth a strong possibility that what was to be announced next would indeed be related to the engine. Among the projects at Xi'an, the WS project undoubtedly commanded the most attention. Sun Chao, equally astonished, remarked, "Impossible. How could such a breakthrough occur suddenly? If there were real progress, whispers would have emerged long ago. Occasionally, the state would intentionally convey certain intelligence to the outside world, albeit subtly, such as a brief interview clip in a news report that might reveal a fighter jet's engine differing from its predecessors. Rest assured, any news made public could not have been a mere accident. If it was released, it was deliberate." As Yang Junchang stated, the WS project has indeed been a long-standing challenge. If there were genuine hope for a solution, we would surely witness some action signaling this. Perhaps a statement like, "I am on the verge of success. Are you afraid?" Thus, Sun Xiao remained skeptical about the sudden breakthrough of the WS project. However, Zhang Yifan was filled with excitement. Countering, not necessarily. There's always a chance, after all. Frankly, I have been waiting for this day for many years. The issue of engines has persistently troubled our nation's technological advancements, often becoming a subject of ridicule online. As Yang Junchang pointed out, while the J-20 has soared, the engine issue remains unresolved. He then said, "Allow me a moment of suspense." With a wave of his hand, the large screen behind him parted, revealing a display encircled in red fabric. The audience leaned forward, eager to discern what lay beneath the cloth. Zhang Yifan quickly stated, "Given its size, it must be the engine." Sun Xiao, though excited, cautioned, "What if it's just the WS-10? On stage, Yang Junchang announced, "Now, let us welcome the project leads of WS-15, Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng, Chief Engineer Li Bingxian, and Academician Zhou Yang, to unveil the project." His words electrified the atmosphere. Yang Junchang had implicitly confirmed that what was about to be revealed was indeed the WS-15 engine. "I knew it. It's the WS-15, after years of anticipation. It has finally arrived." Zhang Yifan exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Sun Xiao, equally exhilarated, felt his eyes welling up. At that moment, Zhou Yang led the way, followed by Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian onto the stage. Initially, Zhou Yang intended to remain at the back, but Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian insisted on the forefront, leaving Zhou with no choice but to step ahead. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian promptly waved in acknowledgement. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Yang also raised his hand, following suit with a few waves. "Wait, who is that?" Sun Xiao suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Yifan also spotted Zhou Yang and exclaimed, "Isn't that academician Zhou Yang, who sat in the center during the opening ceremony? How has he become the head of the WS project?" He was well aware that engineer Yuan Haifeng had been publicly recognized as the one responsible for the WS project, and he wondered about this engineer Li and how Zhou Yang had also assumed such a significant role. Zhang Yifan was filled with questions. Sun Xiao shared his bewilderment, remarking, "Have you noticed? Engineer Yuan and Engineer Li are both walking behind, while Zhou Yang is leading the way. Generally, only the core leader of a project walks at the forefront. Could it be that academician Zhou Yang is, in fact, the true head of the WS project? It's unclear." Zhang Yifan shook his head, yet he was profoundly astonished, thinking, he is so young. Not only is he an academician, but he is also in charge of the WS project. It's almost miraculous. Countless flashes captured the trio, marking Zhou Yang's initial emergence into the spotlight. In the crowd, Dmitriev's expression was dark, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Indeed, it is him, the one who resolved the WS project. Damn it, how could it happen so quickly?" Guliwa appeared equally stunned. Zhou Yang seemed to be merely in his 20s. How could someone so young have developed the Longshin battery, the Tianqin 100, and now take on the WS project? Was Einstein's spirit inhabiting him? As Zhou Yang stepped onto the stage, he approached a button that, when pressed, would cause the red cloth draping behind to fall away. "Shall we do this together?" Zhou Yang smiled. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian nodded and joined him in pressing the button. As the red cloth cascaded down, a brand new aircraft engine emerged before the audience. The cheers erupted instantaneously. Zhou Yang stepped aside and applauded alongside the crowd. The engine, like a celebrity under the spotlight, captured everyone's attention. It took a full half-minute before Yang Junchang introduced, "This is our latest WS-15 aircraft engine, featuring a nominal thrust of 105 kilonewtons and an afterburning thrust of 181 kilonewtons. Thanks to the application of innovative materials, the thrust-to-weight ratio reaches 11, and its operational lifespan has been extended to 10,000 hours." Yang Junchang's final statement ignited the audience once more. The attendees, primarily military enthusiasts, understood the complexities of the WS project and recognized the significance of a lifespan of 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours. My goodness, 10,000 hours. It's truly resolved. Zhang Yifan exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement, releasing his pent-up exhilaration. The crowd of military aficionados echoed his fervor, their voices merging into a powerful surge throughout the venue. 10,000 hours became a rallying cry, resounding across the entire conference. Meanwhile, the foreign weapon manufacturers and procurement representatives wore solemn expressions. The announcement of a 10,000-hour lifespan, showcased at such a public aviation exhibition, signaled that Country Z had successfully addressed the issues of mass production and had genuinely overcome all technical challenges associated with the WS-15. Another chain had been severed from the dragon's shackles. Yang Junchang remarked, "As for the specific parameters, I shall refrain from elaborating extensively. However, today, we have a special highlight. The J-20, now equipped with two state-of-the-art WS-15 engines, will soar over our conference venue in our presence." What? Did I hear correctly? The J-20? Accompanied by gasps of astonishment from the crowd, a thunderous roar shattered the sky. In the distance, a fighter jet, resembling a majestic eagle, sliced through the air. Chapter 91. Exceptional performance within the almost sci-fi cockpit of the J-20, Colonel Chang Lei, a seasoned ace pilot with 20 years of combat experience, was ready. "So, how shall we fly?" Chang Lei inquired with a smile through the communication channel. An elderly voice replied, "Today is the day for the eagle to spread its wings and brandish its sword. Chang Lei, show your true skills and fly freely, understood?" "Understood," Chang Lei affirmed as he donned his oxygen mask and gazed downward. Faintly, he could discern the scene below at the exhibition center. For this demonstration, the airspace within dozens of kilometers had been completely cleared. This stage was ample. "Old friend, let us begin," Chang Lei whispered. And the fighter jet surged forward with astonishing speed. At the exhibition center below, upon hearing the deafening roar, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. "J-20, Zhang Yifan exclaimed, gripping Sun Chao's arm and waving vigorously. Everyone looked up to the sky, witnessing the J-20 trailing a massive plume as it approached. "What a vortex, it's stunning," Zhang Yifan screamed. Then, as it hovered directly above the exhibition center, the J-20 initiated a vertical climb. It was a true vertical ascent, nearly at a 90-degree angle. The tremendous roar resonated through the air. Even from a kilometer away, it left the crowd below with ringing ears. Zhou Yang, too, covered his ears, smiling wryly at the overwhelming noise. Just then, a hand reached out. Zhou Yang turned to find Qin Ryun offering a pair of black earplugs. Sharing a knowing smile, Zhou Yang accepted the earplugs and placed them in, instantly feeling relief. "What a vertical climb. This maneuver is incredible," Zhang Yifan shouted, needing to yell to equalize the pressure in his eardrums, lest they suffer. Sun Chao was equally excited, yet he also noted some distinct differences, saying, "The ascent angle is steeper, the engine's performance has improved, it has definitely been upgraded." In the high skies, the J-20 commenced its performance, executing various complex maneuvers that elicited waves of applause from below. Kimarov gazed up at the fighter jet, murmuring, "This aircraft, reminiscent of science fiction, is truly beautiful." Nearby, Guliwa echoed the sentiment, stating, "Indeed, its maneuverability is extraordinary. When it comes to aerodynamic design, the J-20 might claim second in the world, yet none would dare assert it as the first. Its unparalleled aerodynamic design brings forth incredible agility. The sole concern lies with the engine, which had previously constrained this magnificent golden dragon. However, with the installation of a brand new engine, the J-20 has finally rectified its last shortcoming." At high altitude, within the cockpit of the J-20, Chang Lei chuckled, remarking that it was still insufficient. He sensed that the full potential of the fighter jet had yet to be unleashed. With this thought, Chang Lei began to ascend. At 3,000 meters, the J-20 appeared diminutive to those on the ground. Fortunately, the sky was clear today, allowing for a good view. Subsequently, the J-20 began to accelerate. In that moment, the two WS-15 engines unleashed their true power. If previously it had been a leisurely stroll, it was now finally a brisk walk. Boom. A bowl-shaped vortex of air materialized beside the J-20. The sound barrier had been breached. Zhang Yifan screamed. The cheers from the crowd reached a fever pitch. This was the first time the J-20 had demonstrated its capability to surpass the sound barrier in public. It is noteworthy that this is a supersonic cruise fighter capable of breaking the sound barrier even in cruising mode. Several seconds later, the thunderous crack of the sound barrier reached the ground. Despite the 3,000 meters separating them, the sound was still resonant. Yet, no one complained. Everyone was exuberantly shouting in excitement. Chang Lei maneuvered the aircraft to climb, trailing a distinct sonic boom behind him, leaving visible vapor trails in the sky. He continued until he reached 4,000 to 5,000 meters before halting. "This is just the beginning," Chang Lei laughed, communicating through the radio channel, "I've engaged afterburners." With that, he pushed the throttle to the maximum. Boom. The fighter jet shot forward as though propelled by a powerful kick from behind, the air in front of it resembling a wall that the aircraft tore through. The expansive shockwave cloud spread outward. In an instant, the J-20 vanished from the view of those below. Zhang Yifan widened his eyes and murmured, "Was that the afterburners? Otherwise, such a rapid acceleration wouldn't be possible." Sun Chao nodded in astonishment. "It must be." Moments later, a tremendous roar echoed down. A few seconds later, the aircraft returned, this time resembling a swift arrow slicing through the air, its speed so great that the human eye could scarcely follow. The afterburners were undoubtedly engaged. It was astonishing. Zhang Yifan screamed in exhilaration. Sun Chao was equally overwhelmed with excitement. The J-20, in afterburner mode, could reach nearly twice the speed of sound, a velocity that was utterly exhilarating. After a brief interval, the J-20 reappeared, maintaining its afterburner status and climbing, akin to a sword piercing the heavens. Subsequently, the J-20 sustained its afterburner condition, repeatedly flying overhead in various maneuvers. It was incredible. Its speed was such that even missiles could not keep pace. This exemplified the true power of the J-20. It was truly remarkable. Zhang Yifan shouted in awe, repeatedly expressing his excitement at the extraordinary display. Sun Chao noticed something and inquired, "How many minutes have passed?" "What do you mean by minutes? We should be in afterburner mode." "It seems like it has already been 2 or 3 minutes, he remarked. "Why are we still in afterburner? Wasn't it said that we shouldn't exceed 2 minutes in afterburner?" "Beyond 5 minutes, it could inflict irreversible damage on the engine." Zhang Yifan, startled, responded, "Indeed, it seems we've surpassed 2 minutes. My goodness, will the engine sustain damage? Could it be that the pilot became overly exhilarated and forgot? Are you jesting? Those capable of flying this aircraft are all ace pilots. They would not forget such a critical detail." Sun Chao shook his head, stating, "Unless the J-20 can endure such afterburner usage without significant harm." Upon this realization, Sun Chao found himself shivering with anticipation. The J-20, in afterburner mode, possesses unparalleled speed. One can only imagine the scenario of facing enemy aircraft head-on, where foes would struggle to lock onto it, and even if they succeeded, their launched missiles would be unable to catch up with the J-20. Modern aerial combat has long transcended the era of close-range dogfights. With beyond visual range engagements, one need not even lay eyes on the enemy before obliterating them with missiles. The J-20, with its superior speed and the capability to sustain afterburner for extended durations, achieves an astonishing level of striking and penetration capability. It may be deemed invincible. All of this is attributed to the powerful engine that delivers extraordinary performance. Sun Chao could not help but glance back at Zhou Yang and his companions at the exhibition stand. These 3 men are the true heroes, the benefactors of the nation. Chapter 92, Claiming Credit? In the sky, the J-20 soared back and forth. Present were professionals, and soon, many began to notice that the J-20 had been in afterburner mode for an unusually long time. It seemed that 5 minutes had already elapsed. Jimalov furrowed his brow and remarked, "Does the pilot not fear the engine failing?" At such low altitudes with high air resistance, achieving maximum speed becomes increasingly challenging. Using afterburner exerts even greater stress on the engine. Under normal circumstances, sustaining afterburner for several seconds would be considered lengthy. Yet, the J-20 overhead had maintained afterburner for a full 5 minutes. It is inconceivable that the pilot was unaware of the potential damage from prolonged afterburner. Rather, the pilot seemed utterly unconcerned. A startling realization struck Jimalov as he exclaimed, "They must have reinforced the internal materials, enhancing their strength." I recall the host mentioning that the WS-15 employs entirely new materials. It must be so. Otherwise, they would not dare to sustain afterburner for such an extended period. Guliwa stared blankly at Jimalov, eventually stating, "If that is the case, wouldn't they be even less inclined to procure our engines?" The design performance of the AL-41 is inferior to that of the WS-15. How could the nation possessing the WS-15 possibly desire the AL-41? Coming here to negotiate is futile. Jimalov offered a wry smile. He was no longer preoccupied with the notion of their nation abandoning the AL-41 engine, but rather contemplating the ramifications of Z country's WS-15 enabling the J-20 to unleash its true potential and what impact that would have on the entire world, particularly on their own nation. Above, the J-20 slowed its pace, executing a final low-altitude pass before vanishing from the spectator's view. It was not that Chang Lei was unwilling to continue flying. Rather, he was almost out of fuel. The afterburner consumed fuel at an accelerated rate, and after 5 minutes of using it, continuing would likely prevent him from returning. "Incredible!" Zhang Yifan exclaimed with fervor. Sun Chao mirrored his enthusiasm, stating, "If the WS-15 truly possesses a lifespan of 10,000 hours, as Xi'an Aircraft Industry Corporation claims, that is genuinely remarkable. It should be true. Even if there is some exaggeration, it won't be significant. Just consider the fact that the pilot dared to engage the afterburner for 5 minutes, which speaks volumes about the engine's durability. An engine that can endure such strain will have an extended lifespan." The atmosphere on site was fervent, and it took several minutes for the excitement to subside. Yang Junchang took the microphone and declared, "This is the true power exhibited by the J-20. now equipped with our two WS-15 engines from Xi'an. Let us express our gratitude to the three chief engineers of the WS project. Their relentless efforts have made the mass production of the WS-15 a reality. Please give them the warmest applause. Immediately, a resounding ovation filled the venue. Everyone understood the significance of the WS-15 breakthrough, all thanks to Zhou Yang and his colleagues. Zhou Yang smiled and applauded as he descended the stage with Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian, while the applause continued unabated. Zhang Yifan clapped his hands until they turned crimson but did not cease, exclaiming, "How many years has it been, Comrade Sun? We finally have our own aircraft engine." Sun Chao's eyes brimmed with tears. He could not forget the countless times he had debated on forums, only to be stung by detractors claiming their engines were inferior. Now, Sun Chao could proudly declare to everyone that they possessed their own engine, the strongest, a world-class engine. I must find a place to write a statement and disseminate it. So everyone knows about this achievement, Sun Chao urged. Zhang Yifan chuckled. Do you still need to issue a statement? Just look around at all the phones and cameras. The entire nation is already aware. The aviation exhibition had been generating considerable online buzz, but the appearance of the J-20, equipped with the latest WS-15 engine, ignited the internet in an instant. Various news outlets and short video platforms were inundated with diverse reports. Particularly, the footage of the J-20 breaking the sound barrier, accompanied by the sonic boom cloud, left every viewer in awe. Countless individuals were moved to tears, and the comments section overflowed with expressions of national pride. With sentiments like "Our country is magnificent," and "I am proud of my nation." There was a palpable regret among many for not being present at the event. The backbone of our nation, the aircraft of a great power, truly remarkable. From now on, anyone who dares to say our fighter jet engines are inadequate will face my wrath. The comments section was filled with expressions of pride. The names of Zhou Yang, Yuan Haifeng, and Li Bingxian, the three developers of the WS-15, quickly spread across the internet, becoming known to countless individuals. I know Yuan Haifeng. He is a veteran engineer from Xi'an, consistently overseeing the WS project. As for Li Bingxian, I looked him up. He seems to be an engineer from Dawn and also hails from Xi'an. He was responsible for the preliminary research of the WS project. The crux of the matter lies in this Zhou Yang, a figure entirely unfamiliar to me, with no information available online regarding his identity. Moreover, he appears exceedingly youthful, seemingly in his 20s. Could it be that he is an imposter, perhaps the offspring of a high-ranking official, deliberately seeking to embellish his reputation and seize accolades? It is indeed plausible. Consider that this young man, even if exceptionally gifted, can only aspire to the level of a doctorate. What can a mere doctoral candidate accomplish in research of such magnitude? It is disgraceful. I was initially elated at the breakthrough of WS-15, but now, witnessing such events, I am utterly repulsed. This individual is shamelessly attempting to appropriate the accomplishments of seasoned researchers like engineers Yuan and Li, who have devoted decades of toil to our nation. Though Yuan and Li exhibit commendable magnanimity by remaining silent, we must not refrain from exposing him, ensuring that the entire nation becomes aware of his true nature. Yes, we must bring him to light, allowing more individuals to witness this. An outcry ensued, fueled by various media outlets that misrepresented the situation, swiftly altering the public's perception of Zhou Yang to one filled with condemnation and vitriol. Unbeknownst to him, as he descended from the stage, Zhou Yang observed that both Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian were in tears. "Mr. Zhou, thank you," they said, bowing simultaneously in his direction. Had it not been for Zhou Yang's development of high-strength crystalline steel, this poignant moment might have been many years in the making. Zhou Yang hastily intervened, stating, "Gentlemen, you are not wishing to shorten my lifespan, are you? I'm merely engaged in minor research to solve a materials issue. You are the true heroes here. Do not forget, the engine was conceived entirely through your designs." Yuan Haifeng attempted to speak further, but Zhou Yang quickly interjected, "Enough. As I said, we are all contributing to our nation. Distinctions of merit are trivial. Indeed, Mr. Zhou articulates well, contributing to the nation is paramount, and discussing accolades is rather mundane," Li Bingxian added. Subsequently, Zhou Yang chose not to linger at the aviation exhibition. As the convoy departed, he suddenly remarked, "Ruo Yun, your sister resides in SC. Should we not pay her a visit? Zhang Bo, affiliated with Zhaowei Electromechanical, has his headquarters in SC, and Chun Ruoshi's family also lives there." Chun Riyun pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps it would be better for them to come to the villa." Zhou Yang replied, "That is out of the question. One cannot visit someone and expect them to come to their home. Let us proceed as planned, and besides, I have matters to discuss with my brother-in-law." Zhou Yang took the initiative to research Xiaowei Electromechanical and discovered it to be the largest private enterprise in the country specializing in transmission systems. Addressing the transmission system challenges associated with mechanized units is indeed a significant matter that can now be pursued. Chapter 93. Honor must not be defiled directly. Please review these reports. Secretary Li Tianshu had prepared some materials for him. After perusing them, Li Tianshu slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "Absurd! Shameless! Who is responsible for this? Who directed the public discourse? Investigate this immediately. Once identified, I demand severe repercussions. Furthermore, retract all of these news reports." These reports are entirely focused on Zhou Yang, yet not a single commendatory word can be found among them. Zhou Yang has been portrayed as a shameless scoundrel, leveraging his substantial connections and authority to usurp the credit for the maiden flight of the WS-15. How could Li Tianshu endure such slander? Surely he understands that the success of the WS-15's maiden flight hinges upon the high-strength crystalline steel developed by Zhou Yang. How must Zhou Yang feel about such disparaging depictions? This time, the higher-ups deliberately thrust Zhou Yang into the limelight, allowing him to make an appearance at the aviation exhibition, yet the outcome has been disheartening, leaving Li Tianshu feeling too ashamed to face him. Indeed, the secretary, not daring to delay, hastily departed. On that very day, the National Press and Publication Administration issued a directive punishing every media outlet that disseminated false news about Zhou Yang, mandating immediate rectification. Major news platforms, including mainstream media and Tushio, were not spared, all falling under scrutiny. Each outlet trembled at the display of governmental authority. Without hesitation, all reports were retracted, and related content was amended. Furthermore, short video platforms such as Douyin swiftly removed all pertinent videos. Within mere hours, all false reports regarding Zhou Yang had vanished without a trace from the internet. The government's response was nothing short of swift. However, those fervently discussing the WS-15's maiden flight and denouncing Zhou Yang for claiming credit found that all reports concerning him had disappeared. All videos were taken down, and no mention of Zhou Yang could be found. Such rapidity and formidable backing. Without strong connections, how could one seize such accolades? Yet we cannot stand idly by while the true contributors are wronged. Silencing our voices is unattainable. Indeed, the more stringent the censorship, the more it signifies their fear. We must amplify our voices to ensure everyone is informed. Let us flood the comment sections. Soon, within the comments of major media articles and trending Douyin videos, individuals began to flood the discussions, reiterating the narrative of Zhou Yang's alleged appropriation of credit. This matter had already stirred considerable attention, and with this new surge, those previously unaware became increasingly curious about Zhou Yang's identity. Li Tianshu took note of this shift in sentiment. However, this time, he refrained from immediate action. The day after the aviation exhibition, during the routine press conference at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the global spotlight on the WS-15's maiden flight attracted numerous inquiries from reporters. Spokesperson Zhou Yang methodically addressed all questions, providing standard responses. Just then, a journalist suddenly stood up and asked, "I have noticed that many media outlets have reported on the 3 chief engineers of the WS-15 project, among them, academician Zhou Yang, who, at under 30 years of age, has become an academician and the chief engineer of the WS project. Many netizens are questioning this, believing that Zhou Yang has usurped the achievements of Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li. What is your perspective on this matter?" After the journalist posed the question, all the media turned their attention towards him. In truth, many were eager to inquire about the same matter, particularly some foreign reporters who, upon witnessing the WS-15's ascent, found themselves envious, yet speechless. They had also noted the scandal surrounding the developers of WS, involving accusations of credit theft. Indeed, for numerous foreign journalists, this was nothing short of a scandal. Some had contemplated raising their queries. But the attitude expressed by the National Press and Publication Administration yesterday had revealed the formidable background of Zhou Yang, causing them to hesitate, opting to wait until the situation fully unfolded before asking. To their surprise, however, a bold reporter dared to voice the question. Zhou Yang glanced at the inquisitive journalist and offered a cryptic smile before slowly stating, "First and foremost, I must clarify that all reports about academician Zhou circulating online are entirely false and unsubstantiated." The journalists exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Yang's response could be deemed as the government's inaugural official statement on the matter. He continued, "Since this journalist has mentioned academician Zhou, I will take this opportunity to reintroduce his credentials to everyone present." After a brief pause, Zhou Yang elaborated, "Academician Zhou Yang is a pivotal scientist in our nation. Due to confidentiality protocols, I cannot divulge extensive details. However, After thorough discussion at higher levels, it has been decided to disclose certain research achievements. The journalists exchanged puzzled looks, questioning the meaning of confidentiality and what constituted the research outcomes that were to be made public. Was there more to Zhou Yang's contributions? Zhou Yang, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, recently, it has come to attention that several technological challenges in our country have been surmounted, such as the Longshin battery and the Tianqin 100 chip. The Longshin battery is a product of academician Zhou's successful research. The Tianqin 100 chip also stems from his theoretical work on biomimetic cellular chips, culminating in the subsequent mass production. Boom. As soon as Zhou Yang concluded his statement, the venue erupted in astonishment. All the journalists were left dumbfounded, their minds blank. The notion that the Longshin battery and Tianqin 100 were developed by Zhou Yang seemed ludicrous. Such groundbreaking technology surely required extensive research teams comprising thousands of individuals, dedicating years of labor. Yet, how could someone as young as Zhou Yang, who presumably began his research endeavors in elementary school, possibly accomplish such feats? Not to mention the WS-15 project. Such statements seemed almost unbelievable. Yet, this was a government press conference. Every word Zhou Yang uttered had been meticulously considered and thoughtfully articulated. Here, he represented the voice of the Z Nation's government. The government would never frivolously elevate an individual or speak untruths. Hence, it could only be true. The Longshin battery and Tianqin 100 were indeed the brainchildren of Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's expression was grave as he continued. Academician Zhou has made remarkable contributions to the advancement of our nation's science and technology. He is a distinguished figure of our country, and the government will not tolerate any form of slander or false reporting against academician Zhou. I advise certain ill-intentioned individuals to cease their actions. The honors bestowed upon academician Zhou must not be tarnished. Many journalists took note of Zhou Yang's use of the term distinguished figure, a designation rarely afforded to ordinary scientists. However, if the research achievements truly belong to Zhou Yang, then such an accolade is indeed warranted. Later today, at 7 o'clock, the news will feature a special report highlighting academician Zhou's outstanding contributions to our scientific endeavors. Any inquiries can be directed towards that. Zhou Yang concluded, announcing the end of the press conference, and stepped out of the hall at a measured pace. Chapter 94. A visit to the SC Binzhou community. A sedan slowly entered the community and descended into the underground parking garage. Chen Ruiyun glanced outside, and upon receiving a confirming voice through her earpiece, she said, Zhou Yang, let us proceed downstairs. Zhou Yang nodded and exited the vehicle alongside Chen Ruiyun. The underground garage was eerily quiet. Yet Zhou Yang was acutely aware of the hidden security personnel lurking in the shadows. The entire community had likely been preemptively secured. Chen Ruiyun picked up the gifts and ascended the elevator with Zhou Yang. Upon reaching apartment 1201, she knocked on the door. It was opened by Chen Ruoshi, who stood frozen for a moment upon seeing Zhou Yang and Chen Ruiyun at the door. What brings you here? She exclaimed in surprise. Hello, elder sister. Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Chen Ruiyun added, what, are we not welcome? Chen Ruoshi quickly ushered them in, saying, of course, you're welcome. Lao Zhang, Ruiyun and Xiao Zhou are here. Hurry up and come out. Little aunt. Zhang Tong excitedly rushed out, first embracing Chen Ruiyun and then turning to Zhou Yang, asking, Uncle Zhou, where's my gift? This child, Zhang Bo remarked as he came out, chiding, Xiao Zhou, when did you and Ruiyun arrive in SC? Why didn't you let us know? We could have picked you up. Chen Ruiyun responded, we arrived the day before yesterday, and besides, it would have been inconvenient for you to come and get us. Inconvenient? Nonsense. By the way, where are you two staying in SC? You might as well stay at our place instead of a hotel. We have an extra room, Chen Ruoshi suggested. Chen Ruiyun replied, no need. We have a place to stay. Zhang Bo invited them to sit down and added, honey, don't bother cooking. We'll go out for dinner instead. I'll make a reservation now. Zhou Yang quickly interjected, Zhang Go, it's better not to go out. It's not convenient. Going out would require advanced security measures, which is too troublesome. Chen Ruiyun timely embraced Chen Ruoshi's arm, saying, exactly. Let's eat at home. I long for the meals you prepare, sister. All right. We'll eat at home then. Lao Zhang, go buy some groceries, Chen Ruoshi cheerfully instructed. Zhang Bo promptly grabbed his coat and headed out. Sister, I'll help you, Chen Ruiyun said, then leaned towards Zhou Yang, whispering, stay away from the window. Zhou Yang, at a loss for words, nodded slightly and inquired of Zhang Tong beside him. Do you still practice the violin? Indeed. Would you like me to play a piece for you? Zhang Tong responded with excitement. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. However, Chen Ruoshi swiftly emerged from within, exclaiming, no? Yet Zhang Tong had already dashed off to retrieve her violin. With a wry smile, Chen Ruoshi retreated back to the kitchen, deftly sliding the door shut behind her. Zhou Yang felt a twinge of confusion, but soon comprehended the reason behind Chun Ruashi's reaction. Zhang Tong's skill was hardly distinguishable from the sound of cotton being plucked. As the performance concluded, Zhou Yang found himself perspiring. "Uncle, how did I play?" Zhang Tong inquired eagerly. "Good," Zhou Yang replied stiffly, adding, Tong, your technique needs some refinement. Look here." Taking the violin, he inhaled deeply, positioning it under his chin. "It should be like this." As he drew the bow across the strings, a melodious sound resonated through the air. Zhang Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Uncle, you can play the violin too?" Even Chun Ruashi and Chun Peiyuan, who had been in the kitchen, emerged, incredulous at Zhou Yang's hidden talent. "I can play a little, though I haven't practiced in years, so I'm rather out of practice," Zhou Yang admitted, setting the violin down. Chun Ruashi, astonished, remarked, "Xiao Zhou, you're truly skilled in many areas." Chun Peiyuan shared her disbelief, unaware of Zhou Yang's proficiency with the violin. "My mother plays, and I learned a bit when I was young," Zhou Yang explained. His parents, both intellectuals, were quite accomplished, particularly his mother, who had studied abroad in the country. Playing the violin was a trivial matter to her. After a while, Zhang Bo entered, carrying some prepared dishes, muttering, "Is there a high-ranking official inspecting our community? I just ran into a neighbor from the 7th floor who mentioned that when he went to pay the property fees, he found out the management had changed. He said it's due to some oversight, probably a big leader's inspection." Chun Ruashi merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant "oh." Zhang Bo sat down and asked Xiao Zhou, "Have you both decided when to get married?" Zhou Yang nodded, "On August 26th of this year." "Oh, that's soon. Just 8 months away," Zhang Bo remarked. Then affectionately ruffled Zhang Tong's hair, saying, Tong, in 8 months, you will no longer be calling him uncle, but rather, you will call him aunt husband." Zhang Tong replied with a grin, "I can call him aunt husband already." As Chun Ruashi arranged a grand feast, Zhang Bo received a phone call just before they sat down. All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, right? I'll be there on time. By the way, aside from my resume, is there anything else I need to bring?" he asked. After hanging up, Zhang Bo appeared quite exhilarated. Zhou Yang, intrigued, asked, "Zhang, are you changing jobs?" Zhang Bo nodded. "Why switch? Zhao Electromechanical is quite good, isn't it?" "As far as I know, they're a leader in the domestic transmission system sector," Zhou Yang remarked. Zhang Bo sighed deeply, saying, "Let us not even get into it. While it's a good company, there are things one can only voice when they are leaving. As the factory has grown, various troublesome issues have arisen. When I first joined, everyone was united in their efforts, focused solely on perfecting the technology and enhancing the product quality. Step by step, we have ascended to the pinnacle of our industry. Our operations have expanded, and profits have surged. Yet, with this success comes the insidious nature of office politics and nepotism. By the way, the bonus you helped me secure for resolving that issue has also been obstructed, as they claim there are no precedents for such matters within the company." Frustrated, I confronted the leadership in a heated exchange, but to no avail. I have come to see clearly that the management of this factory has deteriorated significantly over the past 2 years. Most of the skilled individuals have departed, leaving the company to rely on its dwindling legacy. But how many more years can we subsist on past achievements? Given this reality, it may be wiser to leave sooner rather than later. Chun Ruashi concurred, stating that it is for the best to depart. The pay is low, the workload is substantial, and despite the incessant overtime, there is no compensation for it. By the way, Xiao Zhou, do you often work overtime? Zhou Yang shook his head. Even if he were absent for a day, no one would dare to question him. Zhang, do you mean to say that the core technical personnel at Zhao Electromechanical have nearly all left? Zhou Yang inquired. Zhang Bo nodded, affirming that it is indeed the case. Aside from a few older employees, most of the younger staff have departed. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. While he was not overly concerned about office politics or the disarray within management, common ailments in large enterprises like Huawei and Tencent, which are even more pronounced, he feared that Zhao Electromechanical would suffer from the loss of its core technical talent, relying solely on past accomplishments. It appears that turning to Zhao Electromechanical is no longer an option. As Zhou Yang gazed at Zhang Bo, a thought suddenly struck him. If Zhao Electromechanical is faltering, perhaps it is time to establish his own enterprise.